Chu Yun acquires the creation system and traverses into the world of the smiling, proud wanderer, encountering legendary figures such as Dongfang Bubi, Ren Woxing, Linghu Chong, Ren Yingying, Yilin, Lin Pingji, Yu Lingshan, Tian Buoguang, Xiang Wentian, Yu Buchuan, and Zhuo Lengchan. He witnesses the legendary martial arts including the Sunflower Manual, the evil-repelling swordplay, the star-absorbing technique, the I Jin Jing, the 9 Yin Manual, the 9 Yang divine skill, and the Taishan scripture. Through his trials, he glimpses the Sky Sword Classic, thus beginning a saga of unparalleled ambition. Chapter 001, The Creation System. 3 years prior, Chu Yun fortuitously stumbled upon the creation system. This system, capable of seizing fate, manipulating the dual forces of yin and yang, reincarnating and altering the very essence of existence, grants the power to change the destinies of both himself and others. Despite this, he remained a mere object of scorn among his classmates. A well-off pretty boy, to be precise, in the prestigious Dragon Kingdom, Ye Xuan, the sole heiress of a top-tier family in Haida City, harbored an inexplicable, fervent affection for him. Reflecting on their intertwined fates, he recalled their birth in the same hospital, sharing a bath as infants with the assistance of nurses, though this was a tale relayed to him by his mother in kindergarten. They shared innocent kisses, only to be separated thereafter, their paths diverging for years. 3 years ago, they both entered a prestigious university in Haida City. Ye Xuan became a beacon of attention, celebrated for her beauty and excellence, while also proclaiming Chu Yun as her own. Consequently, he became a figure of notoriety, the envy of every male student, with a stunning beauty awaiting his presence at every turn, be it in dormitories, libraries, or gyms. Ye Xuan's beauty was matched only by her talents. Although Chu Yun possessed similar qualities, to outsiders, he appeared as a quintessential pretty boy, living off her success. "Xian, why do you like me?" he inquired. "Just because, he," she replied. "But shouldn't you be seeking a union with a top-tier family instead?" he questioned. "My family is already among the elite. All of Ye Xuan's wealth belongs to me. I love whom I choose. Chu Yun, you are mine, and no one shall take you away." Feeling despondent one fateful evening, Ye Xuan pressed her lips against his, a sensation he found surprisingly pleasant, yet he would never admit it. He was a man, after all, and could not allow a woman to steal his first kiss. However, he was trapped, and to make matters worse, he lacked martial prowess. Ye Xuan's family boasted a lineage of supreme martial arts. Her innate talent had propelled her to mastery before turning 18, placing her among the elite of the Dragon Kingdom. Chu Yun had no inclination to practice martial arts, seeing himself as merely an ordinary man with a semblance of wealth amidst a population of over 1 billion. He inherited his father's business acumen and his mother's artistic sensibilities, coupled with striking good looks that endeared him to many a girl. Being a woman is challenging, and being a handsome man is no less so. Numerous school beauties were drawn to him, but fortunately, Ye Xuan's prominence deterred their advances. The scions of the 5 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, Lin, Xiao, Wang, Su, and Qin, intensified their pursuit of Ye Xuan, plotting to intimidate Chu Yun. One weekend, Ye Xuan attended a significant family banquet, crucial for the future of the Yi clan, leaving Chu Yun to attend alone. The night was dark and ominous, an ideal setting for intimidation. While driving home, his car was besieged by several luxury vehicles on the highway. In a desperate bid to escape, he accelerated recklessly, ultimately veering off the road at a sharp turn, plummeting down an 8-meter slope. In Haida City, with its coastal plains devoid of mountains, the prospect of a miraculous time travel seemed implausible. He felt a jarring impact, the airbags deploying with a deafening pop, as a metallic taste filled his mouth and nostrils. Familiar laughter echoed in his ears, followed by the wail of sirens. Then, darkness enveloped him. In his unconscious state, he heard the anguished cries of his father, the sobs of his mother, and the weeping of Ye Xuan. He sensed a cool hand clasping his, something binding his head, and equipment pressed against his face, most likely a respirator, while the sounds of machinery surrounded him. Light pierced through his eyelids, accompanied by the sound of muffled sobs. "Chu Yun, you must awaken. We have bathed together, shared innocent kisses, and have yet to celebrate our grand wedding. I command you not to leave me like this." It dawned on him that she was aware of everything. Could it be that her unabashed affection stemmed from these shared memories? "The Yi family possesses ample wealth. I will find the best doctors to save you. They say you have 30 days left. I will ensure you survive. I have seen the surveillance footage." The Lin, Xiao, Wang, Su, and Qin families orchestrated this accident. Ye Xuan, vow that they will regret ever existing. Chu Yun felt a surge of emotion, a tender affection blossoming within him as he recalled their moments together. Numerous opportunities had slipped through his fingers simply because he had been passive, while Ye Xuan foolishly believed that she should save her first kiss for their wedding. night that if fate granted him another chance, he would love Ye Xuan without reservation, even if it meant being her kept man for life. Suddenly, a melodious voice resonated within his consciousness. Ding. The creation system is now initiating. Ding. Verifying identity of Chu Yun. Ding. Initialization complete. The creation system is at your service. The series of chimes jolted something within him as he lay in unconsciousness. Creation system, why have you only now appeared? 3 years have passed. How many such 3-year spans does one experience in life? Was your purpose merely to bring about my accident and steal my vitality? You misunderstand. The creation system activates only when the host teeters on the brink of life and death. The accident has triggered it. The system is fully operational and functional. Chu Yun grasped at this lifeline, focusing his thoughts. System, what abilities do you possess? He sought assurance of the system's existence. Over the past 3 years, he had felt an uncanny influence guiding his investments, leading to a fortune worth billions. Was it the system's doing? Just as he envisioned himself standing tall before Ye Xuan to assert his claim and win her over, this calamity struck. The system's voice resonated once more within him. The creation system can seize fate, manipulate yin and yang, reincarnate, and twist the essence of existence. By completing tasks, you can reclaim your life, destroy or alter the destiny of your targets to gain life points and random rewards. After a brief pause, the voice continued. Your targets are random, existing across all realms, and they may traverse to your world. Your mission is to eliminate or alter their fates. Destroy the target, 100 days of life points. Change the target's fate, 1,000 days of life points. Chu Yun was filled with confusion and despair. System, I lack martial talent. Accepting these missions would be tantamount to courting death. In any case, I have little time left. You may as well deactivate yourself. Host, do you not wish to extend your life? To fly together with Xian? Of course, but what can be done? The system offers a beginner's gift pack for first-time hosts, ensuring your success in the initial task and allowing you to experience the system's extraordinary allure. I believe you will find it enjoyable. System, may I inquire about the current longest-lived host? Among all previous hosts, some have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Hundreds of thousands of years? Are they not akin to deities? Those who possess the system have ascended to divinity, while others have met their demise. Your fate is in your own hands. Complete more tasks, and your life points can accumulate infinitely. Chapter 002. The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. That's not too bad. If I were to perish in another world, could I still return to this one? If your life value does not reach 0, you will not die until it does. The host will also perish in the primary world. Then it's essentially a death sentence. Perhaps I should just vanish automatically. Host, you are the most cowardly of all the hosts I have served. How about this? For your first mission, if your life value reaches 0, I assure you that you will not die in the primary world. Is that so? I could give it a try. As you can see, I am gravely ill, relying on a ventilator to survive. Don't even mention killing. It's a struggle just to end my own suffering. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a new beginner's gift pack. 1 strengthening pill, a complete set of celestial sword techniques, and a volume of martial world secrets. Please strive to learn, as your first mission will be assigned during your sleep. Alright, System. May I give you a nickname? System doesn't sound very pleasant for a girl. I'm curious about the mysteries this system holds. Sure, you can name me whatever you like. How about Xian? Is that acceptable? Ah, that's even less appealing than System. Xian sounds like your girlfriend, which makes me feel a bit awkward. Oh, I see. Can I call you Xuanji instead? That doesn't sound great. May I have another choice? Anyone named Xuanji is undoubtedly beautiful. Yu Xuanji, the talented woman. Chu Xuanji, the stunning beauty. Xuanji technology creates beauties. Isn't that satisfactory? Well then, I shall call you Xuanji from now on. It will sound more pleasing with repetition. Okay, Xuanji, from now on, you may call me Chu Yun. Host sounds rather unappealing, akin to being a parasite, haha. Beep. The system crashed. Chu Yun suspected that the system lacked intelligence, as it had frozen and rebooted upon initiation, revealing its fragility. Was there someone manipulating it from behind? Perhaps Tutu and Wang Bao. Returning to focus, he absorbed the strengthening pill with his consciousness. Indeed, it was a miraculous remedy. He felt his bodily functions rapidly revitalizing, his limbs brimming with strength, ready to explode with vitality. Yet, he still could not open his eyes or move his limbs, though he felt significantly more comfortable. Perhaps upon completing the task, he would awaken. He silently called out, Xian, wait for me. We have yet to share our love. Chu Yun was utterly convinced of the system's existence. He perused the martial world secrets, recognizing the described realm as somewhat familiar. He opened the celestial sword techniques, which included video demonstrations. Chu Yun, you have entered the deep learning system and will commence autonomous learning. A selection interface appeared within his consciousness. Autonomous learning during sleep. B. Video-assisted instruction while awake. Without a doubt, he could only choose autonomous learning during sleep. Who knew when he would awaken? He pondered that this grand gift pack must have been prepared for the first mission. In deep slumber, he entered the deep learning system, and the celestial sword techniques unfolded in his mind. A shadow wielded a long sword, executing each move slowly and deliberately. He wished to see the shadow's features clearly. Its outline resembled his own. Could it be that his dream self was practicing martial arts? The system's progress bar indicated celestial sword techniques completed 10th. The shadow continued to unleash sword techniques, sometimes blending softness and hardness, at other times soaring with grace, occasionally fierce and sharp, and at times unpredictable. As the progress bar reached 90, the long sword in the shadow's hand had blossomed into a flurry of sword flowers, slicing through the air with the swiftness of the wind, leaving behind several afterimages. The progress bar displayed 100. Mastery of the celestial sword techniques achieved. The system prompted. The host lacks internal cultivation methods, significantly diminishing the power of the celestial sword techniques. It is hoped that you will undertake more tasks to earn rewards for internal methods. The full power of the celestial sword techniques would unleash a torrent of energy, overwhelming in its might. For one who had long harbored a dream of martial arts, this was immensely alluring. He thought of Xuanji. Xuanji, how can I obtain an internal cultivation method? The system paused before replying with a melodious female voice. Host, to acquire an internal method, you must undertake your first mission. Through this mission, you will gain the internal cultivation method. Please issue it. He could hardly contain his excitement. Since this is your first mission, the system allows you to choose. Please review the system directory. On the system panel, categories appeared: novels, movies, comics, myths, history. Opening the novel section revealed fantasy, magical realism, martial arts, fairy tales, urban, military, supernatural, campus. Among others, he enjoyed fantasy, fairy tales, and martial arts. Considering that the objectives in fantasy and fairy tales were often too formidable, he opted for martial arts. After all, martial arts novels typically feature more relatable characters, while others might involve gods, immortals, demons, monsters, or ghosts, which was rather daunting to contemplate. The martial arts novels he was most familiar with were the masterpieces of Jin, Gu, Liang, and Huang. As he scrolled down, he encountered a restriction. Specific targets will be randomly determined by the system. If you agree, please select Confirm. Without hesitation, he chose Confirm. Hundreds of target images began to scroll by, and the system chimed. Chu Yun, congratulations, your first mission target is Dongfang Bubi. Goodness, in the realm of time travel novels, Dongfang Bubi is ubiquitous. Would he transmigrate into Jin Yang's version or that of Yuma? He eagerly anticipated the latter. Xiao Yin was quite beautiful, albeit older, yet still lovely. His first mission was to confront the Supreme Master Dongfang Bubi from the Smiling, Proud Wanderer, a task fraught with peril. The system issued the mission announcement. Host, Chu Yun. Original life value, 30 days world. The Smiling, Proud Wanderer mission deadline, confirmed by the system. Main task, eliminate Dongfang Bubi or alter his fate. Secondary task, eliminate or alter the fate of other characters in the world. Life value rewards. Eliminate Dongfang Bubi 100 days, alter Dongfang Bubi's fate 1000 days, eliminate other characters 0.2 days, alter other characters' fate 0.4 days. Life value penalties, to be determined. Success grand prize, to be claimed upon task completion, prize random. Note, all prizes will undoubtedly exceed expectations. Upon reading this, Chu Yun felt a chill run down his spine. With only 30 days of life remaining, entering the world of the Smiling, Proud Wanderer could mean his demise in mere moments. Xuanji, didn't you say the first mission would be simple? This feels like a death sentence. Host, the speed of the mission depends on your approach. 1 year in the traversed world equates to only 1 day in the primary world. I wish you a swift return. The life value you gain in the traversed world will match that of the primary world. Xuanji, I'll trust you once. How do I enter the world of the Smiling, Proud Wanderer? The system did not respond, only displaying a progress bar for traversal point 100. He observed the progress bar incrementing in stages, and the visage of the goddess Ye Xuan appeared in his consciousness. Xian, wait for me to return. The 5 great families await my return. Even if he could not return, he would wreak havoc on their families within the system. He reminisced about the names of protagonists from the great works he had read. Lin Dong, Lin Lei, Lin Feng, Lin Xian, Lin Ming, and his favorite, Lin San Ge Lin Wanro. Xiao Yan, Xiao Chun, Xiao Chong, Xiao Bai, Xiao Yura, Xiao Yushuang, Haha, Wang Lin, Wang Beol, Wang Ming, Wang Chao, Wang Chong, Wang Sheng. Su Ming, Su Jia, Su Yu, Su Yi, Su Mo Qin Yu, Qin Lai, Qin Mu, Qin Fun, Qin Yu, Qin Nan, Qin Feng. As he approached 100, he faintly heard Yi Xian's voice, filled with joy and tears. Doctor, Chu Yun's fingers are moving. Chapter 003. The Invincible East. As the progress bar reached 100, a beam of light flickered within my consciousness, leaving it utterly void. When Chu Yun opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, he found himself no longer in the confines of a hospital ward. The scenery was unrecognizable. He stood behind a small garden's rockery, a long sword now adorning his waist. The garden was adorned with several crimson plum branches and green bamboo groves, interspersed with a few evergreen pines, all meticulously arranged. In a small pond within the courtyard, a pair of mandarin ducks frolicked, lending an air of poetic charm to the scene. Positioned behind the rockery, Chu Yun contemplated the temporal context of his arrival when he observed 4 men and a woman carrying an individual into a nearby dwelling. He found it peculiar. Martial arts masters typically possessed profound internal energy, so how could they remain oblivious to his presence? Dismissing this thought, he stealthily entered the room. Upon crossing the threshold, a fragrant floral aroma enveloped him. Inside, several exquisite paintings of beautiful women adorned the walls, showcasing 3 stunning figures, skillfully rendered. The chair was draped with an embroidered cushion. A sense of familiarity washed over Chu Yun. This scenario felt eerily reminiscent, for he recognized it as the fabled boudoir of the Invincible East. It was here that the Invincible East had met his demise at the hands of Ren Woxing, Linghu Chong, and Xiang Wentian. Chu Yun surmised that if he could either slay the Invincible East or save him, he could alter the course of fate and complete his mission. This seemed a simple task. How fortuitous. He pondered the optimal moment to reveal himself. Watching the unfolding drama, he finally discerned the identities of Ren Woxing, Ren Ying, Linghu Chong, Xiang Wentian, and Sima Yun, realizing that without a solid foundation in dialogue, it would be challenging to perform convincingly. He overheard the Invincible East lament. I practiced the Sunflower Manual, following its secretive instructions to self-castrate for the purpose of cultivating my internal energy, refining pills, and consuming medicine. Gradually, my beard vanished, my voice altered, and my temperament transformed. I no longer harbor affection for women and have dispatched my 7 concubines. If only I had been born a daughter instead. Master Ren, I am about to perish, and I beseech you for a favor. Chu Yun listened intently as Ren Woxing responded. What is it? The Invincible East implored, please spare Yang Lianting's life, and cast him down the Blackwood Cliff instead. Chu Yun knew that the moment was imminent when the Invincible East would unleash his flying needles, blinding Ren Woxing's right eye. He heard Ren Woxing chuckle darkly. I intend to subject him to 1,000 cuts, executing him with 100 days of slow slicing. Today, I shall sever a finger. Tomorrow, half a toe. The Invincible East cried out in fury, how cruel you are, and leaped forward, lunging at Ren Woxing. The Invincible East's flying needle struck true, piercing Ren Woxing's right eye. Enraged, Ren Woxing thrust forward with his sword, aiming to pierce the Invincible East from front to back. Chu Yun, emerging from behind a screen of beauties, swiftly drew his sword and surprisingly deflected Ren Woxing's blade. Exhausted, the Invincible East collapsed to the ground, blood spewing forth, staining his back as crimson mingled with the dark fabric of his attire. Ren Woxing clutched his injured eye, murky fluid seeping through his fingers. While Ren Ying rushed forward to administer aid, Xiang Wentian writhed on the ground, and Linghu Chong stood by, sword in hand, observing the chaos. Ren Woxing beheld a youth clad in peculiar attire, with short hair and a long sword in hand, standing protectively before the Invincible East. Who are you assisting such tyranny? He inquired. Today, the once formidable Dongfang Booby has seen his power waning. If you pledge allegiance to my Sun Moon Holy Cult, dominion over the martial world will soon be within our grasp. Chu Yun, uncertain of his own prowess, adopted a demeanor that seemed to disdain the entire realm. Master Ren, I am Chu Yun. Dongfang Booby bears a grudge against me. He can only meet his end at my hands. With great effort, Dongfang Booby propped himself up on his elbows, his long hair cascading over his chest, and let out a sharp, mocking laugh. Very well, young hero Chu. To perish by your hand today is far preferable to meeting my demise at Ren Woxing's. I thank you for this opportunity. It was then that Chu Yun scrutinized Dongfang Booby closely. His face, pale from years of seclusion and never having seen the sun, betrayed his age, nearly 40. Despite the elixirs that had preserved his youth and the power of his martial arts, his skin appeared somewhat slack, and his handsome features were not as he had envisioned. In the chamber, among the onlookers, only Chu Yun remained unscathed. The others regarded him with trepidation. Linghu Chong, already reluctant to engage, stood aside, vigilant and silent. Dongfang Booby cast a glance at the suffering Yang Lianting, who lay off to one side. Young hero Chu, I beseech you to end Yang's life, sparing him from the torment of Ren Woxing. Yang Lianting, a man of courage, remained silent in the face of Dongfang Booby's plea. Chu Yun approached Yang Lianting and, with a swift motion of his sword, ended the reign of this de facto leader of the Sun Moon Holy Cult. He endeavored to temper his emotions. After all, It was his first act of killing, executed with remarkable swiftness and decisiveness. Ding! Congratulations, Chu Yun, for vanquishing a villain and gaining 2 days of life essence. Ding! You have received an additional reward, a Dukkha. Its effects include seizing destiny and transforming yin and yang, though other effects remain unclear. The notion of receiving extra rewards for slaying a villain struck him as absurd. What use was a Dukkha? Could it perhaps be intended for Dongfang Bubi? If Yang Lianting had not perpetrated evil, wielding his power to oppress countless allies, sparing him would have been a feasible option. As Chu Yun read through this chapter of the smiling, proud wanderer, he felt a tumult of emotions. Was Dongfang Bubi truly devoted, or was his affection twisted? He exuded an aura of mystery and strangeness, nearly overshadowing the entire narrative. Dongfang Bubi, rather than expressing fury at the demise of Yang Lianting, appeared relieved. A smile gracing his features. Lianting, I shall join you shortly. With that, he attempted to drive a needle into his own brow, using the last remnants of his strength. Chu Yun, quick-witted and agile, deflected the needle with his sword. Dongfang Bubi, you cannot die. Ding! System notification. You have chosen to alter Dongfang Bubi's fate. You can no longer kill him. Best of luck, host. Chu Yun was taken aback, realizing that he had just opted to remain within the world of the smiling. Proud wanderer. Dongfang Bubi, perplexed, pondered why Chu Yun had spared him, as he had no recollection of having wronged anyone with the surname Chu. Ren Woxing, eavesdropping on the exchange between Chu Yun and Dongfang Bubi, mused anxiously. Could this Chu Yun possess swordsmanship akin to Linghu Chong's? His anxiety grew. If Dongfang Bubi were to ally with him, their endeavors today would surely end in failure. His gaze fell upon Linghu Chong, anger and embarrassment flaring within him as he glared at his companion. Chonger, have you slain Chu Yun? Dongfang Bubi must perish today. Otherwise, the martial world will suffer greatly. Ren Ying grasped Linghu Chong's arm, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at him. Brother Chong, heed my father's words. If Dongfang Bubi is not eliminated, the repercussions will be endless. Linghu Chong, with a tender look, observed the marks on Ren Ying's face. Very well, I shall test his prowess. Linghu Chong stepped closer to Chu Yun, raising his sword and clasping his fist. Brother Chu, if you are a friend, I shall gladly share a drink with you. If you are an enemy, do not blame me for my merciless blade. Chu Yun scrutinized the figure of Linghu Chong, described by Mr. Cha as a celestial being. With a square face and thin lips, he appeared quite handsome, a wine flask hanging from his waist, clearly a man devoted to drink. And he would undoubtedly become a companion in the future. Linghu Chong, your Dukkha 9 swords has yet to reach its zenith. Your internal injuries remain unhealed, rendering you no match for me. Today, I only wish to take Dongfang Bubi away. I hope you do not obstruct me. The crowd gasped at the mention of Dukkha 9 swords. Chu Yun, how do you know that the sword technique I practice is Dukkha 9 swords? Have you encountered Master Feng? I have not, but I know Feng Qingyang resides in Huashan and I intend to visit him for a duel one day. Linghu Chong sensed a significant connection between this man and Feng Qingyang and deemed it best not to create enmity. Dongfang Bubi, a formidable rogue, had fallen to such a fate. There was no need to drive him to desperation. Chu Yun, you may leave. I shall not make things difficult for you. Dongfang Bubi has poisoned the martial world. I hope you can act with the common people in mind and take care of yourself. Chu Yun, perceiving Ren Woxing's lingering rage yet helpless demeanor, understood that the matter was settled. After searching Yang Lianting, he discovered a stack of silver notes and a token. He casually tore off a piece of silken cloth depicting a lady and wrapped Dongfang Bubi within it, tucking it under his arm as he exited the chamber. Chapter 004. Offering divine skills. Ren Woxing watched the two depart with a sense of bitterness. Currently, his foundation within the Sun and Moon sect was precarious, and the remnants of Dongfang Bubi had yet to be eradicated. He still required Linghu Chong's assistance, and thus the marriage between him and Ying would have to be put aside. Alas, Dongfang Bubi is gravely wounded and will not survive long. Even if he does, he cannot stir up much trouble. First, I must control the situation and prioritize the restructuring of the sect. Yet, he remained apprehensive of Dongfang Bubi's potential resurgence, haunted by the terror of his formidable power. He had not anticipated the strength of the Sunflower Manual and realized he must hasten the restructuring of the sect and practice the star absorption technique to prepare. Linghu Chong supported the gravely injured Xiang Wentian as they departed the room, which was permeated with the stench of blood and cosmetics. Ren Ying glanced between Linghu Chong and Ren Woxing, her heart in turmoil. She knew Linghu Chong would not join the Sun and Moon sect, and she wondered if her father would trouble him. She hoped to mediate for a harmonious resolution. Contemplating the oddly dressed man, her mind brimmed with questions. When had such a figure emerged in the martial world? This too was the question on everyone's mind. How had a master appeared out of nowhere, so peculiarly? The guards of Blackwood Cliff remained unaware of the significant upheaval within their ranks. Chu Yun left, utilizing the sect leader's token he had found on Yang Lianting to descend the Blackwood Cliff, disappearing into the night. Chu Yun accompanied the invincible Dongfang as they journeyed along the road and encountered an ox cart. The kind-hearted farmer graciously offered them a ride towards Pingding's Hao. In Chu Yun's recollection, the notorious Su Lao had relocated Blackwood Cliff to the seaside, heralding a resurgence of turmoil. Situated in Hebei, Blackwood Cliff seemed to lack its former grandeur. In the realm of martial arts, science is relegated to the sidelines. Upon reaching the foot of Pingding's Hao, they found the city gates barred. Chu Yun presented the farmer with a banknote, which the farmer initially refused to accept. Only upon seeing Chu Yun draw his sword did he reluctantly accept the payment and hastily depart. Trembling, the farmer scrutinized the banknote under the flickering oil lamp, discovering it to be a substantial sum of 100 taels. He quickly halted his cart, knelt in reverence towards Chu Yun, and expressed his gratitude for the hero's benevolence, which would enable his family to purchase a home and land, thereby leading a life of happiness. After bestowing several banknotes upon the guards at the gate, Chu Yun gained entry into Pingding's Hao. They arrived at an inn that appeared to be part of a national chain, ubiquitous in its presence. The innkeeper, noticing Chu Yun's long sword, unconventional attire, and the woman accompanying him, was drenched in cold sweat from fright. With the rise of bandits during the late Ming dynasty, this individual could very well be a formidable hero. The innkeeper hastily offered his services. Esteemed guests, will you be dining or lodging? Our establishment boasts the finest cuisine and accommodations in Pingding's Hao. I require a room, Chu Yun replied. A top-tier room, please. Certainly. Room number 1 awaits you, esteemed guest. The innkeeper led Chu Yun to his quarters. Chu Yun carefully placed Dongfang on the bed, pondering his next steps. Young innkeeper, please procure several seasonal garments, shoes, hats, and dresses for the lady. I would appreciate your assistance. After handing over a banknote, he added, also, prepare a carriage for tomorrow's journey. Upon seeing the 100 taels, the innkeeper regarded Chu Yun with newfound respect, recognizing him as a genuine hero. Esteemed guest, this sum is more than sufficient for the purchase of a horse and carriage. Acquire both the horse and the carriage, and let the remainder serve as your reward for your diligent service, Chu Yun replied. The innkeeper, filled with gratitude, hurried off to fulfill the request. Dongfang, having lost considerable blood, lay pale and unconscious. Lacking experience and healing potions for treating sword wounds and internal injuries, Chu Yun's mind raced with concerns. He reassured himself that Dongfang, being a master, would naturally employ his internal energy for healing. His worries were perhaps unwarranted. Seated beside the bed, he contemplated that he had already saved Dongfang and altered his fate. Surely, his mission was complete. He hastily inquired of the system, Xuanji, have I fulfilled my task? Why have you not granted me additional life points or returned me home? The system remained silent, and a wave of regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have ended it swiftly. Why did he allow fate to compel him to spare Dongfang? He mused on how he might alter Dongfang's destiny. If only I had been born a daughter. How much simpler it would be. This could be considered the final words of Dongfang Bubi. If I could assist her in realizing this, it might irrevocably alter her destiny. The reward from the system, the Dukudan, could it be intended for this purpose? Is it possible that all of this has been orchestrated by the system? Why does it presume that I will not kill Dongfang Bubi? More so, it is my own insatiable curiosity about her that fuels this notion. Lying on the bed, Dongfang Bubi, though gravely wounded, is not fatally so. The vigorous internal energy circulates throughout her meridians, and indeed, the Sunflower Manual is a treasure of the martial world, enabling her injuries to mend rapidly as she awakens from her stupor. Upon opening her eyes, she is greeted by the splendid mosquito netting and the sight of a strikingly handsome young man with short hair sitting by her bedside, none other than the contemplative Chu Yun. A feeling reminiscent of rebirth washes over her, stirring a myriad of emotions within. She speaks slowly. Master Chu, do you not seek vengeance? While I am still incapacitated, do as you wish. You saved my life on Blackwood Cliff. Now, take it if you desire. Otherwise, once my martial prowess is restored, it would be impossible for you to claim my life. Chu Yun, returning from his thoughts to reality, gazes at Dongfang Bubi, whose lips still bear traces of blood, and is struck by her words, reflecting on her formidable nature. Dongfang Bubi, you struggle to speak, and I, Chu Yun, do not slay the innocent. Ha ha, are you mocking me, Master Chu? Is it undignified for a man to yield so easily? Dongfang Bubi laughs bitterly, a hint of regret flickering in her eyes. No. To me, you presently embody the essence of femininity. I recall overhearing your conversation with Ren Woxing, where you lamented that life as a woman would have been preferable. Indeed, my kindness towards the young lady stems not from her being Ren Woxing's daughter, but from her unparalleled beauty, every smile and gesture captivating my heart. Dongfang Bubi. Should I possess the means to transform you into a woman, would you be willing to relinquish the grievances of the martial world and embrace a life as an ordinary woman? Upon hearing this, Dongfang Bubi's pupils dilate, a glimmer of hope igniting within, only to be swiftly quelled by a wave of despondency. Master Chu, would you deceive me? I have long sought to master the Sunflower Manual, desiring to alter my coarse masculine visage, yet to no avail. I possess a method to transform you into a woman, granting you the form and beauty of a female. Would you be willing to give it a try? Upon hearing this, Dongfang Bubi's eyes shimmer with vibrant colors as she springs up like a coiled spring, exclaiming with fervor, if this is true, do not jest with me. Should my dreams materialize, I would gladly offer the Sunflower Manual in return and henceforth forsake the affairs of the martial world. Chu Yun casts a sharp glance at Dongfang Bubi. You wish for me to become like you? No, Master Chu. I sense you lack martial cultivation. In today's martial realm, possessing any one of the 3 paramount manuals, Shaolin's Yi Jing, the star-absorbing technique, or the Sunflower Manual, would suffice to dominate the martial world. Having heard whispers of the legendary Shaolin Yi Jing, Linghu Chong sought to master this esoteric art to counter the backlash of the star absorption technique. To learn Yi Jing, one must enter the hallowed gates of Shaolin. The star absorption technique, a remnant of the northern Song dynasty's Xianyao sect, is fraught with peril. The Sunflower Scripture, which you have mastered, was penned by a eunuch of a bygone dynasty. It is a lamentable fate that your insatiable desire for power led you to self-castration in pursuit of swordsmanship, an ill-conceived endeavor. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Bubi was taken aback, his countenance revealing astonishment. As he regarded Chu Yun with newfound respect, he realized how limited his own perspective had been. Young hero Chu, with a profound lineage and an intimate knowledge of martial arts secrets, must possess countless tomes of wisdom. How could he possibly covet the incomplete Sunflower Scripture? With a sigh, Dongfang Bubi mused, to cultivate such power, one must wield a blade against oneself. His laughter echoed through the chamber, chilling the air like a wailing ghost. In Chapter 5, Dongfang's past, Dongfang Bubi lamented, you have achieved mastery, yet now you regret your choices. Meanwhile, Yu Buchuan, Lin Pingji, and Zhuo Lingchan continued to pursue the allure of the Sunflower Scripture. Young Master Chu, I harbor no regrets regarding my study of the Sunflower Scripture. It has opened my eyes to a world unlike any other. Dongfang Bubi, with a graceful flick of his wrist, unveiled a thin, aged tome inscribed with the words Sunflower Scripture on its cover. As he turned a page, the phrase to master this skill, one must wield a blade against oneself, was revealed. Tears fell upon the old pages, leaving mottled traces. The unparalleled Dongfang Bubi, a legendary figure, wept openly. Slowly, he rose and laboriously descended from the bed, kneeling before Chu Yun. The young hero was taken aback, for Dongfang Bubi had once been a figure of great excitement, immortalized by Lin Marin's captivating performance. Young hero Chu, I was destined to perish at Blackwood Cliff, yet due to your timely assistance, I have survived to this day. Today, I humbly wish to pledge myself to you, to serve as your disciple. With that, he offered the Sunflower Scripture to Chu Yun. Chu Yun found this moment incredulous. The mightiest Dongfang Bubi kneeling before him was beyond comprehension. It seemed implausible without the intervention of fate. Compelled by curiosity, he accepted the enigmatic tome, recognizing its mysterious nature. However, the notion of practicing the strange Sunflower Scripture was out of the question. Since returning was no longer an option, he contemplated living freely in this world, which could be a joyful endeavor. Having read numerous tales of transformation in novels, he mused that if he could bring the Sunflower Scripture back and sell it to those who transformed or the authors themselves, it could prove a lucrative venture. Curiosity, after all, can lead to perilous outcomes. The records of the martial world reveal that heroes place great value on promises and regard life and death lightly. Witnessing Dongfang Bubi kneel before him, he understood the weight of such an act. A man's knees bow only when bound by a solemn vow. The prospect of accepting Dongfang Bubi as a disciple filled him with a sense of grandeur. To gather the strong and to reign over the world is indeed the dream of every traveler from another realm. Dongfang Bubi, if you sincerely wish to follow me, you must forsake past grievances and embrace a new path. You must vow to cease the senseless slaughter of the innocent. Are you willing? Dongfang Bubi, with heartfelt sincerity, swore an oath, declaring his willingness. Should he break this vow, may heaven and earth cast him aside. Very well, from now on, you shall remain by my side. The moniker Invincible East is rather imposing and does not align with your current state of mind. Do you possess a true name? Upon the subtle indication from Chu Yun, the Invincible East rose and returned to the bedside, lost in reverie. My given name is Dongfang Yu. My parents passed away when I was young. At the age of 11, I met Brother Tong Baixiong, who introduced me to the Sun Moon Holy Cult, teaching me martial arts and guiding me through the realms of the Jianghu. After a moment of contemplation, the Invincible East continued. In my youth, I had fair skin, a slender frame, and striking features, which made me the target of mockery within the sect. Thus, I rose at the break of dawn each day, ceaselessly honing my skills, executing tasks flawlessly, and never once tasting defeat in competitions. Although I could have relied on my looks, I chose to depend on my strength. Indeed, quite remarkable. Upon hearing Chu Yun's words of praise, the Invincible East displayed a proud demeanor, elegantly brushing aside a stray lock of hair with a delicate gesture, exuding an unmistakable allure of femininity. Chu Yun mused that those renowned for their disguises must be akin to this, contemplating how popular the Invincible East would be if transported to his world for live streaming. Yet, how could he return? He continued to listen to the Invincible East narrative. You flatter me, esteemed sir. The cult leader, recognizing my competence, has continuously promoted me from the position of fragrance master to hall master, and eventually to the right envoy of light. I was then elevated to the role of deputy cult leader, with the prospect of becoming the future leader of the Sun Moon Holy Cult within reach. However, due to my youthful exuberance, many elders within the sect harbored resentment. The cult leader, engrossed in martial pursuits, often secluded himself. Rumors began to circulate that I was akin to Chao Mengda, wielding authority over the lords. Chu Yun, well versed in the narrative, understood this context. To be envied is the mark of talent, at such a young age. Occupying a high position inevitably breeds discontent among the older ministers. Why did the cult leader not come forth to clarify your actions? The Invincible East adjusted her posture, striving to embody the grace of femininity. Years ago, after the cult leader's battle with the Five Mountain Sword sect at the Fengshan platform, he returned and has since remained in seclusion. I surmised he had faltered in his cultivation. At that time, a faction within the sect arose to support the cult leader and to cleanse the court. Within the Sun Moon Holy Cult, I too had a following. Akin to Zhao Kuangyin donning the yellow robe, many sought to eliminate dissenters under my name, and I found it agreeable. I recall that mid-autumn night when Miss Ren spoke at a gathering, lamenting the losses of elders over the past years. The cult leader remained silent, his countenance dark and contemplative. All these events were observed by the sect members. One day, upon realizing the cult leader had succumbed to madness, I seized the opportunity to act and imprisoned him beneath West Lake, under the clandestine watch of the Four Friends of May Manor, publicly declaring the cult leader's demise, thus smoothly ascending to the position of the new cult leader. Chu Yun nodded, finding the Invincible East tale consistent with the original narrative, and promptly inquired, at that time, why did you not simply eliminate Ren Woxing? Would it not have prevented the subsequent events? Indeed, a single misstep can lead to total ruin. I did intend to kill Ren Woxing, yet I was inexplicably manipulated, resulting in actions I could barely comprehend. He pondered inwardly, recognizing the influence of Jin Daxia, a stroke of genius. With clarity, he continued to question the Sun Moon Holy Cult, undefeated in battle, with the Invincible East at the helm, embodying both literary and martial virtue, destined to unify the Jianghu for millennia. Who conceived such an idea? Truly a remarkable talent. The thoughts shared are merely the musings of the followers of the Sun and Moon sect, a group abundant in numbers, including many learned scholars. Flattering words, however, are unworthy of the esteemed halls of true nobility. Initially, I found such insincerity distasteful, yet with time, it became a matter of course. Chu Yun nodded, aware that upon Ren Woxing's return as the sect leader, the slogan had transformed into the Sun and Moon sect, with its civil virtue and martial prowess. Blesses the common people. May the holy leader reign for eternity and unify the martial world. Ren Woxing accepted this with pleasure, secretly admiring the adept governance under Dongfang Bubi. With hands clasped behind his back, Chu Yun paced slowly within the room, reciting with eloquence, the sun rises in the east, only I am undefeated. Civil virtue and martial prowess reign supreme. For 1,000 autumns, may the martial world be unified. The Sun and Moon sect's divine power protects the leader. Long live, long live, long live the leader. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Bubi felt a sense of trepidation. Young Master Chu, one must not overstep. A sovereign may bear the title of long life, but the Sun and Moon sect is but a gathering of martial wanderers. Chu Yun, borrowing the slogan from the infamous Su Leiguai, found it imbued with greater vigor. The realms of the martial world and the court have traditionally maintained a respectful distance. I sense your desire to emulate Song Gongming and serve the court. Dongfang Bubi regarded Chu Yun with admiration, noticing the subtle elegance in his words, and unconsciously held him in higher esteem. Without the skin, how can the hair attach? If one finds success in the official realm, how many heroes would wish to indulge in petty thievery? Dongfang Bubi sighed, recognizing that every citizen of the Ming dynasty harbors dreams of the imperial examination. Chu Yun felt a profound understanding of the altruism embodied by the great hero Gua, acknowledging its deep impact on him and fostering a greater empathy toward Dongfang Bubi. After a long drought, the sweet dew arrives. An old friend is met in a foreign land, the night of the wedding. The moment of success in the examinations, such is human nature, and it is to be understood. Young Master Chu, the past is behind us, right or wrong. The strife of the martial world is but a fleeting cloud. I now serve as your humble servant. The grievances of the martial world are no longer my concern. I shall atone for the innocent lives I have taken in the past. Chu Yun continued to stroll, hands behind his back, observing Dongfang Bubi. In the martial realm, one is not free. If you do not kill, you may be killed. Unless you withdraw from the martial world, you still endure the oppression of corrupt officials, which may not be much better than living among the martial crowd. Henceforth, your name shall be Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Bubi rose and bowed deeply, responding, Dongfang Yu shall heed the young master's command. Thank you, young master. Observing the joy radiating from Dongfang Bubi, Chu Yun felt a profound sense of reflection. His hands clasped behind him as he gazed out the window. In this world of shifting fortunes, we emerge as heroes. Once we enter the martial world, time hastens. The great ambitions of emperors are but laughter amidst the drunkenness of life. Chapter 006. The Sunflower Manual. Upon hearing these words, Dongfang Bubi felt as though enlightenment had dawned upon him. The once mighty hero sat in a daze, gazing at Chu Yun, realizing that this was indeed a reflection of his own life. In retrospect, life is but a fleeting dream. Forgive me, Su Leaguai, for lacking my own words. I beg your pardon for the borrowed phrases. Chu Yun, witnessing Dongfang Bubi's dazed expression, came to a profound realization. All the grandiosity in life ultimately culminates in death. Having amassed hundreds of billions through investments, he found himself on the brink of death, realizing the capricious nature of existence. Chu Yun produced a precious pill, hoping it would enable Dongfang Bubi to fulfill his dreams. Dongfang Yu, consume this elixir. Dongfang Bubi concentrated, his mind clear, gazing at the pill offered by Chu Yun. A look of perplexity crossing his face. My lord, I am the foremost martial artist in the world, the leader of my sect. And my promises are worth their weight in gold. How can you use a pill to control your? Chu Yun understood that Dongfang Bubi was apprehensive, fearing that this elixir might be akin to the three corpses brain pill of the Sun Moon Holy Cult, which could manipulate one's nature, leading to death without an antidote. Dongfang Yu, rest assured, this exquisite pill is a miraculous concoction crafted by my master, possessing the power to seize fortune and transform yin and yang. After consumption, your dreams will surely materialize. Seeing Chu Yun's unwavering confidence, Dongfang Bubi, without further doubt, accepted the pill and ingested it. He immediately felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and sleepiness began to envelop him. Chu Yun also eagerly anticipated the effects of the elixir, for he had never encountered such a miraculous item. If he could traverse realms, then anything was possible. He looked at the slumbering Dongfang Bubi, hoping for a favorable outcome, praying that a monstrous Godzilla would not emerge, and he deftly adjusted the mosquito net. Beneath the flickering oil lamp, he adjusted the wick and opened the sunflower scripture, savoring its contents. General principles. To practice divine skills, one must wield a blade and self-castrate. Complemented by elixirs, one cultivates both internally and externally. The heavens can be reversed. Yin and yang can be transformed, humans can birth life, and all things flourish. To cultivate this skill, one must first nurture the heart. A heart free of distractions can succeed, otherwise, it may endanger one's life. Breath cultivation. To practice divine skills, one must wield a blade and self-castrate. Those who do not self-castrate will find their internal energy gathering, akin to fire consuming the body, leading to light bleeding or complete devastation. After self-castration, one must cultivate breath, opening the Ren and Du meridians and the three gates, to circulate the small and large heavenly cycles, absorbing energy into the dantian and dispersing it through the meridians. After years of practice, one can attain the transformative state, achieving profound understanding, exuding vigorous energy, and converting breath into blades, capable of wielding the forces of nature against foes. With internal power perfected, one moves like thunder and appears as a specter. The initiation of techniques is delicate, like plucking a flower, rendering defenses futile. Sword practice. The sunflower sword technique originates from inner strength, anticipating the enemy's moves, still as a maiden, swift as a cunning hare, striking with the force of thunder, rapid as lightning. The method of defense lies in deflection, considering all 8 directions, surveying one's surroundings, thus achieving completeness, resulting in 72 paths of defense. The method of attack, following deflection, strikes with thunderous force, leaving the enemy defenseless, which is the path to victory. The transition between offense and defense relies on swiftness. Seizing the initiative over the enemy depends on discernment. Mastery of sword techniques requires breath cultivation. One must first possess energy to conquer the foe, otherwise, the swordplay is akin to a tree without roots, a mirage in water. Elixirs. Elixirs are auxiliary substances, combining kudzu root, angelica, papaya, fish mint, dried tangerine peel, and motherwort. Consumed daily with soybean milk. This nourishes the yin energy and suppresses the masculine desires. Maintenance divine maiden powder, composed of asarum, ephedra, astragalus, white atractylodes, yam, magnolia flower, chuanqiu. White angelica, snake gourd, and wood blue skin, combined with rendered pork fat, can be applied as an aloe vera mask to nourish the complexion. Prohibitions: abstain from the allure of women. Do not think or dwell upon such matters, for otherwise, one's power will significantly diminish, or life may be endangered. He carefully examined the sunflower scripture, reflecting on how the evil-repelling sword technique also originated from the 72 paths outlined within. The swordplay of the Fuwei escort agency was rather sparse and ordinary, presumably lacking in the cultivation of energy, which explained why Lin Yuantian forbade the descendants of the Lin family from training in it. The first section delved into the necessity of self-castration for sword cultivation, elucidating the perils of neglecting this practice. The second section addressed the origins of the 72 paths of the evil-repelling sword technique belonging to the Lin family of the Fuwei escort agency. The secret of the sunflower scripture emphasized first the cultivation of energy, followed by the refinement of swordsmanship, embodying the essence of the Huashan sword technique. It was no wonder that Ye Xuan, possessing the skills of the purple mist divine art, reached his zenith after undergoing self-castration. While Lin Pingji only achieved mastery in sword techniques, Chu Yun discerned the secret of the sunflower scripture. In the realm of martial arts, speed is invincible. As he leafed through the later sections, he encountered a chapter on elixirs and several secret methods, only to find them filled with ingredients that stimulated feminine hormones and methods of maintenance, which utterly diminished his interest. The booklet contained numerous red seals, insights on martial arts, and beautifully inscribed small characters, evoking images of gentle Jiangnan maidens playfully wielding their brushes. It was difficult to fathom that behind this facade lay the formidable Dongfang Bubi. With a chuckle, Chu Yun set aside the sunflower scripture, leaning against the headboard as drowsiness overtook him. Within the mosquito net, a young girl had been resting on the bed for some time. Upon seeing the man outside neatly stow the book, she breathed a sigh of relief. Her mind was flooded with countless memories regarding Dongfang Bubi, while her own recollections were significantly fragmented. Had she traversed into another world? Why did her mind contain the memories of another? She recalled her name was Dongfang Yu, yet she was uncertain of her origins. In this world, Dongfang Bubi was also named Dongfang Yu, who had consumed the elixir given by Chu Yun, claiming it could transform her into a woman. Chu Yun's visage was strikingly familiar, resembling her beloved. Gradually, she began to comprehend everything, including the martial arts of this world, particularly the remarkable skill of flying needles. Her own techniques had vanished without a trace. She touched her face and hands, feeling as though she was still her former self. Awaiting dawn to inspect her reflection in the mirror would reveal whether she had soul traversed or simply crossed over. She moved her limbs, feeling no hindrance. Vaguely recalling her fall from a cliff, she resolved to feign being Dongfang Bubi, to assess the situation before making any further decisions. In the depths of slumber, Chu Yun was roused by a melodious voice. "Young master, Yu'er is covered in filth. Please summon someone to prepare for my bath, as Yu'er wishes to cleanse and change." Chu Yun awoke, confirming that this enchanting voice emanated from within the mosquito net. The miraculous transformation of the peach blossom truly was astounding. Would she genuinely become Miss Dongfang? Chu Yun felt a twinge of curiosity. Resisting his inquisitive nature, he stepped outside, greeted by the brightening day, and called for the innkeeper to prepare bathing supplies. The innkeeper had already brought the luxurious garments he had purchased, including a lady's flowing robe. Chu Yun set aside a set of emerald green attire within the room. Although Pingding Prefecture was not a bustling metropolis of the Ming dynasty, its antiquated architecture and the wholesome diversity of its populace captivated Chu Yun, making him realize that even the ancient film set of Hengdian paled in comparison. As he strolled through the streets and alleys, his appearance drew the attention of passers-by. Yet the simple and courteous citizens of the Ming dynasty welcomed him warmly. Before long, he had acquired a substantial assortment of snacks and breakfast treats. In the guest room, Dongfang Yu found herself in a state of internal conflict. After gazing into the mirror and confirming that she had traversed through time following her fall, she realized that the notorious Dongfang Bubi had instead crossed into another realm. The bed bore remnants of Dongfang Bubi's blood, and beside her lay a bundle, presumably brought along during her passage, containing a modest red and white attire, which she reluctantly donned. Displeased with the stained sheets, she summoned the innkeeper to replace them, discarding the unsightly remnants. The innkeeper instructed a maid to fill a wooden bathtub with warm water. Anticipation surged within her at the thought of meeting young Master Chu, igniting a flutter of excitement in her heart. When Chu Yun returned to the room and pushed open the door, a delicate fragrance enveloped him. He beheld a woman clad in white beneath a fitted waist, her curves enchanting, draped in a flowing red silk, her long, inky hair cascading gracefully to her knees. Her exquisite features bore no resemblance to Dongfang Bubi, leaving him astounded by the miraculous effects of the elixir. It was simply beyond belief. Upon noticing Chu Yun's entrance, the woman immediately bowed with joy, tears of happiness welling in her eyes. A shock coursed through her. It was indeed him, the young Master Chu she had long sought but never attained, now standing before her. Was this a divine opportunity bestowed upon her? In this world, she would undoubtedly evade his grasp, she thought with a smirk. Thank you, benefactor, for this second chance. Please allow me to bow to you, she said. Chu Yun gazed at Dongfang Yu in astonishment, realizing the miraculous potential of the elixir. If it could be mass-produced, it would surely find a market in South Korea and Thailand, attracting numerous male stars from the Celestial Empire. He reached out to assist Dongfang Yu, scrutinizing her as one might appreciate a work of art. Her bright eyes and radiant smile, fair skin, and enviable figure were utterly flawless. Your attire is quite beautiful. What has become of the emerald dress I prepared for you? He inquired. Yuer's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of concern crossing her mind. Had she revealed too much? A moment later, her eyes sparkled with playful allure. Young master, do you not find me beautiful as I am? Indeed, it is astonishing what nature has wrought, he replied. Dongfang Yu rose, her eyes glimmering with spring-like vitality, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and a shy, sweet smile adorning her face. She resolved that for this lifetime, she would embody the persona of Dongfang Bubi as perceived by Chu Yun. In the next chapter, the captivating beauty of Dongfang Yu was further unveiled as her delicate fingers brushed against her flawless skin, a hint of crimson adorning her cheeks as she gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Young master, your compliments are overly generous. All that I am is a gift from you. Chu Yun, still captivated by this enchanting beauty, posed a rather unromantic question. Have you truly embraced your womanhood? Her eyes sparkled with mischief, radiant light dancing within them as she reveled in her triumph. Did he still perceive her as androgynous? Young master, I am utterly satisfied with this form. At this moment, my spirit mirrors that of a youthful jade, full of life. From now on, please call me Yor. I wish to start anew. In the recesses of Dongfang Yu's memory, apart from the recollection of Dongfang Bubi, the only other figure that lingered was Chu Yun, accompanied by a tinge of unattainable longing and the fleeting moment of a fall from grace. Chu Yun lamented, the system indeed does not deceive. Dongfang Bubi has truly transformed into a woman, a rare beauty of the world. His expression was one of astonishment, as he mused that her visage could rival that of Ren Yingying, although he had not clearly discerned Ren Yingying's true appearance. As the darkness of Haimu Cliff obscured his view, he recalled the elder's description of her as luminous and fair, with long eyelashes, something he intended to verify in the future. Yuer, can your sunflower scripture's prowess be summoned? My lord, after taking the elixir you bestowed, Yuer's skin has been reborn, and her essence transformed. Her strength remains undiminished. With Yuer to safeguard you, my lord shall undoubtedly thrive through the ages and unify the martial world. Dongfang Yu, aware of her own slip of the tongue, playfully stuck out her delicate tongue and bowed her head in silence. Chu Yun, observing the petite demeanor of Dongfang Yu, found it impossible to harbor any anger. Dongfang Bubi, having been inundated with the flattery of subordinates, had merely stumbled over her words in an attempt to pay compliments. Yuer, I intend to lead you away from this blood-soaked realm of martial arts, to become a virtuous and noble lady of the household. Henceforth, do not dwell on the ambitions of eternal supremacy and unification of the martial world. Forgive my indiscretion, my lord. Wherever there are people, there exists a martial world. Humanity embodies the essence of the martial world. How can we possibly escape it? Chu Yun was taken aback. Was this not a line from the film featuring Dongfang Bubi? How could this incarnation of Dongfang Bubi echo such sentiments? Life is indeed a martial world, woven into the fabric of existence. Seated upon the freshly laundered sheets, Dongfang Bubi practiced her breathing exercises. Noticing the sheets appeared as pristine as new in the absence of Dongfang Bubi's bloodstained garments, Chu Yun felt a ripple of suspicion. Yuer, has anyone visited? Not at all. Yuer has remained indoors, bathing and changing. I had just completed my bath when you returned. Descending from the bed, her silky long hair cascading down her back, loosely tied with a silk cloth, her bright, expressive eyes gazed at Chu Yun. My lord, do you doubt the efficacy of your elixir? I suspect you may not be Dongfang Bubi. Who are you? I am Dongfang Yu, created by you. Why do you harbor doubts about me? Why do you not don the emerald dress I provided? Who replaced the bedding? And where are Dongfang Bubi's garments and the remnants of her essence? My lord, after my bath, I summoned a servant to change the bedding and discarded the soiled clothing. I prepared warm water, intending to attend to you upon your return, yet I did not anticipate your suspicions. Dongfang Yu's voice quivered with a sorrowful undertone. evoking a sense of pity in Chu Yun. He realized he had been overly suspicious and felt a wave of remorse. I apologize, Yuer. It is my unfounded doubts. The martial world is fraught with peril. Please do not hold it against me. Do not weep. Is it not permissible for me to bathe? Chu Yun reclined against the edge of the wooden tub, succumbing to a comfortable drowsiness, only to be suddenly awakened by a surge of energy filling his dantian. With a jolt, he opened his eyes and turned to Dongfang Yu, who sat with her eyes firmly shut, a finger pressed to a vital point on her body, her vital energy streaming into his dantian. Dongfang Yu, what are you doing? A sheen of sweat beaded on her forehead as she parted her lips slightly. Young master, Yuer imparts her skills to you. You now possess half of my power. Even if you are not the world's greatest, you are certainly among the elite. In your future ventures through the martial realm, success will be assured. Yet, I cannot fathom why I am bestowing my abilities upon Chu Yun. It feels as if some unseen force is orchestrating this, reminiscent of the infamous Dongfang Booby attempting to manipulate my consciousness. Yuer, your technique is profoundly gentle. Do you wish to transform me into a reflection of your former self? As Dongfang Yuer ceased her transmission of power and began to regulate her breath, Chu Yun's remarks caused her inner energy to become unstable, resulting in a spurt of blood. Young master, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. The essence of my energy knows no distinction between yin and yang. It is the body that delineates such boundaries. My true energy poses no threat to you. Observing Dongfang Yuer resemble a remorseful child, blinking innocently with her lips pursed and delicate hands fidgeting at her chest, Chu Yun's tone softened. Yuer, there's no need for such apprehension. You have yet to witness my divine prowess. How can you presume to know that I require your entire lifetime of cultivation? A martial artist must practice martial arts, not just techniques. Otherwise, all efforts will be in vain. Lacking inner strength, one can only be deemed a mere fighter, unable to grasp the profound mysteries of martial arts. I have already opened your meridians. Henceforth, your training will be effortless. Chu Yun acknowledged the validity of Yuer's words. After all, he lacked foundational techniques. Might the inner power bestowed upon me by the system be a result of Dongfang Yuer's importation? Whether it is harmful remains to be discovered in due course. Yuer, prepare yourself. I need to change. Dongfang Yuer rose and fetched garments, using a large towel to dry Chu Yun's body. After consuming a foundational elixir and receiving Yuer's transmission, his physique had become more robust and well-proportioned, resembling that of a model. As he donned the towel, he noticed Yuer crouching. A chilling sensation accompanied by a warm embrace startled Chu Yun. What are you doing, Yu? Is this truly necessary? Ding, system notification. Congratulations, host. You have garnered the favor of the goddess. Vitality restored for 1 day. Ding, system notification. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward, 1 spirit transformation pill. Dongfang Yuer knelt on the ground, tears welling in her eyes. Do you find me undesirable, young master? I am blessed with beauty, and I wish for your compassion. Everything I possess from this moment forth will belong solely to you. Please cherish me. Reflecting on her earlier actions, she felt an overwhelming wave of shyness. How could I have acted thus? Was it the influence of Dongfang Booby? Such audacity. However, this incident assures me that the young master will not abandon me. A flicker of delight ignited within her. Is this what the affairs between men and women truly entail? Chu Yun gazed at the enchanting Dongfang Yuer, yet a sense of unease lingered in his heart, leaving him troubled. Mysteries, what constitutes the completion of this task? Dongfang Booby has reformed, forsaking her misdeeds and transforming into a beautiful maiden. Her fate has irrevocably changed. When shall I be taken from this world? The system remained silent. Yuer rose to dress Chu Yun in an exquisite Ming Dynasty hanfu. The process proved rather cumbersome, yet once adorned, Chu Yun appeared as a paragon of elegance and grace. After Yuer meticulously arranged Chu Yun's attire, she gazed upon his handsome visage with a sense of clandestine delight. My lord, I shall serve you diligently from now on, and I hope you will not forsake me. Yuer, you must not think thus. You have undergone a profound transformation and must aspire to grander ideals, rather than indulge in matters of the heart. However, Yuer remained undeterred, believing that their bond had solidified, and that she was destined to be his. Having realized part of her dream, she resolved to embrace her identity as Dongfang Yuer, convinced that in time, Chu Yun would accept her. My lord, Confucius once said, food and love are inherent to our nature. As a woman, I am meant to serve you and repay the grace you have bestowed upon me. There are myriad ways to express gratitude. Why have you chosen this path? Chu Yun inquired. Yuer felt that being with him represented the utmost happiness. My lord, grant me some time. I am, after all, a man of honor and do not possess an inclination towards such affections. My lord, I am now a beautiful maiden. You may test my resolve. In both body and spirit, I have become a woman. Should you truly find me unworthy, I shall retreat to a distant land. concealing my identity and never to tread this world again. Yue mused. He is still a virgin. We are meant to be together. I wonder what year or month it will be when he finally accepts me. I shall retreat to advance. I cannot believe he would let go of such a beauty. Yet, her heart ached knowing her lotus flower was untouchable, as if a mistake had been made in her arrival. Chu Yun observed Yue's resolute words and recognized her as a formidable figure. If he allowed her to leave, he would become a wraith of this era. Unable to fulfill his mission, destined to become a mere shadow in the world of the smiling, proud wanderer. Yue, grant me some time. I saved you and shall take responsibility for you. I will not abandon you lightly. You had Yang Lianting before, and perhaps in the future, you will encounter a man who captures your heart. Yue's heart brimmed with joy. Would the Chu Yun of this world be enchanted by her beauty? In her own realm. Why did he not even cast a glance her way? She responded in line with Dongfang Bubi's philosophy. My lord, I know you look down upon me. Perhaps even disdain me. Although Lion Brother treats me well, I have never allowed him to touch me. I grant him power, and in return, he brings me various trinkets that delight a woman's heart, ensnaring me in their allure. Chapter 008. The Ambush from All Sides. Chu Yun, familiar with the original tale, recalled that after Dongfang Bubi mastered his formidable skills, he eliminated his 7 wives. However, the details regarding Dongfang Bubi and Yang Lianting remained ambiguous, leaving much to speculation. Thus, he continued to weave his narrative. Yet in the vast Sun and Moon holy cult, only Lion Brother supported and encouraged him, arranging everything for him. You have seen my boudoir. It is resplendent and opulent. In moments of ennui, I learned the art of embroidery and mastered the exquisite skill of the flying needle. Chu Yun nodded, realizing how Dongfang Bubi had honed such extraordinary talents. Dongfang Yu continued to delve into her memories, organizing her thoughts as she pondered how to make Chu Yun perceive her as a genuine woman. The androgynous Dongfang Bubi was truly a source of turmoil. Why had she chosen to exchange her fate with her? Where had she gone? I knew Ren Woxing spoke the truth. Yang Lianting had numerous women outside, and each time he visited me, he would bestow upon me various cosmetics, merely in an attempt to mask his evidence of indulgence in the tender embraces of others. What did that have to do with me? Once, Yang Lianting reported to me his intention to eradicate the elders of the sect, and I hesitated. On that day, he introduced a man who bore a striking resemblance to me, thus creating my doppelganger. From that moment on, I withdrew from the world, relinquishing the burdensome duties of leadership, and Yang Lianting's visits became increasingly rare. This afforded me ample time to hone my skills, and eventually, I transcended the limits of the Sunflower Manual, mastering the true essence of it. Out of fear of mockery from my wives and concubines due to my self-castration, I took the drastic step of eliminating 7 of them, living daily in a melancholic reflection of autumn and spring. Every encounter with Miss Ren, with her exquisite beauty, left me feeling utterly inadequate. In her gaze, I perceived mockery and disdain. I bore her no ill will. I merely lamented the cruel hand of fate. Yang Lianting met his just end. He had merely exploited me, wielding my power as a weapon for his own gain. At this juncture, tears brimmed in Dongfang Yu's eyes, soon cascading forth like a breached dam, evoking deep sympathy. Chu Yun gazed at the pitiable yet enchanting beauty and inwardly cursed. Xuanji, why must you render her so breathtaking? So captivating? Ding. Host, do not doubt the system. She is Dongfang Bubi. She is your mission. Only by completing the task can you return to the primary world. I am aware of that. How can I return? Could you provide a hint? The system declined. Chu Yun felt a sense of helplessness, realizing the system possessed not a shred of humanity, not a single hint. Xianlin, Snow Country, ZY, Nirvana. These are the clues I can discern, perhaps also your mission. Xuanji, I have never encountered such a wretched system. It lacks clarity. Are you leading me to my demise? Why must I be so unfortunate? The system emitted a beeping sound, likely frozen. Alas, I could only strive to survive alongside Dongfang Yu in the smiling, proud wanderer. Noticing Chu Yun's discontent, Dongfang Yu assumed he was saddened by her plight and felt a surge of gratitude. She stepped forward and leaped into his embrace, akin to a solitary boat at sea spotting a distant lighthouse. Inwardly, she welcomed him. I found you, my lord. Everything I wish to do for you is a first in my life. Please take heed of me. Chu Yun, enveloped in her tender affection, permitted her to hold him. Since there was no shortcut back, they would traverse the martial world together with grace. Gently patting her back and caressing her silky hair, he sought to soothe her wounded spirit. The present Dongfang Yu was no longer the universally reviled Dongfang Bubi. After a considerable time, Dongfang Yu's sobs ceased. She wept for her past, gazing up at the familiar yet unfamiliar man before her, feeling as if she had been granted a new lease on life. Yue, let us dine. The delicacies have grown cold. Dongfang Yue gently extricated herself from Chu Yun's embrace, her gaze fixed upon the table laden with food, her heart brimming with emotion as tears glistened in her eyes. She savored the breakfast delicacies, casting glances at the man beside her, relishing what she deemed the most exquisite morning meal in existence. Ding! The system notification chimed. You have captured the goddess's heart, granting you 1 day's worth of life. Chu Yun mused, realizing how effortlessly one could acquire vitality. It appeared that departing from this world was the true challenge. Despite the system's malfunction, the points system remained remarkably resilient. Indeed, even in these times, managing a system was no trivial endeavor. After satisfying her hunger, Dongfang Yuer produced a silk handkerchief to dab her mouth and patted her abdomen, appreciating the delightful flavors of the meal. Young master, shall we stroll through the market? I have only visited Pingding Prefecture a few times, always under the cover of night. Now, to wander freely in the daylight is a dream come true for me. Chu Yun, too, harbored a desire to explore the bustling streets of the Ming dynasty, and he nodded in agreement. Joyous, Dongfang Yuer leaped with delight. The morning market had passed, and the streets were not overly crowded. Many shops had already opened. When they arrived at a ready-made clothing store, Dongfang Yuer halted, captivated by the garments on display. In the fitting room, she tried on various outfits, each one enchanting her more than the last. She gazed eagerly at Chu Yun, silently pleading for his approval. Next door was a beauty salon, dedicated to enhancing women's appearances, a testament to the flourishing commerce of the Ming era, where even barbershops had evolved into thriving establishments. Compared to the Qing dynasty, which relied on a single barber to address the hairstyling needs of all men, this was indeed a time of advancement. Dongfang Yuer styled her hair into an elegant bun, adorned with golden hairpins and dangling pearl earrings. She draped herself in jewels, her delicate eyebrows and slightly tinted lips rendering her a vision of unparalleled beauty before Chu Yun. Particularly striking was the sheer satin fabric that hinted at her slender legs. Drawing the eye irresistibly, Chu Yun approached the bronze mirror, capturing a shared moment, noticing how his own hair seemed to have grown longer. In the reflection, he observed her profile. Yuer, do you find me beautiful? Indeed, you could grace the capital as a princess. With your beauty, even the queen would pale in comparison. Should you not find me wanting? Satisfied with her appearance, Dongfang Yuer let her knee-length hair cascade down her back, accentuating her tall, slender figure. She selected a conical hat, edged with delicate gauze, placing it atop her head without disturbing her coiffure, her features only partially visible. Young master, is this acceptable? My beauty is for your eyes alone. Do you admire it? Before the grand bronze mirror, Dongfang Yuer repeatedly admired herself, feeling fulfilled, wishing for nothing beyond this moment. Chu Yun paid with a banknote, receiving some change for unforeseen circumstances. A woman adorned with a hat and a man sporting a closely cropped hairstyle appeared rather peculiar, drawing the attention of passers-by. As they exited the beauty salon, Chu Yun and Dongfang Yuer walked side by side, her small hand clasping his larger one, strolling contentedly. For Dongfang Yuer, every moment was a novel experience. She could finally breathe freely alongside her young master in the midst of the bustling crowd. Alas, poor Dongfang Bubi, confined to the solitude of her chamber on Blackwood Cliff, was trapped in a gilded cage. Consider the absurdity of the situation. What distinguishes the laughter from the confinement of Ren Woxing beneath West Lake? Dongfang Yu reflects. And it is indeed pitiable to witness the plight of this invincible Dongfang. Thus, I shall assist her in fulfilling her dreams, allowing her to traverse this opulent world, especially since I have my beloved, Lord Chu, by my side. Be cautious, my lord, Dongfang Yu exclaimed as she withdrew her hand from Chu Yun's grasp, revealing several slender embroidery needles in her possession, while a small pouch at her waist appeared quite full. Chu Yun, gripping the hilt of his sword, surveyed their surroundings. At either end of the street, they were already besieged by cloaked figures, and archers atop the rooftops formed a deadly encirclement. Chu Yun signaled to Dongfang Yu, urging her to refrain from engaging in combat. Chu Yun, you conspire with the fiend, Dongfang Bubi, to imprison our leader, Ren Woxing. The villain Dongfang Bubi has already met her fate. Those who possess any sense should voluntarily proceed to Haimo Cliff to accept their punishment, one of the assailants proclaimed. Chu Yun recognized the speaker as Shengwan Yun, the one who had previously carried the unconscious Dongfang Bubi into her chamber. Shengwan Yun, yesterday you swore allegiance to Dongfang Bubi as your leader, yet today you have switched sides to become Ren Woxing's lackey. What audacity you possess to misbehave here as a treacherous turncoat. Those who recognize the shifting tides are truly wise. I once succumbed to the tyrannical influence of the old scoundrel Dongfang, committing numerous transgressions against the holy cult. Fortunately, our leader Ren bears no grudges and has entrusted me with significant responsibilities. May Ren Woxing reign for eternity and unify the martial world, Shengwan Yun continued, his voice echoing loudly. As soon as Shengwan Yun finished speaking, the gathered followers of the cult raised their voices in unison. Long live the holy cult. May the martial world be united under the benevolent reign of our leader for eternity. The fervor was so tremendous that it shook the very earth. And Ren Woxing had amassed a considerable following. Some passing officials, witnessing the commotion, had long since retreated in fear. Absurd, ludicrous. How could a mere bandit claim to reign eternally over the martial world? Such deceptive rhetoric is nothing short of farcical. Chu Yun bent over in laughter, simultaneously assessing the enemy's movements. Amidst the crowd, a voice suddenly shouted, "This person insults our holy leader. Let us slay these two wretches." The archers on the rooftops had already drawn their bows taut. Whoosh! Several arrows flew towards Chu Yun and Dongfang Yu. Chu Yun deftly unsheathed his sword, its blade dancing through the air, causing the arrows to plummet to the ground, each one splitting in two at the point of impact. Dongfang Yu, skillfully twisting her hand into a flower-like shape, flicked her middle finger, sending the delicate needles soaring towards the rooftops. In their wake, several archers tumbled into the street below. A few flying needles pierced through the thick tiles, striking the archers hidden behind the walls. Dongfang Yu was astonished to discover that she had inherited all the martial prowess of Dongfang Bubi and could wield it with ease. A sense of joy bubbled within her. She would no longer need to fear bullying and could stand shoulder to shoulder with Chu Yun in battle. Ding! System notification. Dongfang Yu has killed one enemy. Health decreased by 0. 5 days. Ding! System notification. Dongfang Yu has killed one enemy. Health decreased by 0. 5 days. Ding! System notification. Dongfang Yu has killed one enemy. Health decreased by 0. 5 days. Chu Yun was immediately exasperated. Does the system truly function in such a deceitful manner? It never mentioned that killing enemies would lead to a reduction in health. Before he could voice his grievances against the system, the followers of the cult were already charging towards them from either side of the street. Chu Yun understood that in such circumstances, reasoning was futile. The sword in his hand represented the only truth. He shielded Dongfang Yu behind him and whispered, "Yu, you must refrain from taking lives. It is time for you to start anew. I cannot bear to see Dongfang Bubi return to the world." Upon hearing Chu Yun's earnest words, Dongfang Yu felt a warmth in her heart, pondering if this was the sensation of being cherished by another. She resolved to refrain from actions that would displease him. After a moment's thought, she lightly sprang onto the rooftop, scanning for potential ambushes. She mused to herself that as long as she did not kill, but merely incapacitated her foes, perhaps by severing their limbs, she was not truly committing murder, and she couldn't help but admire her cleverness. Perched on the rooftop, she played with a strand of her hair, swinging her feet as she observed the chaos in the streets below. Chu Yun, with sword in hand, navigated through the throng. Witnessing severed limbs flying through the air, the cacophony of anguished cries, and the streets stained crimson with blood, he fought with fervor, as the system continuously chimed notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating an antagonist. You have gained 0.2 life points. The notifications persisted, but Chu Yun paid them no mind, lost in a frenzy of slaughter. The pent-up rage within him demanding release through bloodshed. By the time the dark-clad minions had been nearly exterminated, the remaining henchmen fled in terror, their spirits shattered. Chu Yun wiped his sword clean on a fallen body, sheathing it with a sense of finality. Such was the nature of killing. One trembles at the first, yet finds exhilaration in the many. Dongfang Yu, with a delicate leap from the rooftop, descended gracefully, her skirt billowing like that of a celestial being, silently landing beside Chu Yun. "Master, your prowess is astonishing. I could scarcely discern your swordplay, which seems even swifter than my flying needles." This was the first time Chu Yun had executed the Sanqiong sword technique, and he was surprised by its effectiveness, though he understood it was due to the weakness of his opponents. Casting a glance at the enchanting Dongfang Yu, he thought to himself, "She even encourages men. What a pity." He sighed inwardly. Observing the tightly shut doors lining the streets, devoid of any living soul, Chu Yun shrugged with a resigned smile. Driven to this, if I do not slay them, they will surely slay me. My dear, this is the world of martial arts. One is often at the mercy of circumstances. The martial world is drenched in blood, and my shoes are soaked. I must hurry to cleanse myself. Master, Yu truly wishes to serve you. Please do not shy away from me. I possess many talents. You are quite the mischievous girl, he replied. Master, you've struck my head rather hard. Please spare me. Their voices gradually faded into the lively marketplace. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the alley, a man and woman stood poised with their swords. The woman's skin appeared almost translucent, with a faint rosy hue, emanating an ethereal aura. The man, with a square face, sharp eyebrows, and thin lips, bore a long sword on his shoulder and a wine flask at his waist. Chonggu, have you discerned the nature of Chu Yun's swordplay? While I am well versed in the techniques of the 5 Mountain Sword Sect and the 10 Elders of Haimu Cliff, I have not detected any similarities in Chu Yun's approach. The martial world is vast, filled with endless wonders. Chu Yun is a person of ruthless disposition, known for his decisive actions. Will he become the next Dongfang Bubi? Brother Chong, Should we alert the various sects to keep an eye on him? Ying, I shall return to Hongshan immediately and ensure that all are on high alert. By the way, the woman who left with Chu Yun earlier, is she Dongfang Bubi? From her physique, she does not resemble Dongfang Bubi. This lady possesses a graceful figure and appears to be of a similar age to Ying, likely Chu Yun's companion. She wears a wide-brimmed hat and a veil that obscures her face, reminiscent of the holy matron of Green Bamboo Lane, my grandmother. Ren Ying's cheeks flushed with color as she leaned against Linghu Chong's shoulder, reminiscing about the past. Brother Chong, please be cautious on your journey. I fear my father may wish you harm. Within the divine teachings, the intrigues are as perilous as those orchestrated by Dongfang Bubi. The impostor posing as Dongfang Bubi has already become a scapegoat. It is unlikely this charade will last long. Linghu Chong gently clasped Ren Ying's hand in reassurance. Ying, there is no need for excessive concern. With the unparalleled abilities of our esteemed leader, he should be able to suppress the factions within the sect. A significant purge is surely on the horizon. After speaking, Linghu Chong gazed into the distance, worry etched upon his face. With one Dongfang Bubi gone, there are many more on the rise. Ying, shall we not retreat from this tumultuous world? The endless strife of the Jianghu has become tiresome. Life is intertwined with the Jianghu. Where can we truly find seclusion? Besides, your wounds have yet to heal. I will plead with my father to teach you the method to counter the star-absorbing technique. The leader has already hinted that by joining the Sun-Moon Divine cult, I would be taught the countering method. You know I am a free spirit and not fond of joining factions. Moreover, Brother Chong, I am aware that the Sun-Moon Divine cult is regarded as a nefarious path within the Jianghu. If you so desire, we might transform it into a righteous sect that benefits the populace. Ying, such aspirations feel distant. I have always believed that the sects of the Jianghu engage in trivial squabbles. The great hero Guijing of the previous dynasty fought for the nation and its people. The lowly servants of the East have endangered the Ming dynasty. We, as practitioners of the Jianghu, must unite and pursue meaningful endeavors. Brother Chong, the Jianghu and the court are entirely different matters. Lu Jingfeng of Hongshan washed his hands of worldly affairs, thinking that by receiving the court's favor, he could ensure his family's safety. Yet, what was the outcome? He fell victim to Zhuo Lengchan's treachery. Linghu Chong removed the wine flask from his waist and took a hearty swig. There is more joy in toasting than in seeking revenge. With this parting, I know not when we shall again hear the melodies of the proud wanderer. Ren Ying, with tears in her eyes, reluctantly watched as Linghu Chong rode away. At Haimu Cliff, in a secret chamber, Chu Yun knelt on the ground, fervently proclaiming, the Sun-Moon Divine cult, with its cultural and martial virtues, shall benefit the people for eternity under the leadership of the revered Master Ren, uniting the Jianghu. Chapter 010, The Art of Embroidery. Ren Woxing, after listening to this lengthy praise, turned his gaze toward Chu Yun. Chu Yun, have you discovered the whereabouts of Chu Yun and Dongfang Bubi? Chu Yun, trembling with fear, prostrated and dared not lift his head to meet Ren Woxing's gaze, pondering to himself, another Dongfang Bubi. My subordinate has found traces of Chu Yun in Pingding Prefecture, and he is accompanied by a young woman, who is certainly not Dongfang Bubi. The subordinate initially intended to capture him, yet to his astonishment, Chu Yun's martial prowess proved formidable, resulting in the complete annihilation of his dispatched brethren, leaving behind severed limbs and rivers of blood. The subordinate refrained from perishing alongside Chu Yun solely to convey vital information to the sect leader. Chu Yun's voice trembled with emotion as Ren Woxing sighed deeply. With Dongfang Bubi gravely injured and beyond the reach of divine intervention, it is presumed he has met his demise. Chu Yun, daring to slay my disciples, you shall disseminate the word that this fiend seeks to ally with the demonic sect, plotting the destruction of Wudong first, followed by Shaolin, aiming for dominion over the martial world. Let them engage in mutual destruction. Ren Woxing bellowed as he departed the secret chamber, leaving Chu Yun drenched in cold sweat. Ren Ying returned to Blackwood Cliff, standing by the window, gazing towards the northwestern direction of Hongshan, her heart tethered to Linghu Chong. Ren Woxing knocked and entered Ren Ying's chamber, observing her despondency. Ying, Linghu Chong's decision to release Chu Yun and Dongfang Bubi was a grave error. He shall undoubtedly regret it in time. Given your deep affection for him, would it not be reasonable for him to join the Sun and Moon Holy Cult? His abrupt departure is utterly unreasonable. Ren Ying approached her father, tugging at his sleeve. Father, do not blame Chonggu. He is accustomed to freedom, and the Sun and Moon Holy Cult is not suited for him. With me by his side, he shall not oppose the sect, which is a good thing, is it not? Sighing, Ren Woxing lamented. Linghu Chong is blind to his own shortcomings, and you are utterly enchanted by him, defending him at every turn. Ying, you are beginning to stray. Ren Ying leaned against her father's chest, playfully pouting. Father, both you and Chonggu are the closest to me. I hope you can get along well, for that would bring me immense happiness. Since his escape from West Lake, Ren Wuxing had not experienced such closeness with Ren Yingying, and a wave of paternal affection surged within him as he gently patted her back, savoring the joy of familial bonds. I promise you, as long as Linghu Chong does not oppose me, I shall not make things difficult for him. Currently, the sect is preoccupied with numerous affairs. With Chu Yun ruthlessly slaughtering our disciples in broad daylight, it is crucial that we eliminate him to maintain our authority. Father, Chu Yun is ruthless and emboldened, likely backed by formidable forces. We should ascertain the details before making further plans, Ren Yingying replied. Ren Wuxing nodded, recognizing that Yingying had grown more composed through her experiences. Yingying, you shall share the burden of sect affairs with Xiang's Wushi. I have devised a solution to the backlash of the absorbing star technique, and I must enter seclusion. Once I have unraveled the method, I shall impart it to that young rascal Linghu Chong. Father, Yingying knows you care for your daughter the most. Ren Yingying stood on her toes and placed a kiss on Ren Wuxing's cheek. Ha ha ha. Ren Wuxing erupted in joyous laughter, reveling in one of the happiest moments of his life, gracefully waving his robe as he strode towards the door. The echoes of laughter lingered for some time before gradually fading. Ren Yingying, too, felt elated, contemplating her father's vengeance fulfilled, reclaiming his position as the sect leader, and his newfound lack of hostility towards Chonggu, filling her heart with unparalleled joy. Yet, she remained apprehensive about her father's potential resurgence of ambitions for supremacy in the martial realm, fearing a tempest of bloodshed might once again sweep across the world. On the official road heading east, a lavishly adorned carriage progressed slowly. In the carriage, Chu Yun reclined comfortably on the soft couch, rejuvenating her spirit. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yuer diligently embroidered with a circular frame, her side adorned with a basket of tools containing scissors, embroidery needles, colorful threads, silken yarns, and both gold and silver threads. In her world, Dongfang Yu also had an affinity for embroidery, yet other memories eluded her. It was unexpected to discover that this Dongfang Yu shared the same passion, transforming embroidery into her pastime. The carriage had been traveling for several days, and Chu Yun found herself feeling rather bored. Without the conveniences of airplanes, high-speed trains, or bullet trains, it felt as though time was merely dragging on. Fortunately, the carriage driver, old Lu, was a source of companionship. A native of Hebei, he often sought his fortune in the neighboring provinces. For 100 taels of silver, old Lu gladly took on the role of Chu Yun's servant, responsible for driving the carriage and securing lodgings. The system had offered no notifications, nor any deadlines for tasks. Strangely, within the system, she noted her lifespan still had 45 days remaining, indicating that she needed to undertake more missions. Chu Yun pondered deeply. The lines of good and evil in the smiling, proud wanderer were blurred, and she was concerned about making a grave error. The chaotic factions associated with Linghu Chong's Hengshan courtyard were indeed difficult to delineate, and she was not inclined to confront him directly at this juncture. To the east, Mount Tai harbored several antagonists, Yu Chizi, Yu Qingzi, and Yu Yinzi, along with their disciples. They seemed feasible targets for elimination. Thus, she resolved to embark on a journey to Mount Tai. Given that Pingding Prefecture was over 1,000 kilometers away, it would require at least 10 days of travel. Feeling fatigued, Chu Yun opened her eyes to find Dongfang Yuer still engrossed in her embroidery, her demeanor focused, each stitch executed with grace and elegance, embodying a noble aura. Yuer, are you not tired? She inquired. Dongfang Yuer lifted her head, her expressive eyes meeting Chu Yun's, naturally enchanting without the need for embellishment, her countenance radiating youthful vitality. Chu Yun was perplexed. During her slumbers of late, she had been plagued by the same dream, a beauty reminiscent of Yuer climbing onto her bed, leading her into a blissful reverie. Upon awakening, she found herself unblemished, with no signs of nocturnal emissions. The reason for this eluded her. Each morning, she was greeted by Yuer's affectionate gaze, her youthful beauty and allure proving irresistibly potent. Had she succumbed to her charms? Determined to ignore Dongfang Yuer, she had refrained from conversing with her for an entire day, yet ultimately, she could not contain herself. Observing Yuer's radiant smile, she felt compelled to speak. My lord, you have finally acknowledged Yuer. In the past, at Blackwood Cliff, I spent my days embroidering, which was, in truth, a form of practice. My cultivation has nearly returned to its former glory. Is that so? I wondered why your embroidery seemed increasingly captivating. It appears you were honing your skills in flying needle techniques. What are you embroidering? Please show me. Chu Yun leaned closer, immediately catching a delicate fragrance that made her instinctively draw back slightly. Do not fear, my lord. During the day, I harbor no thoughts of indecency. Behold, I am embroidering a peony, the king of flowers, embodying nobility, elegance, and grace, Dongfang Yuer explained, presenting the frame to Chu Yun while leaning in closer. Taking the frame, Chu Yun beheld the peony, intricately detailed, its form exquisite, surrounded by verdant leaves, with a solitary bloom standing apart from the rest, proud and independent. Fluttering butterflies danced nearby. Where? Why is this particular flower so grand? And the butterfly, exquisitely embroidered. The seamstresses of Jiangnan cannot rival your skill. Dongfang Yue extended her delicate, pale hand, adorned with crimson nails, showcasing it with a graceful flip. This is all thanks to the young master. His elixir has allowed Yue to emerge anew from her cocoon, much like the butterfly that can only attain its breathtaking beauty after breaking free. Is this not a reflection of Yue herself? That noble peony, naturally, symbolizes the young master. Dongfang Yue glanced up at the attentive Chu Yun, her cheeks flushed, and continued, "Young master, observe my hands. Once they were rough and calloused from years of training. Despite my relentless efforts to restore their former grace over a decade, perfection eluded me. Now, they are as tender as water and as smooth as snow. I dare say, even the eldest lady would pale in comparison to me," she giggled. Dongfang Yue smiled joyfully, her head instinctively resting against Chu Yun's shoulder, reluctant to part ways. She yearned to confess to Chu Yun that she was not Dongfang Booby, but feared that such revelation might be too much for him to bear. Who would believe such a tale? If he were to inquire about the whereabouts of Dongfang Booby, how would she respond? Now, spending her days alongside Chu Yun, she felt immeasurable happiness. Chapter 011. The Celestial Sunflower. Chu Yun indulged her whims, pondering the enigmatic system that offered no guidance on what constituted the completion of his task. Was he merely to meander through this world with a woman by his side? Should he be more proactive in transforming this realm? Where? Do you truly relish competing with the eldest lady in beauty? You are you, and she is she. Presently, you are a bandit, he mused. Dongfang Yue toyed with a strand of her long hair, murmuring softly, "Young master, you have yet to witness the eldest lady's beauty. Her skin, whiter than snow, is truly captivating. Once you see her, you too will be enchanted. Perhaps I could bring Ren Woxing to serve you, when the day comes that I mature. I hope you will accept me as a concubine." Chu Yun, absorbing her words, realized that the enchanting scenes of the previous night were no mere dream. Yue had been secretly attending to him, continually reminding him of their shared intimacy. The martial world was vast, and he was but a novice. He urged Yue to cease her reckless behavior. He had long heard of Linghu Chong's unwavering love for Ren Woxing, a tale well known in the realm of martial arts. "I now understand the things you have done to me at night. You are my first woman, and I shall take responsibility," he confessed, feeling a hint of embarrassment. This virgin had never truly seen a woman's form, having only glimpsed images and videos. Yet, the reality was something he longed to behold. "Young master, Yue feels immensely fortunate to be your woman. Please bear with me a little longer. Should you encounter someone you cherish in the future, I would gladly play matchmaker, ensuring you are surrounded by wives and concubines." Dongfang Yue thought to herself, "If I could introduce a few beautiful wives to Chu Yun, perhaps he would grow fond of me." Chu Yun placed the embroidery on the wooden table and wrapped his arm around Dongfang Yue's waist. They fell into a comfortable silence, savoring the warmth of the moment. The carriage came to a halt by the roadside, and old Lu called out to Chu Yun from the front seat, "Master, the scenery ahead is delightful. Shall we disembark and take a rest?" As Chu Yun grew weary, she descended to stretch her limbs, while Dongfang Yue, having set aside her embroidery, eagerly disembarked from the carriage. "My lord, it is truly beautiful here. Come down quickly, let us stroll." Chu Yun stepped down and beheld the verdant expanse before her. It was early summer, the blossoms having faded, and the season was now one of lush foliage and the lively flight of orioles. With the date of the impending alliance at Mount Song set for March 15th of the following year still far off, she hoped her arrival would avert the brewing storm. Pulled along, Chu Yun entered the grassy field, running freely. On the roadside, the elderly Lu observed with a smile, muttering to himself, "The master and his lady are truly a celestial pair. Only a goddess like her deserves our master." After a while of running, Dongfang Yue halted, gazing at Chu Yun with playful reproach. "My lord, shall we practice swordplay? My skills are rudimentary, and I hope for your guidance." With that, she approached a small tree, plucking 2 slender branches, deftly shaking off the leaves. Handing one to Chu Yun, she took up the other. Chu Yun accepted the branch, waving it through the air with a whoosh. "If you are the best in the world, then let us spar. I have yet to face a master with my sky sword technique. Please instruct me." Their swordplay bore no ostentatious titles. As the branches met in the air, they created rippling gusts. On the grass, they danced like 2 butterflies, soaring high and then kissing the ground, their feet brushing the blades of grass as they sprang upwards. With a light touch, Chu Yun tapped the treetop, intertwining with the descending Yue in midair. Her strikes were swift, fierce, and precise, responding only with subtle movements. Everything in her hands was as delicate as an embroidery needle. The sky sword technique had no fixed forms or rigid strategies. It was free-spirited, countering whatever was presented. No matter how Dongfang Yue thrust, jabbed, or slashed, Chu Yun effortlessly parried, occasionally questioning whether her technique was akin to the legendary Dugan 9 swords, feeling an uncanny connection. As they engaged once more in aerial combat, Chu Yun thrust her branch toward Dongfang Yuer. Unexpectedly, Yuer's branch slipped from her grip, and she began to fall. Sensing the danger, Chu Yun swiftly dove, catching Yuer's slender waist midair and spiraling downward. Dongfang Yuer gazed up at the handsome Chu Yun. Seeing him radiate a glow, she clutched him tightly, her heart racing. A blush spreading across her cheeks, coloring her neck like the rosy dawn. This was the first time she experienced such intense feelings. She longed to kiss this man, yet felt too shy to voice it. Recently, every intimate moment with Chu Yun had brought a peculiar ache in her abdomen, intensifying with each encounter, leaving her bewildered. Yuer, are you all right? With your skill, you shouldn't be in distress. Dongfang Yuer remained lost in thought, oblivious to Chu Yun's concern. Meanwhile, the elderly Lu, watching the master and his lady soar through the air, noted their graceful descent, the master embracing the lady's slender waist while she hung elegantly in midair, her long hair cascading down, her garments fluttering in the breeze. He marveled at the extravagance of the wealthy, feeling fortunate to witness such a spectacle. As Chu Yun observed Dongfang Yuer's lack of response, he noticed her flushed cheeks and wondered if she was unwell. He gently adjusted her posture and placed his hand on her forehead to gauge her temperature. Yuer, are you ill, or have you perhaps become ensnared in your cultivation? Emerging from a myriad of thoughts, Dongfang Yuer felt a wave of shyness upon seeing Chu Yun's concerned expression, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. No, please do not worry. My lord, I merely lost focus. I am grateful for your assistance. Saying this, she threw herself into Chu Yun's embrace, holding him tightly, unwilling to part. She realized that her heart was fluttering with affection, and she could no longer envision a life without this man, enduring both pain and joy simultaneously. What play is this? Chu Yun sighed, yet found himself powerless against the allure of such a captivating being. He thought to himself, if I must embrace her, then so be it. The disadvantage lies with you, while I shall revel in this fortune. Enough now, Yuer. Others may see us. Where could they be? We are in a remote wilderness. There is no one about, she replied, playfully accusing him of jesting. Chu Yun pointed skyward, where a dove was flapping its wings and flying eastward. Dongfang Yuer shifted slightly, producing a slender needle from her fingers, and with a flick of her middle finger, the dove let out a mournful coo before plummeting to the ground. My lord, now there is no one watching, is there? She said, leaning her head against Chu Yun's chest, listening to the rhythmic beat of his heart. Your heart races so swiftly, as if it wishes to leap from your chest. Mine does as well, she murmured, her voice gradually fading to a whisper. Feeling a wave of heat envelop him, Chu Yun gently pushed Yuer away, her rosy face undeniably charming. Yuer, let us go examine that unfortunate dove. Today we shall feast on barbecued delicacies. We are in for a treat. He took her small hand in his and hurried to the spot where the dove had fallen, retrieving it, feeling its weight. Certain it was meaty. My lord, look. This is a homing pigeon. The Blackwood Cliff relies on them for communication between their branches. Dongfang Yuer expertly removed the small bamboo tube from the bird's leg, shaking it and glancing at Chu Yun. Would you care to see what's inside? Is it appropriate to pry into another's privacy? Chu Yun replied, observing Dongfang Yuer's eager expression, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. Since we have a moment to spare, it would be a fine distraction. Let us take a look, but only this once. Yes, yes. I wish to see what it is, Yuer exclaimed, wondering if it might be a love letter or an invitation from a faction. Given the packaging, it surely cannot be an official document. As she began to unwrap it, she muttered to herself. Eventually, she extracted a small scroll of paper from the bamboo tube, carefully unfolding it. The writing was small yet legible, and she began to read aloud. Reports of Dongfang Booby's demise at Blackwood Cliff are erroneous. Ren Woxing has assumed leadership of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult. The villain Chu Yun, alongside a young maiden, poses a potential threat to the Five Mountains Sword Sect. Preparations must be made promptly. Chu Yun, with short hair and a height of 8 feet, carries a long sword and is accompanied by a beautiful young woman. Surveillance must be established. The message was disjointed and peculiar. Chapter 12, The Art of Hunting. Upon finishing, Dongfang Yuer's face darkened with anger as she handed the note to Chu Yun. My lord, this must surely be the work of Linghu Chong. The young master refrains from holding a grudge, yet he finds himself the target of malicious gossip, unjustly branded as a villain. While it is one thing for them to label the Eastern figure as a great demon, it is quite another to designate the young master as such. After perusing the note, Chu Yun remained unfazed, after all, being alongside the formidable Dongfang Booby. How could they not be considered formidable themselves? However, upon witnessing Dongfang Yuer's ire, her delicate brows knitted together and her striking eyes wide with indignation. It seemed she was on the verge of thumping her chest in exasperation. Yuer, there is no need for anger. I believe Linghu Chong is not a reckless individual. Our several encounters have shown he avoids direct conflict with me, indicating he wishes to steer clear of the entanglements of the martial world. Perhaps it is the doing of Ren Woxing. Our journey leads eastward. Let us visit Mount Tai, for I have heard its scenery is quite splendid. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yuer felt convinced, her expression softening. She summoned old Lu to prepare a bonfire and roast some game. Young master, one pigeon will not suffice for your appetite. I shall venture into that thicket to procure more. Yuer, let us go together. 2 pairs of hands will hasten the task. Young master, I wish to take a moment for myself, and in doing so, I may also catch some game. As she spoke, leaning against Chu Yun, her face flushed with embarrassment. Her voice lowered considerably, fearful of being overheard by old Lu. Chu Yun found her amusing, yet he pondered the complexities women often bring. Then make haste and return swiftly. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call for me. Very well, young master. Yuer is off now, do not steal glances. In her charming demeanor, Dongfang Yuer appeared even more endearing than the likes of Bing Jie, Mi Jie, Reba, Zizi, Baby, Ing Jie, Yu Mei, and Yi Mei. Truly, the system is wondrous. Has it amalgamated the essence of all the world's beauties into one? Watching as Dongfang Yuer joyfully disappeared into the woods, Chu Yun joined old Lu in tending to the pigeons, and soon, a roaring bonfire was kindled. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yuer genuinely sought a secluded spot. As she crouched, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. This discomfort was more intense than before. Could it be that her misfortune had arrived? It felt unlike that. Perhaps someone had tampered with her during her transition here, yet even if so, it should not cause such agony. The pain nearly robbed her of the strength to rise. She leaned against a nearby sapling. After an arduous moment, she managed to relieve herself, only to be met with another wave of excruciating pain. As if turmoil brewed within her. She was uncertain of the cause, but it appeared she needed to recover fully before engaging intimately with the young master. Struggling to stand, she was drenched in sweat. Through the branches, she caught sight of Chu Yun conversing with old Lu in the distance. She felt it prudent not to disclose her predicament to him, lest he worry. Finding a tranquil place, Dongfang Yuer began to cultivate her energy, circulating her vital essence through her meridians. After inspecting all her acupoints, she found no anomalies. As a practitioner of the martial arts, she possessed some knowledge of medicine. Checking her pulse revealed nothing unusual, merely a false alarm. After wandering the woods for a while, she spotted several wild rabbits, moles, and birds. She contemplated using her flying needles, but deemed it wasteful. Instead, she adjusted her breath, releasing her innate vital energy. With her arms outstretched, she swept forward, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged forth in a sweeping motion. The force of her attack was devastating, snapping branches, scattering leaves, and stripping bark from trees in a most lamentable display. After a few flaps, several birds perched atop the trees fell to the ground. Hearing the sound of branches snapping in the forest, Chu Yun sensed something amiss and darted forward, leaving sparks trailing behind him. Old Lu was taken aback, already unable to see Chu Yun's figure. Chu Yun entered the woods in search of Dongfang Yuer. Yuer, where are you? He was astounded by the scene before him. As if he had entered 2 different realms. One side was lush and vibrant, while the other lay withering and bare. He pondered, what on earth had transpired? Master, Yuer is here. From behind a cluster of trees, a young girl emerged, her hands laden with game, a joyous smile illuminating her face. You startled me. I thought you had been ambushed. Was it necessary to create such a ruckus for hunting? Hee, master, catching one at a time is too tedious. Come help me gather the rest. There's plenty on the ground. To his surprise, Yuer was indeed a master hunter, giggling as she spoke. Chu Yun picked up some well-presented, intact game from the ground, and the two bantered merrily as they exited the forest. Old Lu hurried over to take the game from Dongfang Yuer's hands, chuckling. Madam, leave such rough work to me. Hearing old Lu address her as Madam filled Dongfang Yuer with delight. Although he had called her that before, she relished hearing it. Casting a sidelong glance at Chu Yun, she noted that he towered over her, as she had a preference for taller men. After a hearty meal, the carriage resumed its journey eastward, aiming to spend the night in Sangzhou. In the woods where the hunting had taken place, several heads peeked out. A middle-aged man wiped the beads of sweat from his brow with his sleeve. How terrifying. Fortunately, we were far enough away, otherwise, we'd have been in grave danger. Who was that woman in red? And who was that short-haired man? A younger companion pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his waist, revealing a sketch of a man and a woman. Master, this was distributed by sect leader Ren a few days ago to various factions. The man must be the notorious Chu Yun, and the woman is undoubtedly his companion. They seem to be heading towards Sangzhou. Why don't we take a chance on them? That woman looks quite tempting. The man addressed as master slapped the young man on the head, scolding him. You foolish boy, if you can return unscathed before sect leader Ren, do you think it's wise to be preoccupied with women? The word woman is a blade hanging over your head. We shall return and discuss matters at the Sangzhou branch. Sect leader Ren has already sent word for the Jianghu heroes from Hengshan to gather in Sangzhou. This is our chance to establish our authority. Understood, the subordinates replied. As they departed, they scavenged the battlefield, retrieving around 100 pounds of game, leaving in high spirits. Inside the carriage, Dongfang Yuer continued her embroidery. Having completed the peony, she unfolded it to admire its resplendence, showcasing it to Chu Yun. Startled, he quickly moved aside, and Yuer, no longer wishing to frighten him, smiled as she stored the finished silk and prepared a new frame for her next creation. Yuer, what do you plan to embroider next? Surely it's not more flowers and plants. In the embroidery shops of Pingdingshao, the available designs are rather limited. I wish to create my own patterns, but alas, my drawing skills are lacking. I can only blame my past dedication to martial arts, neglecting the time I should have spent learning poetry, songs, and painting. Pray tell, can you play the piano? It is said that Miss Ren possesses extraordinary piano skills, rendering the piece the smiling, proud wanderer with profound emotion. After pondering for a moment, Dongfang Yuer looked at Chu Yun and smiled. When it comes to playing for you, I can manage, but with others, I am utterly tone-deaf. Do you expect me to play for cattle? I am the Prince of Song, proficient in piano, guitar, and guqin. Whenever you wish, I shall teach you. Though my most skilled instrument is the shao. Ah, when shall we perform that piece together? Young master, are you jesting? Have I not been playing for you daily lately? Chu Yun felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. How could he have encountered such an exceptional beauty? It seemed that those moments were not mere dreams. Chapter 013, Sketching Dongfang. Chu Yun, diverting the conversation, took the embroidery frame from Dongfang Yuer's hands. How about I sketch a design for you to embroider? That sounds splendid. You truly are remarkable, excelling in both literary and martial arts. What shall you draw? With that, she rose to sit beside Chu Yun, gently moving her long hair to the front and producing a horn comb, meticulously grooming her locks. Her hair was dark, lustrous, and silky smooth, prompting Chu Yun to think of a shampoo advertisement. If she were in his world, Dongfang Yuer could easily serve as a model, though he would spare her from the likes of those foreign devils. Yuer, why not let me draw you? This way, you won't need to look in the mirror every day. Young master, portraiture is quite challenging. The few servant girl paintings I have displayed were crafted by renowned masters, capturing the essence rather than the realism. Tang Bohu is a master of figurative painting, creating ethereal beauty from within the confines of a boudoir, all with a hint of abstraction. Dongfang Yuer's knowledge impressed him. Today, he would expand her horizons, for there are always greater mountains beyond the hills. Not everything can claim the title of the best under heaven. With a playful punch, she lightly tapped Chu Yun's shoulder, which soon transformed into a gentle massage. Is the young master mocking my martial prowess? Am I merely a name without substance? In this vast world filled with wonders, before your arrival, I believe myself to be the greatest martial artist. Your presence has revealed to me the limitations of my perspective. Not at all. The rising sun in the east signifies my invincibility. Such an aura could easily intimidate a myriad of heroes from the martial realm. Now that Yuer has laid down her sword and embraced embroidery, it requires a resolute spirit akin to that of the greatest warrior. Her beauty is truly captivating, evoking both admiration and affection. Is that truly the case? Upon our arrival in Sangzhou, I hope you will show me kindness. Chu Yun found himself at a loss for words. Yuer had a knack for leading the conversation astray. Rising, he arranged a pose for Dongfang Yuer on the soft couch, her legs gracefully bent to the side, with her exquisite limbs subtly revealed. Her half-bare bosom and a lock of hair cascading over her chest created a beautiful silhouette. Her hair forming gentle waves as she leaned lightly, her long tresses flowing over the couch, presenting a stunning arrangement. Yuer, can you hold this pose for the duration of a tea ceremony? My lord, take as long as you wish. Consider it a practice session. Previously, it required several hours of meditation to achieve a state of tranquility, and only upon reaching a level of innate mastery and unblocking the Ren and Du meridians did I realize that true internal strength is paramount. Listening to Dongfang Yuer's words, Chu Yun found a piece of charcoal in his hand, and as he sketched and pondered aloud, he mused, truly remarkable, truly exquisite. It surpasses even the works of that cold military artist. Who would have thought I possessed such artistic talent? Dongfang Yuer reclined upon the soft couch, unable to move, yet eager to see how Chu Yun's drawing was progressing. His self-praise piqued her curiosity, igniting a sense of anticipation within her. My lord, have you completed it so swiftly? May I rise to see it? Not quite yet. Exercise patience, lest the outcome be compromised and the portrait of you loses its beauty. Resisting her curiosity, Dongfang Yuer relaxed her posture, a perfect smile gracing her face. Chu Yun, satisfied with the final stroke, set down his brush, crafted from charcoal he had made while barbecuing. Having never practiced calligraphy, he made do with the charcoal, which unexpectedly proved useful. Sketching was Chu Yun's forte, having earned dollars on the streets of America. All done, Yuer. You may rise now. Without a hint of modesty, Dongfang Yue leaned forward, revealing her figure as she snatched the framed artwork. Upon seeing it, her eyes glistened with emotion. "My lord, your artistry is breathtaking. Is this truly a likeness of me?" Even the celestial goddess would be envious. Overwhelmed with excitement, she leaped into Chu Yun's embrace. Her voice choked with emotion. "My lord, you are so kind to me." Unsure how to convey her gratitude, she added, "I wish to play the flute for you now." Chu Yun, bemused, realized he must introduce her to various hobbies, perhaps playing the piano, singing, or drawing, to redirect her energy, for otherwise, he would inevitably find himself drained. "Yue, your happiness brings me joy. I long to see the finished embroidery." He soothed her excited spirit, caressing her silky hair and adjusting her attire. "Do not weep, Yue. If you continue, you shall lose your beauty. After all, you are the most exquisite in the world. If you persist, you will become the world's most weepy beauty." "My lord, do not jest. Since taking your elixir, I have begun to comprehend the profound truths of existence and the nurturing of all things. Previously, I was mistaken." Dongfang Yue felt she had gained some understanding. As a woman, she recognized her need for a man. While watching the smiling, proud wanderer, Chu Yun had never grasped the meaning behind Zhao Lao's words to Dongfang Bubi regarding the transformation of heaven and humanity, which seemed enigmatic at the time. Now, it became clear. The essence of the transformation from heaven to humanity signifies the nurturing nature of the heavens, which gives birth to all creation. Thus, the flourishing of all things rests upon the foundation of femininity. Therefore, Dongfang Bubi's realization was not merely the unity of yin and yang, but rather the profundity of embodying the feminine essence. Hence, she envied girls and willingly yielded to yang lianting, for even the celestial, female, requires a masculine counterpart for procreation. In the era in which Chu Yun resided, the transformation of genders was no longer a novelty. In Thailand, the enchanting allure of Yao Yao serves as a means of livelihood. Numerous male streamers, such as Yi Bien and Chai, engage in attention-seeking antics. Ai Bai has undergone surgery, Xian Mo has enhanced her bosom, and Jin Xing has married, ultimately succumbing to the primal law of attraction. I admire the wisdom of Jin Daxia, who elucidates this unique phenomenon that defies the natural order. Observing Dongfang Yue, who has finished shedding her tears, joyfully sits aside with her canvas, meticulously organizing an array of threads and needles, intent on embroidering her masterpiece. With bated breath, she closes her beautiful eyes and clasps her hands in prayer, seemingly beseeching the heavens to grant her the ability to realize this grand creation. Chu Yun, now at ease, harbors many questions but refrains from inquiring further, deciding to wait for a more opportune moment. As he meditates and practices his techniques, the system unknowingly begins to cultivate the Kuhua Baodian, for he has perused it, and its essence lingers in his mind. With 50% of Dongfang Bubi's internal power residing within him, he finds himself in a state of constant cultivation, whether his eyes are open or closed. He queries the system about the automatic practice of the Kuhua Baodian. After a prolonged silence, the system finally responds. Chu Yun, the Kuhua Baodian is not a system technique. Your self-assured cultivation relies solely on your own will. All the techniques you wish to learn will seamlessly continue to practice within the system, unaffected by slumber. His thoughts drift to the four legendary figures from Jin Yang's world, known for enhancing their prowess through sleep: Xiao Feng, Yang Gua, Xiao Longnu, and Zhang Sanfeng. With the system at his disposal, he feels reassured in this world. Xuanji, when will my task be completed? The current Dongfang Bubi is a woman, no longer engaging in slaughter, and has withdrawn from the martial world. Is this not a change of fate? Host, your presence has given rise to an entirely new Dongfang Yu. What fate awaits if you were to depart? Novels are, after all, mere tales. What conclusions could they possibly hold? The system remained silent as a screen materialized in his consciousness, revealing a video. A striking woman clad in red, adorned with a crown and wielding a round fan, stood upon a high platform amidst a sea of people from various sections. Chapter 014. The Cultivation Manual. The red-clad woman appeared entranced, her demeanor reminiscent of a dream or madness. Because of you, he has departed. Now, I have arrived. The Dongfang Bubi you have awaited returns. The dawn rises in the east, and I remain undefeated. Accompanying her words were tumultuous waves, swirling sands, and shifting skies, as chaos erupted below, with people fleeing in all directions. The woman reached out, and hearts burst forth, staining the land with blood. The video flickered and vanished from his awareness. Was this not a montage of Su Leagui's resurrection of Dongfang Bubi? Xuanji, you cannot be deceiving me again. Using a mere video to subject me to further trials in this world. Is it truly a matter of physical suffering? Yet, I sense your inner joy and anticipation. Chu Yun ceased speaking, for the system spoke the truth. As a virgin in this world, could he possibly resist the allure of unparalleled beauty and youthful charm? He truly anticipates his first encounter with Yue. Does she harbor some unspoken concerns? Are women not inherently made this way? Is it not a mockery of modern understanding of science to claim that their bodies are yet immature? Perhaps the two have yet to develop feelings. With time, their bond shall surely flourish. The system remained silent. Chu Yun discerned that after mastering the Sunflower Manual, he encountered no peril akin to that of Ye Xuan or Lin Pingji, who succumbed to madness and perished without self-castration. As he practiced the technique, he felt no obstacles within, analyzing figures such as Dongfang Bubi, Ye Xuan, Lin Pingji, and Zhuoling Chan. The manual dictated that one must first self-castrate before training with the sword, yet due to rampant thoughts, many fell into madness, becoming neither truly male nor female. However, Lin Yuan exhibited no such behavior. It seemed the crux of the matter lay in the cultivation of the heart. A tranquil mind devoid of distractions could achieve success, while the contrary would jeopardize one's life. Upon further contemplation of the manual, a chilling realization dawned upon him. The Sunflower Manual was fraught with two intricate traps. First, to practice this art, one must draw a knife for self-castration. Those who could self-castrate to wield a sword were invariably driven by ambition. Could they truly cultivate their essence? Second, to master this technique, one must first cultivate the heart. A person capable of nurturing their heart, could they also harbor ambition and greed for the Sunflower Manual? This encapsulated the paradox of the Sunflower Manual. Those who could obtain the manual were either renowned martial heroes or extraordinary figures, all of whom must possess inner strength. During their practice, conflicts would arise, leading to madness, thus falling into the first trap. Without self-castration, cultivation was impossible. After self-castration, they would immediately step into the second trap. Without nurturing the heart, madness was inevitable, particularly in the heart technique's postures, which were as elusive as the flick of a flower's petal. It created the delicate embroidery of Dongfang Bubi and the effeminate appearances of Ye Xuan, Lin Pingji, and Zhuoling Chan. Chu Yun, lacking inner strength, received teachings from Dongfang Yuer, inheriting the essence of the Sunflower Manual and thus circumventing both the initial and final challenges, naturally progressing along the path of mastery. The concept of self-castration and heart cultivation was merely a ruse devised by the progenitor of the Sunflower Manual, an illusion to mislead. In an instant, Chu Yun experienced a profound epiphany, his realm of understanding soaring to new heights. Emerging from his meditative state, he observed Dongfang Yuer gazing at him in astonishment. Her mouth agape in surprise, revealing her pearly teeth and crimson lips. Upon seeing the desire reflected in Chu Yun's excited eyes, Dongfang Yuer felt a wave of shyness wash over her. She suddenly lowered her head, steadied her emotions, and then lifted her gaze back to Chu Yun. At that moment when she raised her head, Chu Yun's heart quivered, and he murmured softly. The gentleness of her lowered head was akin to a water lily, delicate and shy against the cool breeze. Dongfang Yuer was overjoyed and utterly at a loss. "Young master, is this poem crafted for me?" she inquired. The gentleness of that lowered head, like a water lily, overwhelmed by the cool breeze. Such profound imagery, such beauty. I shall embroider it onto this painting, allowing Yuer to eternally remember your affection. Chu Yun, caught up in the spontaneity of the moment, had not anticipated that it would lead to Dongfang Yuer's own musings about affection. Did such feelings exist? Surely, they must, chuckling to himself. Chu Yun's expression grew awkward as he addressed Master Su. Do not take offense. It was a moment of inspiration. If Yuer appreciates it, let it be a gift to you. Upon hearing those words, Dongfang Yuer was filled with joy, her emotions surging, prompting her to take some action. She cast a flirtatious glance at Chu Yun, who was utterly captivated by her gaze, his mind momentarily blank and his scalp tingling with apprehension. He hurriedly advised, Yuer, please remain calm. The embroidery is not yet complete. We cannot let your efforts go to waste. Observing Chu Yun's flustered demeanor, Dongfang Yuer found him irresistibly charming, thinking to herself that he might just be the most enchanting sight in the world. Do not be afraid, my lord. I have merely lost my composure. Suddenly, she pressed her hand against her lower abdomen, her delicate face contorting in pain as she bit her silver teeth and emitted a sound of distress. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind. Dongfang Yu, due to your transmigration, your body has undergone partial reorganization. The path of humanity is in the process of gestation. Only upon its completion can you embark on the path of human relations. Each pang of longing will trigger its rapid growth, and when the flower of life fully blossoms, you shall become a complete woman. Who are you? How do you know I have crossed over? I wish to reclaim my memories and not be swayed by the consciousness of Dongfang Bubi to engage in actions against my will. Are you not happy every night? You love Chu Yun, just as you did in that realm. By obtaining his true love, you shall become a perfect woman, and perhaps even return to your world. For now, I shall seal your consciousness. You may simply be Dongfang Yu, and perhaps in the future, we shall meet again in the Xianlin continent. With Dongfang Yu's consciousness confined, she was left with only the memories of this world, believing herself to be Dongfang Bubi, having consumed a magical elixir. Chu Yun moved closer to Dongfang Yuer, embracing her with concern. Yuer, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Is it an old ailment? Dongfang Yuer endured the pain, feeling an undeniable warmth in her heart, and smiled. My lord, do not mock me. It is merely the place where the earthworm once grew that aches. Chu Yun glanced around, his expression tense, as he began to lift the soft cushions inside the carriage. Where is that little earthworm? How dare it come and drive the carriage? Come out. Seeing Chu Yun in such a flurry, Dongfang Yuer couldn't help but laugh, momentarily forgetting her pain. The distraction technique had indeed proven effective. My lord, I am truly fine now, really. That is good. As long as you are well, let us continue with the embroidery. As a professional top embroideress, one must cast aside distractions and focus intently. Yuer, do your best. You will succeed. Chu Yun encouraged her with a pat on the shoulder. Resembling a leader, after a moment's thought, he inquired again. Yuer, you have yet to tell me where you felt the earthworm growing before. Unable to contain her modesty any longer, Dongfang Yuer playfully struck Chu Yun's chest with her delicate fist. My lord, you are quite mischievous, feigning ignorance. Chu Yun suddenly realized, as if awakening from a dream, where her discomfort lay. Could it be? Noticing his confusion, Dongfang Yuer explained, My lord, do not be misled by the notion of self-castration. The Kuhuabudyan was authored by the eunuchs of the previous dynasty, who believed it to be a means of severing one's roots. In truth, it merely requires the removal of the testicles to diminish one's power, thereby allowing for cultivation. Due to the inherent fragility of my body, combined with the elixir, it has taken on the form of an earthworm. However, now there are no earthworms, only a lotus flower, which, for some inexplicable reason, causes pain upon contact. Thus I dare not offer it to the young master. Chu Yun, with a sudden realization, pondered what the lotus flower might resemble. It is indeed something to anticipate. I shall promptly search for the original work by Jin Yong. In chapter 31 of the original text, titled Embroidered Flowers, it reads, Ren Woxing reached out to touch the area beneath Dongfang Bubi's waist, and indeed, his 2 testicles had been removed. He chuckled, saying, if this sunflower manual were to be practiced by eunuchs, it would be even better. Let us not dwell on whether it was truly severed. It is likely that it was not. Have faith in Jin Yong. After some contemplation, Chu Yun thought, Yuer, what have you misled me into? I do not practice the sunflower manual. Seeing Dongfang Yuer gazing at him in astonishment, Chu Yun quickly grasped his own wrist, his mind swirling with doubts as he heard her anxious words. Young master, have you mastered the sunflower manual? Is it truly possible? Dongfang Yuer, in a state of despair, questioned him, memories of her past life flooding back, causing her internal energy to surge uncontrollably, and she could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Yuer, what is the matter? Young master, I am fine. But you must honestly tell me, have you truly mastered the sunflower manual? Chu Yun took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, pouring her a glass of water for rinsing. I do not know. While meditating just now, the technique of the sunflower manual began to operate on its own, culminating in a singular success. I am unsure if it was indeed successful. Dongfang Yuer gazed at Chu Yun with an almost foolish happiness. Young master, this is fate. I have sought it with great difficulty, yet you have attained it in a mere moment. You are indeed a person of good fortune. Congratulations. Chu Yun did not perceive it as fortune. His own sky sword technique felt quite commendable, and with the internal cultivation method of the sunflower manual, it should become even stronger. Whether it is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. My purpose in the martial world is to lead Dongfang Bubi out of this predatory Jianghu. Dongfang Yuer, regaining her composure, understood the essence of unattainable desires. Reflecting on her sacrifices to practice the sunflower manual, she had castrated herself for swordsmanship, severed the lineage of the Dongfang family, slain numerous brothers, including the esteemed Tong Baixiong, and even those 7 wives who endeavored to please her. It all turned out to be a mere dream. In this world, we emerge amidst the tumult of the Jianghu. Our years hastened. The ambitions of emperors are discussed amid laughter, yet life is but a fleeting intoxication. Young master, I wish to drink. Let me drown my sorrows. Dongfang Yuer collapsed in Chu Yun's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably, releasing a lifetime of anguish, regret, and helplessness. In chapter 15, overnight stay in Sangzhou, Chu Yun allowed Dongfang Yuer to weep in his arms, gently patting her back. Cry, let it all out, shed your grievances. Once you have finished, you shall bid farewell to the past and embrace a new self. From this moment on, you are Dongfang Yuer, no longer that Dongfang Bubi. As Dongfang Yuer's tears gradually subsided, her body grew weak, and she unknowingly drifted into slumber in Chu Yun's arms. Chu Yun empathized with Dongfang Bubi's sentiments and suffering. A lifetime of pursuit had culminated in a farcical conclusion. The desire to cultivate divine skills and the act of self-castration were merely punishments for one's own greed. The phenomenon of celestial beings giving rise to life and the flourishing of all things is, in essence, a form of self-deception, all stemming from temptation. Unless the primal creation embodies the duality of yin and yang, all subsequent manifestations arise from allure, be it spiritual, material, or sensory. Chu Yun gradually casts aside these distractions. Ye is indeed a genuine woman, transformed by elixirs, perhaps even from another realm, much like himself, sent to this world by a system, while the previous Dongfang Booby has departed to another dimension. Otherwise, he could not comprehend such a transformation. I find myself pondering whether Ye possesses a system akin to mine. Having spent several hours in Sangzhou, Dongfang Ye remains in slumber, residing at the renowned Uli Inn, synonymous with the esteemed Eugene Inn. He sits by her side, his mind swirling with thoughts of the underlying reasons, and after a long day, he soon drifts into sleep. In his dreams, he envisions the gem-like Baoyu wandering the ethereal realms, led by the fairy Jinghuan to witness the list of romantic entanglements, where he encounters the enchanting Qiqing, utterly captivating him and leaving him spellbound. Startled awake, he finds himself lying on the bed, recalling a dream in which he engaged in a verbal duel with a woman. Murmuring, "Ye, I know you are not Dongfang Booby. From which world do you hail?" Ye, unable to grasp his words, reassures herself that with a bit more effort, she will succeed. Her master is becoming increasingly formidable. After half an hour, she gently rises from the bed, takes a sip of water, and gazes at the peacefully sleeping Chu Yun, listening to his melodious snores with a smile of contentment. A moment later, she returns to the bed, nestling beneath the thin blanket, her soft curves pressing against him as she drifts into sweet slumber. The distant crowing of roosters heralds dawn. As a ray of morning light filters into the room, Chu Yun awakens to find Dongfang Ye sprawled across his chest, one delicate leg curled around his waist, creating an atmosphere of infinite allure. As Chu Yun contemplates slipping away, Dongfang Ye inches closer, a smile lingering on her lips, her eyes slightly puffy and her long eyelashes adorably enchanting. He refrains from disturbing her peaceful dreams, watching her motionless, battling the urge to caress her tender form, but ultimately restraining his hands. It is not until old Lu arrives to summon them for breakfast, inquiring whether to serve it in their room, that Chu Yun gently rouses the still sleeping Dongfang Ye. He rises, tidies his attire, and while attending to nature's call, notices a red lip imprint left behind, confirming that the events of the previous night were no mere dream, and that they had indeed conversed. Upon returning to their quarters, he observes Dongfang Ye preparing herself, now adorned in a phoenix tail gown adorned with golden trim, a sight most pleasing. Approaching the mirror, the reflection reveals her exquisitely sculpted visage, long hair cascading to her shoulders. As she turns slightly, she softly instructs, "My lord, please do not gaze upon me until I am finished. You may rest for now, and I shall attend to your attire shortly." Chu Yun retrieves a comb from the dressing table and styles her knee-length ebony hair, which is easily manageable. He simply sweeps the sides back and ties them into a bow with a handkerchief. Is this not the quintessential beauty of Hanfu from the 21st century? Elegantly simple yet stylish? Dongfang Ye savored the warmth and sweetness of this moment. Overwhelmed with emotion as it was the first time a man she cherished had groomed her hair, bringing her to tears. "My lord, why are you so kind to Ye? I cannot bear to part with you," she exclaimed, tears cascading down her cheeks. Ever since she consumed the elixir, Dongfang Ye found herself easily moved to tears, as if her emotions were boundless. Was this what it meant to possess a woman's heart? Women are made of water. Ye, you have blossomed into womanhood. Look at your long hair, slender waist, shapely legs, fair skin, exquisite beauty, and cherry lips. Ask anyone, and they would surely declare you a celestial being. Upon hearing Chu Yun's praise, Dongfang Ye's spirits lifted, and after a moment of meditation, her once puffy eyes regained their former tightness. "My lord, am I truly as beautiful as you say? The way you styled my hair is simply lovely. I adore it," she said, rising and turning to face Chu Yun, her face radiant. "Allow me to assist you with changing, as I have awoken too late today." Seeing Dongfang Ye's self-reproach, Chu Yun gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eye. A well-rested woman remains beautiful into old age. In my hometown, we call this beauty sleep. Dongfang Ye blushed, while Chu Yun wondered why she felt shy about sleep. Upon hearing her response, he found himself perplexed. "You are right, my lord, with your nourishment. I shall surely remain youthful." "You are so considerate," she replied. Chu Yun was at a loss for words, pondering the incongruity of her logic. "Ye, excessive supplements are not beneficial to your health. Please be mindful of that in the future." "I will heed your advice, my lord. You are truly kind to me," she said. "I have heard that nourishing substances should be placed within a lotus flower to be truly effective. When will I have the chance to fulfill this wish?" As she spoke, she joyfully retrieved clean garments for Chu Yun, fastening his belt and scrutinizing him with satisfaction. "My lord, how has your hair grown so rapidly?" In due time, I shall style it into a beautiful updo, she remarked. Chu Yun touched his hair, noting its significant growth. Perhaps a ponytail would suit you. It adds a touch of artistry, quite nice. Sangzhou, also known as Shiziqing, was a prominent town during the Ming dynasty, rich in cultural heritage and historical sites, often celebrated by literati and poets. As the two strolled through Sangzhou, Chu Yun donned a straw hat like Yuer's to conceal his short hair, while Dongfang Yuer continued to wear her hat, her beauty too striking to go unnoticed. Their captivating presence became a focal point within the city. The streets were teeming with people, a consequence of the population surge following the mass slaughter by the Ming Emperor. Dongfang Yuer discovered a beauty salon where she had her hair styled into an elegant double bun, adorned with golden hairpins and delicate accessories, while the rest flowed down to her waist. Chu Yun found her utterly enchanting. Why did women in ancient times wear long hair? Perhaps it was due to the necessity of ample hair for intricate hairstyles, as wigs had already gained popularity in that era. While shopping, Dongfang Yuer spotted familiar figures among the crowd, catching her attention. She noticed symbols of the sun and moon sect on the walls. She was aware that Sangzhou had a branch, and it seemed they had already detected someone following them. My lord, I believe that Sangzhou branch of the sun and moon sect may pose a threat to you. Shall we investigate? Chapter 016, The Heroes of Sangzhou. Chu Yun had just mastered the Sunflower Manual and was eager to find someone to test his skills, so he nodded in agreement. We may go, but Yuer, promise me you shall not take a life. Dongfang Yuer nodded in affirmation. Rest assured, my lord, I will not engage in wanton slaughter. Should I do so, I implore you to punish me. Following the map, the pair finally discovered traces of the sun and moon sect near the Iron Lion of Sangzhou, within a sizable courtyard. The courtyard was expansive in the front, narrower in the middle with a corridor, and the back featured a 3-story pavilion. Yuer, in such a courtyard, there is no place to hide. How do we infiltrate? Chu Yun, inexperienced in the ways of the world, sought guidance from Dongfang Yuer, who was well-versed in the intricacies of the Jianghu. My lord, do you not possess the sect leader's token? You can blend in while I keep watch from the rooftop. With my beauty, it would be perilous for me to enter. Yuer, is it not they who are in danger? If I were to enter like this, I would surely be discovered. It seems that being too handsome and tall is a burden as well. My lord, northern men are generally tall. You are merely slightly taller than them. It is of no consequence. Dongfang Yuer withdrew some materials from her satchel and applied them to Chu Yun's face, tightening his skin and giving it a waxy hue, rendering him considerably aged. After finishing, she clapped her hands. It is done, my lord. You shall impersonate a mute monk from the Blackwood Cliffs Beijing branch. The sect members here are unlikely to recognize you, especially with the sect leader's token in your possession. They would be too startled to react. Chu Yun felt uncertain. Is this truly sufficient, Yuer? Do you think the members of the Sun and Moon sect are fools? My lord, the critical factor is that your token is genuine. In such a short time, Ren Woxing would not be able to issue a new token. The Ming Empire is vast, and communication requires time. Indeed, that is a valid point. The disparity in information allows me to proceed. You remain vigilant. Do not take a life, and remember your promise. Dongfang Yuer nodded and gracefully leapt to the rooftop, swiftly maneuvering until she reached the 3rd floor of the pavilion. Upon entering the 3rd floor, she found it empty and meticulously searched each room, gathering a considerable amount of silver. The wealth that once belonged to the Sun and Moon sect was now returning to its rightful owner. She thought to herself, once my lord gains control of the situation, we shall dismantle this stronghold. There ought to be a substantial amount of treasures. Alas, is the martial world merely surviving through plunder? The Sun and Moon sect operates in both the light and the dark, with businesses spread throughout the Ming Empire. Their coffers must be substantial. Subsequently, she found a room with a vantage point, partially obscured the doors and windows, and seated herself by the window. She observed Chu Yun, adorned with a conical hat, as he carefully entered the outer courtyard. The courtyard was already bustling with various Jianghu rogues. What caught Chu Yun's eye was a Miao girl with large, golden earrings resembling wine cups, her skin slightly yellow, and her big eyes captivating. He recognized her Miao attire. Today, the usually sweet-voiced and beautiful Blue Phoenix was particularly striking. Not barefoot, but wearing embroidered cloth boots. Upon seeing Chu Yun's entrance, she approached him with lively steps. This acquaintance appears rather unfamiliar. Yet we are all members of the divine sect. Why the need for a hat to conceal one's face? Seizing the moment, he attempted to snatch the hat from Chu Yun, but instead found himself embracing the slender waist of the Blue Phoenix, momentarily forgetting his own muteness that rendered him speechless. The Blue Phoenix of the 5 Immortals sect, indeed, is more renowned in person than by reputation. I am but a mute monk from the Yanjing branch. Enraged by his insolence, the Blue Phoenix executed a graceful turn, breaking free from Chu Yun while simultaneously releasing a venomous snake from her sleeve, aiming straight for his neck. How could the Blue Phoenix tolerate such disrespect? Prepare to meet your end. With a swift motion, Chu Yun raised his hand, severing the snake mid-air, causing its writhing body to fall to the ground, where it soon ceased to move. Blue Phoenix, is this how your 5 Immortals sect treats guests? I've heard that when you entertained Linghu Chong, you were all charm and allure, calling him brother repeatedly, despite him being significantly younger than you. The Blue Phoenix, with her radiant complexion, was first taken aback by this man's formidable skills, transforming his energy into a lethal blade, and then realized he possessed knowledge of her secrets. Was he attempting to curry favor with the Holy Maiden? How could he possibly know? Who are you? Could you be Linghu Chong? No, he is not as tall as you. Are you perhaps a disciple of Huashan, present on that ship as well? You need not concern yourself with that. If you would embrace Linghu Chong as you did then, leave 2 kisses upon my cheek, and call me good brother, I shall never mention it again. What do you say? I shall not hold it against you. Once we conclude our significant discussions today, we shall see who prevails. The Blue Phoenix stomped her foot and proceeded to the courtyard entrance to greet her companions from the martial world. In one corner of the courtyard, several heroes were engaged in gambling, and upon observing them, Chu Yun discerned they were merely a disorganized rabble. How could Ren Woxing hope to unify the martial realm? Within a short span of time, the elder, Zhu Qianxiu, Tian Buoguang, and Bu Jia arrived together. Yet there was no sign of the Deyun Society's Peach Valley 6 Immortals, indicating that the Hongshan branch had already aligned with Ren Woxing. The Blue Phoenix flaunted her allure before them, gesturing towards Chu Yun, seemingly intent on uniting against him. Bu Jia, ever the man of principle, wasted no time and approached Chu Yun directly, placing a hand upon his bald head and exclaiming, "Brother Mute Monk, I've heard you've been bullying the Blue Phoenix. I challenge you to a duel. But wait, how can a mute like you speak? If you can speak, why should it be surprising that I can? You've abandoned Linghu Chong. Does your wife approve? What of your daughter? When did you join my son and Moon Divine sect? Who are you? And how do you know about my wife and daughter? You and the mute elder are a legendary couple, known throughout the realm. Is Ye Xuan not with you?" Hearing Chu Yun's praise of their union, Bu Jia's anger dissipated, feeling a kinship for the first time. Reflecting on Lin who could not attain Linghu Chong, he felt a pang of sorrow. Bu Jia, you seem well informed about the affairs of the martial world. It is no wonder the Sun and Moon Divine sect can lead the heroes. Since you arrived first, do you know what significant matters are being discussed? I, Yun, am unaware. Did your Huashan branch emerge in full force at the behest of the sect leader? Bu Jia scratched his head and waved at Tian Buoguang, while the Blue Phoenix glared in frustration. Such remarkable abilities you possess, my friend. You must be aware that the Huashan branch is merely a stage for the Holy Maiden. Master Bu Jia is primarily concerned with safeguarding his family, which bears little relevance to the relationship with Master Linghu. The latter has long since relinquished his interest in the affairs of the martial world, allowing the Huashan branch to drift into obscurity. Furthermore, with so many heroes of the Green Forest, the trivialities of life have become burdensome, rendering their reputation hollow. I admire Master Bu Jia's candor. Yet I wonder why the 6 Immortals of Peach Valley are absent. Are they not the ones who revel in merriment? Their whereabouts remain a mystery, as they prefer a life of freedom and are likely off exploring elsewhere. At this moment, Tian Buoguang approached Chu Yun, his handsome visage and crew cut complemented by a mustache, yet he could only manage half a sentence. Brother, allow me to introduce my disciple, Bu Jia. Should you require our assistance in the future, do not hesitate to speak. As he spoke, Bu Jia nudged Tian Buoguang with his foot. Tian Buoguang immediately bowed to Chu Yun. I have heard much of you, esteemed senior. Ah, Tian, your reputation precedes you. A solitary wanderer with exceptional lightness of foot. What a pity, what a pity. Upon hearing this, Tian Buoguang was visibly moved, for who could fathom his struggles? It would be better to sever the roots of his desires, as the days dragged on like years, leaving him in torment. Noticing the amicable interaction between Chu Yun and his companions, the elder and Zhu Qianxiu approached with Lan Feng Huang, exchanging polite greetings. Chu Yun returned the gesture and observed the aggrieved expression on Lan Feng Huang's face. A misunderstanding indeed. The esteemed leader of the Blue Sect possesses great magnanimity. I beg your forgiveness for my impulsiveness. It is simply that your beauty is utterly captivating. Flattery can be perilous, Lan Feng Huang remarked, her mood lifting as the clouds cleared, returning her to her charming demeanor. Since this is a misunderstanding, let us remove the veil and engage in open discourse. Yet, she had not forgotten the matter. Eagerly awaiting Chu Yun to unveil the mystery, Chu Yun, unperturbed, lifted the veil, revealing a hint of disappointment on Lan Feng Huang's face. I apologize, esteemed leader. For my lack of allure, my unsightly appearance has kept me in Yanjing, seldom traversing the martial world. Please forgive me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yunji of the Sun and Moon religion in the Yanjing branch, known as the Silent Monk. Zhu Qianxiu, wise and composed, laughed heartily. That is a grave misjudgment, Brother Yun. A true man stands tall and proud, One's worth cannot be measured by appearance. Your wisdom and knowledge are commendable, and I hold you in high regard." The others echoed their agreement, offering words of comfort, while Lan Fenghuang smiled brightly, recognizing that among the martial heroes present, few possessed striking features. Most bore the scars of their tumultuous lives, having danced with danger and bloodshed. Before long, Chu Yun seamlessly integrated with the entourage of the Hongshan branch, and all naturally overlooked the origin of his short hair. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yue, concealed behind a screen in the loft, remained unaware of the commotion below, likely fuming at the audacity of the silent monk to speak. Before long, the courtyard was filled to capacity, signaling that the main event was nearing. From behind the screen emerged a middle-aged man clad in black, wielding a staff. He raised his hands, commanding silence among the crowd. "Esteemed heroes and valiant companions, I am Li Rusong, the leader of the Zhangzhou branch of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult. I have gathered you all today to deliberate upon a grand endeavor to eradicate the malevolent forces. You may have heard of the notorious villain Chu Yun, who has ruthlessly slain hundreds of our disciples in Pingding Prefecture. The news has stirred up considerable uproar. How could the esteemed Sun and Moon Holy Cult allow such a tyrant to wreak havoc? What kind of terror does this Chu Yun embody, that it has incited such fervent discussion among us? Li Hall Master, I have traversed the martial world for many years, yet I have never encountered a figure named Chu Yun. Could there be some error in the reports? Li Hall Master, what weapon does Chu Yun wield? What martial arts does he employ? Does he have accomplices? Surely, it cannot be true that one man has slain hundreds of our brethren. Is Chu Yun truly that formidable?" Lan Phoenix, with her enchanting voice, beckons, "Brother Yun, are you not well versed in the affairs of the world? Do enlighten us about the identity of this audacious Chu Yun, who dares to tread upon the sacred ground of our realm." "Dear sister, if you call me Brother Yun, I shall divulge the truth," he replies, casting a fleeting glance at Lan Phoenix, who, despite not rivaling Yue in beauty, is indeed a rare gem among women. With a flirtatious glance, Lan Phoenix implores, "Pray tell, Brother Yun, what manner of sorcerer is Chu Yun?" Chu Yun felt a stirring within. Her dulcet tones were captivating, resonating in his ears like a haunting melody. "Sister, from what I gather, Chu Yun is both handsome and charismatic, likened to the esteemed Panin, and his martial prowess is such that even the former leader, Dongfang Bubi, held him in high regard." Lan Phoenix gasps in surprise, her voice rising in astonishment, drawing the attention of the surrounding heroes, leaving her somewhat flustered. Chu Yun, however, paid little heed to Li Rusong's discourse, as Lan Phoenix continued her inquiries. "Brother Yun, I have many contacts in the martial world, yet this is the first time I have heard of Chu Yun's name, which has swiftly risen to prominence in mere days. Whether friend or foe, I yearn to witness his prowess. Sister, it is said that Chu Yun is a close friend of Dongfang Bubi and has mastered the esteemed Sunflower Manual. You truly wish to meet him?" Upon hearing this, Lan Phoenix shuddered, shaking her head. "Alas, it is best that I do not meet him. Rumor has it that he rescued Dongfang Bubi from the Blackwood Cliff. I wonder if such tales hold any truth. My dear sister, your intelligence is truly remarkable. How you have gleaned such secrets of the cult. Should the current leader become aware, it may spell doom for your 5 Immortals sect in the martial world. Brother Yun, let us pretend I have asked nothing. Later, I shall treat you to a drink. The wine of the 5 Immortals sect is reserved solely for Linghu Chong. I have no desire to partake. Are you afraid it may be poisoned?" "Not at all. I merely wish to preserve my health. My visage has already suffered enough, and I aspire to maintain this body to enjoy a life akin to that of the Immortals." Lan Phoenix blushed at his words, yet remained unfazed. In the realm of martial artists, such matters were commonplace. However, upon noticing Chu Yun's gaze directed toward her, she instinctively took a step aside. Chu Yun smiled. Sensing no malice, he had no intention of provoking this enchanting sorceress. As Li Rusong's address neared its conclusion, he proclaimed, "Valiant heroes, should our endeavor to apprehend the nefarious Chu Yun prove successful, the Sun and Moon Holy Cult shall duly acknowledge your contributions. Currently, the formidable villain Chu Yun resides in the Yueli and alongside a captivating enchantress, and we have been covertly monitoring their activities, awaiting the night to act." Among the gathered heroes, someone voiced a question. Are they indeed within the inn? If so, would it not be more prudent to strike now? Acting under the cover of night may inadvertently harm our own, and it would afford Chu Yun the opportunity to escape, thereby thwarting our efforts. Li Rusong appeared somewhat awkward. A report from the brethren indicated that Chu Yun and the lady have ventured out, their whereabouts unknown, yet their carriage remains at the Yueli Inn, and they are certain to return by nightfall. Let us remain calm and deliberate in our strategy. The renowned chefs of Yinshi Tower are already preparing a feast to entertain us. Laughter erupted among the heroes, for Yinshi Tower is a well-known establishment in Zhangzhou, and the prospect of such indulgence made this journey worthwhile, even if it yielded no tangible results. The outer courtyard has been arranged with seating, and refreshments are being served. As everyone engages in tales of chivalry, Li Rusong approached Zhu Qianxiu and remarked, "Old fellow, we must tread carefully around the likes of Lan Phoenix. They are esteemed figures in the martial arts world. Ladies and gentlemen," he continued, "I apologize for my inadequate hospitality. Please retire to the inner courtyard for rest." The assembly rose in agreement, and as they turned their attention to Chu Yun, who appeared unfamiliar, Li Rusong assumed he was part of their company and extended an invitation. "My friend, what better than a chance encounter? Come, let us converse in the inner courtyard." Chu Yun accepted the invitation without hesitation and joined the group in the inner courtyard, taking a seat in the side hall. Li Rusong, harboring some reservations about Chu Yun, clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. "May I inquire your esteemed surname, my good sir? I do not believe we have met before." "I am Yin Wuji, known as the Mute Monk in the Yin Jing branch," replied Chu Yun. Li Rusong smacked his forehead in astonishment. "You are the Mute Monk. I have heard of you. Your reputation precedes you, and it is indeed said that you possess a Buddhist nature. I have heard tales of your ruthless actions, leaving no survivors. Such is merely a hollow reputation," Chu Yun replied. "I, as a follower of the Buddha, aim to liberate all beings. My actions are merely a prelude to their salvation. If the common folk suffer, it is better for me to endure their pain." Amitba. The crowd was taken aback, recognizing the fearsome reputation of this Yin Wuji. All present were killers unflinching in their resolve, well aware that failing to eradicate a threat would only result in its resurgence. Thus they regarded him with newfound respect. Chapter 018. A life redeemed. Li Rusong commanded the serving of refreshments and took a seat beside Chu Yun, continuing to probe. "Brother Yun, last month I met with Master Chun of the Yinjing branch, who mentioned he would soon return to Blackwood Cliff to report on his duties. Do you know if Master Chun has departed?" Chu Yun felt a wave of unease. He understood the implications. Dongfang Yuer had assigned him the identity of the Mute Monk to silence him, and now he regretted his inability to restrain himself upon encountering a beautiful woman. This was clearly a test of his identity. Noting the curious expressions on the faces of those present, Chu Yun maintained a facade of calm. "I have not returned to Yinjing recently, and regarding the matters you inquired about, I am unaware. Rest assured, any report will be timely." Li Rusong smiled faintly. Rising to take the water jug from a servant, signaling discreetly, the servant hurried outside, and upon turning, had a long sword in hand. Chu Yun casually cracked sunflower seeds, his expression unperturbed. "Li Hall Master, what is the meaning of this? The master of the Yinjing branch does not bear the surname Chun. You are not the Mute Monk of Yinjing, Yin Buji. Who are you, and what is your purpose in infiltrating our sect?" Upon hearing Li Rusong's words, the gathered individuals swiftly rose, weapons in hand, except for Lan Fenghuang, who remained seated, casting an inquiring glance at Chu Yun. Chu Yun continued to crack sunflower seeds, playfully toying with one in his hand, and smiled. "Everyone, please take your seats, and do not be alarmed. I am Chu Yun, and having heard that your esteemed sect is holding an exorcism conference today, I merely came to observe." Before Chu Yun could finish, Li Rusong, not heeding his words, lunged at him with his sword. The sharp blade gleamed ominously, and as a prominent master, Li Rusong's skills were exceptional. He wielded the sword with full force, determined to strike a killing blow. As the sword approached his chest, Chu Yun flicked the sunflower seed, redirecting the blade. Li Rusong, unable to regain control, found the sword's tip now aimed at Lan Fenghuang, who, taken by surprise, closed her eyes, bracing for death. Chu Yun swiftly sent another sunflower seed flying, altering the sword's trajectory. One seed struck Li Rusong squarely between the eyebrows, and he fell to the ground, lifeless. Lan Fenghuang opened her eyes, drenched in cold sweat, staring at Chu Yun in disbelief. "Dongfang Bubi." The crowd exclaimed in unison, recognizing such supernatural prowess could only be wielded by the former leader, Dongfang Bubi. The only difference was that the flying needles had been replaced by sunflower seeds. Fear spread across their faces, their hearts trembling with trepidation. Ding. System notification, 1 villain killed. Remaining life value, 2 days. Chu Yun rose, dusted off his hands, and retrieved another sunflower seed from the plate on the tea table, flicking it towards the third-floor pavilion. The seed soared through the roof tiles, producing a sound as it struck the windows of the courtyard's third floor. Carrying a tray of sunflower seeds, Chu Yun stepped outside, followed by the others. As they reached the inner courtyard's third floor, a window swung open, revealing a girl wearing a conical hat, descending like a celestial maiden. She gracefully floated past the screen of the second courtyard and landed before them, her voice sweetly calling, "Young master, did you summon me down? Are you preparing to leave?" Her enchanting tone made even Lan Fenghuang feel inferior. "Young master, Yuer did not instruct you to impersonate that mute monk. Did you inadvertently reveal yourself?" Chu Yun, feeling embarrassed for having acted recklessly, promptly offered her a plate of sunflower seeds. "Yuer, these are for you. They taste delightful. Do give them a try." Dongfang Yuer took one in her hand, but did not eat it. Instead, she turned her hat towards Lan Fenghuang, nodding slightly. Lan Fenghuang, you indeed possess some beauty. If you can make my young master reveal his intentions, I shall grant you an opportunity to serve him tonight, thus sparing your life. The crowd was struck with fear. Who was this woman who regarded the world's heroes with such disdain? Lan Fenghuang's expression shifted to one of anger and shock, her eyes wide and brows furrowed. To offer herself for survival. Could the Wuxian sect still maintain its standing in the martial world? Who are you, young lady? Though our Wuxian sect resides at the border, we are not to be trifled with. If we cannot match your skills, we shall meet death with dignity. The atmosphere grew tense, and the crowd prepared for mutual destruction. Just then, members of the Sun and Moon sect, along with a band of ruffians entering the courtyard, encircled Chu Yun and Dongfang Yuer. Chu Yun slayed masterly, and the crowd united to hunt him down, intending to present him to the sect leader, Ren. Amidst the throng, someone cried out, and with a mere wave of his hand, that individual collapsed, a hole pierced through his brow, leaving all present pale as death. The members of the Sun and Moon sect knelt in unison, chanting fervently, "The Sun and Moon sect is invincible." The Eastern leader embodies both literary and martial virtues, reigning for millennia and unifying the martial world. We humbly welcome the Eastern leader. As Chu Yun surveyed his surroundings, those valiant figures of the martial world who had not yet knelt quickly bowed their heads. Seeing that Wu Jie, the old man, Zhu Qianxiu, Lan Fenghuang, and Tian Buguang remained standing, Dongfang Yuer's murderous intent surged. "Why do you not kneel?" she demanded, summoning her power as she waved her cloud-like sleeves. A fierce gust sweeping through, causing several to drop to their knees, their anger somewhat diminished. "My master forbids me from taking lives. Should you show disrespect again, your martial arts will be stripped away." Observing the sea of kneeling figures, Chu Yun felt a certain imposing authority. It was no wonder that many yearned for dominion. For to depend on others was to forever be subservient. The era of Dongfang Bubi had ended. I, Chu Yun, have personally buried Dongfang Bubi. If you do not express gratitude, but instead plot my demise, then your fates are yours to decide. The crowd, though aware that Dongfang Bubi was dead, trembled and remained prostrated, for they knew Chu Yun possessed the unparalleled skills of Dongfang Bubi. Noticing the silence, Dongfang Yuer, uncertain of Chu Yun's intentions, utilized her secret transmission technique to inquire, "My lord, how do you wish to deal with them? Shall we allow them to decide their own fates?" Chu Yun, unable to employ such a technique, lifted the veil near Dongfang Yuer's ear and whispered, "Yuer, let them pay to redeem themselves. Our coffers are rather empty." Feeling Chu Yun's breath tickle her ear, Dongfang Yuer couldn't help but chuckle softly, her laughter akin to heavenly music, enchanting those around her, leaving some entranced. "My master's intention is clear. According to the rules of the martial world, let them redeem themselves with money. Sun and Moon sect, bring forth all your wealth and see if it can spare your lives." As she spoke, seeing no movement from the kneeling crowd, her murderous intent rekindled. "Li Rusong is dead. Who among you is the highest ranking? Step forth quickly, lest you hinder my master's important matters." Among the kneeling sect members, a minor leader rose, brandishing a long knife, and shouted at the prostrate crowd, "If we are to die, let us unite to slay Chu Yun. There lies our only chance. Brothers, attack." Spurred by this incitement, dozens surged forth, some ruffians joining the fray, for they had no wealth to redeem themselves. Failure meant death. Armed with various weapons, long whips, sabers, and spears, they charged, intent on surrounding and dispatching Chu Yun and Dongfang Yuer. Seeing that Dongfang Yuer had acquired an embroidered needle, Chu Yun's heart sank. Should she kill them, his own life would surely be forfeit. In a moment of desperation, he called out, "Yuer, do not kill. Step back, they are but a swarm of ants." Chapter 19. Gazing down upon the world, Dongfang Yuer executed a graceful turn, retreating behind Chu Yun. Chu Yun casually grasped a handful of sunflower seeds. Casting a disdainful glance at the approaching crowd of zealots, his face contorted with menace as he shouted loudly. The metallic glint of weapons reflected in a mottled dance upon the walls and eaves, the atmosphere somber, permeated with the scent of death. The blade drew near to Chu Yun, the great demon poised for annihilation, while those in close proximity wore expressions of excitement. Chu Yun spoke calmly, his voice resonating throughout the courtyard. Seeking death, the seeds in his hand scattered forth, splattering the blood of the zealots at the forefront. Each crimson seed piercing through flesh with a series of sickening thuds. Bodies fell in a fan-like cascade, staining the ground with blood. Several seeds punctured the courtyard wall, shooting forth. The system's life value continued to accumulate. The prostrate zealots and commoners, witnessing the seed-inflicted holes left by blades on the ground, beheld the hollowed corpses and bloodied swords with horror, bowing their heads closer to the earth, trembling in fear. Dongfang Yuer, witnessing Chu Yun's formidable prowess, felt a surge of joy, circling to stand before him and leaning against his side, wishing to convey to all that a hero ought to be accompanied by a beauty. Who else dares to test my lord's abilities? I am yet to be satisfied. The passage of life itself is a sight to behold. A leader of the cult raised his trembling head. Hero Chu, I know the location of the branch's silver and funds. We shall retrieve it for you immediately. Please allow me to summon some people to assist. Dongfang Yuer stepped away from Chu Yun's embrace, gracefully approaching Lan Fengwang, extending her delicate fingers to lift the latter's chin. Lan Fengwang, you truly are a beauty. Rise and accompany them. Should you falter in your duties, beware the wrath of the Wuxian sect. Lan Fengwang felt a sudden illumination before her. Her skin glimmered radiantly, rivaling even Ren Ying. She lifted her head, her exquisite visage faintly visible through the sheer fabric. A wave of inadequacy washing over her. Having faced many tempests, she had never witnessed such a horrifying method of murder nor such a gruesome scene of slaughter. The legendary flying needles of Dongfang Bubi could scarcely compare. Any thoughts of resistance felt utterly futile. Miss Fengwang, I am grateful for your mercy. I shall serve with utmost dedication, she declared. Dongfang Yuer, with her graceful figure, leaned back against Chu Yun and softly spoke, from now on, you shall be our attendant. Assisting them. Remember to account for the valuables without omission. As for the rest of you kneeling zealots, clear this place. You appear quite distressed. Some members of the Day and Moon sect proceeded to gather the funds, while the remaining zealots hastily rose to collect the debris and cleanse the bloodstains. The prostrated commoners dared not lift their heads. Chu Yun recognized their poverty, aware they had come merely to partake of the feast, and addressed them. You self-proclaimed heroes of the realm, I presume you carry no silver. I, Chu Yun, am not one to covet wealth. If you wish for me to let you go unscathed, that would breach the code of conduct. Swear to distance yourselves from the martial world and refrain from committing heinous acts. Should you violate this oath, I, Chu Yun, shall claim your lives and those of your kin. Tian Boguang, rise and procure some paper and pens, instruct them to record their names and addresses. Should there be any deceit, they shall face dire consequences. Tian Boguang glanced at Bu Jie, seeking his counsel, and Bu Jie nodded in agreement. Despite Bu Jie's formidable skills, he felt he could not match Chu Yun, nor could he rival the lady by his side. Tian Boguang worked with remarkable efficiency, methodically compiling the registrations. Chu Yun turned to Bu Jie and the old ancestor of the Yellow River, sighing, Bu Jie, old ancestor. You three ought to remain safely within the confines of Hongshan's secluded retreat. Wading into this murky water is tantamount to courting death. The three stood up in unison, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, young Master Chu, for your mercy. They sensibly brought forth grand chairs for Chu Yun and Dongfang Yuer to take their seats, serving them tea. Dongfang Yuer leaned comfortably against Chu Yun, lazily cracking sunflower seeds, accumulating the shelled seeds in her palm, and after a while, poured them into Chu Yun's hand. Young master, enjoy these seeds. Who knew that robbery could be so entertaining? Chu Yun tossed a seed into his mouth, chewing and swallowing before taking a sip of tea, then waved his hand at Dongfang Yuer. Yuer, consume them sparingly. Too many can lead to heatiness, and you may end up with blemishes, which would be quite unbecoming. I understand, young master, she replied. Yuer, have you never robbed before? No, I only know of killing, forgetting the art of robbery. Murdering, arson, and plundering are the deeds of bandits, which Yuer does not engage in. Yuer, it's commendable that you uphold your principles. Righteous acts are for aiding the poor through the rich, while villainous acts devolve into mere thievery. It is profoundly unjust, exceedingly so. One day, we should also raid the 5 mountain sword sect, Shaolin, Wudong, and Qingcheng to aid the impoverished. Dongfang Yuer clapped her hands in admiration, gazing at Chu Yun with reverence. Reflecting, how could I not have conceived such ideas when I was the leader of the Sun and Moon sect? My vision was evidently too narrow. In a few days, let us raid the Taishan sect. They occupy the revered Mount Taishan and must receive substantial offerings annually. Before long, we shall amass great wealth, she giggled. The surrounding crowd, hearing their light-hearted banter, regarded the martial world as mere ants, as though Shaolin, martial arts, and the 5 mountain sword sect were mere paper constructs. Even Ren Woxing and Dongfang Bubi had never been so audacious. Bu Jie and the old ancestor of the Yellow River swallowed hard. Bu Jie, unafraid of the powerful, interjected. Young Master Chu, you underestimate the martial world. To cite but a few, there is Linghu Chong of Hongshan, Zhuolengchan of Songshan, Master Fangzheng of Shaolin, and Taoist Chengxiu of Wudong. They may well be your adversaries, not to mention the sword Saint Feng Qingyang of Huashan. Chu Yun nodded thoughtfully at Bu Jie's enumeration of these formidable figures. However, Dongfang Yuer could not bear to remain silent, her face betraying her ire as she retorted. Linghu Chong, Zhuolengchan, and Taoist Chengxiu can be compared to my young master? The martial arts of the world may have originated from Shaolin, But that old bald donkey Fangzheng presumes that with his 8th grade internal skill and the 72 unique skills of Shaolin, he may stand on equal footing with my young master. As for Ren Woxing, despite his stellar absorption technique, I dare say he cannot rival my young master, and the Sword Saint is probably just a name with no substance. Chu Yun, possessing a countenance thicker than the city walls, showed no signs of embarrassment, his complexion pallid yet unyielding. He cleared his throat lightly, grasped Yuer's delicate hand, and tenderly caressed it. Yuer, as you traverse the world of martial arts, my master imparted to me 2 essential words to remember. The Eastern Yuer promptly inquired. What are those 2 words? Subtlety, he replied. Do you remember? Subtlety. For instance, though you possess an unparalleled beauty, refrain from revealing it too freely, granting other women a chance to breathe. Even if our martial prowess is unrivaled, we must conduct ourselves with humility, lest we extinguish the hope of the world's heroes. Oh, life is arduous, and becoming a formidable individual is even more challenging. The onlookers around nearly retched, their minds racing with expletives, pondering how this could possibly be termed subtlety. Questioning why he didn't tee a sin to the heavens instead. Eastern Yuer found herself thoroughly amused by Chu Yun's words, unable to suppress a giggle that erupted, her laughter ringing like silver bells throughout the courtyard, though her veil provided some modesty. Chapter 20. The Eastern Society. Once her laughter subsided, Eastern Yuer shamelessly continued to flatter. You speak with utmost wisdom, my lord. We must indeed practice subtlety, for it is paramount in our journey through the martial world. Perhaps we should draft a letter to the major sects, advising them to prepare their finances for our collection. Chu Yun nodded in approval, recognizing her intelligence. Yuer was indeed astute and had learned well. The crowd once again felt a wave of frustration, some even tempted to bash their heads against the wall. Before long, the courtyard had been cleared, the stench of blood gradually dissipating. Tian Boguang completed his registration and presented it to Chu Yun. Lan Fengwang, leading a group, arrived with several chests of valuables to the central courtyard. Having assumed a subordinate's role, Lan Fengwang reported to Chu Yun, young Master Chu. All the assets of the Zhangzhou branch of the Sun and Moon Divine sect are here for your inspection. The self-appointed leader of the group stepped forward, presenting a detailed list. 3 million taels in silver notes, 10,000 taels of gold, 100 million taels of silver, and 18 boxes containing assorted silver, jewelry, jade artifacts, and ancient paintings. Please review, Sir Chu. Both Chu Yun and Eastern Yuer were taken aback by the immense wealth possessed by a single branch of the sect. It was rumored that the annual treasury of the Ming dynasty barely surpassed a few million taels of silver, with the emperor himself grappling with financial shortages, even resorting to mining taxes and stringent oversight. Eastern Yuer was particularly astonished. During her tenure, she had never encountered such affluence within a branch, suggesting a deep-seated corruption that even the strictest regulations could not eradicate. Yuer, you may keep the silver notes. I have other plans for the rest, Chu Yun stated. Understood. My lord, she replied, rising gracefully to the boxes, instructing the attendants to open them one by one. She placed a stack of silver notes into her small pouch, which she had purchased earlier that day at the grooming salon, a delicate pink lace design, fashionable and convenient to carry over the shoulder. She had been enamored with it, and Chu Yun found it quite appealing, acknowledging the flourishing commerce of the Ming dynasty. Returning to Chu Yun's side, Eastern Yuer awaited his further instructions. Tian Boguang, you performed admirably. Would you care to accompany me in the future? You value loyalty over life itself. Your duel with Linghu Chong at the tavern. Had it not been for Linghu Chong's clever tactics, how could you have lost? Even in defeat, you chose to acknowledge Yilin as your master. You ought to be a role model in the martial world. Tian Boguang's eyes brimmed with tears, nearly spilling forth a hero's lament, as he felt a profound sense of loyalty to those who truly understood him. Young Master Chu, should my esteemed teacher permit, I am eager to follow you closely. Chu Yun glanced at Bujia, inquiring softly, Master Bujia, would you be willing to part with him? Bujia, quite fond of the young man, felt a pang of reluctance, yet ultimately yielded to the pressures of authority. Young Master Chu, your acceptance of Tian Boguang would be most gratifying. I hope that in your company, he will not cause trouble for the Hengshan sect. After bowing before Bujia, Tian Boguang continued to heed Chu Yun's instructions. Tian Boguang, Master Bujia has consented. From now on, you shall accompany me, and I promise you will witness an extraordinary world of martial arts. Tian Boguang vowed to follow the young master faithfully, leaving no room for deception. Beside Chu Yun, Dongfang Yuer chuckled, Young master, I have heard about your duel between Tian Boguang and Linghu Chong. It seems rather amusing. Would you indulge us with the tale? Chu Yun turned to Tian Boguang and smiled. Please recount the circumstances of your defeat during that duel, so that we may share in the laughter. Immediately, Tian Boguang slipped into a reverie. On that day, in a bid to save his master Yilin, Linghu Chong challenged me to a duel. He claimed he could not defeat me standing, but could do so while seated, declaring himself the second best in the world. I inquired as to who held the title of the best, and he answered it was Dongfang Bubi. Hearing this, Dongfang Yuer interjected, her expression tinged with anger. Linghu Chong is quite arrogant. Tian Boguang continued. I asked him why he deemed himself second. He replied that his swordsmanship was honed in the privy, where he faced countless flies daily, thus perfecting his art to attain the second-best sword technique. Laughter erupted among the crowd, easing the previously tense atmosphere. Yet, Dongfang Yuer's features remained clouded with displeasure, prompting Chu Yun to gently pat her hand, restoring her composure. Linghu Chong's words were a mockery of me, likening me to a fly. Thus, I agreed to duel him seated. Despite his repeated attempts, he ultimately fell before me. In my excitement, I stood up and laughed heartily, only to discover that he had been sitting on a broken stool. Dongfang Yuer's frown transformed into a smile as she contemplated her own identity. Realizing she was no longer Dongfang Bubi and had no reason to be angered by Linghu Chong's actions, reminding herself of her own identity as Dongfang Yuer. Linghu Chong truly is cunning, resorting to any means to achieve his ends. Tian Boguang, you have displayed a willingness to accept defeat, and thus, the young master commends you as a paragon of the martial world. Upon hearing Dongfang Yuer's praise, Tian Boguang felt invigorated and immediately clasped his fists in gratitude. Madam, your words are overly kind. In the eyes of those righteous, my past actions are still looked down upon. Henceforth, as I follow young Master Chu, I shall strive to amend my ways. Hearing Tian Boguang address her as Madam delighted Dongfang Yuer, solidifying her status as Chu Yun's consort in the public eye, bringing her great joy. Chu Yun surveyed the assembly and straightened his posture. What constitutes righteousness? What defines villainy? Among the righteous, there exists much wrongdoing, cruelty, and malice abound. Even within the martial world, righteous sects commit shameless acts in their relentless pursuit of the Fuwei escort evil repelling sword manual. The likes of Yu Songhai, Yu Buchuan, and Zhuo Lingchan take turns stepping into the limelight, creating quite the spectacle. Among the so-called wicked sects, there are numerous individuals of great benevolence and righteousness, who save the dying and heal the wounded, displaying loyalty and valor. Therefore, one should not belittle oneself. As long as one harbors noble intentions and refrains from committing acts of tyranny and injustice, even the wicked sect can achieve greatness. The audience listened to Chu Yun's teachings without opposition, as if his words resonated deeply within their hearts, prompting many followers and outlaws to kneel and proclaim their willingness to follow him. We are eager to follow young Master Chu. Please take us under your wing. Chu Yun was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. He had not intended to gather disciples or form a society. As a solitary figure with no ambition for domination over the martial world, he merely wished to wander the renowned mountains and rivers with Yuer, embracing the beauty of the Ming dynasty's landscapes. Upon hearing Chu Yun express his desire to journey through the world alongside only herself, Yuer felt an overwhelming surge of affection, her heart racing, and she blushed deeply, flustered and embarrassed. Stealing a glance at Chu Yun, her eyes brimmed with tenderness. But she soon experienced a sharp pang of pain in her abdomen. Yuer gritted her teeth to stifle any sound, the pain subsiding after a brief moment. Young Master Chu, as you traverse the world, you will require companions. We are willing to serve. The crowd reaffirmed their loyalty, aware of the current turmoil in the martial realm, all seeking a towering figure to shelter them. Chu Yun was that very tree, and should he depart, the wrath of Ren Woxing would undoubtedly follow swiftly. They were indeed concerned that Ren Woxing would seek retribution after his departure. The crowd tacitly agreed. Very well, I shall establish the Dongfang Society in Songzhou, dedicated to aiding the needy. Those unwilling to join may take 100 taels of silver and depart. For those wishing to join, please register with Tian Boguang. Out of nearly 100 individuals present, almost half chose to accept the silver, while the other half expressed a desire to join the Dongfang Society, leaving He Jia and Huang He Lao Zhu in indecision. Chu Yun was reluctant to accept this band of ruffians, yet if he could guide them towards righteousness, it would be a noble deed, especially for the sake of Dongfang Yuer. He was truly at a loss as to how to accomplish the system's task of redeeming Dongfang Bubi, resorting to desperate measures. Chapter 021. The cross banner leaning against Chu Yun, Dongfang Yuer gently inquired, Young Master, why is it called the Dongfang Society? In the martial world, most factions are named as sects, gangs, or schools. Why is our group a society? Chu Yun had also thought of this on a whim and had not considered it deeply. He initially wanted to name it the Red Cross Society, but lacking renown, he resorted to borrowing the name of Dongfang Bubi. Curious to see who might come seeking their doom, I merely borrowed the name of Dongfang Bubi, a mere facade. This is not a gang, but rather a small group dedicated to doing good deeds, he chuckled. Dongfang Yuer was somewhat perplexed but refrained from further inquiry. finding joy in the fact that Chu Yun had chosen a name based on his surname. Once the matters in the courtyard were settled, Chu Yun ordered for the belongings to be moved to the rear courtyard. The chef from Yinshi Lu dared not leave, continuing to host a banquet for the assembled heroes in the outer courtyard. The current leader of the Zhangzhou branch was the one who volunteered to move the belongings, a man named Qian Mantang. Upon inquiry, it became clear that Qian Mantang possessed a keen business acumen, having amassed substantial land and wealth for the Zhangzhou branch, an invaluable talent indeed. In the rear courtyard's conference hall, Chu Yun, Dongfang Yuer, Lanfeng Wang, Tian Buoguang, Bu Jie, Huang He Laozu, and Qian Mantang convened. Chu Yun occupied the main seat, with Dongfang Yuer by his side, while the others took their places on either side of the hall. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yun articulated his plans. This place shall henceforth be the Zhangzhou branch of the Dongfang Society, with Qian Mantang serving as the branch president, overseeing the affairs of the Zhangzhou Society. The president of the Dongfang Society shall uniformly be referred to as the Dongfang president. For those who may not comprehend, the Dongfang president is none other than Dongfang Bubi. The assembly, perplexed by the situation, listened attentively. The Dongfang Society is not a gang. It does not involve itself in the conflicts of the martial world, nor does it engage in the strife of the imperial court. Our primary mission is to heal the wounded and save the dying, to serve the people. Qian Mantang, your main responsibilities will be to generate revenue and recruit affluent individuals to join the Dongfang Society, ensuring their safety and security. Qian Mantang rose and approached the center of the hall, kneeling to accept his orders. Qian Mantang, the practice of kneeling shall henceforth be abolished in the Dongfang Society. As citizens of the Ming, all are equal, irrespective of status, distinguished only by their duties and the distribution of rewards. Upon standing, Qian Mantang's face was alight with emotion, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Master Chu, I have another matter to report. The Dongfang leader has administered the 3-corpse brain god pill to us. Do you possess a means to counteract it? As long as you dedicate yourself to the Dongfang Society, I shall find a way to completely eradicate the harmful 3-corpse brain god pill and restore your freedom. The great kindness of Master Chu shall remain etched in my memory. I, Qian, shall devote myself entirely to the Dongfang Society until my last breath. Seeing Qian Mantang poised to kneel once more, Chu Yun immediately interjected, Qian Mantang, take your seat. Remember, henceforth, no member of the Dongfang Society shall kneel. If one kneels for too long, their back will bend. How can a 7-foot man stand tall against the heavens? The assembly found Chu Yun's establishment of rules quite intriguing. How could authority be established without kneeling? Lan Fenghuang and Tian Buoguang exchanged glances of delight, the principle of equality resonating deeply within them. Bu Jie, Zhu Qianxiu, and the ancient Huang He Laozu shared the same yearning for equality, devoid of status or rank, igniting their desire to join the Dongfang Society. Master Bu Jie, should the 3 of you wish to join the Dongfang Society, you are welcome at any time. If not, it is of no consequence. I have important matters to discuss. Bu Jie clasped his hands in respect, replying, Please, Master Chu, speak freely. The mission of the Dongfang Society is to heal the wounded and serve the people. If one day you encounter the renowned physician Ping Yizhi, please convey my message, should he join the Dongfang Society. I will fully support him in establishing a clinic to aid the world. Your benevolence, Master Chu, is indeed a blessing for the common people. Bu Jie vowed to traverse the world to seek out Ping Yizhi, persuading him to join. With your assurance, I am at ease. You 3 may depart from Zhangzhou at your convenience. Tian Buoguang, Lan Fenghuang, should you wish not to follow me, you may leave at this time. Tian Buoguang and Lan Fenghuang rose, stepping into the hall to bow in respect. We are willing to follow Master Chu, unwavering in life and death. Let us proceed to the side hall to savor the exquisite culinary delights of Yinshi Tower, including the renowned Zhangzhou beggar's chicken. Qian Mantang, please remain for a moment. I have matters to discuss. After the crowd dispersed, Chu Yun and Qian Mantang deliberated on the affairs of the society. Dongfang Yuer, seated nearby, was engulfed in contemplation regarding Chu Yun's actions. Though somewhat unconventional, they were far more engaging than the intrigues of the martial world. President Qian, you shall henceforth manage the branch society and establish a set of regulations that delineate the responsibilities of each subordinate. Formulate a plan for assistance. Considering the recent years of calamity and the drop in temperatures, during the summer and autumn, stockpile cotton clothing such as quilts and trousers, which can be distributed in winter to those in need. You may also liaise with pharmacies and clinics to arrange free medical consultations, focusing on the noble pursuit of saving lives and aiding the populace. The Dongfang Society shall never engage in the heinous and corrupt practices of the Sun and Moon sect. Should any such activities come to light, severe penalties will be imposed. Remember, regardless of wealth and splendor, one must have life to enjoy it. The funds confiscated today shall serve as the initial capital for the branch. It is imperative that you utilize them wisely, whether through income or donations. Allocate 2 layers annually as rewards for the management and members. The remaining funds shall be remitted to the headquarters of the Dongfang Society, and I shall send someone to collect them. Encourage all members to brainstorm ideas on how to generate revenue and economize, aiming for growth that will elevate our name in the Ming Dynasty. In the future, when the martial world speaks of Dongfang, let them not think of Dongfang Bubi, but of the Dongfang Society. Given the ongoing strife in the martial world and the frequent incursions by northern scoundrels, we must also maintain a formidable force to protect ourselves and our clientele. Contemplate these matters further. Qian Mantang, displaying commendable acumen, noted the key points of Chu Yun's discourse, earning Chu Yun's approval. Taking Qian Mantang's ledger, Chu Yun observed the clear handwriting and organized entries. Flipping to a blank page, he retrieved a charcoal pencil and sketched a flag, depicting a large cross at the top and inscribing Dongfang Society beneath it. President Qian used this design to create some flags. A red flag with a white cross and a white flag with a red cross, featuring Dongfang Society inscribed boldly beneath. I hope to see the sample flags by this afternoon. Arrange for this after our lunch. You may leave now. Understood, sir. As a listener, Dongfang Yuer proved to be exceptionally competent, gazing at Chu Yun with adoration as he spoke with confidence and charisma, feeling an insatiable desire to witness more of his brilliance. Young master, when shall we visit Mount Tai? I can hardly contain my excitement. Chu Yun smiled, his gaze affectionate as he pulled her closer. So soon? You wish to engage in plunder? Yuer, later you and Lan Fengwang may select some exquisite jewels and ornaments to take with you for future adornment. Although you are already breathtakingly beautiful in your natural state, a little embellishment could add a delightful charm. Dongfang Yuer, having her thoughts of theft uncovered, playfully stuck out her tongue and made a face, though it was obscured beneath her veil. I understand, young master. It seems you harbor feelings for Lan Fengwang. If you wish, I could arrange for her to attend to you tonight, as I would do anything to bring you joy. Yuer, that is not appropriate. Such matters cannot be forced. They must arise from mutual affection. Lan Fengwang is a leader in her own right, and respect must be upheld between individuals. Power and coercion cannot win genuine allegiance. Very well, young master, I understand. Young master, I feel you are not of the common people of the Ming Dynasty. Your vision transcends this era. Was astonished. Could it be that Dongfang Yuer had discovered something? Chapter 022. Whispered secrets. After the banquet, the courtyard was deserted. Qian Mantang had already organized the affairs of the society. After all, the morning's slaughter by Chu Yun had eliminated numerous elite members, and managing a vast branch required meticulous planning. Master Bujia, the old man, bid farewell to ancestor Qianxiu and departed, while Tian Buguang and Lan Fengwang saw him off. Master Bujia, moved by the sight of Tian Buguang and Lan Fengwang bidding farewell, tied his horse's reins at the fork heading west. My friends, parting after sending you off 1,000 miles is inevitable. Tian Buguang, you and Lan Fengwang are also disciples of the Hongshan branch. If that Chu Yun dares to covet Lan Fengwang, do not assist in his wrongdoing. If you cannot defeat him, flee. I and Master Linghu will stand up for you. Master, based on my experience wandering the martial world, young Master Chu must be in disguise, altering his appearance. His true visage must be remarkably handsome, as one can tell from his wife. If Lan Fengwang finds favor with young Master Chu, then I cannot be blamed. Upon hearing this, Lan Fengwang immediately chased after Tian Buguang, who could only flee and surrender, for the poison techniques of the Five Immortals sect were no trifling matter. The old ancestor of the Yellow River, lacking presence, merely chuckled from the sidelines. Once the three disappeared from view, the two mounted their horses and leisurely returned to the Zhangzhou branch. Tian Buguang, what do you think of young Master Chu and Miss Yuer? Is young Master Chu the invincible Dongfang? I do not know. Regardless of who they are, young Master Chu understands me, and I must follow him. Miss Yuer must be young Master Chu's wife, accompanying him in the martial world. It is rumored that Dongfang Bubi practiced the Sunflower Manual, performing self-castration to wield his sword. If young Master Chu were indeed Dongfang Bubi, would a beautiful maiden like Miss Yuer choose to accompany him? That is true. If Miss Yuer insists on having me serve Chu Yun, and I cannot prevail, I might have to end my own life. Is this the fate of a woman? Lan Fengwang, you have reached the flowering age, like an ordinary maiden, already married and enjoying the joys of motherhood. Is it worth it to remain chaste for the sake of the Five Immortals sect? Lan Fengwang was taken aback by Tian Buguang's profound words, feeling deeply moved. Well, let us take it one step at a time. Before she could finish, a crack of the whip echoed, and a lone rider sped away. On the official road heading south, several horse-drawn carriages proceeded in sequence. Chu Yun's entourage had expanded, comprising 3 carriages, 2 for passengers and 1 for goods, adorned with the red and white banners of the Dongfang Society, fluttering in the wind with a rustling sound. Tian Buguang rode alongside one of the carriages, where the curtain was drawn back, and Lan Fengwang poked her head out. Tian Buguang, If you are weary from riding, come aboard and rest. We still have 2 days' journey to Taishan. Come up for a chat and alleviate the boredom. Tian Buoguang dismounted and entered the carriage, settling onto a soft cushion. Leader Lan, you are quite greedy. Young Master Chu allowed you to select some gold and silver jewelry, and you chose several boxes. Even if you change them daily, it would take years to wear them all. It is not just Miss Yuer. She seems to cherish everything. Yet she shows no interest in the gold and silver. She is indeed a curious person. A woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes. It seems that Miss Yu is eager to win the favor of young Master Chu. You have witnessed his true form after bathing. Indeed, he is as handsome as Panin, embodying both charm and vigor. I have inquired about him, and he is merely 20 years old. It is likely that he does not regard you with any interest. Tian Buoguang retorted, who asked you to make inquiries on my behalf? Now I can rest easy. By the way, did you both go to the bathhouse together? Do you think he is that sort? Lan Jiao replied, it is true we went together. But which sort do you mean? Tian Buoguang, aware of her feigned ignorance, ceased to tease her. Young Master Chu possesses impressive attributes, certainly appealing to the ladies. As he spoke, he sighed, longing for what he lacked. Lan Fengwang, noticing the despondency on Tian Buoguang's face, found herself at a loss for comforting words. She thought to herself that Master Wu Jia was indeed reckless. For a man like Tian Buoguang, unable to garner affection, life would be more unbearable than death. Though she, too, was a woman, she felt a pang of sympathy for him. In another carriage, Chu Yun observed as Dongfang Yuer embroidered a beautiful portrait of a lady, nearly completed, showcasing her remarkable skill and perfect color coordination. Isn't Yuer's embroidery exquisite? Indeed, it is a marvel of craftsmanship. Perhaps we should open an embroidery shop in Jiangnan. As long as you wish, I shall comply. However, I do not wish to sell my work. I only desire to present it to you. Very well. Let us keep them for our enjoyment in the future. That would indeed be a delightful affair. By the way, do you mind if I use the name Dongfang for our association? Yuer, filled with joy, felt that using Dongfang was a testament to young Master S' affection. Master, the past is behind me. I wish to change my name. Is that permissible? Oh, what name do you wish to adopt? Master, I wish to take your surname. From now on, I shall be known as Chu Yuer, no longer Dongfang Bubi or Dongfang Yuer. Would that be agreeable? Your happiness is what matters. A name is merely a label. As long as you are content, that suffices. Chu Yuer bowed her head, her cheeks flushed as she embroidered, her heart brimming with secret plans. She thought, a woman follows her husband and naturally takes his surname. This is something she cannot disclose to Chu Yun, but it remains in her heart. Yuer, teach me the art of secret communication. It would make our conversations more convenient, free from the ears of others. Setting aside her needlework, Chu Yuer reclined on a soft cushion, resting her head on Chu Yun's lap, savoring the warmth of his large hand. The arts of secret communication, leaving no trace in the snow, or crossing rivers on a reed, are coveted skills among martial artists. They possess an air of mystery, yet are simple for us. All these require profound internal strength. In simple terms, secret communication allows us to transform our spoken words into a direct transmission, reaching the ears of the intended recipient while remaining unheard by others. Chu Yun recalled the directional speakers in the real world and the technique employed by Duan Yanqing in Jin Yong's demigods and semi-devils, where he aided Su Zhu in the game of chess, unseen and unheard, a skill worth learning. Under the guidance of Yuer, Chu Yun quickly mastered the art of transmitting thoughts silently, repeatedly whispering into Yuer's ear. The sound caressed her, creating a delightful tickling sensation. Chu Yun reveled in the playful exchange, while Chu Yuer resumed her embroidery work. With grace, she took up her brush and ink, inscribing exquisite small characters onto the silk fabric. The gentle tilt of her head resembled a water lily, shyly resisting the cool breeze. Observing her calligraphy, Chu Yun was reminded of the vermilion annotations from the Sunflower Manual, truly the work of an unparalleled master, reminiscent of renowned calligraphers such as Ouyang Xiu, Yan Jinqing, Lu Gongquan, and Zhao Mingfu. Yuer, your small characters possess the elegance of a master. You could open a school to teach others the art of writing. Indeed, one can never have too many skills, he remarked. You flatter me, young master. Writing is akin to embroidery. Practice makes perfect. In those idle years, I would pass the time with writing and stitching. Had I known I would meet you, I would have learned painting and poetry, so we could share discussions on art and music. Chu Yuer responded, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, her beauty exuding an effortless charm. Chapter 023. Harmony of Strings. Having enjoyed the silent communication, Chu Yun's gaze wandered within the carriage, searching for other amusements. In a corner, he spotted an object over a meter long, wrapped in a cloth bag. Yuer, what is that? I haven't seen it before, he inquired. Setting aside her embroidery to allow the ink to dry for future use, Chu Yuer looked up at his question. Young master, that was discovered at the Zhangzhou branch while selecting jewels and jade. Director Qian mentioned it is an ancient guqin known as the Spring Thunder Qin, crafted by the renowned Lu Wei from a lineage of guqin makers during the Tang dynasty. Its sound is profound and clear, embodying the beauty of Tang-style guqin. A few days ago, I heard you express a desire to play the melodies from the Smiling, Proud Wanderer, so I kept it, she explained. You are truly thoughtful. I merely mentioned it in passing. Why don't we try it out? Chu Yun suggested. Chu Yun rose, retrieving the guqin and unwrapping it from its cloth. Clearing a space on the small table before Chu Yun, she placed the ancient instrument down. The Spring Thunder Qin, a 7-stringed instrument, bore signs of age with its worn body, evoking a sense of history. Having learned the guqin, piano, and guitar, Chu Yun felt an overwhelming familiarity as he gently pressed the strings, reminiscent of his childhood. He recalled the positions of the 5 tones, Ji, Yu, Gong, Shang, Jiao, across the 7 strings. The right-hand techniques included sweeping, plucking, hooking, striking, and various combinations, while the left-hand techniques involved pressing and sliding the notes. As he plucked the strings, the sound resonated with a rich clarity. Chu Yun began to play his own rendition of the Mongolian tune Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. After a few exploratory notes, he skillfully played it through, captivating Chu Yun with a lively melody unlike any she had heard before, stirring the youthful heart within her. Young master, your performance is truly enchanting. Does this melody have lyrics? Chu Yun, drawing from his memories, began to sing softly. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. The sun slowly sets in the west. Crows return in flocks to rest. The stars blink their tiny eyes, twinkling until morning light. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. As the song flowed, Chu Yun reminisced about her childhood, finding her greatest joy in gazing at the starlit sky. Blue Phoenix and Tian Boguang paused their conversation, drawn to the source of the melodious sounds, and opened the window. Blue Phoenix exclaimed with delight, "It's young Master Chu. Who would have thought he plays so beautifully and sings with such a hauntingly sweet voice? How can there be such a prodigy in this world? Blue Phoenix, have you already fallen for young Master Chu? Perhaps you should present yourself to him. I believe he is a man who cherishes beauty." Blue Phoenix playfully pinched Tian Boguang's arm. "Dare to jest with me? Be cautious, or I might sever the remaining half of your arm." Tian Boguang pleaded for mercy, quickly returning to listen to Chu Yun's enchanting performance. The novel rendition captivated everyone, prompting old Lu to extol his master, proclaiming him a celestial being of unparalleled talent. Upon finishing, Chu Yun noticed Chu Yun gazing at him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. This indescribable expression felt familiar to him. Chu Yun suddenly threw herself into his arms, whispering, "Young master, I am overwhelmed and deeply moved. At this moment, my heart is turbulent. I long to serve you." Chu Yun felt a surge of trepidation and attempted to shift away, wishing to distance himself from Chu Yun, but the confines of the carriage were too narrow. He sensed a cool little hand grasping the flute, unabashedly playing a mesmerizing symphony. Chu Yun tangled his fingers in her long, silky black hair, which cascaded down to her waist, twirling it around his fingers to distract himself, and inhaled its unique fragrance, which left him entranced. Outside, the rhythmic sound of hooves echoed along the official road as the bumpy terrain caused the carriage to jolt up and down, continuing its journey southward. After a long wait, Blue Phoenix grew disheartened at the absence of the delightful song. Lifting a wine jug to her lips and taking several hearty gulps, a drop escaping the corner of her mouth. Drinking too hastily, she began to cough. Tian Boguang offered her a cup of water, chuckling, "Blue Master, drowning your sorrows in drink is not to be done in such a manner. It is the intoxication of the heart that truly matters." Chu Yun gently patted Chu Yun on the back, placing the water jug on the table. "You do not drink so recklessly. Look, you are coughing." With a flushed face, Chu Yun shyly covered her mouth, playfully scolding, "Young master, it is your fault for giving me so much. I feel as though I might burst. I wonder if that lotus can hold so much." As Chu Yun continued to soothe her, he mused about the enchanting image of her as a lotus, feeling a warm delight in his heart. Chu Yun, having tidied her attire, took out a cowhorn comb to untangle her hair, breaking into a sweet smile. "Does young master favor my long hair? Next time, I shall style your hair. It is quite delightful. You error, you have been led astray by 7 wives and concubines. Indeed, I have learned much. Perhaps we could experiment again when we rest ahead." Chu Yun chose to disregard him, handing the embroidery piece to Yue while she immersed herself in the study of the guqin. Chu Yue, with her heart's desire fulfilled, joyfully grasped the embroidery frame and swiftly commenced her needlework, the movements of her needle and hand creating an illusion of fluidity. Chu Yun marveled at the unparalleled needlework of Dongfang Bubi, truly a master of the art. It was no wonder they were renowned as the best in the realm. Could he withstand Yue's rapid-fire needlework? Old Lu, an exemplary steward, listened to what he should and turned a deaf ear to what he should not. He did not wish to forfeit his generous rewards, especially since the master and mistress were harmonious, their marital bond quite normal. Master, we are nearing Lini. Should we find an inn for the night? Tomorrow, after crossing the Yellow River, we can reach Mount Tai. Would you like to visit Jinan before heading to the mountain? Old Lu, is there anything of interest in Lini? I have heard that Longquan Temple, known for its ancient Buddha, is quite famous. Established in the 10th year of the Hongwu era, with a thriving incense offering. Then let us stay at Longquan Temple for the night. Very well, let's be off. Old Lu cracked the whip, producing a series of sharp sounds in the air. The two horse-drawn carriages hastened their pace. After an hour's journey, the caravan arrived at Longquan Temple, tying up their horses beneath a large tree. Old Lu diligently brought over a horse stool to assist Chu Yun in disembarking, while Chu Yun led her toward the ancient temple, with Lan Fenghuang donning a hanfu, appearing charming as she trailed behind. Lan Fenghuang was quite curious about Chu Yuan's appearance, yet her view was constantly obstructed by the straw hat. The agony of unfulfilled desire lingered. What kind of beauty could possibly captivate the heart of such a formidable figure as Chu Yun? Tian Buoguang did not follow. The carriage bore a significant amount of jewels, necessitating the watchful eye of a skilled guardian, and he willingly assumed the role of protector. In truth, Chu Yun had not assigned him any specific duties. Once one chose to be a follower, one must embrace the responsibilities that come with it, not requiring explicit instructions to act, a principle Tian Buoguang well understood. Chapter 024. Sisters address each other as such upon entering the ancient temple. Chu Yun found it peculiar that such a vast space was devoid of life. Old Lu emerged from within, rushing to Chu Yun's side. Master, madam, I did not encounter any monks or visitors inside. It seems rather suspicious. As Chu Yun passed the incense altar, he noticed unburned incense candles, rather than search aimlessly. It would be wiser to wait for an opportunity. Surely, his movements in Sangzhou had been exposed. He just did not know which sect intended to confront him. No one is better. Old Lu, please bring the carriage into the temple. We shall spend the night here. The three of them approached the statue of the 18-foot Buddha, with Chu Yun serving as a guide for the two ladies. The lions of Sangzhou, the pagoda of Jingzhou, and the great Buddha of Depang, standing at 18 feet tall. Longquan Temple and the Buddha were both established in the 10th year of the Hongwu era, with the Buddha's height measuring precisely 18 feet. Chu Yun gazed at Chu Yun in astonishment, marveling at his vast knowledge. Little did she know, he possessed a secret compendium of martial arts lore, which included descriptions of Longquan Temple. The martial world was not solely about combat, but also teemed with peculiar wonders. Beside them, the Blue Phoenix could not contain her curiosity. Young Master Chu, does this 8-foot Buddha have any legends associated with it? Upon witnessing the Blue Phoenix initiating conversation with Chu Yun, Chu Yun felt a surge of joy and chose to remain silent. This 8-foot Buddha indeed has a tale, one concerning gratitude. Allow me to recite it for you. The couple known as the Single Pillar were benevolent and assisted others, rescuing the Wang Yin family. However, Wang Yin forgot their kindness, and in failing to repay their debts, he lost his conscience. The distinction between good and evil is known to all. My Buddha possesses the power to shake heaven and earth. This poem is straightforward. The Single Pillar couple, upon seeing the Wang Yin family of 6 barely able to make ends meet, lent money to Wang Yin to open a laundry business, which flourished. Later, when the Single Pillar passed away, leaving behind a widow and an orphan, life became arduous, and they sought repayment from Wang An. Wang Yin denied the debt, saying, I have silver, but I shall not pay. If you have the ability, summon an 8-foot giant to collect it. The Blue Phoenix interjected. Surely this 8-foot Buddha intervened to punish the ungrateful Wang An. The construction of this Buddha serves as a warning to evildoers. Indeed, divine justice prevails, and retribution is certain. What do you think, Yue? Chu Yue pondered, gazing at the great Buddha, forming her own judgment. Wang An, Wang Yin, how aptly named. This is merely a trick of the Buddhist sect, a tale that grows more embellished with each retelling. The more people know of it, the more prosperous the incense offerings become. Yue spoke wisely, demonstrating her commercial acumen. Selling goods is akin to selling stories. People with stories always attract attention. Noticing the Blue Phoenix's slight despondency, Chu Yun observed, it is no wonder that the Blue Master is unaware of the underlying meaning. The Miao people are simple-hearted, lacking the cunning and insidiousness of the Han. Hearing Chu Yun's words of consolation, the Blue Phoenix's mood improved slightly. However, upon hearing Chu Yun refer to himself as the Blue Master, she immediately felt a wave of trepidation. Young Master, Blue Phoenix is merely a follower. You may call me by my name. Chu Yue whispered to Chu Yun. Young Master, let Yue assist you. Chu Yun was taken aback, unable to respond. Blue Phoenix, from now on, I shall call you Blue Sister. It seems that even Linghu Chong referred to you in such a manner. The Blue Phoenix felt embarrassed, thinking to herself, at the blossoming age of 24, I am already older than both Linghu Chong and young Master Chu. yet they call me Blue Sister. How mortifying. I used to call Chu Yun Brother Yun back in Songzhou. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson as she turned her face aside. Blue Phoenix, from now on, we shall be sisters, and it is our duty to serve the young master diligently. I dare not. How could Blue Phoenix presume to call the lady sister? Please retract your command, she replied. Chu Yun felt a blush creeping to his face, sensing that Yuer was behaving like a matchmaker. Yuer, do not speak nonsense. I do not consider Miss Blue as a subordinate. We are partners, collaborators. You are correct, young master. You and Yuer are partners, and in the future, you shall also be partners with Blue Sister. Partnership is delightful. Haha. The Blue Phoenix, feeling increasingly flustered by Chu Yuer's words, hurriedly bowed to Chu Yun. Young Master Chu, madam. I shall step outside to ascertain whether Tian Buoguang has properly secured the carriage. You may take your time to explore. With that, he turned and dashed out of the temple. Lan Meizi, you are heading in the wrong direction. Both Tian Buoguang and the carriage are within the temple. Upon hearing Yuer's call, Lan Fenghuang halted, pivoted, and made her way towards the temple. Chu Yun pinched Yuer's cheek. Yuer, must you always be so restless? The Tianlong Temple is renowned for its bustling incense offerings, and with the monks absent today, we ought to be cautious to avoid falling into the enemy's trap. Young master, you are diverting the topic. With our martial prowess, what should we fear from robbers? I understand you harbor feelings for that Lan Meizi. Fear not. Yuer shall assist you in fulfilling your desires. Chu Yun fell silent, pondering how he had become entangled with such a goal. System, oh system. Could you not expedite my return? Ding. System notification. Your requests cannot be fulfilled until the task is completed. Strive harder, host. Chu Yun and Yuer arrived at the rear courtyard, where the carriage was already parked properly. After surveying the surroundings and finding no threat of fire attacks, he instructed old Lu and 2 other drivers to check the temple's wood storage. If it was empty, they should gather some for a bonfire later that evening. Chu Yun summoned Tian Buoguang to explore the area surrounding the temple for wild game. Brother Tian, what is your assessment of today's situation? Young master, please refrain from calling me Brother Tian. I am merely a follower in your service, and we must adhere to the decorum. Have you forgotten the principles of the Dongfang Society? All are equal, regardless of status. You are my senior, thus Brother Tian is fitting. Your noble sentiment is appreciated. But I perceive that we may be walking into a trap. They are luring us into a snare. Brother Tian, renowned for your unparalleled agility. Could you scout the vicinity for any suspicious activity while I procure some game? We shall rendezvous back at the temple. As you command. Before he finished speaking, Tian Buoguang had already darted off, his reputation for unmatched swiftness well-deserved. Chu Yun approached the woods behind the temple to investigate the enemy and, simultaneously, gather some wild game. Within the temple courtyard, several drivers had already begun assembling a stack of wood for the bonfire, awaiting nightfall. Chu Yuer and Lan Fenghuang were searching the temple for any signs of suspicion. Lan Fenghuang, do you think the people in the temple might be hiding underground, preparing to launch a night ambush against us? Madam, I have employed a method to drive away snakes and insects, ensuring they retreat underground. Should there be any unusual activity below, it will surely manifest. Currently, it appears there is no one underground. Lan Fenghuang, your foresight is commendable. In the future, you shall be a valuable ally to the young master. We had intended to raid Taishan, yet it seems others wish to raid us. The young master has ordered me not to take lives. Should there be robbers tonight, you may eliminate a few, while I shall ensure your safety. Madam, with your formidable skills, surely the young master worries about you becoming stained with blood, which may tarnish the virtuous reputation of a lady. However, among the women of Miaojiang, we are unbound by such conventions. Fear not, I shall fight valiantly to protect both you and the young master. Lan Fenghuang, you are not only beautiful, but also considerate. The young master is sure to appreciate you. Rest assured, I will assist you. Listening to the melodious tones of the conversation, Lan Fenghuang felt her ears flush with warmth. Pondering the nature of this lady who would so boldly seek companionship for her husband. Surely, she must be utterly infatuated. How pitiable she seemed. In Chapter 25, a compendium of hairstyles, Chu Yuer, noticing Lan Fenghuang's flushed cheeks, recognized her burgeoning affection for Chu Yun and decided to refrain from further comments. There remained much for a young lady to learn, and such knowledge would unfold gradually. Lan Fenghuang, uncertain of how to engage with Chu Yuer, contemplated an escape when a small booklet caught her eye. Lan Fenghuang, this is a comprehensive guide to hairstyles that I purchased in Songzhou. I cannot manage it alone. Please assist me with my hair, and in turn, I shall help you. We women must support one another to win the favor of our gentlemen. Madam, allow me to assist you. I shall first peruse the booklet, and we can explore it together. My understanding of Han hairstyles is quite limited. Yet if you desire a Miao-style look, I can aid you immediately. Yet I wonder if he would favor it. I know he appreciates long hair, like mine. Lan Fenghuang, you should let your hair down. He would surely be captivated. Lan Fenghuang felt a twinge of panic, unwittingly ensnared in Chu Yuer's scheme. She quickly grasped the booklet, searching the temple room, and soon approached Chu Yuer with joy. "Madam, look what I have discovered." She presented a glass mirror, its back adorned with intricate, curving symbols. Chu Yuer recognized the glass mirror from her past encounters. Once, the Sun Moon Holy Cult had engaged in trade with foreign missionaries from Japan, resulting in the gift of such a mirror from Yang Lianting. The former Invincible of the East had been so startled by her own reflection that she nearly discarded it and shot Yang Lianting in fright. In the dimness of a bronze mirror, one could still indulge in fantasies of beauty, but the stark reality of the glass mirror was overwhelming, sending her into a state of shock. Now, Chu Yuer, having gazed into a glass mirror at a beauty salon, had nearly been daunted by her own allure, which granted her the confidence to tease the charming Chu Yun. The two ladies gleefully entered a well-lit room by the window, placing the mirror upon a table. Lan Fenghuang fetched a round stool for Chu Yuer to sit upon, laying a mat upon the floor to accommodate her lengthy tresses. "Madam, let us attempt the Chu Yun Jinxiang hairstyle. It is simpler." "Very well, Lan Fenghuang. Please ensure I look exceptionally beautiful. We wouldn't want to frighten the gentleman." "Understood, madam." As Lan Fenghuang beheld the true visage of Lu Shan through the mirror, she was met with an exquisite countenance, arched brows, large, spirited eyes, a delicate nose, and a mouth that, when closed, appeared even more enchanting. Her skin was flawless, luminous, and pristine, rivaled only by the likes of the esteemed Miss Ren. What fortune had bestowed upon Chu Yun, one might wonder. Had he perhaps saved a nation in a past life? While she considered herself fair, she felt a pang of inadequacy when compared to this lady, a fleeting moment of self-doubt washing over her. "Lan Fenghuang, why the days? Are you so entranced by my beauty, or is our gentleman merely unfazed?" "Madam, I apologize. Your beauty is comparable to that of Shi Shi, Diao Chan, Yang Yuan, and Wang Zhaojun, each a paragon of grace, embodying the very essence of beauty that leaves one breathless." "Blue Phoenix, your words are truly sweet. I am fortunate that you do not liken me to Bao Si. Rather, it is dodgy. Beauty is but a mere facade, for a woman will inevitably age. Like flowers that bloom and wither. One must pluck the flowers while they bloom, lest one be left with only withered branches. Do you comprehend my meaning? My lady, allow me to style your hair." "Very well, please arrange my upper tresses into a bun, while letting the rest cascade down my back. The young master enjoys toying with long hair. Your thoughtful consideration for him is indeed a blessing for him. A woman adorns herself for the one she loves. Such a sentiment is not without merit. Now, let us proceed with the hairstyling." Blue Phoenix delicately combed the hair, fearful of breaking a single strand. Following the illustrations, she divided the hair into sections, twisting and layering them atop her head to create a splendid bun. She adorned it with a golden phoenix and jade hairpin, the jade and agate beads jingling melodiously with every movement. As Chu Yuer gazed at her reflection, the hairpin accentuated her noble and pure demeanor, and she mused that the young master would surely appreciate it. Blue Phoenix then smoothed down her long hair that fell to her waist, silently admiring her own beauty, which was rare in the realm of mortals. As Chu Yuer stood, her stature appeared even taller and more elegant, slightly surpassing Blue Phoenix. "Blue Phoenix, let me style your hair. You rarely pay attention to your appearance. Beauty cannot be showcased if not adorned. Come, sit here." Obediently, Blue Phoenix took her place before the mirror, and Chu Yuer began to unravel her long locks. In ancient times, once a girl reached maturity, she would cease to cut her hair, allowing it to grow long. Abundant and dark hair was a sign of fertility. Blue Phoenix's hair reached her knees, its ends having been trimmed regularly. Chu Yuer skillfully fashioned a double bun for Blue Phoenix, having learned the technique at the beauty parlor just days prior. Upon completion, she clapped her hands in satisfaction. With a similar jade hairpin inserted, they admired one another like sisters. "Yuer, I am back." Chu Yun called from outside. "Yuer, I am in here, come in." Blue Phoenix attempted to leave, but Chu Yuer pressed a pressure point on her, causing Blue Phoenix to roll her eyes in thought, wondering what the lady intended. She tried to break free, but the lady's martial prowess was formidable. Chu Yun entered, and upon seeing the woman with cascading hair and adorned with a hairpin, he felt a surge of curiosity. Approaching, he embraced her and began to mischievously explore. "Yuer, you look beautiful today," he remarked, leaning in to inhale the scent of her hair. "It's peculiar, the fragrance is different today." Noticing the height difference between himself and Yuer, he realized he had been tricked and turned the woman to face him. "Blue Maiden, how is it that it is you?" Blue Phoenix felt tears welling up. Lamenting that she had been thoroughly taken advantage of, pondering how she might survive this predicament, yet the pressure point left her powerless to escape. "Blue Maiden, what ails you? Why can you not move? Are you unwell?" He reached out, feeling her forehead, which bore a light sheen of sweat. "You seem to have a fever. What shall we do? Where are you? Come and check on Blue Phoenix." "Oh, foolish young master, Yuer has paved the way for you. It is time to make her your own." Upon pressing her acupoint, I suggest you assist her in releasing it. Upon hearing Yue communicate with her through secret sound transmission, Chu Yun turned to glance at Chu Yue by the door, feeling a surge of irritation as she shot her a glare. Yue, cease your mischief. Help Miss Lan to unlock her acupoint. I have hunted a wild rabbit and a mountain chicken. Let us partake in a barbecue. Chu Yue hopped over to Chu Yun's side. You were given a chance, yet you did not cherish it. Should Lan Fenghuang depart later, do not blame me. I shan't blame you. Yue is the most obedient. Very well, next time, Lan Fenghuang, do not expect my assistance. Handle it yourself. With that, she tapped Lan Fenghuang, who immediately regained her mobility but was at a loss as to where to go. Sitting on a stool, she rested her head on the mirror, weeping, feeling wronged as the esteemed leader of the Five Immortals sect was thus toyed with. Chu Yue turned to leave the room, sending a secret sound transmission to Chu Yun. Young master, comfort Lan Fenghuang. I believe you can. Chu Yun shook his head in exasperation, wondering how he had encountered such a lively spirit and how he would manage her in the future. He approached Lan Fenghuang, leaning close to whisper in her ear. Lan sect leader, do not be angry. Yue merely enjoys her antics. She is playing with you. I apologize, Lan Fenghuang. I should not have acted without clarity. Sister Lan, who could resist your flowing hair, slender waist, and long legs? I mistook you for Yue. Little Phoenix, do not be upset, if it pleases you. You may touch me in return. We shall owe nothing to each other, all right? In Chapter 26, The Bonfire Party, upon noticing that Lan Fenghuang's sobs had diminished, Chu Yun moved closer, taking her hand and guiding it to his chest. Little Phoenix, feel free to touch. I shall remain still. As wanderers of the martial world, we should reciprocate. Lan Fenghuang was pulled to her feet, her tear-streaked eyes both pitiful and enchanting. Do not cry, for if you continue, you shall lose your beauty, and no man will desire you. Unable to withstand Chu Yun's approach, Lan Fenghuang clenched her other hand into a fist and struck at his chest. Unconsciously, Chu Yun grasped her delicate hand, pressing it against his heart and refusing to release it. Lan Fenghuang gazed up at Chu Yun, feeling a mix of anger yet uncertain how to express it. As they exchanged glances, Lan Fenghuang could not bear the intensity of Chu Yun's gaze. Lowering her head and resting her forehead against his chest. Young master, she spoke softly, and Chu Yun heard her clearly. The utterance was profoundly tempting, stirring something within him. He released his hold and enveloped her in his arms, inhaling the fragrance of her hair. After a considerable interval, he loosened his embrace, wiping away the tears from her eyes. All right, let us go out for barbecue. Young master, I am not hungry. Shall I personally feed you? No. Chu Yun turned to exit, feeling elated. This girl was quite delightful, yet he reminded himself not to engage in romantic entanglements in this world. Managing one like Dongfang Booby was already taxing enough. He lacked the energy to comfort other women, though he found it hard to let go. The sky had darkened, and a few stars began to twinkle above. 7 individuals gathered around the flickering campfire as old Lu and the other drivers assisted in roasting game. On either side of Chu Yun sat 2 girls clad in traditional Hanfu. Chu Yue donned a conical hat, while Lan Fenghuang adorned herself with a gold hairpin that captivated Tian Boguang, igniting a spark of intrigue within him. Lan, I never anticipated that a little embellishment could transform you so remarkably, he remarked. Tian Boguang, refrain from excessive chatter, lest you risk your well-being, Lan Fenghuang retorted, gesturing as if to slice, causing Tian Boguang to immediately adopt a more subdued demeanor. Young master, I have already scouted the vicinity for several miles and detected no unusual activity. It remains unclear what schemes they are concocting, he reported. Let them be. When soldiers arrive, we shall meet them with force, and when water comes, we shall bury it with earth. We shall feast upon the meat, allowing them to exhaust themselves, Chu Yun replied. Sprinkling salt over the roasted rabbit meat, he slathered it with sauce, slicing it into portions and presenting a plate to Chu Yue and another to Lan Fenghuang. Chu Yue, hidden beneath her hat, took dainty bites, while Lan Fenghuang also nibbled delicately. Noticing Tian Boguang's cunning grin, she swiftly raised her hand, mimicking a slicing motion. Typically, Lan Fenghuang indulged in hearty meals, yet she found herself unaccustomed to this genteel manner of eating, but she restrained herself and savored her food slowly. Inspired by Chu Yun and the others who chewed thoughtfully. Young master, might you regale us with tales from the martial world to alleviate our boredom? Tian Boguang, why do you distance yourself? Is anyone truly seeking to consume you? Very well, young master, Tian Boguang replied, mustering his courage to draw closer to Chu Yun. You are all seasoned in the ways of the world. There is a matter that has long perplexed me, and I hope someone can enlighten me. Young master, I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding the affairs of the martial realm. Please, share your thoughts, Tian Boguang encouraged. Chu Yue and Lan Fenghuang listened intently, momentarily forgetting their meal. It is widely acknowledged that the 5 mountain sword sects, Mount Hua, Mount Hung, Mount Tai, Mount Song, and Mount Hung, are scattered across vast distances. What prompted the formation of the Five Mountain Sword sect? It is said that many years ago, the Sun and Moon sect clashed with the masters of the Five Mountains at Mount Hua, resulting in mutual devastation. In a bid to counterbalance the Sun and Moon sect, the Five Mountain Sword sect was established, united in purpose, overshadowing both Wudong and Shaolin, a tale from over 50 years past. I see. Yet, in recent years, why has Zhuo Lengchan advocated for the unification of the Five Mountain Sword sects into a singular entity? I believe this is a manifestation of Zhuo Lengchan's ambition, seeking to dominate singularly and rival Shaolin and Wudong for the title of the foremost sect in the realm. Not entirely so. The merger was intended to strengthen their influence. However, the current state of the Five Mountains reveals that Mount Hua is weakened, with Linghu Chong's departure, the passing of 3 venerable matrons from Mount Hung, Lu Zhengfeng from Mount Hung being forced to his demise, and the solitary figure of the Tianmin Taoist from Mount Tai struggling to uphold his sect. Only Mount Song remains formidable, yet it continues to encroach upon the other sects, and even if they were to unite, I see no increase in their strength. Lan Fenghuang pondered this, her eyes darting thoughtfully before speaking. Young master, could it be that Zhuo Lengchan covets the martial secrets or treasures of the Five Mountain Sword sect? After all, men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Witnessing the fervent discussion, Chu Yun yearned to partake in the conversation as well. In the realm of the Wu Sword sect, Zhuo Lengchan stands as the sole contender capable of rivaling Ren Woxing. His ambition is not to amalgamate the 5 factions, but rather to eradicate the 4, leaving only one to dominate. Otherwise, why would he relentlessly undermine the other sects? I suspect there lies a deeper motive behind his actions. Tian, pondering the lady's words, recognized their wisdom. In the martial world, the conflicts and mergers among various sects are driven not only by the thirst for power, but predominantly by the desire for martial art secrets. Take, for instance, the stirring of the entire martial world by the evil-repelling sword manual. Could it be that the Wu Sword sect harbors other undisclosed secrets? Chu Yun contemplated that Tian Buoguang indeed possessed intelligence. The tale of the smiling, proud wanderer has strayed from its original path, and its ultimate conclusion remains uncertain. It is better to take matters into one's own hands rather than to be led by others. Tomorrow, we shall journey to Mount Tai to seek clarity from Taoist Tianmin and dispel everyone's doubts. Bring forth the meat, bring forth the wine, Tian Buoguang. Let us indulge in merriment. Young master, we must exercise caution. The lines between friend and foe are still blurred. I have had my fill. I shall stand guard outside the temple. There is no need for concern, brother Tian. With the enemy visible and ourselves concealed, it is wiser to wait patiently for opportunities. Chu Yun set down the dish in her hands, took out a handkerchief to wipe her lips, and leaned against Chu Yun. Young master, stop asking so many questions and tell us a story. Chu Yun pondered for a moment, mentally crafting his narrative. Very well. I shall recount the tale of the Manchus' invasion and the devastation wrought upon the Central Plains. The dynasty is unclear, but it begins with the northern barbarians, the Manchus, who, with tens of thousands of iron cavalry, coveted the wealth of the Central Plains. Amidst the chaos within the Central Plains, the general guarding Shanhaiguan, Wu Sangui, had a wife renowned as the most beautiful woman in the world. The most beautiful woman in the world? Is she more beautiful than my lady? Little Phoenix, do not interrupt. I think not. The tale unfolds as the righteous forces storm the imperial city, leading to the emperor's demise and the usurpation of Wu Sangui's wife. In a fit of rage for his beloved, Wu Sangui colluded with the Qing soldiers to retake his wife, thus handing over the realm to the Qing dynasty. Dynastic changes have occurred throughout history. The Manchus, akin to the Mongols, slaughtered the Han people. The Jiaodong massacre and the 10 days of Yangzhou left the land drenched in blood, and the populace suffered greatly, with millions of Han falling victim to their tyranny. Upon hearing this, Tian Buoguang crushed a piece of timber the size of a bowl. The Manchus are indeed laden with sin. Why did the Han not resist to the death? Were there no martial artists among them to lead the uprising against the imperial forces? If I were in their position, I would fight to the end. The Manchus are formidable, but the imperial soldiers have long been terrified and surrendered more swiftly than anyone else. Even more despicable is the Manchu decree demanding the Han to shave their heads, retaining only a top knot while discarding the rest. This was the first time Chu Yun had heard of such a change in dynasty and hairstyle. The Mongols had never gone to such lengths. Young master, how unattractive it must be to shave one's head. Does the Qing intend for the Han to become monks? You err, they have no benevolent intentions. The Manchu hairstyle is that of a rat's tail, with the rest shaved off, leaving a small braid the size of a copper coin at the back. Oh, the thought is terrifying. The chitin hairstyles were already quite unsightly, but the Manchu style is even more repugnant. Have all the Han people perished? You err. As long as the common folk have their fill, what difference does it make who sits on the throne? Hair is but an external adornment. As long as the common people have their basic sustenance, they will support anyone. The body and its hair are bestowed by our parents. And the Qing dynasty sought to eradicate the very roots of the Han people. My lord, did the Qing rule over the Central Plains better than previous dynasties? In our Miao region, we have always been oppressed, and I fervently hope for the emergence of a heroic figure to unify the world. Yet, unification is not so easily achieved. After the Qing established their rule over the Central Plains, they isolated the country, and the populace suffered even more. After over 2 centuries of dominion, they were ravaged by foreign powers, forced to cede territory and pay reparations, signing countless unequal treaties. My lord, it is known that although the foreigners wield guns and cannons, they are not invincible. Our dynasty possesses the formidable French cannons. And the Ming dynasty was also proficient in firearms. Did the Qing not have weaponry? The Qing, who once conquered the world with bows and horses, upon seizing the Central Plains, destroyed all advanced weaponry and literature, deeming firearms as mere tricks, ultimately leading to the downfall of their nation. Fortunately, a great leader emerged from the land of Huaxia, ultimately unifying the realm and achieving equality and shared prosperity for all. Friends, I speak these truths for your understanding. The rise and fall of nations cannot be aided by the martial world. Within the martial realm, deceit and intrigue abound, mere trifles of conflict. Whether the Five Mountains sword sect merges or the Sun and Moon cult unifies the realm, none act for the nation or the people. Does my lord aspire for the world? I, Tian, shall willingly be the vanguard. History has already been determined. All I can do is lead those around me to seek a paradise beyond the world. My lord, Phoenix has a question. With such profound abilities as yours and your Lady S, if you seek a place of seclusion, who in the world could stand in your way? Why remain embroiled in this bloody and tumultuous martial world? Alas, in the martial realm, one is often not in control of their own fate. I still have unfinished missions. It is easy to step into this land of disputes, yet withdrawing from the martial world is no simple task. The struggle for supremacy in the martial world ultimately proves to be but an illusion. Chu Yun deeply resonates with this sentiment, leaning against Chu Yun, gently caressing his broad hand for comfort. My lord, whatever your mission may be, Yue shall share your burdens. Chu Yun mused, is it not you, the Invincible East? He did not inquire further into the system, but pressed forward recklessly. Perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope. Let us not dwell on such matters, Yue. Go fetch the Qin. Today we shall sing to alleviate our troubles. Chu Yun joyfully ran to the carriage, returning with an ancient Qin in her arms. Blue Phoenix had already prepared a tea table, and once ready, they gathered around Chu Yun, eagerly anticipating the heavenly melodies. Chu Yun tested the 5 notes, recalling Master Huang's laugh across the Songhai, and began to play and sing. A laugh across the Songhai, the tide surge on both shores. Drifting with the waves, I only remember today. Heaven laughs, as the world's tides swirl. Who wins or loses, the heavens know. The rivers and mountains smile. Shrouded in misty rain, the turbulent waves wash away the many beauties of the earthly realm. The gentle breeze laughs, as if in solitude. Yet, passion remains. Illuminated by the evening glow, the common folk laugh, no longer in solitude. Their fervor still lingers, lost in smiles. The melody transported everyone into the tumultuous realm of martial arts, where they stepped boldly into the world, only to be engulfed by the surging tides of emotion. As the song concluded, Chu Yun gently caressed the strings of her zither, drawing the crowd back to reality. The bonfire flickered gently, the flames dancing, while the roasted mountain chicken dripped its juices, sizzling in the fire. After a brief silence, Chu Yun and Lon Phoenix applauded enthusiastically. In their eyes, Chu Yun discerned a fervent affection, prompting her to sing a song, as their expressions suggested a yearning for entertainment in their otherwise mundane lives. Henceforth, she resolved to organize more bonfire gatherings to divert their attention. Little Phoenix, she called, having long heard tales of the Miao people's musical talents. Why don't you sing us a song? Accustomed to being affectionately referred to as Little Phoenix, Lon Phoenix, filled with excitement, rose to her feet. Esteemed guests, allow me to present a humble performance. In our Miao region, we often sing in duet, so let me share a tea song with you. Clearing her throat, she began to sing a melodious mountain ballad. My sister St, has oil and salt. With oil and salt, tea is best remembered. Only with love and intent can it be savored. My brother St, my brother's oil tea, is rich in flavor, as long as dear brother doesn't tea mind. Let us share tea for 60 years together. Upon finishing, Lon Phoenix shyly returned to her seat, whereupon the audience erupted into applause. Chu Yun teased, Blue sister, sweet sister. When shall you serve tea to our esteemed guest? Our guest's tea is truly delightful. Lon Phoenix's cheeks flushed crimson as she scolded herself for singing a tea song that was, in essence, a love song. Lowering her head and entwining her fingers in her long hair, she fell silent. Chu Yun gently squeezed Yuer's small hand, whispering, Yuer, cease your playful antics. There are stirrings around the temple. We must remain vigilant. Esteemed guest, I have already noticed. When shall our guest's teapot allow little Phoenix to sample its contents? Just be careful not to pour too much, Yuer replied. Chu Yun chose to ignore her, aware that otherwise, their conversation would be endless. By the bonfire, Chu Yun tended to the flames, stirring the wood. A small ember shot toward the ceiling, illuminating the space. Suddenly, a long sword fell from the eaves, followed by a figure clad in dark garments, who tumbled to the ground with a thud. Tian Buoguan, startled, had yet to grasp the situation, silently admiring the guest's prowess. Approaching the fallen figure, he used his blade to turn the body over, smoke still wafting from its brow. Esteemed guest, he has breathed his last. No matter, there are plenty more behind, came the response. No sooner had the words left his lips than a group of masked individuals stormed into the courtyard, their weapons glistening ominously in the firelight. Among them were 5 men wielding firearms, aiming them at Chu Yun and her companions. From the throng emerged a man with 3 treasured swords sheathed upon his back. Any martial artist would recognize him as a master from the Songshan sect. Pray tell, which one is Chu Yun? Step forward and respond. Before the words could fully escape his lips, a sword on the right side of his back snapped with a crack, causing him to stumble slightly. Regaining his composure, he raised his hand, prompting the firearm bearers to assume a shooting stance as they awaited a response. Who dares to ambush me? I am Ye Xuan of Mount Song. Today, we seek only the head of Chu Yun. The others are of no concern. Chu Yun discarded the small wooden stick in his hand, clapped his hands, and let out a hearty laugh. Left Cold Zen underestimates me. Chu Yun, sending a mere nobody to claim my head. How laughable. Suddenly, the hilt of Ye Xuan's sword broke, flinging him back several feet. Upon landing, he shouted, Fire! Kill them! Chapter 28. The 9 Swords of Dugu. 5 gunmen immediately lit their fuses. Chu Yun chuckled. At close range, flintlock guns were inferior to swords. With a deft motion, he flicked his long sword into the fire, sending embers flying toward the gunmen. Their weapons shattered, and the hapless gunmen were struck by the fiery debris, falling backward, aflame, accompanied by the crackling sound of roasting flesh. As Ye Xuan rose and witnessed the gunmen being repelled in an instant, he drew the long sword from atop his head. A group of cloaked figures dared not advance, awaiting Ye Xuan's command. One gunman reported, All the gunmen are dead. A chill ran through Ye Xuan. The flintlocks had been secretly acquired from Japanese pirates, intended to dominate the martial world after the unification of the 5 mountain sword sects. Yet, they proved utterly ineffective. Brothers, though Chu Yun is formidable, he is but a few. Let us unite to eliminate this scoundrel. We need not adhere to the chivalrous ways of the martial world. 2 more figures emerged before Chu Yun. Tian Buoguang brandished his long knife, sweeping it across his chest. Tian Buoguang is here. Anyone wishing to die may step forward. I have slain at least a dozen from the Mount Song sect, and I fear no more. Lon Phoenix, with a long whip in hand, cracked it in the air, producing a sharp sound. The 5 Immortals sect's Lon Phoenix is here. You shall not lay a finger on my young master. Ye Xuan scoffed, taking several steps forward. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. Today, the Mount Song sect shall cleanse the martial world of its filth. Chu Yue discreetly conveyed a message to Chu Yun. Young master, come sit. Those adversaries possess only average skills. Lon Phoenix and Tian Buoguang can handle them. Let us enjoy the spectacle together. Chu Yun, intrigued by the prowess of Tian Buoguang and Lon Phoenix, sat beside Chu Yue, who leaned against him, soft and gentle. Unbeknownst to him, she had acquired a plate of sunflower seeds, and the two engaged in the pastime of cracking them. Around the fire, amidst the glint of blades and swords, 3 drivers sought refuge behind Chu Yun. Yet, the cloaked figures behind them surged forward, knives raised. Chu Yue cast aside the shells of the seeds in her hand, and the sound of falling weapons was soon followed by cries of agony from behind. A swarm of ants dares to disturb my enjoyment? They seek death. Among the 3 drivers, 2 had fainted from fear, while the more seasoned old Lu remained conscious, trembling. The cloaked figures split into 2 groups, attacking Tian Buoguang and Lon Phoenix. Lon Phoenix wielded her venomous dragon whip, weaving through the crowd, the barbs leaving trails of blood. As she called out with a clear voice, 1,000 miles of yellow sand. This is the unique whip technique of the Blue Phoenix. The surrounding figures in black writhe in agony on the ground, their cries of despair echoing in the air. The Blue Phoenix, wielding her long whip, swings it toward the campfire, transforming a burning log into countless fireballs that rained down upon the fallen adversaries, the sound of flames being struck reigniting. With a graceful flick of her whip and a sway of her slender waist, she returns to sit beside Chu Yun, both watching as Tian Buoguang engages in battle. Tian Buoguang's blade is sharp and fierce, maneuvering effortlessly amidst the encirclement. The clash of weapons ignites sparks of metal, and Chu Yun is astonished to hear Tian Boguang shout. Broken blade style? Broken sword style? Those surrounding him, skilled with knives, drop their weapons, as do those adept with swords. In a final flourish, Tian Boguang spins elegantly, striking a dashing pose as his foes collapse around him. At this moment, applause is warranted. Chu Yun claps her hands and exclaims joyfully, Tian Boguang, splendid. As the leader, Sha Tianwen refrains from joining the fray, witnessing the complete downfall of his comrades, lying scattered upon the ground, weeping in despair. What are you lamenting for? You are all disciples of the Songshan sect. Have some pride. Chu Yun claps his hands, silencing the cries, his applause carrying an invisible pressure. You stand out among the wounded. It seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Disciples of the Songshan sect are not cowards. Today, let me show you what the Songshan sword technique truly is. With that, he thrusts his sword toward Chu Yun, clear and direct. The eternal dragon of humanity. Layered greens and floating blues. The jade pool of heaven. The celestial jade dragon. The majestic mountains pay homage. Sha Tianwen unleashes 6 consecutive moves of the Songshan sword technique. His aura formidable, akin to a spear or halberd spanning thousands of miles. Chu Yun, feeling somewhat lethargic since mastering the Sunflower Manual, finds the character manipulation quite effective. Deflect. 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 He neutralizes Sha Tianwen's 6 attacks, and seeing that Sha Tianwen is poised to strike again, wonders if he intends to showcase the entirety of the 17 styles of Songshan sword technique. Chu Yun raises his sword and feigns a thrust into the air, causing a stain of blood to appear on Sha Tianwen's thigh. The latter, mid-swing, falters and crashes to the ground with a thud. Chu Yun. A gentleman may be slain, but not humiliated. Finish me. Huh. You, disciples of the Songshan sect, dare to call yourselves gentlemen? Have you not committed enough atrocities against your fellow martial artists, bullying the weak and oppressing the defenseless? Sha Tianwen, gritting his teeth against the pain, quickly seals the pressure points in his leg to staunch the bleeding. He resumes his seat by the campfire, while 2 fainted carriage drivers awaken, trembling as they continue to roast meat. Tian brother, how is it that you can employ the broken blade style and broken sword style of the Dugu 9 swords? My lord, you jest. I am no master of the Dugu 9 swords. During my time at the Cliff of Reflection on Mount Huashan, I dueled with Linghu Chong. Though I bested him, he retreated to the cave to train, and after repeated encounters, he ultimately triumphed over me. It was then I learned that the sword sage, Feng Qingyang, was guiding him in that cave. I merely mimicked a few moves. They serve well enough to intimidate. Having suffered from the Dugu 9 swords herself, Chu Yun still harbors a flicker of anger. My lord, do you know the origins of the Dugu 9 swords? I possess some knowledge on the subject. Allow me to enlighten everyone. The Dugu 9 swords were created by the legendary hero Dugu Qiubai during the Song dynasty. The so-called 9 swords, total decisive style, break sword style, break knife style, break palm style, break gun style, break whip style, break rope style, break arrow style, break chi style, are said to be capable of countering all martial arts under heaven. Yuer believes this to be an exaggeration. Even Linghu Chong and the Dugu 9 swords are merely ordinary. It is said that one must first break to establish. Only through mastery can one discuss breaking. No individual, no matter how energetic, can comprehend every weapon and internal skill. Without understanding, how can one break through? This is but a facade of false renown. Chu Yun pondered that Dongfang Bubi is indeed a master of his era, able to discern weaknesses at a glance. Chu Yun could already sense the prideful expression on Yuer's face. The crowd nodded in agreement. Even the injured members of the Songshan sect perked up, momentarily forgetting their pain, captivated by the intriguing tales of the martial world. Yuer, with her insight, echoed, I too believe that the Dugu 9 swords are not invincible. In martial arts, speed is paramount, and strength is unbreakable. This is the ultimate goal for us practitioners. I know a swordsman named Fu Hongxue, who devoted most of his life to mastering the draw and sheath of his sword. In duels, his draw and strike occur in an instant, before the opponent can react. They have already met their demise. Chu Yuer's face revealed astonishment. Could he truly be swifter than Dongfang Bubi's flying needles? Yuer yearned to witness such prowess. In a contest between her and Dongfang Bubi, she would likely falter. The sword's swift draw is suited for close combat, whereas Dongfang Bubi's needles are effective for both close and long-range attacks, complemented by his profound internal power, ensuring his victory. Only then did Chu Yuer display a cheerful demeanor. Moments ago, she had brushed aside doubts about her needle technique. She silently reassured herself, Yuer must possess confidence. Without it, fear will arise, heralding defeat. Chapter 029. The night wind rises. Lan Fenghuang found the conversation intriguing. Her gaze towards Chu Yun softened, her eyes twinkling with mirth, her countenance like a gentle spring breeze. She mused that such a young gentleman, with vast knowledge and formidable martial prowess, might one day become the foremost in the land. Listening to his words, Feng Wang considered that the martial world is currently dominated by ancient texts like the I Ching Jing, the Shi Xing De Fa, the Sunflower Manual, the Evil Repelling Swordplay, and the Dugu Nine Swords, all relics of previous eras. Is there truly no new martial arts or techniques emerging? It seems as though each generation is less capable than the last. The little phoenix articulated this well. Perhaps in the future, these techniques will vanish entirely. The crowd gasped at such a dire notion. Without martial arts manuals, what remains of the Jianghu? Tian Boguang concurred with Chu Yun's sentiments. Young master, I believe you are correct. The current state of the martial world is indeed as you say. Techniques are waning with each generation, and masters teach their disciples with reservations. If one were to fall, their knowledge would be lost forever. Moreover, with the advent of firearms and cannons, no matter how skilled one is, they cannot surpass the power of artillery. Seeing the despair that might ensue from further discussion, Chu Yun resolved to uplift the spirits of the assembly. That need not be the case. As long as we learn from each other and amalgamate our strengths, we may yet forge new techniques. In the martial realm, we are all but frogs at the bottom of a well. Thus, we must venture forth, first to raid Taishan, then Songshan, passing through Wudong and Shaolin, collecting gold, silver, jewels, and martial arts manuals along the way. As the conversation drew to a close, Sha Tianwang was drenched in sweat. Who, one might wonder, was Chu Yun? His presence resembled that of towering mountains such as Taishan, Songshan, Wudang, and Shaolin, as if he could effortlessly procure whatever he desired. He needed to devise a way to repay the left leader, preparing for future contingencies. With a firm slap on his thigh, Chu Yun declared, enough of idle chatter. Let us first deal with them. We must rest, for tomorrow we ascend Taishan. Young master, how shall we handle these disgraced members of the Songshan sect? Tian Boguang inquired, seeking Chu Yun's counsel. Let us adhere to the usual protocol, replied Chu Yun, taking the hand of Chu Yue and lighting the lanterns to arrange their accommodations. Chu Yue found a quiet guest room and gently pushed Chu Yun outside. Glancing toward Lan Fengwang, she yearned to share a room with Chu Yun, yet the weight of his words compelled her to ponder their deeper meaning. In the realm of martial arts, stagnation equates to regression. Chu Yun had made remarkable strides, and she could not afford to lag behind. Watching him retreat towards Lan Fengwang, she closed the door, leaning against it, tears welling in her eyes. The first of that man was given to another woman, and she felt a pang of envy for Lan Fengwang. Yet, she encouraged herself, believing that her day would come. Noticing Lan Fengwang standing before a water vat, Chu Yun approached and leaned beside her, whispering, "Little Phoenix, what are you doing alone?" Startled, Lan Fengwang's heart raced. She ignored Chu Yun, placing her poisonous dragon whip into the vat and retrieving a vial of medicine to pour into it. After cleansing the whip, stained with blood and remnants, it emerged renewed. After several rinses, she dried it and hung it at her waist. "My lord, it is quite late. Should you not rest with your lady? Yue has sent me out." Chu Yun replied, "Little Phoenix, why not allow me to keep you company tonight?" Lan Fengwang attempted to evade his embrace, but Chu Yun had already pulled her into his arms. After a brief struggle, she surrendered, leaning softly against him. In the room, Lan Fengwang fetched clean water to assist Chu Yun in washing his face and brushing his teeth, while she tended to her own cleanliness. Previously, such tasks had been performed by disciples, but she had learned enough to serve Chu Yun with a semblance of grace. Upon arriving in this world, Chu Yun discovered toothpaste and toothbrushes available in specialized stores, which shattered his preconceived notions. Had it not been for the devastation wrought by the Manchus, the splendor of Chinese civilization might have flourished uninterrupted. Zhou Mi, an elder of the Southern Song dynasty, reminisced in dreaming of grain about the toothbrushing shops at the mouth of Lion Alley and Gold Alley, indicating that by the Southern Song era, such establishments had already emerged in Hangzhou. This suggests that the practice of brushing teeth had become commonplace. Ancient peoples did not brush their teeth with toothbrushes as we do today. Instead, they dipped their brushes into tooth powder, which came in both paste and powder forms, comprising ingredients such as soapberry, ginger, and various traditional herbs. For those lacking means, willow twigs were chewed and used for cleaning. Seated on a couch, Chu Yun observed as Lan Fengwang completed her grooming, shyly taking a seat beside him, her head bowed and her breath somewhat hurried. "Young master, among our Miao people, matters of marriage have always been decided by ourselves. Should you not mind that I have surpassed the bloom of youth, I would gladly serve you, hoping that you will not abandon me once we have begun. Even if I were to be a concubine, I would willingly accept such a fate." The voice of Blue Phoenix grew fainter, and faced with such temptation, Chu Yun dared not entertain any untoward thoughts. The mention of abandonment further suppressed the flames of desire within him. He knew he would ultimately leave this world and did not deserve the pleasures of companionship. Rising to his feet, Chu Yun took a few steps forward, turning his back to Blue Phoenix, filled with regret. "My lady, I have been reckless. Bound by my mission, I cannot offer you any promises. I confess that I am captivated by your beauty and grace, yet I do not wish to claim you by force. Let us henceforth regard each other as friends. Do not blame Ye. She merely seeks to please me. Just as Chu Yun was about to step out, he felt Blue Phoenix rise from her bed, leaping onto his back and embracing him tightly, her face pressed against him, faint sobs escaping her lips. Young master, you are the finest man I have ever encountered, martially adept and profoundly knowledgeable. If you do not disdain it, I would willingly share a night of passion, and I promise I shall not cling to you thereafter. Chu Yun turned to embrace Blue Phoenix, feeling a profound sense of shame, yet gazing into her tearful eyes. He relinquished his resolve. A gentle breeze wafted outside, sweeping away fallen leaves from the mountains, revealing their pristine form, undulating and harmonious. Two leaves clung tightly together, inseparable. Suddenly, a strong wind arose, swirling the leaves in a dance. Within the temple gates, they fluttered in and out. After about an hour, the wind ceased, leaving some leaves inside while others were carried away. Blue Phoenix, drenched in fragrant sweat, pressed her flushed cheeks against Chu Yun's chest. Young master, I am truly happy. Thank you. At last, in this world, Chu Yun bestowed his first kiss and his initial contact with the opposite sex, an experience far more perfect and joyous than he had imagined. He pondered whether Ye would resemble her. Since he had come to this realm, he resolved to relish every moment, ensuring that he would not betray the one he loved. As he gently ran his fingers through Blue Phoenix's long hair, thoughts of Chu Yun crossed his mind as he admired Blue Phoenix's shy countenance. Little Phoenix, you are truly beautiful, and your voice is enchanting, sweet as honey. Fortuitously, no heroes of the martial world claimed you before me. It is my blessing. The young master's tender affection brought joy to Blue Phoenix. I have guarded my virtue not for the Five Immortals sect, but because I have yet to encounter a man who captivates my heart. You, young master, are the first to stir such feelings within me. As she spoke, her cool little hand danced upon Chu Yun's chest. That night, the wind howled repeatedly, and Blue Phoenix's talents in playing the bamboo flute and her vocal skills were truly worthy of admiration. Chapter 030. Evening Drum and Morning Bell. The evening drum and morning bell heralded the dawn. Chu Yun opened his drowsy eyes, only to find the enchanting figure beside him had vanished. Glancing at the bedding, he noted a section had been cut away, stained with crimson. A thought crossed his mind. The door creaked open, and a graceful maiden entered, carrying a basin of clear water and a towel. Young master, allow me to assist you with your ablutions and attire. Chu Yun approached the young lady, tenderly attending to her, reluctant to part from the intimate moment. Lon, henceforth, do not refer to yourself as a servant or concubine. All beings are born equal, devoid of distinctions of nobility or servitude. Moreover, you are the leader of a sect. Do you comprehend? Yes, young master, I shall remember. You are unlike any other man. Have you experienced this? Young master, how distasteful. I did not imply that. Rather, I meant that you never belittle us women, but instead, you honor us. Lon, your praise has me floating in the clouds. Remember, when navigating the world, discretion is paramount. No matter how admirable a man may be, he must not boast of it before others, lest he attract the attention of many women. It is only natural for a man of your caliber to be admired by numerous beauties. As soon as they stepped outside, Chu Yun was drawn into a room by Chu Yun, who gazed at him with longing. Young master, were you happy last night? Well, it was pleasant. Being with Yun was delightful. You lie. You avoid me. Yet last night, the entire temple creaked with sounds. I discovered that you are indeed the legendary 7 times a night. Is it truly that exaggerated? I did not perceive myself as remarkable. This morning, I saw Blue Phoenix fetching water, trembling as she walked. Why do you not cherish her? She is already yours. You may indulge whenever you wish, but do not exhaust her health. Chu Yun embraced Yun, planting a gentle kiss upon her lips before departing. Yun touched her lips, realizing it was the young master's first kiss, leaving her feeling weak and her ears burning with affection. Oh, she exclaimed softly, as a sharp pain surged through her abdomen, more intense than before. Analyzing the sensation, she concluded that whenever she felt affection for Chu Yun, her abdomen ached. What could be the reason? Would she perish? Determined to temper her feelings for Chu Yun, she vaguely recalled something about the flower of life in her mind. Speculating that her feminine essence was still developing, she wondered when it would fully mature. With Blue Phoenix now present, she could focus on embroidery and studies. Chu Yun resolved to acquire knowledge, seeking out Buddhist scriptures or the 4 books and 5 classics in the temple's scripture pavilion early in the morning, hoping to read them on her journey rather than constantly thinking about intimacy with Chu Yun. In the courtyard, she noticed the weary-faced Tian Boguang. The temple had been thoroughly cleaned, and he approached Chu Yun, holding a stack of silver notes. Young master, these are the ransom funds from the Songshan sect, totaling 350,000 taels. Please verify. The Songshan sect is indeed affluent, venturing forth with such a sum. Young master, Those scoundrels from the Songsan sect are penniless. This wealth is the result of their plundering the temple and selling off its assets, which has inadvertently benefited us. Haha. The temple deceives the common folk, the Songsan sect robs the temple, and we rob the Songsan sect. Will there come a time when others will rob us? To dare rob the young master would be courting death. Congratulations, young master, on winning the affections of Blue Phoenix, who previously underestimated the worth of men. Chu Yun took out 100,000 taels in silver notes and offered them to Tian Boguang, who declined the gesture. Brother Tian, we are companions, sharing wealth together. Once it is exhausted, we shall acquire more. Wealth is merely an external possession, and wherever we seek it, it shall be found. Since you insist, I shall graciously accept, though I remain uncertain about where to spend it. As the saying goes, a man with money is a hero, a man without it is but a shadow. Reflecting on my past endeavors to expose corrupt officials, I now face the inevitable consequences. Alas, do not despair, Brother Tian. In due time, seek out renowned physicians. Perhaps they may offer solutions. Should desires prove insatiable, I possess methods to impart. If you speak truly, I am indeed troubled by this. Had there been no maiden in my past, I could have relied solely on my own means, yet now, nothing seems effective. Brother Tian, may I have a moment to speak privately? The two retreated to a secluded spot, where Chu Yun shared insights gleaned from a masterful work he encountered on tomato novels, offering scientific remedies to Tian Boguan. Initially taken aback, Tian Boguan soon felt a chill run down his spine. Are you jesting at my expense? I am neither a tender-hearted man nor a romantic fool. You might consider it, for such tools can be found in the marketplace. I heard of them from an esteemed figure. After Chu Yun departed, Tian Boguan pondered the words of the sage, convinced of their truth, and resolved to explore them further upon reaching Jinan. As the convoy departed from Longquan Temple, the monks gradually returned, finding the temple unscathed. On the incense altar lay 1,000 taels of silver notes left by a benefactor, prompting them to kneel in reverence as the carriages receded, exclaiming, Amit Ba Buddha. Chu Yun, eager to embroider and read, urged Chu Yun off the carriage, carefully stowing away the over 300,000 taels of silver he had gifted her, feeling satisfied. Controlling a man's wealth naturally secures him for oneself, a sentiment she had overheard during conversations among wives and concubines. Reluctantly, Chu Yun climbed aboard the carriage of the Blue Phoenix, while Tian Boguan, understanding the unspoken cues, rode alongside the cart bearing the goods. Upon entering the carriage of the Blue Phoenix, she greeted him with surprise, soon followed by concern. My lord, why do you not accompany your wife? Is she upset? It is all my fault. Do not fret, Lon Lon. Yue would not be angry. She is focused on her cultivation and the study of the 4 books and 5 classics. Such a beautiful lady, yet she dedicates herself to self-improvement. I feel inadequate. Perhaps I should also study more characters, so I may assist you in the future. Your ambition is commendable, and I find it appealing. Your beauty only enhances my admiration. Chu Yun had settled beside the Blue Phoenix. And as is often the case with women, once they have tasted affection, they become ever more indulgent. My lord, please be gentle with Lon Lon. I am weary. Perhaps I could play the flute for you? At the mention of the flute, Chu Yun felt a twinge of resistance and quickly composed himself, noticing the seriousness in Blue Phoenix's demeanor, which struck him as peculiar. After a brief pause, she blushed fiercely, recalling the embarrassing events of the previous night. My lord, do not misunderstand. I meant to speak of the flute, not anything else. She giggled, producing a dizzy and playing a melodious tune, which resonated beautifully. My lord, you seem unambitious. As the adage goes, a gentle place is the grave of heroes. Personal matters should not distract you from greater pursuits, lest I bear the blame for your distractions. Might I have misunderstood once more? Lon Lon, would it be permissible to indulge occasionally in such matters? Chapter 031. By the daming Lake Lon Feng Wang found her young master to be quite the rogue, yet undeniably charming. The arduous journey had indeed brought its share of joy. It was regrettable that she had once been oblivious to the pleasures of vying for dominance in the martial world. The young master, well aware of Lon Lan's remarkable skills, poison, whip, flute, and ventriloquism, understood that the Miao people, through years of practice, had honed their ability to summon serpents and insects with their flutes and vocal mimicry. Oh, so this is the kind of ventriloquism you possess. Would you demonstrate it for me? I once read an article about a person skilled in this art, capable of imitating various sounds of animals and objects, leaving one in awe. Are you such a talent, Lon Lon? My dear master, that refers to performers. I can manage to imitate small creatures, but nothing more. With that, Lon Feng Wang began to showcase her skills, mimicking the sounds of serpents, insects, birds, and various domestic animals with remarkable precision. As she imitated the calls of birds, those perched nearby flocked to the carriage, an astonishing display indeed. Lon Lon, you are a treasure in your own right. Henceforth, I shall call you Lon Baby. My master teases me. Does that not imply a lazy baby? With a melodious laugh, Lan Fenghuang's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she recalled something. My master, yesterday when I was undressing, I glimpsed that accursed sunflower manual. Why do you still possess it? We have enjoyed a life akin to deities together, yet practicing the manual requires one to undergo self-castration. I worry for you. Chu Yun smiled softly, retrieving the manual and perusing its pages with a nod. Practice is essential, Lan. Please fetch me a knife. I must. No, my master. You shall not practice. If you refrain from such actions, I shall heed your every command from henceforth. Would that be agreeable? Chu Yun tucked away the manual and embraced Lan Fenghuang tenderly. To self-castrate for sword practice is out of the question. I still have yet to fully enjoy the company of both you and Yuer. Moreover, I have already mastered the sunflower manual. Lan Fenghuang gasped in astonishment. Is it truly possible for someone to master the manual without self-castration? Such a marvel. Indeed. It is no exaggeration. On the day I saved Dongfang Bubi, she bestowed upon me the sunflower manual, and without conscious effort, I mastered its teachings. The notion of self-castration is mere deception. This matter must remain confidential. We shall keep it low-key. Very well, my master. In the martial world, discretion is paramount. After exchanging light-hearted banter, the two succumbed to fatigue and drifted into slumber. As the caravan crossed the Yellow River and reached Jinan Prefecture, Chu Yun had intended to admire the scenic beauty of the Daming Lake, yet slumber overtook him, leaving him with a tinge of regret. The Baodu Spring, Qianfu Mountain, and Daming Lake were the three renowned attractions of Jinan. At this time, Baodu Spring was still relatively unknown, as the illustrious Qianlong had yet to herald it as the world's first spring. The summer lotus at Daming Lake had elevated its fame, rendering it a coveted destination for the youth, and he longed for the opportunity to visit. Upon departing from Longquan Temple, he opted against visiting Qianfu Mountain, for he found little allure in the stone heads of the Buddhas. After securing accommodations at the Yuelai Inn, Chu Yun, accompanied by his two beauties, made his way directly to Daming Lake, while Tian Buoguang attended to his own undisclosed matters. At this moment, the Grand Ming Lake is adorned with lush green lotus leaves, poised to bloom, with an occasional blossom of lotus flowers gracing the scene. Chu Yuer and Lan Fenghuang linger by the lakeside, observing the tranquil beauty. Chu Yun has prepared paper, brushes, and a wooden board, having procured some iron nails to secure the ideal position for his artistic endeavor. Aware that Chu Yun intends to create their portrait, Chu Yuer obediently follows his instructions, positioning herself with grace and poise. Lan Fenghuang stands beside Chu Yun, holding an oiled paper umbrella to shield him from the sun's rays. Chu Yuer removes her conical hat, tidies her appearance, and smooths her flowing hair. Elegantly seated upon a stone, remaining perfectly still, Lan Fenghuang watches in awe as Chu Yun deftly wields the brush, effortlessly capturing the myriad nuances of femininity with just a few strokes. As he delves deeper into the intricacies of the portrait, the hairstyle, brows, and expressions come to life, particularly when Chu Yun gently manipulates the rice paper, rendering the figures three-dimensional, leaving her astounded. With a few more strokes, the backdrop of lotus flowers, the lake's surface, and the distant scenery unfold in breathtaking detail, a marvel of artistry that leaves one in admiration. When Chu Yuer rises and approaches Chu Yun, her heart swells with emotion upon seeing the artwork. She promptly leans in to plant a resounding kiss on his cheek. With the painting in hand, she steps aside to admire it, pressing her hands against her aching abdomen, using her inner strength to alleviate the discomfort, which soon subsides, marveling at his remarkable talents. Lan Fenghuang, eager to partake, gazes at Chu Yun with playful affection. He arranges a fitting background for her, guiding her into position, umbrella in hand, her long hair cascading down to her knees. Upon receiving her portrait, Lan Fenghuang is elated. The figure depicted resembles her, yet possesses an ethereal beauty that surpasses her own. She bestows a kiss upon Chu Yun's other cheek as well. The two women then admire their portraits together. As they traverse the scenic landscape, Chu Yun concludes that mastering sketching is indeed essential for courting in ancient times. Regrettably, he finds no other beauties at Ming Lake, let alone the elusive Xia Yuhua. At Baodu Spring, development is still in its infancy, yet the gushing spring water rises dramatically like a wheel, surging several feet high with a sound reminiscent of distant thunder. Capturing their attention, with little interest, the group decides to return home. Jinan, a city of notable reputation, boasts a thriving commerce, and they procure various daily necessities, including tooth powder, toothbrushes, rouge, cleansing agents, and hair care products. In the bustling ready-to-wear shops, Chu Yuer and Lan Fenghuang have grown so close that they refer to each other as sisters, acquiring an abundance of novel hairpins, hair chains, earrings, and more. Fortunately, Chu Yun's strength has matured, or he would surely be overwhelmed. Chu Yuer also purchases books, silks, and various sewing tools, including numerous hairstyle manuals. ensuring her future endeavors in opening a hair salon and embroidery shop will be seamless. The two women even discuss acquiring several outfits for Chu Yun, regardless of the era. Accompanying women on shopping excursions remains a laborious task. Upon returning to the inn, Chu Yun reclines on the grand bed to rest, while Chu Yue and Lan Fenghuang massage him from either side, allowing him to feel as though he is floating on clouds. As the three drift into slumber, smiles grace their lips. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks at the door jolts the trio from their peaceful repose. Chu Yun strides to the door, his expression reflecting the annoyance of being roused from sleep. What is it? If you have something to say, say it. If not, kindly take your leave, he declares. My lord, our carriage has been detained by the authorities and is currently in the backyard. Old Lu, take me there. Has Master Tian returned? Master Tian has not yet returned. I could only come to inform you, my lord. There are dozens of officers, all fierce and intimidating. Some are quite frightening. Fear not. I shall go and intimidate them. With that, Chu Yun departed the room. Chu Yue and Lan Fenghuang also rose, tidying their appearances. My lady, should we go take a look? It seems they are numerous. Are you not aware of the master's capabilities? Even thousands cannot contend with him. Then let us go and observe the commotion, my lady. That is agreeable. Come, fetch my hat. The two women swiftly made their way to the inn's backyard, where they indeed found a number of soldiers surrounding their carriages, some pointing and discussing amongst themselves. Chu Yun approached the carriage, and a ruffian stepped forward. Are you the owner of this cargo? We have received reports that you have robbed merchants and require a search. Please open the cargo box. On what grounds do you conduct an investigation? Is this not overstepping your authority? May I ask who you are? I am Wu Tianda, the chief officer of Jinan. We possess the authority to protect the realm and maintain public order. Comply, and we shall take the cargo. Otherwise, you shall be opposing the Jinan authorities. Brothers, seize it. With a loud crack, the chief officer was sent flying several meters away, caught by a few soldiers who staggered backward, revealing his bloodied mouth and several lost teeth. Simultaneously, other soldiers advanced with their spears aimed at Chu Yun, forming an attacking formation, awaiting orders. Wu Chief, the martial world and the government have always maintained a respectful distance. Should you instigate trouble today, do not blame Chu Yun for being merciless. Wu Tianda, witnessing Chu Yun's calm demeanor and apparent disregard for the officers, began to doubt the accuracy of the reports. However, upon seeing his broken teeth, he could no longer contain his rage. Brothers, this Chu Yun has assaulted the imperial forces and committed treason. Capture him. In these times, being branded with the label of treason often meant certain doom. Chu Yun brushed off his sleeves, casting a dismissive glance at the soldiers brandishing their spears. Wu Chief, you dare to exaggerate and fabricate charges, without imparting some lessons. The Jinan authorities will not learn their place. With a swift motion of his blade, Wu commanded all soldiers to charge at Chu Yun. He seized the nearest spear and thrust it outward, causing the soldier to lose his grip and fall. Chu Yun swung the spear in a wide arc. The sound of splintering echoed as the spears broke, leaving the soldiers in shock, bloodied hands, and trembling in fear. Some soldiers, clutching their spears, retreated, unwilling to advance. The Yulai Inn, situated in a bustling marketplace, attracted a crowd eager to witness the scuffle. It had been years since the Jinan garrison had seen combat, and the sight of soldiers clad in cotton armor, wielding spears and belted with combat knives, was quite a novelty. A few injured soldiers gathered around Wu Tianda. Wu Chief, this Chu Yun is not to be trifled with. Perhaps we should withdraw. If higher authorities learn of our unauthorized use of force, we may face punishment. Wu Tianda shouted distantly at Chu Yun. Chu Yun, just you wait. I shall promptly return to report to Lord Qianhu and summoned the firearms battalion. I guarantee you shall regret it. Brothers, retreat. The group of officials and soldiers gathered their remaining spears and broken weapons, assisting one another as they exited the inn's courtyard. The innkeeper was already dispersing the onlookers, for the law still held sway in Jinan Prefecture. As the crowd dispersed, Chu Yue and Lan Fenghuang approached Chu Yun. Young master, are you unharmed? Chu Yun took hold of Chu Yue's small hand. Yue, I am somewhat concerned. I fear I may lose control and harm the soldiers. It is best not to offend them if it can be avoided. Young master, we have just arrived in Jinan, and the soldiers come seeking trouble. There must be some intrigue behind it. Could it be the work of the Songshan or Taishan sects, considering we are right under their noses? As Chu Yun listened and walked, he returned to the guest room, enveloped by both women. Lan Fenghuang presented him with a cup of tea, which he accepted and sipped. Sister, this tea lacks oil and salt. It is somewhat sweet and fragrant. Young master, do not jest about Lan Lan. I sense that the soldiers have further schemes. Perhaps I should scout the military camp. There is no need for you to concern yourselves with such matters. Later, I shall go with Tian Boguang to investigate. You should keep Yue company. Meanwhile, Chu Yue was organizing the spoils of the day, neatly folding her purchases and placing them in a wooden carrying box. Young master, Venturing to the military camp is not to be taken lightly. The Jinan garrison is typically composed of over 5,600 men, equipped with formidable firearms and cannons beyond mere human capability. I shall exercise caution. You all must remain vigilant at the inn to guard against surprise attacks. Tonight, you should stay together for mutual protection. Just then, there was a knock at the door. It was Tian Buoguang. Young master, Tian Buoguang awaits your command. Chu Yun rose and descended the stairs to converse with Tian Buoguang. After he left, Chu Yue eagerly retrieved the glass square mirror she had just purchased, placing it on the dressing table and excitedly instructing Lan Feng Wang. Lan, come here and help me style my hair. Today's hairstyle reference is splendid. I shall do yours as well. Certainly, madam. In truth, you are a rare beauty even without adornment, one that young master would cherish. Lan, this is not solely for young master. I do this for myself as well. I wish to experiment with every hairstyle. I desire all that a woman possesses. Madam, you are indeed the epitome of femininity, a true gem. Today, let us learn to create double buns, resembling two young girls serving young master. I will fashion your double buns, and I shall choose this hanging style, with 2 strands of hair draping by the ears. It should be quite amusing. The 2 women immersed themselves in their task, enjoying each other's company. Under Chu Yue's guidance, Lan Feng Wang shed her rugged demeanor, increasingly embodying a gentle woman. Upon descending, Chu Yun noticed Tian Buoguang appeared fatigued, his gait somewhat unsteady. Brother Tian, how did your task fare? My lord, your advice has indeed proven effective. Jinan is truly bustling. Having wealth is a boon, and I have found an establishment of high standing with commendable service. It is thanks to Brother Tian, an old hand who knows how to save her life. Do not jest, my lord, after several attempts. I must say that this experience brings me more joy than my previous escapades. Brother Tian, having tasted the sweetness of life, might as well indulge fully. Shall I impart to you the secrets of the Sunflower Sutra? My lord, that would be unwise. I still hope to continue the lineage of the Tian family, passing down knowledge of poetry, literature, and music to my progeny, so that he may achieve success in the future. Indeed, as a son, one must fulfill such responsibilities. Let us set aside idle chatter. Today, the Jinan garrison sought to trouble us, attempting to seize our goods. I managed to fend them off. Though I injured a certain Wu Tianda, their captain, I fear this matter may not conclude amicably. For this, I take full responsibility. Having let personal matters interfere with our affairs, nearly jeopardizing something significant. I beseech you to hold me accountable, my lord. Brother Tian, do not dwell on such trivialities. Please inquire into the origins of this Wu Tianda. I suspect he may have ties to the Songshan and Taishan sections. Very well, my lord, I shall do so immediately. Please wait at the inn for my news. Brother Tian, take care. In the realm of martial arts, safety is paramount. After Tian Buoguang departed, Chu Yun did not return to the guest room, but instead sought the innkeeper to inquire about the most lively tea houses and taverns in Jinan, intending to gather some news. The tea house was teeming with patrons, a diverse crowd entering and exiting, many martial artists stopping by to enjoy tea and meals. Beside Chu Yun sat 2 martial heroes, each adorned with long swords and bushy beards, who, upon settling down, raised their cups in hearty toasts. Their facial hair soaked in drink. Brother Wang, having narrowly escaped from the pirates, where do you plan to go next? Brotherly, to speak candidly. Ever since the Qijia army drove away the pirates, I have been making a living along the coast of Fujian. Recently, the pirates have begun to reappear, causing much suffering among the common folk. This trip to the North Mountain serves 2 purposes: to visit my ailing mother and to attend the Demon Extermination Conference at Songshan. Brother Wang, you were originally a disciple of Shaolin. What led you to join the Songshan sect? I have heard that the Left Alliance leader possesses formidable skills, and the 13 bodyguards are renowned in the martial world. It must be quite challenging to gain recognition at Songshan. Indeed, it is a complex tale. Let us drink. Chapter 033. Flowers blooming amidst lotus. Chu Yun found it peculiar that, by mere chance, 2 martial heroes would appear, discussing matters that might concern him. The Demon Extermination Conference had previously been organized by Ren Woxing of Tsangzhou. Could it be that Zhuoling intends to intervene as well? It is truly an intricate web. Chu Yun sensed that the 2 men were deliberately speaking for his ears. As he planned to visit Songshan, they lay in wait, poised to seize an opportunity. How intriguing. The Wang gentleman took a hearty swig of his drink, wiping his mouth with his hand as he continued the conversation. When I joined the Songshan sect, I encountered many former Shaolin comrades. Shaolin and Songshan share the same roots. Thus, Songshan serves as a refuge for those Shaolin disciples who have strayed. Consequently, the Songshan sect has acquired a wealth of Shaolin martial arts secrets. It is no wonder that Songshan stands out among the 5 mountain sword sects, basking in the glory of Shaolin's blessings. Not everyone can withstand the allure of the ancient lamp and the Buddha. Brotherly, upon my arrival, I heard that the Invincible East has re-emerged in the martial world, establishing the Eastern Society. As a member of the divine cult, do you have any reliable news? Li, lowering his voice, addressed Wang, Brother Wang. We have been acquaintances for many years. Although we belong to opposing factions, we have relied on each other to survive until today. The divine sect has just undergone a thorough purge, and its upper echelons have been nearly completely replaced. As for us at the grassroots level, we merely have a change of leadership. As long as you are well, my brother, in this tumultuous world, preserving one's life is of utmost importance. Indeed, Wang replied. We all strive for our daily bread. I've heard that both the righteous and the wicked factions have been devising ways to eliminate that formidable villain. Both the divine sect and the Songshan sect have suffered considerable losses at his hands. Perhaps this villain is also a great hero. It seems the tides of the martial world are about to shift. Brotherly, he continued, the villain is rumored to lack true backing. Both factions are now preparing their weaponry. Mere fists cannot contend against a multitude of foes. We should focus on our own safety. Brother Wang, let us drink to this farewell. Who knows when we shall meet again? I sincerely wish for a world devoid of the calamities of the martial realm. There will be opportunities, but life outside the martial world is even more challenging. The northern regions have been plagued by continuous calamities, resulting in the deaths of many common folk. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all living beings as mere fodder. Enough of such talk. Today, let us drink as brothers until we are inebriated. Chu Yun, uncertain whether he was fortunate or unfortunate, found himself amidst a gathering of the righteous and the wicked, feasting and toasting as subjects of the Ming dynasty. Why must there be a division between good and evil? Stepping out of the tavern, he gazed skyward at the vast azure devoid of clouds. The indifference of the universe weighed heavily on him, making him feel like an extraneous existence in this world, leaving him somewhat despondent. Once again, he inquired of the system about how to complete his task, but received no response. Just as despair began to envelop him, a chime echoed. Due to your initial task, a prompt will be provided in due course. What kind of prompt is this? Are you jesting with me? Chu Yun thought, feeling frustration rise. Chu Yun, please mind your language. Farewell. The system faded from his consciousness. Frustrated by the frailty of the system, he returned to the inn, his head in his hands, feeling disheartened. As he pushed open the door to his room, he was met by two stunning maidens, resembling intertwined lotus flowers, Chu Yun and Lan Fengwang. They anticipated his joy and praise, yet were taken aback by his peculiar demeanor and lack of spirit. With a hint of anxiety, Chu Yun took his hand and guided him to sit, while Lan Fengwang poured tea. Young master, what troubles you? Has Yue done something wrong to upset you? No, both of you are wonderful. Having you is a blessing for Chu Yun. I am merely in low spirits today. Your hairstyles are exceptionally beautiful, but Lan Fengwang knelt before him, resting her face on his knee, her eyes glistening with tears. Young master, is it because I have not served you well? I fear. Is there a side effect from the martial arts? Upon hearing this, Chu Yun was alarmed. Wondering if the sunflower manual had caused an issue, she immediately grasped one of Chu Yun's hands, channeling her inner energy through his meridians, yet found no anomaly. Observing the concern etched on the faces of the two women, Chu Yun felt a flicker of solace within his heart. He took a deep breath, gathering his spirit, and resolved to lift his mood. With a gentle embrace, he pulled Chu Yun close, playfully teasing her at the waist, eliciting a cascade of giggles from her. Lan Fengwang stood, only to be drawn into the fold by another arm of Chu Yun. Ah, I was merely jesting. How could I possibly be unhappy? I have wealth, beauty, and extraordinary skills at my disposal. Is there anyone more fortunate than I? Even the emperor cannot revel in joy as I do. The solitude within him would require time to dissipate, and Chu Yun wished to spare the two enchanting women from concern. After a playful tussle, the room was alive with vibrant energy. Today, seeing you both so radiant, why not indulge me with a visual feast? Chu Yun pondered the cryptic phrase, questioning its meaning. Could it be? No, that cannot be. My own lotus is not yet perfect. The young master is incorrigible. Young master, she suggested. Why not allow Lan Lan to showcase for you instead? Her figure is elegant and alluring. You are sure to be pleased. Lan Fengwang, blushing, overheard Chu Yun's words and was taken aback. How could the young master possess such inclinations? How mortifying. Just as she contemplated a refusal, she heard Chu Yun's voice. Where are your thoughts wandering? Do I seem like such a person? I meant, today you have acquired so many beautiful garments. Wear them for me, and I shall teach you how to present yourselves. A weight lifted from the hearts of the two women, eager to see what amusing ideas this intriguing young master would conjure. They moved the chairs aside, creating a spacious area. Indeed, the Yulai Inn is the finest establishment in the realm, with lavish suites ample in size. Chu Yun instructed them on the art of modeling, shoulders back, chest lifted, abdomen engaged, legs taut, walking in a straight line with alternating steps, hips swaying in rhythm. Chu Yun fetched a guqin, and Chu Yun contemplated the music that accompanied fashion shows or Victoria's Secret catwalks. After a few tentative strums, he found the rhythm and encouraged the two ladies to walk. Their long legs and natural model-like physique were enviable. Remember, being a woman is wonderful. The key lies in poise. Do you understand? After half an hour, their bodies gradually loosened, chests elevated, and they walked with newfound grace. Chu Yun seemed to have discovered a new continent, adopting the techniques Chu Yun had imparted. She embodied the essence of a goddess. Such beauty in the world, inspiring countless heroes to bow before it. Chu Yun laughed heartily, reciting a line filled with grandiosity. Quick-witted, Chu Yun twisted her waist and approached him with model-like strides. Young master, will you sketch me? I wish to embroider your exquisite words and cherish them. Indeed. Let youth be captured in art, to be remembered through the ages. Though she referred to it as sketching, it was, in truth, a rapid outline. Chu Yun had already committed the contours of the two beauties to memory, drawing with remarkable speed. After completing the portraits, they changed outfits, modeled again, and he sketched anew. Time passed blissfully, as the sky outside gradually darkened, and Lan Fenghuang had already lit a lantern. They carefully stored their respective artworks, treating them with great care to avoid creasing. Chu Yun, watching with delight, indulged in playful touches, finding boundless enjoyment. Chapter 035. Yuan Chong Kong Tian Buoguang returned to the inn, having ventured out today with modest success. Chu Yun directly entered Tian Buoguang's room to gather information before making a decision. Young master, while I was inquiring about Wu Tianda, I heard through the grapevine that the Songshan sect is set to hold a demon-slaying conference, summoning heroes from across the land to converge at Songshan for a grand undertaking. The demon-slaying conference, is it not aimed at me, Chu Yun? Have they not extorted several million taels from me? Is it necessary to rally the world's heroes against me? Do not fret, young master, for Zhuolinngshan can likely only summon the 5 Mountain Sword sect. The other martial artists are hardly aware of your illustrious name. Is it not true that Zhuolinngshan intends to hold a sect conference on March 15th next year? Has my presence compelled him to move it forward? That is a possibility. The 5 mountain sects are separated by great distances, and convening them is no easy feat. Though the 5 Mountain Sword sect claims to be united by a common bond, they are, in truth, each governed independently, heeding no one's command. They are less cohesive than the Sun and Moon Holy Cult, with its numerous branches and strict hierarchy. Tian Buoguang's analysis is astute. This is indeed the Achilles heel of the 5 Mountain Sword sect. Is there any other news? Young master, forgive me, but I almost forgot an important matter. Wu Tianda has close ties with the Taishan sect, particularly with Yu Qizi, Yu Qingzi, and Yu Yinzi. This incident is likely orchestrated by them. These 3 scoundrels shall find themselves ground to dust upon my visit to Taishan. Does Wu Tianda have any backing in Jinan Wei? I have inquired. There is a Qianhu named Yuan Chongkong, who hails from the same place as Wu Tianda and shares a strong bond with him. Soldiers in the army speak of Yuan Chongkong with reverence, likening him to Zhao Zilong, a figure capable of taking heads from 1,000 miles away as if plucking apples from a tree. His ancestry traces back to the prestigious Yuan family of the Sui and Tang dynasties. He must possess formidable martial skills passed down through generations. Reflecting on the legendary heroes of the Sui and Tang, I recall figures like Yuan Huaji and Yuan Qingdu, the latter renowned for his unparalleled prowess, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of Li Yuanba. If he does not provoke me, I shall spare him, for their ancestors once held glory. I can afford to show some respect. Yuan Chongkong is adept at military command, having consistently excelled in past competitions, and is likely to soon be promoted to deputy commander. He should not be underestimated. Since the afternoon has passed without Wu Tianda seeking trouble, it seems he wishes to avoid conflict. This is fortuitous. Tomorrow we shall set out for Taishan to settle accounts. Very well, young master. As he prepared to leave, an arrow suddenly cut through the air. Chu Yun swiftly grasped it, feeling the tail of the arrow tremble and hum. Tian Buoguang leaped outside, drawing his long knife and assuming a defensive stance. Young master, are you unharmed? Chu Yun removed the rolled-up note from the arrow and unfurled it. Chu Yun, a battle awaits at the military grounds of Jinan Wei. Yuan Chongkong. Young master, you must not go. The military grounds are a critical location, and there is likely an ambush. Chu Yun, unfazed, replied. I have dozens of days left to live. Even if I perish, I shall be reborn. I could frighten this band of soldiers to death. Brother Tian, remain at the inn and protect my lady and Lan Fenghuang. I shall return shortly. Do not inform my lady, remember. Upon hearing everyone refer to her as Lady Chu Yun, Chu Yun adopted the same title, lest she appear awkward in her stature. Descending from the stairs, she realized she was unaware of the location of the training grounds or how to reach them. At the entrance of the Welai Inn, a group of soldiers awaited, leading a war horse. Young Master Chu, the esteemed captain requests your presence. Please mount the horse. Without hesitation, Chu Yun leapt onto the steed and took off, a throng of soldiers trailing behind. The training grounds of Jinan Prefecture were ablaze with light, flags fluttering majestically, exuding an imposing atmosphere. In the center stood a formidable general, towering at 8 feet, clad in armor, adorned with a feathered helmet, and wielding a long spear. He bore the commanding presence reminiscent of Linghu Chong, the renowned instructor of the Imperial Guard. The spear was planted firmly in the ground, a testament to the might of the Ming army. The officials and soldiers formed an impenetrable circle around the grounds, eager to witness the grandeur of the captain, an occasion most coveted, as the soldiers parted to make way. As Chu Yun observed the soldiers flanking him, a surge of martial valor welled up within him. Dismounting, a gentle breeze swept through the training grounds, causing his sleeves to flutter audibly. Ye Xuan stepped forward, addressing Chu Yun with a voice that resonated like thunder, imbued with immense resonance. "You must be Chu Yun. Today, you have injured my soldiers and disrespected the guard. I, Ye Xuan, wish to engage you in a fair duel." Chu Yun surveyed the crowd, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Ye Xuan, I stand alone against your 1,000 men. How can this be deemed fair? However, a mere 1,000 does not concern me. Whether it be a duel or a brawl, I am indifferent." The soldiers erupted in astonishment. Was Chu Yun a fool, or merely unhinged to utter such bravado? Armed with long spears and curved sabers, they rallied behind their hero. The famed female General Qin Lianyu had trained the Ming army, each soldier equipped with a spear and a curved blade, forming formidable spear formations to vanquish fallen enemies. Their prowess was unparalleled. Chu Yun felt a surge of admiration. Were it not for the corruption of the court, how could a mere few thousand lowly peasants claim dominion over the world? Ye Xuan remained composed, unperturbed, addressing the soldiers below. "Listen closely. I shall duel with Chu Yun fairly. Regardless of the outcome, Chu Yun's departure shall be unimpeded. Otherwise, military law will prevail. The captain is mighty. The captain is mighty." They chanted. "Chu Yun, what weapon will you wield?" "You may select any from the arsenal," Ye Xuan inquired. "I shall use the sword I carry. It is said that a longer blade is stronger, while a shorter one is perilous. Come forth and let me witness the might of Captain Yuan." Ye Xuan brandished his long spear, glinting with a metallic sheen, weighing several dozen pounds. He wasted no time, thrusting his spear directly at Chu Yun's vital points. Chu Yun deflected the attack with his sword, and Ye Xuan felt a tremendous force travel from the spear tip through his arm, causing him to spin in midair before landing gracefully on the ground. The soldiers were awestruck, their cheers echoing throughout the field. As Ye Xuan regained his stance, a wave of astonishment coursed through him. Chu Yun's prowess was far superior to his own. With unwavering focus and determination, he wielded his spear with precision, executing techniques of thrusts, strikes, flicks, and jabs. The metal spear danced in his hands like a silver streak, its strikes swift as a dragon emerging from the depths, and its retraction fierce as a tiger retreating into its lair, an accomplishment unattainable without years of rigorous practice. Chu Yun's swordsmanship was unremarkable. He merely deflected the spear with simple motions, effortlessly neutralizing its momentum. As he observed Ye Xuan's spear techniques, he was reminded of the legendary Tang family's overlord spear, pondering the notion that a weapon without a spearhead could not inflict harm, a smile gracing his lips. Noticing Chu Yun's smile, Ye Xuan felt provoked and insulted, secretly channeling his internal energy, thereby amplifying the power of his spear techniques. As Chu Yun countered, he felt a strain, concerned that his sword might shatter, and thus he infused a bit more internal power into his strikes. "Is this the Yang family's spear technique you are employing?" "Quite impressive," he remarked. "The Yang family's pear blossom spear. I humbly seek your guidance." Chu Yun admitted his unfamiliarity with spear techniques, suggesting that Yuan could unleash his full potential so he might identify any weaknesses and offer some advice. Behold the spear. Chapter 035. The harmonious union, the so-called invincible technique in the world, is none other than the Yang family's pear blossom spear. The Yang family's spear play embodies a balance of illusion and reality, extraordinary and orthodox. Its advances are swift, its retreats rapid, its movements are perilous, its tempo brief. Immobile as a mountain, yet dynamic as a thunderclap, Ye Xuan's spear technique assimilated all the characteristics of the Yang family style, as well as the strengths of various weaponry, reaching the pinnacle of spear play. Chu Yun refrained from employing lethal moves, as he harbored no enmity towards Ye Xuan. Killing him would likely bear no benefit to his vitality, possibly even shortening his lifespan. Out of respect for Yuan, Chu Yun chose to forego his ultimate techniques, not fully exerting his internal power, opting instead to test his own firmament swordplay. At this juncture, the duel in the training ground truly commenced, spear advancing, sword retreating, spear retracting, sword advancing. To the soldiers, the scene was a whirl of dust and sparks, accompanied by the resounding clash of metal. At the Yulian, Chu Yue and Lan Fengwang observed Chu Yun's prolonged absence and noted Tian Boguang standing vigil at the side of the inn. Chu Yun called him over to inquire about his whereabouts. Tian Buguang, where has the young master gone, and why did you not accompany him? The young master mentioned he would return shortly, instructing me to remain here to protect the lady, Tian Buguang replied. He noticed the lady's face contorted in anger, her hair billowing with energy, radiating a formidable aura. Although he had never witnessed her true power, he had seen the terrifying injuries inflicted on the disciples of the Songshan sect by mere sunflower seed shells, capable of severing bones. The thought sent shivers down his spine. Tian Buguang divulged everything, yet Chu Yuer's fury remained unabated. That Yuan Chongkong poses no real threat. My concern lies with the firearms and cannons in the military camp. Even the tiger crouching cannon possesses immense power. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, let alone thousands of soldiers. Lan Fenghuang, pale with fear, thought of Chu Yun, the only man she held dear, wondering if he would truly perish. She slapped her own face, chastising herself for such thoughts. Lady, we must hasten to rescue the young master. Tian Buguang, if anything befalls him, I shall not let this matter rest. With determination, Lan Fenghuang grasped her long whip and stepped outside. Tian Buguang led the 2 women as they galloped swiftly toward the training ground. Within the training grounds, the atmosphere was charged with tension. As Chu Yun and Yuan Chongkong engaged in a fierce battle, Yuan Chongkong unleashed all his prowess, while Chu Yun's celestial sword technique was executed with grace and ferocity. The clash of their weapons created a cyclone of spear and sword energy, severing several banners around the training grounds. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. Brother Chu, your swordsmanship is truly exceptional. I, Yuan Chongkong, willingly concede. No need for further competition. I admit defeat. Brother Yuan, your spear techniques are unparalleled in the martial world. Today, it is my fortune to witness them. My life is not in vain. Regarding the conflict with your esteemed army today, I shall not hold a grudge. Very well, Brother Chu, your magnanimity is commendable. Chongkong shall remember this and ensure my subordinates exercise restraint, allowing us to focus on military training. Indeed, with a brother like you, the Ming dynasty is fortunate. With such formidable troops, we need not fear mere lowly adversaries. Ha! As Chu Yuan and her companions approached the training ground, they beheld a scene filled with dust and smoke at its center, the sounds of clashing blades echoing for miles. Occasionally, sparks flickered in the air, a testament to the fierce combat. Upon nearing, Chu Yuan leapt onto her horse, her toes barely touching the ground as she dashed towards the center of the training field. With a flourish of her long sleeves, she conjured a wave of energy, causing the soldiers below to lose their balance and tumble to the ground, emitting cries of dismay. Landing before Chu Yun, Chu Yuan spread her arms wide. Like a hen protecting her chicks, her concern palpable. Young master, are you unharmed? Yuan is here to protect you. Chu Yun, filled with delight, pulled Yuan into his embrace, his spirits lifted. Yuan, what brings you here? It must be Brother Tian, unable to keep silent. Looking at Chu Yun, Chu Yuan's gaze was tender, reminiscent of a long-awaited reunion, her heart filled with affection as she beheld his dirty face. Suddenly, a wave of pain surged through her abdomen, prompting her to feign calmness as she regulated her breath. Noticing her peculiar expression, Chu Yun found her adorable and wished to shower her with affection. He held her tighter, his concern evident. Yuan, what troubles you? It's nothing. I just felt worried seeing you safe, she replied with a playful smile, her voice as refreshing as a spring breeze, soothing Chu Yun's heart. Yuan Chongkong embedded his spear into the stone ground, standing a foot deep. He took 2 steps forward and clasped his fists in greeting. Greetings, sister-in-law. I am Yuan Chongkong. Today, I invited Brother Chu for a duel, and I apologize for causing you concern. Seeing that Chu Yun was unharmed, Chu Yuan's anger gradually subsided. As long as the young master is safe, that is all that matters. If anything had happened, your camp would have faced utter destruction. There are some whom you cannot afford to provoke. Though wearing a wide-brimmed hat, her melodious voice resonated throughout the training grounds. Sweet and enchanting, yet sending a chill down the spine. Lan Fenghuang and Tian Buguang leapt over the heads of the surrounding soldiers and landed beside Chu Yun. Only upon seeing him unharmed did Lan Fenghuang feel relieved. Brother Tian, Lan, you have come as well. I apologize for worrying you. Lan Fenghuang leaned against Chu Yun, her affection evident. Chu Yun felt warmth spread through him. The sensation of being cared for was truly delightful. It's wonderful to see you all. Everything is fine now. Let us return. Brother Chongkong, may our paths cross again in the future. Brother Chu, esteemed sisters-in-law, allow me to escort you out of the training grounds. Chu Yun took one small hand in each of his, gently leading them out of the military camp. The soldiers behind him were left speechless, filled with envy. Who was Chu Yun? One beautiful woman was already enough to captivate the senses, and yet there stood another stunning beauty beside him, inciting feelings of jealousy and admiration in equal measure. Yuan Chongkong gazed at the departing group, a sense of melancholy washing over him. He thought to himself, Brother Chu's martial prowess is unfathomable. His two wives must also be masters in their own right. I hope that when we meet again, we are allies rather than adversaries. Chu Yun rode alongside Chu Yun, one hand gripping the reins while the other cradled her in an embrace. She felt his powerful presence, a shiver coursing through her as her cheeks flushed crimson. Leaning her head against him, her body turned soft and languid. In the guest room, a large wooden tub filled with warm water awaited, adorned with flower petals. Chu Yun stepped into the water, enveloped in steam, feeling an unparalleled comfort enveloping his weary body. Chu Yun whispered softly to Lan Fengwang, who blushed furiously at her words and shook her head in response. After bathing and changing, Chu Yun contemplated joining Chu Yun, but her recent physical ailments urged her to maintain distance, eliciting a mix of affection and frustration within her. Meanwhile, Lan Fengwang hesitated, her fingers twisting her hair in contemplation before finally making a decision. She delicately unfastened her garment and slipped into the water, emerging beside Chu Yun. As he opened his eyes, he beheld the enchanting figure beside him, her gaze searching for delectable cherries. Outside the inn, in the pond, a pair of charming fish frolicked in the water, darting about beneath, above, and amidst the lotus leaves, disappearing momentarily into the dark mist of the water. These delightful creatures savored the fluttering lotus petals, playfully blowing bubbles, alternating between left and right, reveling in their joyous existence. In the adjacent room, after bathing and changing, Chu Yun took out a flute, recalling a melody from memory to play a laughing song over the sea, echoing the tides of both shores. She aspired to perform this tune like Linghu Chong and Ren Woxing, embodying the spirit of the song. Chapter 036. The sacrifice at Mount Tai. Mount Tai has long been revered by ancient people as a celestial passage to the imperial throne, becoming a sacred mountain worshipped by the populace and honored by emperors. The saying goes, with Mount Tai at peace, the four seas are tranquil. From the time of Qin Shi Huang to the Qing dynasty, 13 successive emperors ascended Mount Tai for sacrifices, while another 24 emperors sent officials to pay homage 72 times. Chu Yun and his companions set off at dawn, aiming to reach the summit of Mount Tai to witness the sunrise, the jade sea of clouds, the evening glow, and the golden ribbon of the Yellow River. Upon reaching the foot of Mount Tai, Chu Yun and Yue departed first. With their extraordinary abilities, they ascended the more than 1,000 meters high mountain with ease. Lan Fengwang, fatigued from the previous day's exertions, was advised by Chu Yun to rest in the carriage while he and Tian Buoguang made their way up the mountain. Standing at the summit of Yuhuangding, Chu Yun held Yue close as they surveyed the world beneath them. When one stands atop the highest peak, all other mountains appear diminutive. Yue, this is Mount Tai, the foremost of the 5 sacred mountains, now beneath our feet. As long as I am with you, every place feels like paradise. Chu Yun conveyed his thoughts to Yue in a hushed tone, causing her cheeks to flush with shyness as she murmured softly, "My dear." Chu Yun gently cradled Yue's face, pressing his lips against her enticing mouth. Yue had mastered the art of intimacy, each encounter evoking a fresh sensation within him. Unfazed by praise or reproach, he observed the blossoms and withering leaves in the courtyard. Indifferent to matters of departure or retention, he gazed at the clouds as they danced across the sky. Under Yue's guidance, Chu Yun ventured into uncharted realms. At that moment, a crimson sun ascended in the east, prompting the two to cease their playful chase. As the sun rose, Chu Yun's voice resonated through the heavens, echoing across the clouds, reverberating throughout Mount Tai. The Taoist priest of Tianmen, engaged in his morning exercises, discerned the faint sound in the sky proclaiming, "As the sun rises in the east, I remain undefeated." He ceased his practice, rang the morning bell, summoning his disciples to gather in the main hall, their demeanor akin to facing a formidable foe. Yujizi Yukingzi and Yuyinzi trembled upon hearing the pervasive echo of "As the sun rises in the east, I remain undefeated." It seemed as if even the serpents, insects, and rodents of Mount Tai obediently concealed themselves. Yue gazed affectionately at Chu Yun, softly inquiring, "My dear, you have caused me to forget the Eastern Invincible. Yet you frequently mention him. What is the reason for this?" "Yue, the Eastern Invincible is merely a title. He is he, and you are you. You shall forever be Yue." In the past, the mention of the Eastern Invincible would instill fear, now and in the future. I wish for the common folk to regard the Eastern Invincible as a symbol of faith and hope. The Eastern Society shall illuminate all of Huaxia. My dear, you have done so much for me, yet I feel powerless to reciprocate even the fundamental tenets of our humanity. It pains my heart. Yue, I understand your sentiments. There is no need to dwell on such trivial matters. You are a treasure in every way, captivating me endlessly. Let us descend, dear. I yearn to leave a portrait here at the summit of the 5 sacred mountains to commemorate our visit. Yue, that is no challenge. I have committed it to memory and shall paint it for you upon our return. Thank you, my dear. Yue bestowed a sweet kiss, donned her hat, and gracefully leaped down from Yuhuang Peak. In the Grand Hall, Tianmin, Tiansong, Tianbai, and Jianshu, along with numerous disciples, stood ready with their swords. Tiansong, radiating righteous energy, addressed the Taoist priest of Tianmin. Master, is it true that the fiend Chu Yun has arrived? Reliable sources indicate that he has recruited figures like Tian Boguang and Lan Fengwang. How shall we respond? Tiansong, the notion of Chu Yun as a great demon is merely rumor. His ability to slay hundreds of members from the Sun and Moon sect suggests he does not adhere to the path of evil. As for injuring the disciples of Songshan, that is but one perspective. I have heard that Chu Yun, leveraging the name of the Eastern Invincible, established the Eastern Society in Sangzhou, aiming to benefit the world. Perhaps he is not as the rumors depict. Could he not become the second Eastern Invincible? Left Master has summoned a demon-slaying conference to deliberate on how to deal with Chu Yun. Should we send someone to investigate? Tianni, have you not discerned the wolfish ambition of Zhuolingchan? Lu Xingfeng of Hengshan was forced to his demise, and the 3 disciples of Hengshan met a tragic end at his hands. Yu Buchuan of Huashan has fled the mountain. We may very well be next in line at Mount Tai. In the presence of the esteemed elder brother, the disciple Tianni expressed his thoughts, asserting that the 5 Sacred Mountains Sword Sect, under the leadership of the formidable Left Alliance Master, wields unparalleled martial prowess, such that even the notorious Ren Woxing must exercise caution. He opined that opposing such a force would yield no advantages. However, Tianni's resolve remained unwavering. Despite the Taishan sect's perceived weakness, he believed that unity could preserve the legacy established by the esteemed Dongling Patriarch. Should the arrival of Chu Yun occur, even if his martial skills fell short, they could confront him with their lives rather than succumb to the oppressive might of Left Lingchan. Suddenly, applause echoed from beyond the Grand Hall, drawing the attention of the gathered swordsmen who stood ready with their blades. A strikingly handsome young man, with his hair tied back in a ponytail, entered gracefully alongside a woman adorned with a conical hat. Her movements were enchanting, exuding a captivating allure, reminiscent of the mesmerizing catwalks of top models, an elegance only Yuer could embody. I am Chu Yun, and I have come to pay my respects to Taoist Tianmin, he declared. The Taoist, momentarily taken aback, maintained his composure and upright demeanor. Chu Yun, you are the infamous villain of the martial world. The Taishan sect seemingly bears no grudge against you. What brings you here? Taoist Tianmin, prior to my arrival, I announced my intentions throughout the realm, requesting that you prepare your valuables for my collection. Chu Yun replied before Tianmin could respond. Before he could finish, Taoist Tianni interjected, Chu Yun, do not overstep your bounds. Let us see if you can withstand the 7 stars falling from the sky. He unleashed a strike with his sword, directing the energy towards Chu Yun's chest, targeting 7 vital acupoints. For an individual of lesser skill, evasion would be impossible. Yet, with remarkable ease, Chu Yun extended his hand to grasp the sword's edge, channeling his inner strength to seize the blade. Taoist Tianni staggered back several paces, collapsing on the steps and coughing up blood. With a flick of his wrist, Chu Yun shattered the sword into fragments that clattered to the ground, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. To break a sword so effortlessly indicated an extraordinary level of internal power. Especially for one so young, barely in his 20s, he was indeed a prodigy. Taoist Tianmin, struggling to find his words, was yet to articulate his thoughts. Rather than join forces with Left Lingchan, why not align with my Eastern Society to perform acts of goodwill for the common people, rather than adding chaos to the nation? Tianmin's face flushed as he managed to respond. Chu Yun, the Eastern Society is inextricably linked to the infamous Dongfang Bubi. While I may be lacking in skill, I cannot pledge my allegiance to a villain like Dongfang Bubi. Even if the Taishan sect were to perish, I shall never be coerced by the likes of you. Stubborn and unyielding, Chu Yun retorted. Consider this. What has the Taishan sect accomplished for the people in recent years? Your focus on sectarian strife has squandered resources. The world suffers from hardship, and as a reputed sect, it is your duty to shoulder the responsibilities of serving the nation and its people. As the assembly fell silent, Chu Yun took Yuer by the hand and ascended the steps to the highest platform in the Grand Hall, positioning himself to address the gathered crowd from a place of elevated authority. Not long ago, I embarked on a journey to Mount Tai, a sacred site where peace reigns when the mountains stand strong. Throughout history, emperors have come here to honor their ancestors and pray for tranquility across the realm. The Tai Mountain sect occupies this esteemed location among the 5 great mountains, yet instead of serving the populace, they remain idle, an unfortunate and lamentable state of affairs. Chu Yun's words carry considerable weight. A faction within the Tai Mountain sect has begun to reflect on their purpose. Is their existence merely a matter of internal strife within the martial world? I recall the words of the valiant Guijing from the Southern Song dynasty, who proclaimed that the true essence of chivalry lies in serving the nation and its people, ultimately sacrificing oneself for the greater good, as he did at Xiangyang. He left behind the Wumu Testament, aiding our Ming dynasty in overthrowing the Mongol Yuan, thus perpetuating the legacy of the Yin and Huang civilizations. If we persist in confining ourselves to our own small circles, the foundation of our Chinese heritage shall inevitably be trampled by foreign forces. Taoist Tiansong, deep in thought, stroked his beard. Chu, the Tai Mountain sect, is but a modest entity and cannot be compared to the likes of the valiant Gua. In today's world, the court and the martial realm stand in stark opposition. Even with noble intentions, our abilities are limited. Taoist Tiansong, your assertions are misguided. A spark can ignite a vast conflagration. As long as we unite and extend our assistance to even one individual, we can alleviate the suffering of the many. We do not live in an era of peace, but rather one of hardship and despair for the common folk. If this continues, our civilization shall be in peril. Though Taoist Tianmin secretly agreed with Chu Yun's perspective, he harbored doubts about his sincerity. Chu, your impassioned rhetoric serves to incite the hearts of men, ultimately seeking to claim the Tai Mountain sect for yourself. The Eastern Society, particularly the Zhangzhou branch, is but a flicker of that spark. We shall await the outcome. I have come today with another matter, and I implore the leader of Tianmin not to hinder it. What is it, Chu? Speak freely. Hand over the 3 individuals from your sect, Yuqi-zi, Yuqing-zi, and Yuin-zi. I wish to assist your sect in cleansing its ranks. The crowd gasped. Though Yuqi-zi, Yuqing-zi, and Yuin-zi held no real power within the Tai Mountain sect, they were of a higher generation than the leader of Tianmin. As the head of a sect, Taoist Tianmin would never permit such audacity. At that moment, the 3 had not committed any heinous acts, nor had they engaged in treachery against their ancestors. Chu, I cannot comply. Yuqi-zi, Yuqing-zi, and Yuin-zi are living peacefully within the Tai Mountain sect and have not violated any sect rules. Even if they were to breach the regulations, we would address it according to our own protocols, without the need for external intervention. As the conversation unfolded, Lan Fenghuang and Tian Buoguang had already entered the grand hall, with Chu Yun and Chu Yue descending the steps, placing the 4 of them within the hall. Upon spotting Tian Buoguang, Taoist Tiansong was reminded of the humiliation he faced at Huayan Tower, where he was injured by Tian Buoguang, a disgrace compounded by the fact that his disciple, Qi Baiqing, had also perished at Tian Buoguang's hands. With a swift motion of his sword, Taoist Tiansong commanded his disciples to encircle the 4, awaiting a signal to launch an assault. Tian Buoguang, your arrival is timely. Having slain my fellow sect members, today marks the conclusion of our long-standing enmity. Tian Buoguang, recalling the events at Huayan Tower, acknowledged that he had indeed killed a Taoist priest and injured this prominent Taoist figure. Taoist Tiansong, on that day, it was you who provoked me first with insults before laying hands on me, with the leaders of Hengshan and Yilin as witnesses, moreover, in martial contests. If one lacks the skill, what further words are necessary? Taoist Tiansong recognized his own culpability, his anger manifesting as veins bulged on his forehead. Tian Buoguang, what do you mean? Young Master Chu commands you to bring forth the 3 donkeys of Mount Tai. Are we to fetch them ourselves? Who dares to wreak havoc in the Mount Tai sect? Yuqi-zi is present. Outside the grand hall, a group of disciples from Mount Tai surrounded 3 elderly Taoist priests as they squeezed into the chamber, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Chu Yun cast a sidelong glance at the newcomers and scoffed. Indeed, the 3 donkeys of Mount Tai were less impressive in person. They appeared gaunt, their complexions sallow, and their foreheads darkened, clearly suffering from kidney deficiency, likely due to their indulgence in debauchery. It was no wonder. You speak recklessly, tarnishing the reputation of our sect. Tianmin disciples, swiftly issue a command to eliminate this impudent child. Chu Yun contemplated the malicious nature of these 3. Recalling how Yuqi-zi had been mocked by the 6 immortals of Taogu, and how they had caused Zhuo Lengchan to sever their limbs. A fitting retribution, indeed. The other 2 were equally disgraceful, but alas, Tianmin remained impotent. Chu Yun, unwilling to waste breath, swung his sword. A wisp of sword energy slicing through the necks of the 3, causing them to collapse lifelessly, a fate too lenient for them. The system notified him that his life force was increasing, but he paid it no heed. In the face of this sudden upheaval, the 3 elders of the Mount Tai sect had met their demise. Although many had harbored disdain for their lascivious behaviors, their deaths felt excessively tyrannical. Within the grand hall, over 100 individuals directed their swords at Chu Yun. The elder of Tianmin, witnessing the tragic deaths of several masters, ignited a wave of righteous indignation among the disciples, making a clash inevitable. Chu Yun, you have slain my fellow disciples. Today, the evil that is you must be eradicated from Tianmin. Disciples, form the sword array. The Mount Tai sect had been established for over 300 years, yet had never employed such formations, a fact unknown to the world of martial arts. Do not rush. Tianmin Taoist, why not inquire about the reasons behind my actions? Chu Yun retorted. There is no need for further discussion. One must pay with their life for murder. Ha ha. Tianmin, You claim to be a righteous sect, yet you bully the few with your numbers. We are but 4, with 2 being women. Should this be known, your reputation will be sullied, Chu Yun said, shaking his head lightly. To deal with a heartless murderer such as you, why must we adhere to the code of the martial world? The wounded Tian-E Daoist gasped, propping himself on his sword, realizing that the growing fury of the crowd was the perfect moment to stoke the flames. Lan Phoenix, observing the Taoists, felt a surge of displeasure. With a flick of her whip, she struck Tian-E down to the ground, blood flowing profusely from the wound. How dare you insult my master? Do you wish for death? The elder of Tianmen, in light of my master's abilities, you would not stand a chance even if you all came at once. Instead, let us wager, perhaps we can preserve the Mount Tai sect. The impatient Tianmen disciples were easily provoked. What wager do you propose, fair maiden? Simple. Let us settle our grievances through martial competition. Daoist Tiansong has a vendetta against Tian Buoguang. Let them duel. If Tian Buoguang loses, we shall descend the mountain without claiming any treasures, and you may exact your vengeance. Driven by a thirst for revenge, Daoist Tiansong did not wait for Tianmen's consent and immediately declared, "Very well, I accept your challenge. Today, I shall take the life of Tian Buoguang in retribution for the Mount Tai sect." In the Grand Hall, the disciples of Mount Tai cleared a space for the duel between the two. Master Tiansong, in a moment of heated vengeance, unleashed his deadly techniques. The 7 stars fall from the sky. To avenge the wound upon his chest, he had diligently practiced the exquisite swordplay of Mount Tai upon returning, mastering its intricacies, rivaling even the prowess of the Heavenly Gate. On that fateful day at the return to Yin Pavilion, Tian Baoguang had withstood 20 or 30 strikes from Tiansong, and seizing an opportune moment, he delivered a sword thrust to Tiansong's chest, realizing then that he should not be underestimated. Now, with 7 vital points on his chest enveloped in the shimmering light of the sword, he relied on his remarkable lightness skill to swiftly retreat. The grand techniques of Mount Tai, such as the 5 Great Physician's Sword, the Crane's Clear Spring, the Stone Gate S-Turn, the Joyous 3, the Bright Moon without clouds, and the majestic peaks across the sky, were all unleashed, garnering cheers from the surrounding disciples. Tian Baoguang, with his swift blade, adeptly countered Tiansong's fierce onslaughts. When Tiansong had exhausted all his sword techniques, Tian Baoguang deemed it time to withdraw. With a move known as the sword-breaking style, though it bore little substance, he gleaned some insights. Swift, precise, and fierce, he deflected Tiansong's incoming strike, his blade aimed toward Tiansong's wrist. "Drop your sword." Tiansong, unable to evade, relinquished his weapon to protect his hand. The clang echoed in the silence that enveloped the hall as the strongest of Mount Tai succumbed to Tian Baoguang. Despair crossed Tiansong's visage as he stepped on the sword hilt, the blade bouncing into the air. He reached for it, intending to strike at his neck. In that instant, Chu Yun flicked his finger, sending a short iron nail that severed the sword's body. The half-sword flew past Tiansong's ear, embedding itself into the wall 10 meters behind him. Seizing the opportunity, the Taoist of Heavenly Gate snatched the long sword from Tiansong's grasp, chastising him. "Brother Tiansong, how foolish. Victory and defeat are the norms of battle. If your skills are lacking, diligently practice and improve. What is there to fear about progress?" Chu Yun mused inwardly, considering how the Heavenly Gate preached one doctrine while condemning themselves, leaving the Mount Tai sect in such disarray. "Master Chu, Mount Tai has been defeated. As long as it does not contravene the principles of chivalry, Mount Tai is willing to heed your command." On this auspicious day, the esteemed Taoist from Tianmen, renowned for his chivalrous spirit, announces the establishment of the Taishan branch of the Eastern Society. The Taoist has graciously accepted the role of president, and from this moment forth, the Taishan sect shall no longer be affiliated with the 5 Mountain Sword sect, nor shall it partake in the affairs of the martial world. Esteemed Scholar Chu, the Eastern Society is indeed under the aegis of the invincible Dongfang. I implore you to share this knowledge. The Taoist from Tianmen humbly informs that Dongfang has been laid to rest by myself, and I hope this does not trouble you. The mission of the Eastern Society is to alleviate the suffering of the world. With the assistance of the Taoist, we have procured treasures including Ujizi, Ukingzi, and Uyinzi, amounting to a staggering 50,000 taels and silver notes, alongside several land and property deeds, as well as an abundance of antique jade artifacts. The disciples of the Taishan sect, filled with righteous indignation, hastily buried the 3 bodies without performing any rites of passage. The financial records of the Taishan sect reveal that their annual offerings amount to several 100,000, and indeed, the prestigious reputation of the 5 mountains is akin to a treasure trove. Scholar Chu presents the banner of the Eastern Society to the Taoist, which may be utilized for promotional purposes in Jinan. Taoist from Tianmen, now that we are all under the banner of the Eastern Society, might I request to view the token of the 5 Mountains sect? The Taoist, stroking his beard, pondered deeply and called upon his disciple, Tianbai. Tianbai, please retrieve the token of the 5 mountains from the storeroom and present it to Scholar Chu. Scholar Chu felt perplexed. How could such a prestigious token be carelessly stored away? The Taoist, noticing Chu's confusion, chuckled and clarified. The token of the 5 mountains was once held by each sect over 50 years ago, yet it has never been utilized. Each annual gathering of the 5 mountains employs their respective sect tokens. The order from the Songshan sect is also issued using the 5 mountains token. Ah, I see. May I inquire whether Linghu Chong has ever seen the tokens of others? Do these tokens possess any special significance or hidden secrets? There should be none. That iron trinket holds no remarkable quality. My master did not impart any secrets regarding this token. If you desire it, take it. Tianbai produced a dusty, rusted token of the 5 mountains and handed it to Scholar Chu. Thank you, Taoist Tianbai. Scholar Chu felt the weight of the token in his hand, its rust obscuring its details. Chu Yun and Lan Fenglong, believing it to be a treasure, gathered around. My lord, I have a method to remove the rust. Allow me to take it. I shall return shortly. Lan Fenglong instructed a disciple of the Taishan sect to fetch tools and water from outside the hall. Darling, are we to depart now? Did you succeed in your heist? Yue, we have more than enough funds. The Taishan sect is known for its integrity among the 5 mountain sword sect. Robbery would not be proper. In a couple of days, we shall target the Songshan, Wudong, and Shaolin sects instead. Splendid. It would be ideal if we could obtain the Yi Jing. I yearn to cultivate such divine skills. Such greed. The Yi Jing is traditionally practiced by men. Do you wish to partake as well? Chu Yun shook her head vigorously, her voice trembling. I shall not practice it, but it would be beneficial for you to do so. If it proves unfeasible, we could auction it to raise funds to assist more of the common folk. Yuer's words were quite astute. Coupled with the 72 extraordinary techniques, it could indeed fetch a few million taels. The Taoist priest of Tianmen, overhearing their conversation, was utterly astounded. Reflecting on how the relentless waves of the Yangtze River push forward, leaving the former waves to perish upon the shore. Lon Phoenix, brandishing a pristine and polished sect leader-s token, sought to gain favor. My lord, am I not impressive? Is there anything else you require of me? I find myself rather idle. Chu Yun accepted the token, scrutinizing it carefully. Lon, why not accompany Yue to explore the breathtaking vistas of Mount Tai? A mere few days would not suffice to fully appreciate its splendor. Bring Tian Baoguang along as well. It would provide mutual support. Tian Baoguang, initially intending to claim spoils of war, found himself without a heist to boast of, and upon receiving the directive, eagerly attended to the 2 ladies. He gathered several water pouches and umbrellas, enlisting a few disciples from the Mount Tai sect as guides, and set off in high spirits. In the reception hall, Taoist Tianmen convened all the managing brothers and disciples, gathering them to hear Chu Yun elucidate the operations and management of the Oriental Society, diligently taking notes. The Mount Tai sect, indeed a prestigious and righteous faction, partakes in numerous benevolent endeavors each year, providing sustenance and clothing during calamities. The offerings of Mount Tai are drawn from the people and returned to them, save for the few who indulge in personal gain. After establishing communication methods and plans for charitable activities, modifications were made to the management system to prevent the emergence of similar circumstances as those involving the 3 avaricious individuals of Mount Tai. A portion of 20% of all income was designated as rewards and monthly stipends for the management and disciples, bringing joy to all present. As their earnings increased alongside their reputations, achieving a harmonious balance. All income, however, was to be remitted to the headquarters of the Oriental Society for overall allocation, rendering the individual pursuits meaningless. The personnel records of Mount Tai were compiled in duplicate, 1 copy entrusted to Chu Yun for safekeeping, to be supplemented with new disciples in the future. A disciple proposed to promote the Oriental Society at renowned sects such as Hongshan, Huashan, Hongshan, Wudong, Shaolin, Qingqing, and a May to foster growth. Chu Yun transcribed the fragmented martial arts manuals of Mount Tai from the secrets of the martial world and presented them to Taoist Tianmen, who was deeply grateful. In Chapter 39, 3-inch Golden Lotus, Taoist Tianmen refrained from probing into the origins of the missing sword techniques of Mount Tai, feeling instead that Chu Yun's backing was formidable. The ill-gotten gains of the 3 unscrupulous individuals from Mount Tai were entrusted to Chu Yun for resolution, effectively becoming a gift to him. Chu Yun accepted with humility, having at least secured some spoils for his efforts. The structure of the Mount Tai sect was intact, and affairs were swiftly delegated. Disciples were dispatched to Jinan to procure banners. The Mount Tai sect was set to undergo a rebranding, heralding a new era that would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the martial world. Days later, Zhuo Lingshan learned of Mount Tai's allegiance to Chu Yun and smashed several tea tables in frustration, alone in the inner hall. He uncovered a piece of silk bearing various seals, ancestors, Could you provide a clear indication of what these seals represent? Zhuo Lingchan had perfected the 17 styles of Songshan's swordsmanship and cultivated internal energy sufficient to rival Ren Woxing, mastering the cold ice, true qi, and cold ice palm. However, against the likes of the Sunflower Manual and the Yi Jing, he found himself powerless. As Zhuo Lingchan paced within, his gaze fell upon the portrait of the ancestral master adorning the wall. Upon learning that Linghu Chong's Duga 9 swords were transmitted by Feng Qingyang and not from the evil-repelling sword manual, the ambitious Zhuo Lingchan found himself beset by thorns in his quest for the supremacy of the Songshan sect. "Master, what shall I do?" he lamented, his mind spiraling into madness. In a fit of frenzy, he cast a silk cloth into the air, which drifted down to settle atop a wall-mounted oil lamp. As Zhuo Lingchan noticed the burning silk, he swiftly ascended the wall to retrieve it. The upper layer of the cloth was ablaze. Yet beneath it slowly emerged a map, a hidden secret concealed within the 5 Mountain Sword Sect's token. Clutching the map, Zhuo Lingchan erupted into maniacal laughter. "Master, you have not deceived me. With this, the Songshan sect shall undoubtedly unify the martial world. Ha ha ha. Why should I even covet the evil-repelling sword manual now?" At that moment, Chu Yun was engrossed in studying the 5 Mountain Sect's token from Taishan. The intricate patterns resembled a map, and drawing from his extensive experience with online novels, he surmised it could either be a treasure map or a martial arts manual. Could there exist a tome of martial prowess surpassing the likes of the Sunflower Manual, the Essence-Transforming Classic, or the Star-Absorbing Technique? Perhaps the Nine Yin Manual, the Nine-Yang Skill, or the Grand Shift of the Universe. The unfolding narrative had transcended Chu Yun's comprehension. His sole objective was to swiftly eliminate Zhuo Lingchan and conclude this tale. An increasing sense of urgency plagued him, further exacerbated by the unknowns that loomed ahead. Before long, Chu Yue and Lan Fengwang, along with Tian Buoguang, returned. Upon seeing the beauties, Chu Yun felt a wave of contentment wash over him. "Why did you not explore further? Taishan is not a place one visits often." "My dear," she replied, "without you to share the scenery, Lan and I found little interest. And as for Tian Buoguang, he knows nothing of the historical sites. It was rather dull." Tian Buoguang, feeling somewhat sheepish, scratched his buzz cut and remarked, "Master, what do I know of literary inscriptions? I can handle killing and arson, but parsing literary texts is a disgrace to scholarship. Since none of you wish to tour Taishan, let us descend the mountain. We shall raid Songshan and deal with Zhuo Lingchan." "Excellent, my dear. Zhuo Lingchan is treacherous and deserves his end." "Master," Lan suggested, "we should participate in the demon-slaying convention, create chaos, and seize the opportunity to loot." With both women in his embrace, Chu Yun laughed heartily. Lan has been led astray. Let us form a family of robbers. Come, let us descend the mountain." The Taoist priests of Tianmen, witnessing Chu Yun's departure, felt a sense of relief, as if this harbinger of misfortune had finally departed. Yet, they were thankful for the direction he had given them, restoring meaning to their lives. The martial world was not solely comprised of bloodshed. It also harbored enduring righteousness. Chu Yun's party embarked on a new journey. The direct distance from Taishan to Songshan exceeded 500 kilometers, yet the road conditions in the Ming dynasty mandated a travel distance of at least 1,000 kilometers. Drawing from past experiences, Chu Yun estimated that they would need to change horses after approximately 100 kilometers, predicting it would take at least 10 days to reach Songshan. Tian Buoguang and Chu Yun had already plotted a reliable route: Jining, Kaifeng, Zhengzhou, and then Songshan. Taking a narrow path, apprehensive of ambush. The official road should be safe after all, especially since Chu Yun is now traveling with family. In the event of a large-scale enemy attack, a complete retreat would likely prove challenging. Chu Yun, Chu Yue, and Lan Fengwang are nestled together in a carriage, exchanging lessons on the guqin and dizi, singing melodies such as Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, and A Laugh in the Vast Sea, while Lan Fengwang serenades them with songs from the Miao region that she knows. The atmosphere is filled with joyous laughter, a delightful reprieve, and Chu Yun savors the pleasures of companionship, lost in blissful reverie. In moments of leisure, Chu Yue, deep in thought, turns her gaze toward Chu Yun. "My lord, these past few days, I have pondered your words about the fashion show. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Achieving the effect you described seems quite challenging." Upon hearing this, Chu Yun reflects on the entire process, sensing that something essential is lacking. After careful consideration, he realizes that the most critical element, the shoes, are absent. With a swift motion, Chu Yun reaches beneath Chu Yue's skirt, grasping one of her feet. "My lord, what are you doing?" She protests, a mix of surprise and curiosity in her voice. "I wish to examine your foot," he replies as he removes her shoe, scrutinizing her delicate, well-formed foot, an exquisite celestial foot, small and comfortable to hold. Chu Yue's face flushes crimson as she struggles to reclaim her foot, feeling both ticklish and shy, especially with Lan Fengwang nearby. Such intimate pleasures are typically reserved for private quarters, and she wishes to withdraw hastily. However, Lan Fenghuang inadvertently finds herself ensnared as well, her boots removed, revealing her feet, which are slightly larger than Chu Yu's. Overcome with embarrassment, she shyly comments, "Do you find my feet too large, my lord?" As Miao people, we do not permit foot binding, while the daughters of the Ming nobility are known for their bound feet. I do not see the beauty in the 3-inch golden lotus. I only feel pity for them. Ah, dear Lan, you overthink it. The practice of foot binding is a cruel distortion of humanity. The celestial foot is the true beauty. Luckily, you both possess such feet. Otherwise, I might not be so inclined, he replies with charming words. Lan Fenghuang recalls having seen a noble lady with bound feet. Truly a 3-inch golden lotus, who, when adorned in high-heeled shoes, appeared graceful, though she required assistance to walk. My lord, such women cannot walk or run. They are of no use to us. We, children of the rivers and lakes, must remain agile. Please do not entertain such thoughts, she warns. What? Yue wishes to take on the role of a controlling wife, overseeing her husband? It seems a daughter must continue to learn, she remarks with a hint of playful reproach. Chu Yue pouted and smiled, saying, Yue does not learn the ways of women. They are merely harmful. Did you not say a few days ago that all are equal, regardless of status? Indeed, my lord, Lan also believes that you hold others to strict standards while being lenient with yourself. In the realm of martial arts, reputation is paramount. What say you, madam? Chapter 40. Wrapped in horsehide, seeing the two women seemingly allied, Chu Yun realized that if they were provoked, her own life would become difficult. So she decided not to tease them further. After exploring their delicate feet for a moment, she let go, and the two women quickly donned their socks, tucking them within their skirts, feeling a sense of caution. They had not anticipated that Chu Yun would possess such a peculiar interest, and they regarded her with newfound scrutiny. Two lovely ladies, please do not look at me in such a manner. I am not a foot fetishist. I merely have a new idea. Lan, fetch me some paper and a pen. Ever since Lan had marveled at Chu Yun's extraordinary painting skills, she had prepared several charcoal sticks, carefully selected and sharpened. For future use, Lan Fenghuang retrieved the paper, pen, and a wooden board, assuming that her lord was about to create another masterpiece for them, her demeanor brimming with excitement. My lord, today Lan has yet to adorn herself. Why not begin with the madam? She is naturally beautiful and looks splendid in any guise. I lack the mood for painting today. There will be ample opportunities in the future. For now, I shall show you a wondrous treasure. Chu Yun secured the drawing paper with iron nails, turned her back to the two women, and earnestly recalled and sketched, furrowing her brow, which piqued the curiosity of the two women, who leaned into steel glances. Do not peek, otherwise it will lose its magic. On the drawing board, Chu Yun illustrated a pair of high-heeled shoes, depicting the upper portion featuring a foot display, ingeniously focusing solely on the shoe, presenting the complete structure. Once finished, she placed it on the tea table. Dear ladies, take a look and offer your opinions. Chu Yue, upon viewing it, was utterly astonished. Lan Fenghuang leaned closer to the paper, her mouth agape. My lord, you are truly a genius. Is this a shoe? How remarkably unique. My lord, this is far more beautiful than any bao shoe. Where can we purchase some? We must acquire a few. Products from the Chu family are guaranteed to be exquisite. There are no other branches. With a sense of pride, Chu Yun leaned against the carriage, drawing Chu Yue closer, and began to behave rather mischievously. Chu Yue, breaking from her usual demeanor, pushed Chu Yun away and nestled next to Lan Fenghuang, earnestly studying the high-heeled shoes, contemplating how to create them and what materials to use. Their next destination was Jining. She wondered if there was a way to craft a pair. I just sketched those for summer wear. They are perfectly suited for this season. I have many more designs, depending on your reactions. Chu Yue shot a glance at Chu Yun and said to Lan Fenghuang, with our experience, we can extrapolate from this design. Soon, I shall dazzle you. Chu Yun, unfazed, thought to herself that she had plenty of valuable ideas, and in due time, they would be the ones seeking her assistance. While reveling in her triumph, Chu Yun felt an unusual tremor from the road. Chu Yue looked towards Chu Yun, who waved her hand in acknowledgement and rose to exit the carriage. Tian Buguang, leisurely riding his horse, gazed at the scenery and noticed Chu Yun stepping out of the carriage. He urged his horse closer, asking, My lord, what commands do you have? I sense someone is pursuing us, and they appear rather urgent. Brother Tian, please take a look. If the situation seems dire, return swiftly on horseback and do not engage in confrontation. Very well, my lord. Tian Buguang turned his horse around and galloped back along the path. After riding for about a mile, he spotted a rider approaching at a rapid pace. As their horses met, both seized the reins, emitting soft whinnies. The figure before him donned a fitted outfit, a long knife at his waist, hair styled in a topknot, with piercing eyes and a sun-kissed complexion, radiating an air of valor. He clasped his fists in greeting and addressed Tian Buguang. Might you be the esteemed follower of Prince Chu, Tian Buguang? Upon hearing this, Tian Buguang relaxed his guard and returned the salutation. Indeed, that is I. May I inquire your identity? I am Yuan Chongkong. We crossed paths briefly at the training grounds a few days ago. Ah, General Yuan, what brings you here in such haste? Is there an urgent matter concerning my lord? Please, Brother Tian, lead me to Prince Chu. Of course, General Yuan. The two mounted their steeds and, after a short while, caught up with the caravan of Chu Yun. Upon spotting Chu Yun standing by the carriage, Yuan Chongkong quickened his horse and raced forward. With a graceful dismount, he approached Chu Yun, while old Lu halted the carriage to facilitate their conversation. Chu Yue and Lan Feng Wang, hearing the arrival of visitors, paid no mind, engrossed in their study of the construction of high-heeled shoes. Chu Yun leaped down from the carriage, greeting him with a smile. Brother Chongkong, what brings you here? I apologize for not informing you of my departure in my haste. Please forgive me. Brother Chu, I received permission from the commanding officer to take leave from the military, so I pursued you, hoping to accompany you in exploring the martial world as a form of experience. Welcome, welcome. With you by my side, our adventures in the martial world shall be all the more thrilling. We are en route to Mount Song. Do you have any interest in joining us? To the utmost. I have heard that the Songshan sect is the leader of the 5 mountain sword sects, filled with formidable experts. I aim to pursue the righteous path of martial arts. Brother Chongkong, do you perhaps underestimate the martial realm? Our mission is to raid the Songshan sect, and the odds are perilous. You must be mentally prepared. Naturally, I am willing to face the consequences, even if it means being wrapped in horsehide. Now, my status is not that of a military captain, but merely a commoner of the Ming dynasty, with a long-held desire to travel through renowned mountains and rivers. My gratitude to you, Brother Chu, for facilitating this journey. Very well, let us set forth. The journey to Mount Song is long, and this empty carriage is perfect for you and Brother Tian to share, providing mutual support. Thank you, Brother Chu. After our pursuit, I am indeed weary. I shall not decline. Yuan Chongkong promptly jumped onto the carriage to rest, while Chu Yun and Tian Buguang exchanged glances, finding him quite intriguing. Tian Buguang dismounted and took a seat atop the carriage as the convoy continued its journey. Chu Yun returned to the carriage, and in that brief interlude, Chu Yue and Lan Feng Wang had carved 2 high-heeled shoes from wood, placing them on the table for admiration. My lord, what do you suppose Yuan Chongkong is following us for? To spy? Yue, let him be. An extra pair of hands is always welcome. Having spent much time in the military, it is far more stimulating for him to witness the martial world than to remain confined to military life. Indeed, as long as it does not target us, it is acceptable. During our last duel, it seemed that we were evenly matched. However, just now, I sense that his internal cultivation is far inferior to yours. This is perplexing. Sima Chongkong possesses remarkable spear techniques and commendable internal prowess, making him a formidable figure within the military. There is no need for me to challenge him. Let us engage in a friendly exchange of skills. My lord wishes to assess your Tsangqiong sword technique. Based on our previous encounter, your swordsmanship should surpass that of Dugu 9 swords, rendering Linghu Chong unable to contend with you. Upon hearing Linghu Chong's name, Lan Feng Wang thought of Ren Woxing and interjected. It is said that Linghu Chong once blinded 15 formidable masters of the underworld with a single sword strike, rumored to have been sent by Zuolingchan. Lan is correct. At that time, Linghu Chong had just mastered Dugu 9 swords and exhibited such prowess. His innate understanding is rare in the world. Should he cultivate the I Jin Jing, he could potentially rise to the pinnacle of martial arts. My lord, would that not make Linghu Chong a formidable rival? Perhaps we should eliminate him first, ensuring our peace of mind. If Linghu Chong truly harbored ambitions of vying for supremacy, he would have long since accepted Master Fangxing's invitation to join Shaolin and learn I Jin Jing, thus securing his dominance over the martial realm. My lord, you believe Linghu Chong does not desire to learn I Jin Jing, yet he yearns for the unparalleled beauty of Ren Woxing. What is the allure of monastic life? Being the foremost in the world only to face a congregation of monks? Do you think Linghu Chong is foolish? Laughter erupted from the carriage as the three shared a light-hearted moment. Chapter 041. The Realm of Dugu. As Chu Yun and the others conversed about Linghu Chong, his mind wandered to the 5 realms of Dugu Qiubai. 1. The unintentional blade. Fierce and unyielding, it is invincible, having once allowed a youthful warrior to contend with the heroes of Ye Xuan. 2. The unpredictable soft sword, with the ZY soft sword. Its lightness and flexibility allow for rapid counterattacks. Even if a strike misses, a swift flick or a surge of internal energy transforms it into a whip-like pursuit, leaving the enemy defenseless. 3. The blunt heavy sword. A heavy sword devoid of an edge, embodying great skill without artifice, once wielded to dominate the world before the age of 40. 4. The unmatched wooden sword. This represents refined sword techniques that exploit speed against slowness, coupled with abundant internal energy, allowing the strong to vanquish the weak. 5. The swordless and formless. With mere gestures and void thrusts, one can unleash the might previously wielded with a heavy iron sword. Upon entering the second realm of Dugu Qiubai, one must harness internal energy, which indicates that Linghu Chong has only just begun to grasp Dugu 9 swords. Upon reaching the fifth realm, one can transform qi into sword energy, demonstrating the formidable strength of Dugu Qiubai's internal cultivation. Chu Yun felt a delicate hand massaging him, bringing his thoughts back as he heard a charming voice. Young master, have you heard that Linghu Chong, for the sake of Miss Ren, has forsaken even the Yijin Jing? Are you perhaps contemplating Miss Ren, who has already pledged her heart to Linghu Chong? Is your lady not enough? Lon Lon jested. Your young master is hardly a man of such despondency. I was merely pondering whether Linghu Chong is currently studying swordsmanship under Feng Qingyang. It is whispered that the 10 elders of the demon sect perished at Dugu Qiubai's hands. My lord, you worry too much. Linghu Chong will undoubtedly attend the Songshan conference. At that time, you may ascertain his true capabilities. As long as Ren Woxing, Linghu Chong, and Zhuo Lingchan do not conspire against us, there is little to fear. By the way, every time Ren Yingying is mentioned, Lon Lon teases me. I have a question for you all. Regarding Miss Ren, Lon Lon is quite aware of her affairs. What would you like to inquire about? Her character, hobbies, quirks, or perhaps her height and weight? I possess all the necessary information. I sincerely hope that our esteemed gentleman will take Miss Ren as his own, allowing Lon Lon to engage in playful banter with her. Lon Lon, this is where you err. The lady is also your dear sister. Indeed, my apologies, dear lady. It was a slip of the tongue from Lon Lon. I would never presume to refer to you as a sister, for you are far above me. Lon Lon, we are all women of our esteemed gentleman. United in sisterhood, we shall be as formidable as steel. We must strive to be exemplary partners for our husband. Lon Lon, pray tell, how might we entice Miss Ren to join us in presenting her to our gentleman? Chu Yun, overhearing this conversation, felt a sense of bewilderment. What were these two plotting? Were they considering selling him off? The world's foremost goddess of the smiling proud wanderer universe. Such thoughts were laughable, and any reader would surely scoff. Feigning sleep, Chu Yun still kept his ears attuned to the two women's ongoing discourse. My lady, I am aware that Miss Ren has long resided on Blackwood Cliff, untouched by any worthy man. Upon meeting Linghu Chong in Green Bamboo Lane, she learned of his profound affection for his junior disciple. Yet, the junior disciple regards him as an elder brother, having fallen for Lin Pingji of the Fu Wei escort agency. When Chu Yue played the role of Dongfang Bubi, she remained secluded in her chamber, oblivious to such matters. Now, with a youthful heart and a thirst for gossip, she inquired, Lon Lon, is Lin Pingji handsome and skilled? If Linghu Chong cannot rival him, how could Miss Ren possibly be attracted to him? My lady, you may not realize, but at that time, Miss Ren found Linghu Chong to be a solitary yet romantic figure, whose allure for women is exceedingly potent. She spent her days teaching him to play the lute. All the while Linghu Chong remained unaware that this youthful woman was indeed a peer, referring to her as grandmother. Linghu Chong truly is quite cunning. Miss Ren's melodious voice could easily enchant him, yet to call her grandmother is utterly absurd. It seems he must have recognized her beauty from the outset, devising a clever scheme to win her heart. Perhaps you are right, my lady. At that time, as Miss Ren's closest confidant, Lon Lon could not bear to see Linghu Chong benefit at her expense, so she enlisted the help of their martial friends, gathering at Wuba Ridge to summon Ping Yiji, seeking to heal Linghu Chong's internal injuries, hoping to win Miss Ren's favor and make Linghu Chong aware of her feelings. You two wield the power of influence, likely hoping to curry favor with Dongfang Bubi. Indeed, my lady, what you say holds true. At that time, Shanggu had gained the favor of the Eastern leader, naturally. We wished to please the leader, yet with such high status, he was seldom seen. Thus, we sought to assist Miss Ren, who is a dear friend to Lon Lon. It is said that Linghu Chong suffers from a peculiar ailment, remnants of 8 energies left within him by Wuji and the 6 immortals of Peach Valley, unable to merge, causing him immense suffering during each episode. After consuming the 5 poisons wine from our 5 immortal sect, combined with the nourishing soup provided by the elder for his daughter, the condition worsened, leaving Ping Yiji at a loss. So, it appears that Linghu Chong's adventures have been ceaseless. How then did he eventually find resolution? Madam, you may not be aware that Miss Ren, in a selfless act to save Linghu Chong, willingly allowed herself to be imprisoned by Shaolin Temple, trading her freedom from Master Fang Zheng to bestow the essence of the Yijin Jing upon Linghu Chong, thus prolonging his life. Fang Zheng insisted that Linghu Chong enter Shaolin, to which he staunchly refused. Subsequently, Linghu Chong led a legion of thousands to besiege Shaolin and rescue Miss Ren. It is evident that Ren Yingying harbors profound feelings for Linghu Chong, It is no wonder he dismisses his junior martial sister. Were I in Linghu Chong's position, I too would choose Ren Ying without hesitation. Indeed, madam, their bond is as steadfast as gold, and to sever it would be no trivial matter. Thus, whether he can win over Miss Ren depends solely on the allure of our young master. We are of little assistance in this regard. Lan, is Miss Ren still pure? Madam, I cannot say. Given Linghu Chong's character, he would never engage in marital relations with Miss Ren before their wedding. Linghu Chong is rather traditional. In an era rife with powerful heroes and formidable figures, should someone else seize her and tarnish her purity, he would find it intolerable. This is a matter you must inquire of our young master, whether he could bear such a circumstance. Chu Yun shook her head and replied, "Do not ask me. I have heard nothing. If you were to be compromised, would you still seek me out? If that were the case, I would have to avenge myself upon the villain and depart from this world, for how could I show my face to our young master thereafter?" Lan, in her naivety, insisted that if it were not she who initiated such a liaison, she could not hold you accountable. The blame would rest solely on one's own inability to protect their beloved. That man ought to perish, lest he bring shame upon himself. My dear husband, such noble understanding is a blessing for us women. While life is trivial, maintaining one's honor is paramount. The world often lays traps for women. Why is it that while men may indulge in fleeting pleasures, women are condemned and cannot be forgiven? Yue spoke with conviction. In a previous dynasty, there was a great hero named Yanghua, who cherished his master, the little dragon girl. Despite her unfortunate defilement, Yanghua continued to love her deeply, transcending societal prejudices. And ultimately, they lived happily together, blessed by the heroes of the realm. Upon hearing the tale of Yanghua and the little dragon girl, both Chu Yun and Lan Fenghuang found themselves captivated. Chapter 042. The Icy True Qi. The story of Yanghua and the little dragon girl piqued the interest of the two women, and Chu Yun, wishing to keep them intrigued, recounted the details, while they employed their charms to distract him. Chu Yun, unable to resist, feared that their spirited antics might lead to unbecoming consequences. Fortunately, the carriage was separated by several dozen meters, a deliberate act by Tian Boguang and his companions. Like a storyteller, Chu Yun summarized the saga of the divine condor and the couple, particularly noting the audacity of Zhen Jibing, who dared to desecrate the goddess. Chu Yue clenched her teeth in anger, while Lan Fenghuang pounded her chest in indignation, eliciting a chuckle from Chu Yun. How splendid it would be if we had a smartphone to browse videos. Storytelling has become a rare delight on this long journey, mused Chu Yue, reflecting on the characters within the narrative. Li Macho is indeed a tragic figure. My dear husband, what is love, that it compels one to pledge life and death? Li Macho is not wholly wicked. Her maternal affection for Guixiang reveals her noble character. Lan Fenghuang nodded in agreement. In truth, among the wanderers of the martial world, how many have truly studied poetry and prose? The protagonists crafted by Master Liang are all adept at reciting verses and composing poetry. Yet, if one does not seek fame through scholarly pursuits, what purpose do they serve as chivalrous heroes? My lord, that legendary hero Yanghua, having arrived at the burial site of the sword of Duge Qiubai, why has he not learned the Duge 9 swords? Is Duge Qiubai indeed the same individual? Likely so. Yanghua has never met the man himself. Perhaps the Duge 9 swords had yet to be conceived. However, in that era, warriors placed great emphasis on inner strength. The more skilled one became, the less reliance there was on weapons, unlike today, where martial techniques are prioritized over cultivation, leading to a reversal of priorities. My dear, the 9E manual within the tales is indeed formidable. How is it that it has not been passed down through the ages? Such a pity. The South Emperor, North Beggar, East Evil, and West Poison, their extraordinary powers evoke a sense of longing, making one feel that they embody the essence of the martial world. Yet, these are merely stories, entertaining, perhaps, but one must not take them to heart. I am weary today. You may entertain yourselves while I take a moment to rest. Who will serve as my pillow? Lan, come forth and attend to my lord. I still have embroidery to complete. Several pieces remain unfinished. Chu Yun rests his head upon Lan Fenghuang's lap, comfortably drifting into slumber with a smile gracing his face. Lan Fenghuang observes this man closely. Considering Chu Yun to be the most exquisite gentleman in the world, his snores the most melodious sounds. As she gazes, she too succumbs to sleep. Chu Yue gently covers them with a light blanket, feeling a warmth and happiness in the scene. Her mind is filled with visions of the little dragon maiden in her flowing white garments. If she were to dress similarly, would she not appear equally beautiful? Such martial arts of sleeping upon a single rope merit future study. What is this thing called love, that it compels one to pledge life and death? From the southernmost to the northernmost skies, how many have flown together, enduring the chill of countless seasons? Joys and sorrows intertwine, yet among them linger the infatuated lovers. You must have words, for in the vastness of layered clouds and the twilight snows of 1,000 mountains, to whom does one turn in solitude? On the desolate banks of the Fun River, echoes of flutes and drums from yesteryears remain, while the desolate smoke still blankets the plains. What use does calling upon the spirits serve, when lamentations echo through the winds and rains? The heavens themselves are envious. Do they not believe that the orioles and swallows are all buried in the earth? Through the ages, for the sake of leaving behind a legacy for poets. Let them sing and drink to their heart's content when visiting the site of the wild geese. The literary figures of old possess a clarity of expression that eludes my own thoughts, conveying profound meanings in mere phrases, leaving one yearning for more. This verse is from the renowned Yuan Haowen's Mou Yen Xiu Ci, a piece that Chu Yun encountered in her collection of poetry critiques, evoking feelings of deep resonance. Little did she expect that interweaving the various emotions from the return of the Condor heroes would articulate feelings so transparently. She mused that should she be called to pledge her life and death, she would willingly do so. Chu Yun perceived similarities between Li Macho's icy silver needles and her own flying needles. She wondered what effect her needles would yield if infused with ice. Misinterpreting the meaning, she believed the icy silver needles to possess actual ice. She recalled the four friends of Mei Zhuang, Bai Zi, presenting the Xiantian finger to Haimu Cliff, a technique of utmost een and cold that could transform water into ice. At the time, she thought little of its utility. But soon after, she began to cultivate based on her recollections. Before long, she found she could summon cold energy to her fingertips, and as she grasped the flying needle, frost began to form upon the metallic surface. Chu Yun possessed exceptional internal strength, mastering any skill with remarkable swiftness. Moreover, the Kuei-Hua Sutra she practiced was inherently soft and yielding. A half-full cup of chilled tea sat upon the table. Chu Yun lifted it, releasing a chilling aura that promptly froze the liquid, the surface shimmering with frost. She intended to surprise Chu Yun. After circulating her internal energy once more, employing the Xiantian finger required considerable internal force, and manifesting true qi demanded even more. Jining, a significant cradle of Dongi culture, Huaxia civilization, Confucianism, water margin culture, and canal culture, was the birthplace of revered figures such as Confucius, the sage of saints, Mencius, the second sage, Yan Hui, the restored sage, and historians Xioming. Chu Yun and his companions had settled in the Yueli Inn, while Chu Yun and Lan Phoenix instructed the waiter to deliver food and wine to their room, thereafter secluding themselves as if engaged in profound study. Meanwhile, at the inn's dining hall, Chu Yun, Tian Boguan, and Yuan Changkong indulged in a lavish feast, exchanging tales of the martial world and military exploits, deepening their camaraderie amidst the clinking of cups, feeling as if they had known each other for ages. This marked Chu Yun's first experience of drinking in this world. The wine of the Ming dynasty possessed a relatively low alcohol content, slightly stronger than beer, and after consuming several jars, he remained sober. The June weather was somewhat sweltering, prompting Chu Yun to long for the refreshing sensations of icy beer and ice cream. Brother Changfeng, Brother Tian, on such a splendid occasion, how delightful it would be to savor a glass of chilled grape wine. Chu Yun exclaimed. If we were at the garrison, there would be an ice cellar. Perhaps we could search for an ice workshop in Jining. Surely, one exists. Or we could procure some niter to make ice ourselves. Creating ice is not difficult. One merely requires niter. However, niter is primarily used for making gunpowder and is scarce in the market. We occasionally utilize it in the military, but producing ice necessitates a substantial amount, making it impractical. It's more economical to store ice in winter and use it in summer. At that moment, a waiter arrived with 3 large cups of grape wine. Claiming they were sent by Madame Chu, Chu Yun took a sip, the icy chill penetrating to his bones, invigorating him. Truly, it was fortuitous to receive a thoughtful gesture when one was feeling drowsy. The 3 raised their cups in joyous celebration, before eventually parting to pursue their own pleasures. Chu Yun entered Chu Yuer's chamber, enveloping her in a warm embrace. My dear, you reek of wine. Allow me to help you bathe, she offered. Yuer, I wish to bathe together. I shall fetch Lan Lan, she replied. My dear, come here for a kiss. Your lips, akin to jade, have captivated my very soul. I desire nothing more. My love, you have imbibed too much. I have never seen you drink so heartily. Was today's chilled grape wine to your liking? Did you prepare it yourself? Chu Yun nodded, observing Chu Yun's flushed visage as he lowered his gaze toward her enticing lips. Having also partaken in the icy grape wine, both Chu Yun and Lan Phoenix exhibited a rosy hue upon their cheeks, evading the intoxicating aroma of wine. Chu Yun led Chu Yun into the prepared bathing tub, recalling the first time she bathed him, a scene filled with alluring imagery. Her heart racing uncontrollably as she endured the pangs of longing. As she felt Chu Yun's gentle touch on the lotus flower submerged in the water, her heart nearly leaped from her chest. Her fair hands tightened around his broad shoulders, stifling the pain brought on by her affection, and sought solace in fervent kisses. Fortunately, he did not overstep, He merely lingered at the edge. Otherwise, she might have succumbed entirely, perhaps even willingly embrace her own demise. What, in this world, is love? That it compels one to pledge life and death. Chapter 043. High-heeled wooden shoes. The weather was rather warm, prompting Chu Yun to don a light garment as she approached the bathing tub. She extended her fingers into the water, and after a moment, the chill spread from her fingertips to the entire tub, freezing it over. Chu Yun concentrated her energy to restore her internal strength, feeling her mastery of the icy energy deepen, which greatly pleased her. Training was meant to alter one's fate and improve one's life. Thus, it seemed that ordinary folk should also cultivate skills to defend themselves in times of crisis and to add joy to their leisure. Setting the icy tub beside her bed, she felt an immediate refreshment in the surrounding air and contentedly nestled beside Chu Yun, covering herself with a light blanket. In the early morning, Chu Yun awoke from a blissful dream, having experienced the soundest sleep since the onset of summer. Stretching, he noticed floating ice in the wooden bucket by the bedside and inquired with curiosity, "I see there is still ice in the bathing tub. When did you procure it? No wonder I slept so soundly last night. If ambushed, I might have met my end." Chu Yun quickly placed her small hand over his mouth, chiding him playfully, "Husband, do not speak foolishly. With me around, no one can harm you in the slightest. It is indeed strange that Ren Woxing and Zhuo Lengchan have shown such indifference to our party. Perhaps they have some hidden agenda. The best defense is a good offense. If they do not attack, then we shall take the initiative. Husband, stand still. Allow me to assist you with your attire." "Much obliged, my lady." "Husband, be more obedient. You are quite the troublemaker for someone of your stature." Last night, with the aid of wine, Chu Yun finally beheld the true beauty of the lotus, which was undeniably exquisite. However, upon sensing Yuer's pain, he refrained from proceeding further, instead merely brushing against her, ultimately achieving bliss through her enchanting lips and tongue. From that moment on, he bore no burden in his heart. He was simply a normal man. "Ha ha, husband, what makes you laugh so?" Chu Yun lifted her into his arms, exploring her captivating lips. They arranged for a half-day of leisure, with Tian Boguang and Yuan Changkong having developed a close bond, referring to each other as brothers. Both shared a passion for blades, delighting in exchanging sword techniques. At night, one could occasionally hear the sound of blades clashing. And although they did not share the same room, the moment one contemplated countering the other's swordplay, they would visit each other's quarters to practice, resulting in a sleepless night. The duo ventured to Jining to procure a selection of exquisite swords and, acknowledging the necessity of honing their skills, acquired several long spears for future study. The journey to Songshan was still lengthy, and as they had no families to return to, refining their martial arts and passing the time was the best course of action. Meanwhile, Chu Yun and the two lovely ladies wandered through the streets of Jining, seeking out shoe stores and materials. Having procured a considerable amount of soft cowhide and sewing supplies for shoemaking, I struggled to find suitable saws. Chu Yun suggested acquiring sturdy materials such as mahogany and rosewood, as well as nails, hammers, saws, and axes. If fellow wanderers of the martial world were to witness this endeavor, they would undoubtedly burst into laughter. For it appeared I was on the verge of becoming a cobbler. Should they learn that the invincible Dongfang Booby had turned to shoemaking, countless martial artists would surely lose hope in their dreams. Upon returning to the inn, the three of us busied ourselves, each channeling our internal energy to sketch designs on the wood. With the precision of slicing vegetables, we crafted the soles of high-heeled shoes. Given the wooden material, we altered the design, thickening the base to achieve a height of 78 centimeters. Straps were cut according to the sketches and secured with nails, and thus, the very first genuine pair of high heels in the Ming dynasty was born. The initial pair was tailored to the dimensions of Chu Yun. Once completed, she slipped them on and, upon standing, instinctively held her head high, drawing in her abdomen, and took graceful steps, feeling absolutely splendid. With the experience gained from the first pair, the shoes for Lan Fengwang also came to fruition. Drawing from memory, Chu Yun crafted several pairs of high heels in varying styles, some with straps and others without. Ultimately, he sculpted 2 pairs of exquisite hollowed-out high heels from rosewood, devoid of any straps. Upon returning to the main world, he could sell shoes to make a living, and he felt an overwhelming sense of admiration for himself. With some wood remaining, Chu Yun fashioned a few pairs of sandals, ensuring that during carriage rides, he could wear them to avoid the heat. Lan Fengwang observed with delight, but soon furrowed her brow. "Young master, while high heels and sandals are visually appealing, they may hinder our ability to fight. As Miao people, we are accustomed to going barefoot. What if you and the madam cannot change shoes in time when facing an opponent?" Chu Yun chuckled, picked up a small piece of wood from the ground, and flicked it towards a large tree outside the window, snapping off a branch the size of a cup's rim with ease. Lan, do you believe wearing shoes affects us? Upon reaching the Songshan sect, I shall seize a few internal techniques for you to practice, enhancing your strength to better protect the young master. Madam speaks wisely. Lan Lan's martial skills are insufficient. She must diligently train so as not to hold everyone back. Chu Yun pondered, recalling that the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra cultivated by the little dragon girl was commendable, and the 90 manual could be practiced by both genders. The carefree sex rejuvenation technique would also be beneficial, though it was regrettable that no manuals were at hand. In his mind, Chu Yun perused the secret records of the martial world, searching for any clues to martial arts techniques. Meanwhile, Chu Yun meticulously polished her high heels, carving intricate patterns along the sides and adorning the toes with silk petals, completing a pair of fashionable high heels. Lan Fenghuang gazed on with envy but refrained from asking Madam for assistance, opting instead to smooth the edges of her own shoes, appreciating the natural beauty of the wood grain. As she polished, she inquired of Chu Yun, "Young master, while in the carriage, is there something you wish to ask us? I recall the question earlier, yet you have not posed it." Chu Yun scratched his head in thought. "Did I? Let me consider. We were discussing Ren Ying. I intended to inquire about the source of her martial prowess. Lan Lan is a cherished companion of Miss Ren. I am aware that her musical talents have been honed under the tutelage of the esteemed Chu Yang and Chu Yusher, though I am uncertain about the depth of her martial prowess. Miss Ren, known for her formidable skills, likely received her training from the esteemed leader, Ren Woxing. As I understand it, Ren Woxing was confined beneath West Lake for 12 years, while Ren Ying is of comparable age to Yuer, around 18 or 19 years old. It seems unlikely that the revered leader had the time to impart his teachings. Might it be possible that the venerable green bamboo elder is her instructor? That elderly gentleman, despite his years, possesses a rather ordinary set of skills. Perhaps it is more plausible that the teachings come from the esteemed Dongfang Bubi? Chu Yun casually glanced at Chu Yu, who, despite her finely sculpted hands, trembled slightly, choosing not to engage in the conversation. Chu Yun continued, "It seems improbable. While one might offer a few pointers, after Ren Woxing's confinement, Dongfang Bubi began his own rigorous training in the Sunflower Scripture, leaving little time for instruction. Is it possible that there are still formidable experts residing at Blackwood Cliff? My lord, when you meet Miss Ren, why not inquire directly? If Dongfang Bubi were still among us, you could pose the question to her. The martial arts community is rife with hidden secrets. Otherwise, how could one maintain a foothold in the Jianghu?" On that fateful day, Ren Woxing challenged Fang Zheng, Chengxiu, and Zhuo Lingchan at Shaolin, where Zhuo Lingchan unleashed his concealed technique, the Ice True Qi, to defeat Ren Woxing. Thus, one must never underestimate any opponent. Upon hearing Chu Yun mention Zhuo Lingchan's Ice True Qi, Chu Yuer felt a surge of ambition. She wondered if her own Xiantian finger would hold its ground against such an extraordinary technique once she mastered it. For now, she resolved to keep her progress hidden, intending to surprise her husband later. Chapter 044. Nutty Ice Cream, an ancient costume show unfolded once more within the Chu Yun household, where the aid of high-heeled shoes contributed to a most successful performance. Chu Yun indulged in the visual feast, sighing inwardly at the thought of how splendid it would be to adorn a three-piece ensemble. This journey must culminate in that dream. During her studies in painting, she had often depicted the human form and fashion, drawing inspiration from numerous runway and lingerie shows. One day, she envisioned creating several sets of lingerie, dresses, and kipeos for them to wear, certain they would be breathtaking. The group, lacking the spirit to visit the Confucius Temple, proceeded along the official road to Mount Song. Along the way, Tian Boguang and Yuan Changkong engaged in spirited sparring, their swordplay reaching new heights of perfection. Tian Boguang was exhilarated, having learned the renowned pear blossom spear technique, contemplating a demonstration against Linghu Chong to see if his spear techniques would prove effective. Yuan Changkong, having previously fought against Chu Yun, had also gleaned much from her celestial sword technique, which, compared to Tian Boguang's swift blade, was even more formidable and fearsome. As they rode side by side, Yuan Changkong brandished his long spear. "Tian brother, have you ever sparred with young Master Chu?" "Yuan brother, I lack the prowess to contend with the young master." On that day in Sangzhou, he effortlessly felled dozens of martial artists with mere sunflower seeds, a display of terrifying strength that I had never before encountered. Tian Boguang recalled the harrowing scene, beads of cold sweat forming on his palms. Sunflower seeds. Could it be that young Master Chu practices the legendary sunflower scripture? "Yuan brother, you overthink it. The sunflower scripture is indeed a peculiar martial art. It is said that to master its divine powers, one must undergo self-castration. Just look at our young master and his wife, with her ethereal grace, and Lan Phoenix, who is stunningly beautiful. Such things speak volumes. Indeed, I find myself rather dull-witted, as I had not anticipated this chapter. It is rumored in the martial realm that the formidable Dongfang Bubi perished at Haimu Cliff. I wonder if there is any truth to this. As for me, I am uncertain. Yet you once mentioned that you rescued Dongfang Bubi at Haimu Cliff and personally laid him to rest, so it must hold some veracity. If fortune favors me, to behold the Sunflower Manual would render my life worthwhile. Brother Yuan, martial arts extend far beyond the sunflower manual. Such a nefarious technique is best left unexamined. I envision you, Brother Yuan, as a paragon of elegance and nobility, a true dragon among men. It is unfathomable to consider you transformed into something neither man nor woman. As Tian Buowang spoke, he shuddered slightly. Let us not dwell on such matters, my friend. I have nearly mastered the pear blossom spear technique, and we should engage in a friendly duel. Should you harbor ambitions of military service, I shall undoubtedly recommend you. It is quite possible to attain a noble title swiftly. The path of the martial world still beckons me, for I have yet to traverse it fully. The sounds of their spirited sparring echoed into Chu Yun's carriage. Yet he felt no irritation. Recently, Lan Fenghuang had developed a penchant for reading, while Chu Yue engaged in embroidery, and the two often exchanged thoughts on poetry. Chu Yun, however, found himself at a loss for activities. He had no desire to peruse the 4 books and 5 classics, nor did he care for poetry or songs. In the system, he practiced his skills, but even that held little allure. He inwardly lamented, what sort of adventure in the martial realm is this? Others embark on journeys filled with thrilling vendettas, while I find myself merely traveling, perpetually on the road. Noticing Chu Yun's ennui, Chu Yue produced a wooden box from her side and presented it to him. My dear, I have prepared some snacks. Would you care for a taste? What delectable treats do you have? Chu Yun inquired, accepting the box and opening it to reveal a metal container. Curiosity piqued, he opened it further, and a look of astonishment crossed his face as he discovered 2 blocks of ice cream within. While he was aware that China was the first nation to create ice cream, such a feat was no small task. Remarkably, despite the passage of time in the carriage, they had not melted, which was truly extraordinary. Upon closer inspection, neither the metal box nor the wooden box exhibited any insulation properties. How could this be achieved? Where? Did you make this? Indeed, Lan and I prepared it together. We added some sugar to the milk and included some fruit bits. Please, my dear, give it a try and share your thoughts. Chu Yun took a piece, savoring the refreshing sensation that enveloped him. Though it could not compare to the ice cream of later generations, the joy of tasting it in this era was immense. It is quite delightful. How did you manage this? I won't tell you. You must guess. Observing the triumphant expressions of Chu Yue and Lan Fenghuang, Chu Yun immediately conjectured that this treat must have been procured in Jining, as it seemed implausible for it to last so long. Could it be the icy energy of Zhuolingchan? Yet, Zhuolingchan would not assist in crafting ice cream. It had to be the use of Mangxiao. He had contemplated doing the same just the previous night. You must have used Mangxiao to freeze it, but we have been together all this time. There was no opportunity to purchase Mangxiao. My lord, you are mistaken. Guess again. Lan Fenghuang set aside her book, resting her chin on the table, appearing utterly adorable. During their time in the world of the smiling, proud wanderer, it was certain that many wonders awaited them. The mystical hand of the dark underworld, the illusory finger of Chung Kun, the 3 yin hands of Kunlun, the chilling true chi of left cold Zen, the bone-melting palm of the deer and the cauldron, and the ice silkworm palm of the dragon slaying. Chu Yun envisioned them all. Indeed, when Linghu Chong took office, he had sipped chilled grape wine at Meizhuang, which was the Xiantian finger of the black and white twins. So that was it. Chu Yue was truly cunning. All these techniques belonged to the sun and moon holy cult. What peculiarities could Dongfang Bubi possess? Chu Yun gazed intently at Chu Yue, who was engrossed in her embroidery, her long lashes fluttering adorably. Yue, I have realized it was you all along. I didn't expect you to keep secrets from your husband. Just watch. I shall deal with you. As he spoke, his mischievous hand reached for her waist. Caught off guard, Chu Yue was seized, her tinkling laughter filling the carriage. Husband, spare me. Yue confesses. As soon as his grasp loosened, she sprang up and pushed Lan Fenghuang towards Chu Yun. Lan, I entrust him to you. Knock him down and play the flute for him. Lan, haven't you noticed you've become fairer and more beautiful recently? That is all thanks to our gentleman. Upon hearing play the flute, Chu Yun instantly behaved himself and leaned back. The heart of a most venomous woman. Yue, you are spiteful. I no longer wish to know. Just prepare more for your husband in the future. Saying this, he pulled Lan Fenghuang closer, playfully teasing her. The atmosphere became lively with flirtation and sweet banter. Eventually, the carriage quieted, and Lan Fenghuang's cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. She never imagined that as the esteemed leader of the 5 Immortals sect, she would engage in such playful antics with a man in broad daylight. How could she maintain her standing in the martial world after this? Yet, recalling the gentleman's kindness towards her, she felt that the world of martial arts held little significance. Chu Yun, sensing the cramped space, decided to cease his mischief. Yue, come sit beside me. Let us converse. Chu Yue cautiously settled next to him, leaning against him as she diligently worked on her embroidery. Yue, why don't you teach me the art of needlework? At this, Chu Yue's heart raced, her embroidery frame slipping from her grasp as she stared nervously at Chu Yun. Husband, Her eyes glistening with tears, she gazed at him in bewilderment. It is Yuer who has brought you to this plight. She turned and collapsed into his embrace, sobbing softly. Yuer, what play is this? Why are you crying again? Be good, do not weep. Husband, you are even contemplating learning embroidery now. How can I not cry? Chu Yun found himself lost in confusion, unable to comprehend the connection between embroidery and tears. In a corner, Lan Fenghuang listened to Chu Yuer's tearful confession about Chu Yun's desire to learn embroidery. Her heart ached. Did it mean they were to take that step? She lamented her own fate. Having just gained the gentleman's affection in her youthful bloom, she never anticipated that the heavenly days would be so fleeting. And now he desired to learn embroidery, following the path of Dongfang Bubi. Dear husband, please do not delve into the martial arts of the Sunflower Manual any further. Lan will diligently practice to protect you. Why not? Let us leave the martial world now and live in seclusion. Wouldn't it be splendid to lead a life akin to that of immortals? The blue phoenix wept softly, sitting aside and sobbing. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Yun felt a warmth in his heart. They had mistakenly believed he was consumed by the practice of the Sunflower Sutra, worried that he would practice swordplay in a manner that would lead to self-castration. Ha! Dear ladies, you have misunderstood. My intentions are to learn the delicate art of needlework. Not what you envision. Never mind. I shall refrain from undertaking it myself and instruct you instead. Upon hearing Chu Yun's laughter, the two women wiped their tears and gazed at him. My lord, please do not frighten us in the future. If there are any issues with your techniques, do consult us. We are a family. What obstacles can we not overcome together? Yuer, it is my fault for not being clearer. Do not hold it against me. My lady, and you, Lan, do not bear a grudge either. Chu Yuer gently released herself from Chu Yun's embrace and turned to Lan. Lan, you have served our lord for so long. Why have you not yet borne him a child? Do not merely indulge in feasting and maintaining your beauty. The blue phoenix's cheeks flushed crimson. I have not, she replied, turning her head away and thinking, my lady, you have followed our lord, yet have reaped no rewards. Surely, you fear that your figure may change and that he might divert his affections elsewhere. I am not so foolish. My lord, once you have children, such thoughts will dissipate. We could then retreat together to a life of simplicity, cultivating the land and weaving. How delightful that would be. Chu Yun took the small hands of Chu Yuer and the blue phoenix, offering comfort. I cannot bear to see your delicate hands grow rough. I do not favor that. Now, allow me to share my grand design with you. Lan, prepare paper and ink. I shall create. The two ladies, their spirits lifted, recognized that Chu Yun was about to surprise them once more. They obediently settled aside, watching as he deftly wielded his brush on the canvas. Moments later, Chu Yun set down his brush, a smile illuminating his face. Ding ding ding. The greatest invention of the Ming dynasty is hereby born. Ladies, please admire. He placed the canvas on the table, observing the transformations in their expressions. Chu Yuer and the blue phoenix first exhibited surprise, followed by shyness, and then a flicker of anger. My lord, do you delight in belittling us women? Are we inherently mere playthings for men? My lord, by dressing us thus, do you not compare us to those courtesans? How can we endure this? Seeing the two ladies turn their heads away, refusing to acknowledge him, Chu Yun was taken aback by their vehement reactions. Based on past experience, he had expected their delight. Ladies, you have misunderstood me. Allow me to clarify my design. I learned this during my travels in Europe. Although this invention traces back to our Empress Wu Zetian, it was the Europeans who popularized it. Chu Yuer turned back, gazing at Chu Yun with a hint of melancholy. My lord, you have been to Europe, the homeland of those missionaries? Indeed, the European royalty, those princesses and ladies, adorn themselves with such garments. I suspect that this will soon become fashionable in our homeland as well. It is called a bra, or in foreign terms, a bustier or a corset. My lord, those foreigners are utterly shameless, donning such attire to entice men. You are gravely mistaken. The fabric robe, when donned by women, invokes an expression of haughty superiority towards those who do not wear it. Over time, it has come to be referred to as the fabric robe. My dear, pray tell, what purpose does this fabric robe serve beyond enticing men? The so-called breasts, the feminine adornments, are two in number, referred to as left and right. They blossom in youth and flourish in the prime of life, concealed by day and revealed under the moonlight. The wise call them jade peaks, the flower chamber. Is this not your most cherished possession? Furthermore, it is quite embarrassing to discuss. Allow me to elaborate on the fabric robe. My research indicates that it is specifically designed for the female heroes of the martial realm. With it, one can secure the two jade peaks, preventing them from swaying during combat and high-flying feats, thus preserving performance. Upon hearing this, the two women nodded in agreement, acknowledging the complexity of their situation. Moreover, another advantage is that it enhances the allure of the jade peaks, making them appear more upright and captivating. Good sir, to maintain such height, is it not mortifying? At such a tender age, they would scarcely dare to be seen. Even attempting to hide them proves futile. Have I not stated that being a woman is quite delightful? Look at those who have aged, their figures sagging. Would you wish to follow in their footsteps? The mere thought of such a dreadful image caused the two women to shake their heads vigorously. Additionally, this fabric robe serves to separate the jade peaks from outer garments, providing a protective function. Have you not sometimes noticed the discomfort caused by the outer garments chafing against the delicate skin? The two women nodded once more, and Chu Yun felt that his persuasive efforts had been successful, smiling in satisfaction. Another function is to provide warmth. Consider how the chill of the wind would first affect the prominent peaks. They are my finest treasures, and I would never wish for them to suffer from the cold. The two women flushed again, recalling the intimate moments they had shared with Chu Yun, their embarrassment mingling with an undeniable affection for his playful antics, which were always the most exhilarating. My dear, since it is so beneficial, do guide us, but please refrain from any needlework. Not even a stitch should you touch. Very well, let us procure some fabric, and together we shall explore this endeavor. My dear sir, I am quite curious as to why you possess such familiarity with the feminine art, as it strikes me as most astonishing. In my homeland, these are merely commonplace items. Nothing extraordinary. Pray tell, where is your homeland, and might you take both me and Lan Lan with you? This, I shall consider once my mission is complete. Chu Yun's thoughts drifted into uncertainty. Would there ever be a chance for him to return to his own world? Even if he could, would he be able to take them along? This is a fictional realm. How could he manage that? Lan Lan, let us not dwell on such matters. We must proceed with our work, for what my dear husband deems good must indeed be so. Chu Yun instructed them to first measure the size and distance of their jade peaks, and then began guiding them in the art of cutting and sewing. Without hooks, they could only rely on ties. The silk fabric provided by Chu Yun was of the highest quality, and the initial creation radiated an exquisite beauty. With Chu Yun's impeccable sewing skills, comparable to that of a professional, several triangular pieces stitched together formed a three-dimensional masterpiece, eliciting great excitement from the two women. Adorned with ruffled lace, a modern-style fabric garment was declared complete. Chapter 046. The Bright Teachings of Sun and Moon. After a couple of hours, each had crafted a finished product, displayed upon a table. Though seemingly simple, the process proved quite laborious without the aid of a sewing machine. Fortunately, Chu Yun, with her meticulous nature, had lined each garment with soft cotton fabric. Chu Yun was astounded. People of this era had already begun to mitigate the occurrence of static electricity. Pleased with the outcome, Chu Yun glanced between the fabric garment and the two women, conveying a knowing look. Chu Yun shyly turned to Chu Yun. My lord, shall we wait until evening at the inn to show you? Yes, young master, it is still daytime, rather embarrassing. With a sigh, Chu Yun's expression fell. Akin to a child denied a toy, his demeanor reflecting a sense of disillusionment. Observing his forlorn countenance, Chu Yun sensed mischief brewing in his mind and turned to Lan Feng. Lan, since this is for the young master's viewing pleasure, what difference does the timing make? You go first, I'll keep watch. Left with no choice, Lan Feng, though wishing to resist, found herself powerless. Lacking the skill to oppose, she turned her back to Chu Yun, loosening her outer garment to fumble with it alone. Madam, please assist. Lan struggles with the attire. Chu Yun, ever attentive, immediately stepped forward, securing the back before tying a beautiful bow at the shoulders, then settled behind, awaiting Lan Feng's turn. Pushing her bosom towards the center, Lan Feng admired her own alluring curves, realizing that after all her efforts for the young master, she had become significantly more voluptuous. As Lan Feng turned around, adorned with a high bun and her dark hair cascading over her shoulders, her fair complexion and striking beauty were accentuated. With her curves pushing together, leaving Chu Yun momentarily mesmerized, one might say Victoria's Secret had nothing on such a sight. Feeling flustered, Lan Feng's ears burned, a blush flooding her cheeks as she dared not meet Chu Yun's gaze, lowering her head, aware of the potent allure she exuded. My lord, do I not appear presentable? Noticing his silence, she shyly lifted her gaze, meeting his heated eyes, and understood the triumph of the garment she wore. My lord, you ought to admire the madam. My figure pales in comparison. Hastily adjusting her attire, she felt the garment snugly embrace her form, offering a comfort that surpassed her usual wear. Chu Yun rubbed his eyes. Lan, I have yet to feast my eyes upon you. Why conceal yourself so soon? With a glance towards Chu Yun, his meaning was clear. It was her turn. Do not look at me. I shall don it only at the inn. In the meantime, I could craft a few more to alternate wearing. Madam, allow me to assist. Lan desires several as well. Remarkably, they are splendid creations. My lord, thank you. Oh, aiding others is the essence of joy. Serving beautiful women brings me great delight. My dear, you are taking advantage and pretending to be innocent. With our attire, are we not already at your service? The two women disregarded Chu Yun and continued to cut and sew with meticulous precision, occasionally offering suggestions for improvement. Chu Yun found himself rendered superfluous. In the entertainment-deprived Ming dynasty, it seemed that aside from childbirth and scholarly pursuits, there was little else to occupy one's time. And Chu Yun felt as though each day stretched on endlessly. At this moment on Blackwood Cliff, in a spacious cave, Ren Woxing and Ren Yingying were organizing a collection of books. The shelves were lined with numerous volumes. Father, with so many martial arts manuals at our disposal, why do you still wish to learn the star absorption technique? Yingying, the star absorption technique is also a divine skill of our sect. And these are the authentic martial arts passed down from our Sun Moon Holy Cult. With your innate talent, achieving the status of a top-tier master at such a young age is a testament to our sect's teachings. Now that we have eradicated the remnants of Dongfang Bubi, there are few skilled practitioners left, and we can no longer contend with the Five Mountain Sword sect, Wudong, or Shaolin. I intend to impart our martial arts here to loyal disciples, nurturing the resurgence of our sect. Indeed, our Sun Moon Holy Cult is the successor of the Ming cult. At that time, Zhu Yuanzhang was also a member of the Ming cult, employing cunning strategies to oust the leader Zhang Wuji, subsequently engaging in a ruthless campaign against the members of the Ming cult, resulting in the elimination of many founding martial generals. Ren Woxing sighed as he spoke, striking the bookshelf. In the 23rd year of Hongwu, Li Shanchong, Tang Xingzong, Lu Zhongheng, Zheng Yuchen, Fei Zhu, Zhao Yong, Huang Bin, and Lu Zhu perished. Following them, Feng Sheng, Zhou Dexing, Zhu Liangzu, Fu Yud, Hu Mei, and Lan Yu met their demise, totaling 34 founding contributors, 14 of whom were slain by Zhu Yuanzhang. These individuals were the backbone of our Ming cult. Henceforth, the Ming cult vanished without a trace. Many members sought their leader Zhang Wuji while hiding deep in the mountains. The previous headquarters of the Ming cult, Bright Summit, was razed to the ground by Zhu Yuanzhang, prompting the establishment of the Sun Moon Holy Cult on Blackwood Cliff, with hopes of restoring the former glory of the Ming cult. Father, why does the leader of the Ming cult, Zhang Wuji, not return to rally the heroes and overthrow Zhu Yuanzhang's tyranny? Yingying. It is said that the leader Zhang Wuji shared a deep bond with the Mongol princess Zhao Min and had lingering ties with the Mei sect's leader Zhou Zhirua. In such a scenario, he hardly has the inclination to concern himself with the Ming cult, especially since Zhu Yuanzhang has firmly secured his position. Should he rise in rebellion, it would only bring suffering to the common people of the Ming. Does this imply that leader Zhang is a man of profound principles? I wonder if he has any disciples to carry on his legacy. That remains uncertain. If he does, there should have been some legends over the past 2 centuries. But alas, none exist. In the past, leader Zhang possessed 4 supreme skills: the 9 Yang Divine Skill, the Qian Kuan Great Shift, the Divine Fire Command Skill, and the Tai Chi Swordplay, all unparalleled in the world, yet none have survived to this day. The Wudong sect, a Mei, beggar's sect, and other prominent sects have gradually declined under the pressure of successive Ming emperors, which is indeed lamentable. Father, in the current martial realm, Wudong and Shaolin still stand as titans. While Shaolin boasts the easy muscle classic, how is it that Wudong's Chongxiu, though his skills are inferior to yours, can still stand shoulder to shoulder with Shaolin? Father did not comprehend, yet from the last Shaolin competition, I gleaned a profound truth: the art of concealing one's true capabilities. On that occasion, Father was somewhat careless and fell victim to the underhanded tactics of left cold Zen's icy energy. Chong Su, that braggart, always hesitates. I surmise he must possess formidable skills that he has yet to reveal. This man is deeply enigmatic. Should the Five Mountain Sword sect and Wudong Shaolin unite once more to besiege our Sun and Moon Holy Cult, we are not without our chances. Ren Woxing casually picked up a tome, laughing heartily, while Ren Yingying found his demeanor rather peculiar. Just as she was about to inquire, Ren Woxing continued. A renewed alliance is impossible. The current martial world, with the emergence of Chu Yun, has rendered any faction uncontrollable. Reports have come that Chu Yun has incorporated our Sun and Moon Holy Cult's Sangzhou branch, establishing the Eastern Society. Father, the Eastern Society, could it be that Dongfang Bubi is orchestrating it from behind the scenes? That is unlikely. The Eastern Society currently refrains from meddling in martial affairs, merely engaging in trivial pursuits to aid the populace. Does Chu Yun truly believe that the Eastern Society alone can alter the fate of the impoverished masses? Such a notion is utterly ludicrous. Might it be that the rumored benevolence of the Eastern Society, which purportedly aids the destitute, was indeed established by Chu Yun? Father, we must not underestimate this. As the saying goes, he who wins the people's heart wins the world, and Chu Yun harbors grand ambitions. Father is also uncertain of his true intentions. Just days ago, Chu Yun coldly dispatched the 3 masters of Taishan, Yu Qizi, Yu Qingzi, and Yu Yinzi, with a single sword stroke. Chapter 047, Sacred Texts of the Cult. Ren Yingying's brows knitted slightly, as the gruesome slaughter in Pingdingshao haunted her thoughts. How could Chu Yun, having just made enemies with our sect, now be at odds with the Five Mountain Sword sect as well? He seems intent on sowing chaos. What could he possibly be scheming? Father is equally perplexed. Chu Yun's slaying of 3 individuals did not incite public outrage. Astonishingly, he even persuaded the Taoist priest of Tianmen to transform the Taishan sect into a branch of the Eastern Society, boldly proclaiming his intent to ascend Songshan and eliminate left cold Zen, currently en route there. This man is audacious, unafraid of ambushes from the Songshan sect. Chu Yun, relying on his martial prowess, is brazen in his confidence. According to those who fled from the Zhangzhou branch, he single-handedly felled dozens of martial heroes and our sect members with a mere throwing seed. Ren Ying envisioned this scene of carnage and gasped softly. Could it be that Chu Yun has mastered the Sunflower Manual? Has he, like Dongfang Bubi, undergone self-castration to refine his swordsmanship? Perhaps not. Your dear sister, Lan Phoenix, is said to have already become his devoted companion, inseparable from him, while Tian Boguang has also become his follower, ever at his side. Father, Lan Phoenix is a woman of lofty ambition, who holds no regard for the men of the world. How could she be so easily subdued by Chu Yun? What manner of man is he truly? Father has great expectations for Chu Yun. His decisiveness and boldness far surpass that of your Chongguo, who is indecisive and overly cautious, ill-suited for this tumultuous world. Father, you once vowed not to speak ill of Chongguo. He is indifferent to fame and fortune, devoted solely to Ying. Yet, Chu Yun, with his multiple wives, and even taking in Lan Phoenix, cannot be a man of virtue. Ying is a heroine. What woman does not fall in love with a hero? Having 3 wives and 4 concubines is quite commonplace. If Chu Yun wishes to marry my Ying, I would not object. Linghu Chong lacks the qualities of a true man. Ying, as radiant as a flower, astonishingly emulates Lu Xiaowei, remaining unperturbed in the face of temptation, an act unbecoming of a normal man. Father, you have lost my favor. All of Chong Ji's kindness has, in your eyes, become worthless. Father, you too do not have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Chonggu is no different from you. We are not alike. Your father is a hero, while Linghu Chong is merely a coward. He is someone who does not know how to express gratitude. I advise you to limit your encounters with him in the future. Father, you still say that Chonggu is carefree and loyal, so how can he be a coward? Linghu Chong was taken in by Yu Buchuan and raised on Mount Hua. Logically, this kindness is monumental. However, after mastering the Dugu 9 swords, he was mistakenly believed by Yu Buchuan to have learned the evil-repelling sword technique. Linghu Chong could have clarified this misunderstanding. Even if he did not name Feng Qingyang directly, he could have subtly indicated that it was an esteemed senior from Mount Hua. Concealing such matters from his own master is indeed unfilial. Chonggu is merely honoring the promise made to senior Feng Qingyang, and keeping a promise cannot be deemed unfilial. As a disciple of the righteous path, how can Linghu Chong consort with those of the wicked way, calling them his brothers? That is an act of disloyalty. To ruthlessly attack fellow disciples of the 5 Mountain Sword sect is an act of inhumanity. Betraying his sect to join the Hengshan faction is an act of injustice. How can such a disloyal, unfilial, inhumane, and unjust person be cherished in your eyes? Father, your reasoning is strained. You blame Chonggu for not assisting you or serving the Sun Moon cult, which is why you speak ill of him. In my eyes, Chonggu is the finest man in the world. Ren Woxing gazed at his obstinate daughter and sighed. As a father, I have always felt that Linghu Chong is unworthy of my daughter. Ying, you should marry a hero of unparalleled stature, not a carefree wanderer. Moreover, Linghu Chong's origins are questionable. I must ponder this further. Father, if mother were here, she would undoubtedly side with me. Even if Chonggu is an orphan, my affection for him does not stem from his background. Ren Woxing fell silent, his already dark complexion appearing even more dismal as he coughed twice. Very well, you may summon Xiang Zhua to discuss matters. Among the younger generation in the sect, we shall select 100 individuals with exceptional potential to study the secrets of Blackwood Cliff. A breakthrough must be achieved in a short period, for my time is limited. Upon hearing Ren Woxing's melancholy tone and his mention of limited time, tears welled up in Ying's eyes. Father, you are still in your prime. With you at the helm of the Sun Moon cult, it will surely flourish and restore the glory of the past. Ying, do not worry. Today, as I meticulously peruse the scriptures of the sect, I have already gleaned some insights and am determined to eradicate the backlash of the star-absorbing technique. Father, I heard from Chonggu that the Shaolin sect's Easing Tendons Classic can eliminate the backlash of the star-absorbing technique. Shall we not seize it? The Shaolin sect is brimming with talent. It is not so easily approached. Our sect's strength has waned, and we are no longer in our former splendor. Now, we must bide our time and await the right moment. Ren Woxing gestured for Ren Ying to leave and summoned Xiang Wenting. Ren Woxing's fingers traced the bookshelf. Having perused the martial arts manuals on multiple occasions, yet failing to uncover any extraordinary techniques, all the methods paled in comparison to the formidable star absorption technique. He pondered the purpose of these tomes, contemplating that perhaps secrets remained undisclosed. Soon after, Xiang Wentian entered the secret chamber and immediately knelt. The Sun and Moon Holy Cult, with its benevolence and martial prowess, benefited the masses. Ren Woxing hesitated for a moment before raising his voice to halt him. Xiangzhua, why do you resort to such theatrics? The followers may be naive, and while Dongfang Bubi's approach may be effective, you and I share a brotherly bond. Such behavior is unacceptable henceforth. I am not so foolish as to believe that mere flattery can unify the realm. I summoned you today for 3 urgent matters that require your attention, he continued. First, select 100 promising youths among the younger generation of our followers, endowed with exceptional potential, to impart the supreme martial arts of Haimu Cliff, for it is there that hope resides. Second, our scouts report that Chu Yun will soon arrive in Heezy. Command the forces loyal to the Sun and Moon Holy Cult to support him at Webegang, thereby strengthening his influence. Third, we must enlist the powerful figures of the world to serve our cause. The meaning behind the leader's words is clear, Xiangzhua deduced. In the current martial world, our Sun and Moon Holy Cult has been significantly weakened by recent upheavals and can no longer directly contend with Wudong, Shaolin, or the Five Mountain Sword sect. We can cultivate a rival for them, in the form of Chu Yun, thus allowing our sect a chance to breathe. Your insight is commendable. I shall attend to these matters immediately, Xiangzhua replied. Ren Woxing paused, expressing concern. Xiangzhua, how is your injury recovering? Thank you for your concern, leader. It has healed well, and I shall promptly make arrangements to ensure our sect's affairs are not delayed, he assured. Go ahead, Ren Woxing said. As Xiangzhua departed, he cast a glance back at Ren Woxing, noting the noticeable signs of aging upon the leader's visage. Chu Yun's caravan was set to arrive in Heezy shortly, initially intending to find lodging there. Lan Fenghuang informed him that Webegang was nearby, where they would gather that very day, and Ping Yizhi would be treating Linghu Chong there. Lan, this piques my interest. Webegang sounds quite imposing, but given the surrounding plains, it likely lacks any renowned landmarks, he remarked. Chapter 048. At Webegang, Lan Fenghuang exhibited an unusual expression, revealing her eagerness to visit Webegang, hoping that Chu Yun would accompany her. Webegang's reputation had soared among the martial community, with numerous heroes flocking there in hopes of encountering extraordinary figures like Linghu Chong and Ping Yizhi. Perhaps there are already many chivalrous souls gathered there, she urged. Chu Yun sought the opinion of Chu Yue, who shook her head. I am currently engrossed in researching new techniques and cannot spare the time, she lamented. My dear, you and Lan may go. I hold little interest in that place. After your exploration, let us reconvene at the Uli Inn in Heezy. Thus, Chu Yun and Lan Fenghuang rode away, while Tian Boguang and Yuan Changkong had no choice but to take a cart, entering Heezy together to find a place to stay. After moving into the inn, Chu Yue began to cultivate the ice true qi. Although she had perused the ancient texts of Blackwood Cliff, none of the martial arts techniques appealed to her. With such an abundance of skills available, it was perplexing that the disciples of Blackwood Cliff were forbidden from learning them. In the past, Dongfang Bubi had achieved numerous victories, and, after being appointed as the left envoy of light, was finally granted access to the texts of Blackwood Cliff, which allowed her to enhance her abilities and become the second most powerful figure in Blackwood Cliff, though still significantly inferior to Ren Woxing. The latter had unearthed the Sunflower Manual and presented it to Dongfang Bubi, not out of malice, but rather indifference, having lost interest in it after mastering the star absorption technique. Nevertheless, he hoped that someone in the holy cult would learn it, making Dongfang Bubi the sole candidate for its study, leaving the decision of whether to learn it entirely up to her. As Chu Yue reflected on her past, she sought an answer, a reason for mastering the Sunflower Manual. Upon opening the manual entrusted to her by Chu Yun, tears streamed down her face, not out of nostalgia for her former male identity, but for the emotional journey of the past few years. The phrase heaven and earth can be reversed, and all things flourish had captivated the earlier Dongfang Bubi, rather than the manual's extraordinary martial prowess. Thus, the subsequent transformation of Dongfang Bubi came to be. Recently, Chu Yue had been plagued by dreams of her childhood, where a beautiful woman conversed with her. Dongfang Yu, drink this bowl of soup, and you shall be reborn. In the dream, Dongfang Yu resisted fiercely but was ultimately compelled to consume the potion, repeatedly. One fateful day, a band of robbers invaded the Dongfang household, slaughtering everyone, and the beautiful woman was dragged away, her fate unknown. The house burned for an entire day, and as Dongfang Yu watched the flames, she smiled. Each time the dream reached this point, Chu Yue awoke, feeling as if a part of her consciousness was locked away. Burdened by painful memories she was unwilling to recall, Chu Yue sensed she must have been born into a wealthy family, tormented by a wicked stepmother who likely abused her. Yet now, with a loving husband and having become the person she desired to be, she felt content, wishing to leave her dreams behind forever. She retrieved the portraits drawn by Chu Yun, gazing at each one, hoping to remember her current appearance, fearful that it was all but a dream. In her room, A mouse scurried up to the windowsill, seeking an escape. With a flick of her middle finger, a strand of true energy shot forth, causing the mouse to squeak twice before it fell to the ground with a thud. Chu Yun approached the window and kicked the stiff little corpse. Realizing it had been frozen solid, she picked up the mouse with a piece of paper and tossed it out the window, where it landed in the woods some distance away. In high spirits, she concluded that her ice true chi and ice soul silver needles had been successfully cultivated, and with time, she would surely reach even greater heights. At this moment, Chu Yun and Lon Phoenix galloped across the vast fields. It was Chu Yun's inaugural experience of riding for an extended period since arriving in this world, evoking a sense of freedom akin to driving a convertible. Fortunately, his profound internal martial arts cultivation spared him from the discomfort of chafed thighs. Lon Phoenix, an adept equestrian, with her graceful figure, flowing long hair, and fluttering ribbons, led the way, while Chu Yun, seated behind her, found himself captivated by the enchanting scenery, inadvertently slowing his pace. Unaware of Chu Yun's presence, Lon Phoenix reined in her horse and turned to call out, "Young master, hurry. We are not far from Wubagang." Chu Yun caught up, a hint of reproach in his tone. Lon, how many times must you say it? You mentioned it was just a short distance an hour ago. Are you deliberately making me chase after you? Young master, Lon is not deceiving you. We will arrive shortly, she replied. Chu Yun remained still, not urging his horse. Gazing at Lon Phoenix. Well, since there is no rush, let us dismount and stroll for a while. I am quite fatigued. Very well, young master. The two of them led their horses along the paths between the fields, inhaling the refreshing scent emanating from the crops. Lon, do you not feel that the air here is invigorating? Chu Yun remarked. Indeed, the air in our Miaojiang is sweet, she affirmed. Chu Yun, holding the reins of his horse, wrapped an arm around Lon Phoenix's slender waist and nuzzled against her cheek. Because of you, the air here is also sweet. I wonder if your lips are even sweeter. With that, Chu Yun lowered his head to seek out that sweetness. Young master, is someone approaching? Lon Phoenix, feeling a tingle of urgency, weakly tapped Chu Yun and pointed towards the direction of Wubagang, where a pair of riders was advancing. Chu Yun lifted his head, pausing his actions. Since cultivating the sunflower manual, his eyesight had notably improved. He squinted into the distance and noticed fluttering banners that seemed familiar. Is that not the Red Cross flag of the Eastern Society? The two mounted their horses for a clearer view. Young master, it is indeed the flag of the Eastern Society. How could they be here? Lon Phoenix inquired. Let us go and discover, Chu Yun suggested. As they approached, they were encircled by a group bearing hand-painted banners, one of whom stepped forward to speak. Are you the esteemed Chu Yun? Seeing their warm reception, Chu Yun raised his hand in greeting. I am Chu Yun. May I inquire why you bear the banner of the Eastern Society? Young Master Chu, we are from smaller sects in Shandong, Hebei, and Hunan, who admire your illustrious name. We have come to seek your favor and join the Eastern Society. We have prepared a banquet for you at Wubagang. Please, follow us. Chu Yun and Lon Phoenix were escorted toward Wubagang, with Lon Phoenix asking, do you recognize these individuals? They are unfamiliar to me. I have not seen them before. Are they not the leaders and masters encountered by Linghu Chong at Wubagang? She pondered, uncertain. Chu Yun realized that further inquiries would yield little. And as they arrived at Wubagang, he was astonished by the myriad Eastern Society flags adorning the landscape. What a significant amount of fabric this must have consumed, he mused. On the hillside, the multitude of people displayed a variety of attire and wielded different weapons, creating a scene teeming with life. Chu Yun pondered. Was he to be akin to Linghu Chong, who was motivated by the presence of Ren Woxing? Who did he have in his life? A sense of perplexity enveloped him as he questioned how they could possibly know of his arrival at Wubagang. Could it be that Lon Phoenix was orchestrating this? Was she still in covert communication with the Sun Moon Holy Cult? His gaze shifted towards Lon Phoenix beside him. Chapter 49, The Arena Contest. Lon Phoenix, feeling somewhat guilty under his scrutiny, approached Chu Yun to clarify, young master, while engineering. I encountered disciples of the Five Immortals sect along with some friends from the martial world. They expressed a desire to meet you, and we agreed to convene here at Wubagang. I assure you, I had no ulterior motives. Ah, it seems that your reputation precedes you, Lon. I shall indeed meet your acquaintances, he replied. The heart of Wubagang featured a grand wooden structure, adorned with the 3 golden characters of its name, exuding an imposing grandeur. The polished surface of the wood suggested it had been recently constructed. The martial heroes of the realm parted to create a path for Chu Yun. As a group emerged from the gates of Wubagang to welcome him, a man in his 30s approached with a brisk stride, extending a greeting. Welcome, young Master Chu. I apologize for the lack of formal reception. I am Zhang Yi, representing the Sansheng Alliance, here to offer you a warm welcome. Chu Yun felt a wave of confusion wash over him, as he wondered when the world of Laughing in the Wind had come to include Zhang Yi and the Sansheng Alliance. With no other option, he returned the courtesy. I am honored to meet you. Young Master, please allow me to introduce you to the 10 leaders of the Sansheng Alliance. Zhang Yi continued. After exchanging greetings with a dozen individuals, Chu Yun was led into the main hall, where he took a seat at the head of the gathering. Lan Phoenix was drawn aside by some familiar sisters from the martial world, engaging in conversation. Surrounded by a group of young women clad in Miao attire, Lan Phoenix was greeted warmly. Sister Lan, it has been months since we last met. You look even more beautiful, and the Han attire suits you splendidly. The Five Immortals sect surely has its merits to catch young Master Chu's eye. Zhang and Yang, you both have flourished as well. Your sects have expanded into the 3 provinces. Alas, our Five Immortals sect still struggles in Miaojiang, she replied. But you have young Master Chu. Surely, you need not fear for your future success, one chimed in. He is he, and I am I. Lan Phoenix must rely on her own strength, she asserted. Oh, but we women are naturally inclined to rely on men, especially when one as capable and handsome as young Master Chu is at hand, another teased. Let us not dwell on such matters. Let us stroll outside while the men discuss their affairs, Lan Phoenix suggested. As the group of young women surrounded her and moved away from Chu Yun's sight. Seated in the hall, Chu Yun contemplated the intentions of this assembly, wishing to discern their motives without unnecessary pretense. Leader Zhang, might I inquire if there are any hidden influences behind today's invitation to me? He asked directly. Zhang Yi maintained his composure, revealing no signs of unease. Young master, the Sanxing Alliance is well aware of your endeavors in Cangzhou and Taishan, establishing the Eastern Society for the benefit of the people. Our 10 major sects wish to join the Eastern Society, and we hope you will not reject our request. Oh, I see. As long as the intentions are genuine and for the good of the people, membership in the Eastern Society is open to all, Chu Yun replied thoughtfully. My lord, despite what has been said, the 3 provinces alliance is but a mere whisper, and if we can rally under your banner, we shall find our purpose in striving. Our 10 factions hail from humble beginnings and are acutely aware of the common people's suffering. Yet, no matter how hard we toil, can we truly effect change? Is this a pledge of loyalty, a direction for our struggle, and where are the ideals? The mission of the Eastern Society is to save the world and aid the populace, devoid of any profit to be gained. In poverty, one seeks to maintain integrity. In wealth, one strives to benefit the world. As long as you possess this heart, it suffices. Zhang Yi, upon hearing this, felt a flush of embarrassment on his countenance. Sensing that his words were faltering, he exchanged glances with the others. Zhang Yi and the 10 leaders rose and knelt before Chu Yun. Confused by this sudden display of deference, Chu Yun questioned the need for such gestures. Let us speak plainly. Why this kneeling? My lord, to speak frankly, we have learned of your intention to visit the Songshan sect. We wish to follow you. Though our martial skills may be lacking, we are not cowards who fear death. The Songshan sect, relying on its numerous followers and might, has long oppressed our 3 provinces alliance. Oh, so you seek to ally with me to retaliate against the Songshan sect. I understand. Indeed, I plan to confront them. You need not join the Eastern Society. You may await me at Songshan, and together we shall confront Zuolingchan. Ha ha ha. Thank you, my lord, for your understanding. We shall serve as your vanguard. Rise, for a man's knees should not bow without cause. In the Eastern Society, we uphold equality among all, regardless of status. Though you are not members, you are friends of Chu Yun. I hope you will not compel your subordinates to kneel. All possess their dignity. Once Zhang Yi and the 10 leaders stood, they resumed their seats, their spirits lifted. They had received orders from Haimu Cliff, and each was filled with trepidation, fearing that this ruthless demon might turn against them. The commands from Haimu Cliff were absolute, and though not part of the Eastern Society, being Chu Yun's vanguard to Songshan provided them with a sense of purpose. Zhang Yi then addressed Chu Yun. My lord, to welcome you and cleanse the dust, we have erected a platform outside for a martial exhibition, hoping for your guidance. I have always enjoyed festivities. Very well, let us take a look. Chu Yun rose, and under the guidance of the crowd, they approached a 1-meter-high platform set up in a corner of 5 Heroes Ridge for everyone's viewing. Upon seeing Chu Yun's arrival, Lan Phoenix immediately approached him. My lord, have your discussions concluded? It is nothing of concern, Lan. Let us watch the exhibition together. Lan Phoenix summoned her subordinates. Although not all were beauties, they possessed a spirited elegance and graceful figures. Clad in narrow sleeves, wide collars, and short jackets, they wore pleated skirts, some long enough to touch the ground, flowing gracefully, while others fell short of the knee, captivating in their movements. Exquisite silver ornaments accentuated their exotic charm. The Miao ethnic pleated skirts were adorned with vibrant patterns, rich in embroidery, brocade, wax dyeing, and decorative stitching. The predominant colors of their garments were red, blue, yellow, white, and black. Observing Chu Yun's gaze scanning her subordinates, Lan Phoenix softly smiled. My lord, do you not find the maidens of our 5 immortals sect to be beautiful? The attire of the Miao people is truly exquisite, with the lovely Lan standing out as the most enchanting in my eyes. Generally, The formidable figures of the martial world treat the five immortals sect with reverence and distance, for they are notorious for their venomous nature. Chu Yun and Lan Fengwang settled into the prime viewing position, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the tournament. As dusk descended, a roaring bonfire illuminated the surroundings of the arena. Zhang Yi approached Chu Yun, clasping his hands in greeting. Young master, I shall now present my humble skills in the first match. With that, he turned and leaped onto the stage, cupping his fists in salute. Today, we gather to honor young Master Chu with a display of martial prowess. Is there anyone willing to engage in a friendly contest with me? The crowd below murmured, speculating who would dare to challenge the leader of the Sansheng Alliance. Seeing the hesitation among the spectators, Zhang Yi felt a pang of anxiety, eager to showcase his abilities before Chu Yun. Just then, a figure leaped onto the stage. I am Yang Lin, here to seek guidance from Alliance leader Zhang. The two exchanged no pleasantries. After a brief acknowledgement, they launched into combat. Initially, Chu Yun felt indifferent, but after several exchanges, he discerned the unique strengths each possessed. Neither Zhang Yi nor Yang Lin employed weapons, relying solely on their fists and feet. Zhang Yi's style was bold and expansive, effortlessly countering Yang Lin's attacks. While Yang Lin's martial skills were a blend of techniques, each joint of his body serving as a weapon reminiscent of Muay Thai. With no clear victor emerging from their unarmed combat, they each reached for their respective weapons. Zhang Yi chose a sword, while Yang Lin opted for a staff. Yang Lin's staff techniques were fierce and agile, employing a myriad of movements: tripping, slicing, entangling, thrusting, lifting, redirecting, sealing, and spinning. Zhang Yi's swordsmanship adeptly intertwined with the staff, resembling an intricate net that gradually tightened around Yang Lin, pressing him into a corner. Chu Yun began to see the underlying principles at play. Yang Lin's staff techniques bore resemblance to the dog-whipping staff of the Beggar's Sect, a skill traditionally reserved for the sect's leader and never disclosed to outsiders. Zhang Yi's swordplay embodied the principles of Tai Chi, capable of overcoming the rigid with softness, awaiting movement with stillness, transforming the straight into the circular, and allowing the small to triumph over the large and the weak to overcome the strong. The discerning eye perceives the subtleties, while the untrained gaze merely enjoys the spectacle. Having mastered the celestial sword technique and the sunflower manual, Chu Yun's martial understanding had reached a profound level, capable of lethal precision even in the most delicate of movements. Drawing upon the arcane records of the martial world, he began to grasp the essence of their techniques. As both combatants remained locked in an indecisive struggle, their weapons resonated with the subtle vibrations of true energy. Chu Yun was taken aback. Both had apparently mastered superior internal arts and should not be underestimated. If their duel continued, they would surely suffer mutual defeat. What had happened to the promise of a friendly match? Sitting at the edge of the stage, Chu Yun pinched the armrest of his chair, producing a piece of wood in his hand. With a flick of his middle finger, he struck the point where the staff and sword met, producing a sharp clang. The weapons clattered to the ground, and both fighters ceased their movements, standing at attention. You both exhibited remarkable skill, truly splendid, Chu Yun exclaimed, applauding. The audience erupted into applause, creating a lively atmosphere as the two combatants awkwardly descended from the stage. Others continued to compete on the platform, cheers rising in a crescendo. The exhibition of ordinary martial arts became unexpectedly captivating. Yet Chu Yun found himself no longer inclined to watch. Chu Yun and Lan Phoenix departed from the viewing platform and approached a nearby bonfire. Lan, what do you think of their martial prowess? Surely it pales in comparison to that of the young master. If you declare second in the world, none would dare claim the first. Such unwavering faith in your man, remarked Chu Yun, observing how Lan Phoenix's delicate visage appeared even more enchanting in the flickering flames, her hand gently caressing her rosy cheeks. At that moment, Yang Lin, who had just participated in the arena contest, approached the bonfire. Young Master Chu, I am Yang Lin, hoping to accompany you. Chu Yun lowered his hand and regarded Yang Lin, who was merely 20 years old and quite handsome. I do not accept the weak. What skills do you possess? Young Master, my skills are passed down through my family. My ancestor was the legendary hero Yang Gua. Regrettably, our family techniques have waned, and I now only scrape by in the martial world, which is a disgrace to my forebears. I had not intended to mention my ancestry, but I see in you an opportunity to restore the Yang family's reputation. Beyond Mount Zhongnan lies the tomb of the living dead, where the divine Condor and his partner vanished from the world. It is surprising that in this changing time, I can still encounter a descendant of the ancient tomb sect. Very well, Yang Lin, you shall follow me from this day forth. Together, we shall embark on a grand endeavor. Thank you, young master. I shall not disappoint your high expectations. Chu Yun, intrigued by the legends of the martial world, gently inquired, Yang Lin, does your ancient tomb sect still possess the Jade Maidenheart Sutra? Indeed, we have it, though no one in the Yang family is proficient. My younger sister, Yang Shui, has attempted to cultivate it, but with little success. Currently, it is just my sister and me, if the young master permits. I hope to bring her along to follow you. Very well, we shall return to Hezi shortly. You may prepare now and join me on the road. Understood, young master. I shall take my leave. After Yang Lin departed, Chu Yun sighed. This world is becoming increasingly delightful. Young master, you wouldn't be interested in Yang Shui, would you? I possess no clairvoyance. How would I know what her sister looks like? I am merely assisting you. Oh, helping me find a companion? I also have an affection for young maidens. Lan, their family possesses an inner skill, the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, which can be cultivated by women. If you learn it, your power will surely increase. Really? The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra? I thought it was one of those indescribable practices. Ah, Lan. You have become rather mischievous. Your thoughts are no longer pure. Can one remain pure while accompanying the young master? As the two chatted idly, Zhang Yi approached them. Young master, why are you not watching the competition? The latter part is equally thrilling. Zhang Yi, was the sword technique you used earlier the Tai Chi sword? Young master possesses a keen eye. This is my family's sword technique, fully named Tai Chi fist and sword, capable of both striking and slicing. As I understand, the Tai Chi fist and sword was created by the founder of Wudong, Zhang Sanfeng, with the sole heir being Zhang Wuji of the Ming sect. Are you perhaps a descendant of Zhang Wuji? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi's face displayed a look of fear as he whispered, Young master, you have discerned the truth, indeed. My ancestor was Zhang Wuji. However, the Zhu family cannot accommodate us, and we must remain hidden among the masses, too afraid to speak of it. The tale of Master Zhang, Princess Zhao Min, and Amaze Zhou has become a cherished legend within the martial world of that era. I wonder, to which lineage do you belong? My curiosity is purely innocent. According to the Zhang family genealogy, one branch descends from my ancestor Zhang Wuji and the Zhao clan, while another traces back to Zhang Wuji and the Zhou clan. Our family has dwelled on the Mongolian steppes for several decades. From what my forebears recounted, Zhang Wuji once ventured abroad for several years, the purpose of which remains a mystery. Chu Yun pondered. Indeed, Zhang Wuji sought out the Persian holy maiden, Xiao Zhao. I hope he achieves his desires. Were it me, I would have already claimed Xiao Zhao. How could I allow her to depart? Master Zhang possesses unmatched martial prowess, including the 9 Yang divine art, the great shift of the universe, Tai Chi swordplay, and the sacred fire order, all of which resound through the ages, marking him as the strongest of all time. Is there anyone among you who has inherited these skills? There is a family edict that prohibits the descendants of the Zhang clan from practicing martial arts. However, as the Zhang lineage dwindles, with the literary arts failing to secure the nation and martial prowess unable to stabilize it, we have sought fragments of ancient texts to recover some remnants of our martial heritage. Other divine techniques have not been preserved in written form. Zhang Yi's words were tinged with sorrow. The loss of these techniques is a detriment to the entire martial community. It cannot be blamed on Master Zhang, who, despite his formidable skills, was forced by Zhu Yuanzhang to flee to distant lands. No martial skill can rival the schemes of treachery. Nevertheless, as my ancestors recounted, remnants of the Ming sect once existed in Mongolia, where they encountered my forebear and departed with a collection of texts, perhaps the very manuals of our martial arts. If we could find them, who knows whether it would bring fortune or calamity. In the late Yuan and early Ming dynasties, the supreme martial arts were epitomized by the legendary sword, the dragon-slaying blade. With the heaven-obscuring sword hidden away, who could stand against it? This evokes a stirring and poignant history of resistance against the Yuan dynasty. Contemporary martial arts, too, have been muddled by a single martial manual. What you say is entirely true. Even if these divine techniques were to surface, there may be no one with the serendipitous encounters and innate understanding as my ancestors possessed. Indeed, as practitioners of martial arts, who among us would not be captivated by the allure of martial manuals? I, for one, am deeply drawn to the 9 Yang divine art, the great shift of the universe, and the sacred fire order. Alas, we do not possess the ancestral inheritance. With your extraordinary abilities, you would surely benefit from such knowledge. Zhang Yi, as a descendant of Master Zhang, it is wise to keep this secret to yourself. You must understand the repercussions of bearing such a jewel. Thank you for your counsel, and I shall keep it close to my heart. Regarding the matter of joining the Eastern Society that I mentioned earlier, I hope for your approval. We shall discuss this once the affairs of the Songshan sect are settled. Perhaps by then, your mind will have shifted. Zhang Yi's expression revealed his disappointment. It is settled then, we shall meet at Songshan. My family is residing in Hezi, and as night has fallen, I must take my leave. Until we meet at Songshan. Zhang Yi accompanied Chu Yun and Lan Phoenix to the outskirts. The 5 Tyrants' Ridge remained lively as ever. Who would care to know who Chu Yun was? Lan Phoenix's entourage followed closely behind, and Chu Yun's party continued to grow in strength. Ahead, 2 riders awaited by the roadside, and in the moonlight, one could vaguely discern a pair of young men and women. Chapter 051. The ancient Tomb Heart Sutra as Chu Yun and Lan Phoenix's group approached the young couple. The man clasped his fists and bowed respectfully. Young master, this is my younger sister, Yang Shui, he said, glancing at the young woman beside him. Sister, this is young Master Chu and Master Lan, do greet them. The girl looked at Chu Yun, assessing him, and softly spoke, I am Yang Shui. It is a pleasure to meet you, young master, and you too, Master Lan. Yang Shui remained silent, noting the peculiar hairstyle of young Master Chu, obscuring her view. As dusk settled, Chu Yun discerned her features, an oval face, slightly yellowish skin adorned with freckles, her hair styled in twin buns, and a slender figure. He found himself hoping to see a resemblance to the legendary Zilongnu. If the dawn revealed a version akin to a dumpling, it would be a pity. Very well. You siblings shall accompany me from now on. Do not hesitate to share any difficulties you encounter. Yang Lin, ever amiable, opened up. Rest assured, young master. We shall not be overly formal, he replied. Now, as night falls, let us make our departure. With a squeeze of his legs, the horse galloped. The sound of its hooves echoing across the fields, intertwining with Yang Lin's voice carried by the wind. Thus, the descendant of the legendary hero Yang Guo re-entered the martial world. Upon their return to the inn, the Yulai Inn was already bustling with patrons. Disciples of the Blue Phoenix crowded into a single room, laying out their bedding. However, upon seeing their master, they were filled with joy and exuberance. After washing up, they engaged in lively chatter and playful banter, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Yang Lin and Yang Shui shared a room, a customary arrangement for their travels. From a young age, Yang Shui had practiced the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, acquiring a certain foundation in internal skills, and was also training in the heavenly net, managing to control 5 small birds from flying away. Her swordsmanship was based on the Jade Maiden Pure Heart sword technique. Yet her progress had stagnated for months due to the lack of a masteress guidance, causing her some anxiety. Lying on a suspended rope, she gazed at the ceiling and spoke to Yang Lin. Brother, what sort of person is this young Master Chu? He is of similar age to you. Yet his martial prowess is astonishing, evoking much curiosity. Sister, while we possess the ancient skills of the Tomb sect and the Yang family's unique techniques, relying solely on our self-study to reach our ancestors' level of mastery is akin to climbing to the heavens, Yang Lin said, resting his hands behind his head as he stared upward. If it weren't for the resurgence of the Tomb sect at the end of the Yuan dynasty, which drew the covetous eyes of various sects, and the tyrannical actions of the Hongwu emperor, who sought to eradicate the Tomb sect, our family would not have become like drifting leaves, losing contact with our branches over the past 2 centuries. Brother, if we could settle down and possess our family's martial arts, our lives would be much happier. Why are you so fixated on restoring the Yang family's former glory? That seems unfair to you. A man must strive to make a name for himself, to honor his ancestors. What else is there to pursue? Moreover, sister, you possess exquisite beauty. If I am not strong, how can I protect you? If it were for you, I would gladly forsake my beauty, rather than see you take risks. In this world, you are my only kin. Sister, henceforth, do not conceal your beauty. You shall surely find a suitable partner, and then we can settle down to live the ordinary life you desire. I believe wearing a mask is quite beneficial. It allows me to practice with peace of mind. For now, this is all we can do. When we meet Lady Chu tomorrow, let us refrain from childish antics. Henceforth, we shall be the attendants of young Master Chu. Brother, I understand. Good night. Yang Lin closed his eyes, pondering whether his decision was prudent. The rumors painted Chu Yun as a merciless fiend, yet in reality, he was merely a peer, remarkably amiable, exuding the aura of a chivalrous hero. Should he receive guidance from him, his martial arts would surely flourish. Chu Yun entered Chu Yuer's chamber, sensing a slight chill in the air that reminded him of air conditioning from another realm. He noticed a wooden bucket by the bedside filled with ice water, which brought him delight, and saw that Chu Yuer had already turned onto her side, fast asleep. Quietly, he lay beside her, lost in thought. Chu Yuer, however, was not asleep. She gently turned towards him, leaning closer and murmuring, My dear husband, you've returned. Why didn't you go to Lan Lan's place? Surely, it is more pleasant there with the air conditioning. Indeed, I desire to be there. But I find this place more comfortable. Do you not wish for it? Of course I do, but I am a bit anxious. It's my first time, and I lack experience. I wonder when I can truly please you. I overheard quite a commotion earlier. It seemed many had arrived. Yes, our group has expanded. Lan Lan encountered my subordinates at Wuba Gang and brought them along. As she converses with her friends, she surely has no time to spare. Is it true what they say? The women from Yaojing are all strikingly beautiful. You are indeed fortunate, she teased. Do you believe I am a stallion, eager to mate with every fair maiden? My dear husband, if you fancy someone, do not hesitate to welcome her. As long as you are happy, I have no objections. Let us not dwell on such matters. This time, I have brought back 2 individuals. I shall introduce them to you tomorrow. Are they women? They are siblings. Remarkable figures indeed. Anyone who captures your attention must be extraordinary. I am eager to meet them. They are descendants of the legendary Yonghua from the previous dynasty, undoubtedly possessing secret techniques. Perhaps they are a gift from heaven. My dear husband, since they are of such significance, you need not worry. I will ensure you win the favor of the Yang family daughter. Soon, everything from the Yang family will be yours. Yue, do you perceive me as so shameless? Coveting their secrets? I am already blessed with your unparalleled skills. Do I still desire more? One can never have too many skills. Learning a little of everything is always beneficial. Rest assured, I shall assist you. Do not provoke me further. Chu Yun's hands began to explore the softness of Chu Yuer's form, yearning to touch the colorful lotus, yet a small hand halted him. My dear husband, such advances are overwhelming. Please wait a moment. Today, I have something delightful for you that will surely bring you pleasure. Really? An hour later, Chu Yun delicately brushed Yuer's silky hair, kissing her smooth forehead. He had not anticipated that her flowing tresses possessed such enchanting qualities. Indeed, she was a treasure from head to toe. My dear husband, if you acquire more women, you might forget me. How could that be? You are my hope. What hope do you speak of? The only treasure of Yue, the sunflower manual, has been mastered by you. What allure remains for me to captivate my husband? Yet, does Yue not possess an enchanting lotus flower? Allow me to gradually explore its depths. It shall undoubtedly yield surprises. My dear husband, your sweet words have ensnared my heart. I find myself utterly unable to part from you. Wherever you go, I shall follow, embodying the harmony of a devoted couple. Very well, as long as your happiness prevails. There are many endeavors awaiting us. This world of rivers and lakes is indeed splendid. Chu Yue nestled in Chu Yun's embrace, savoring his warmth as she gently drifted into slumber. She no longer experienced the same dreams. Instead, her visions transformed into other scenes. Chapter 052. The temptation of elegance in her dream. Chu Yue beheld a towering figure bidding farewell to a beautiful woman who held a boy by the hand. My beloved wife, you must take good care of Yue. He lost his mother at a young age, and I am often away, so I entrust him to your care. Rest assured, my lord, I shall treat him as my own, providing him with only the finest. Then I shall be at ease. My business may take me away for a short 3 to 5 months, or as long as 2 to 3 years. Yue will soon reach the age for schooling. Let us arrange for him to attend the academy. It would bring great honor to the Dongfang family to have a scholar among us. Do not worry, my lord. Both Yue and Baoer will surely rise to prominence. The man embraced the beautiful woman and the boy. Where's Yue? Such unruliness is unbecoming. Yue is still young. He must be lost in play. I shall discipline him well. Do not be concerned, my lord. At this moment, Dongfang Yue was adorned as a girl by the beautiful woman, her hair styled in twin buns, adorned with colorful ribbons, clad in a flowing skirt, and lightly made up, presenting herself as a charming young girl. After bidding farewell to the man, the beautiful woman approached Dongfang Yue, displaying an alluring smile. Yue, look how lovely you are. From now on, you shall be the young lady of the Dongfang family, while only Baoer will be the young master. Do you understand? Dongfang Yue touched the scars upon her body and nodded subtly. You are forbidden from wearing boy's attire. You are to be Baoer's elder sister and must fulfill that role well, or else mother will take good care of you. With that, she pinched Dongfang Yue's bottom. Tears welled up in Dongfang Yue's eyes from the pain, yet she remained silent, a glint of malice flickering in her gaze. Confined within the home, the beautiful woman provided her with embroidery and domestic tasks to learn, while each day she was compelled to drink that bitter medicinal concoction. Before long, Dongfang Yue developed painful lumps at her bosom. Ah, she cried out in her sleep. Chu Yun noticed Yuer's furrowed brow and gently smoothed it with his fingers. Awakening from her nightmare, Chu Yue gazed at the man beside her. Husband, I had another dreadful dream. With me by your side, there is no need for fear. At this moment, Chu Yun contemplated his own mission. Did Dongfang Booby still harbor inner demons? How could one break free and transform without vanquishing those shadows? And what? He wondered, were her inner demons? He could not fathom, nor did he wish to explore. He did not believe the system would confine him to this world eternally. Even in dreams, there comes a moment of awakening. The following day, after bathing, Chu Yun and Chu Yue donned fresh attire. Lan Feng Wang and Chu Yue styled each other's hair into exquisite coiffures, adorning themselves in elegant garments and high heels. Although the long skirts obscured the true nature of the heels, they imparted an impression of elevated grace, exuding an indescribable charm. After introductions, Tian Boguan, Yuan Changkong, and Yang Lin engaged in conversation, and with the addition of a martial enthusiast, they commenced a sparring session in the inn's open space. With Chu Yun observing as a spectator, the techniques of spear and staff share a remarkable similarity, and after their trial, Tian Boguan and Yuan Changkong discerned the extraordinary intricacies of Yang Lin's staff techniques. Chu Yue, upon noticing the youthful Yang Shui, her slightly yellow complexion adorned with scattered freckles, could not overlook her graceful figure. Indeed, the saying goes that a refined gentleman is drawn to an elegant lady. With a touch of embellishment, she would undoubtedly be a beauty. Sister Yang Shui, come to my room, and allow me to enhance your appearance. A girl ought to present herself well, otherwise, men will not take notice. Madam, Yang Shui is but a country girl, accustomed to her ways, and there is no need for your efforts, she replied. However, Chu Yun grasped Yang Shui's wrist and, upon further exploration, sensed a ripple of internal energy within her, a sign of untapped potential that, given time, would surely flourish. Sister, are you able to cultivate internal strength? It seems there are recent obstacles in your path. Chu Yun had diligently studied the martial texts hidden within the Blackwood Cliff, and having mastered the advanced techniques of the Sunflower Scripture, she could discern the progress of internal cultivation through the body's meridians. Yang Shui, unaware of Chu Yun's profound understanding, exclaimed in astonishment, "How do you know, madam?" Pulling Yang Shui into her chamber, Chu Yun removed her hat. As Yang Shui beheld Chu Yun's true visage, she was struck with awe, reflecting on the extraordinary beauty that graced this world, an ethereal beauty that evoked an indescribable sensation, leaving her with a sense of inadequacy. "Madam, you are so beautiful, like a celestial being," she remarked. "Sister Yang Shui, your words are sweet. Any man would be captivated by such charm." Upon hearing this, Yang Shui's cheeks flushed crimson, pondering the boldness of Chu Yun's remarks, yet recognizing her position as the wife of young Master Chu. "Sister Yang Shui, today I shall give you a makeover, and later, I have delightful gifts for you." Unable to resist Chu Yun's enthusiasm, Yang Shui was led to the dressing table and relinquished herself to her ministrations. Recently, Chu Yun had mastered a multitude of hairstyles, even designing variations to complement different face shapes, much to Lan Fenghuang's astonishment. As she released Yang Shui's twin bonds and smoothed her long hair down to her waist, a breathtaking hairstyle emerged from Chu Yun's deft hands. Adorning her with earrings and a jeweled hairpin, Yang Shui's cascading locks transformed her into a striking maiden before the mirror. With concealer applied and blush enhancing her features, she radiated beauty akin to a rare blossom, captivating even her own gaze. Chu Yun then presented several garments from her cherished collection, including her own crafted fabrics. "Sister Yang Shui, these are my treasured pieces, and today, I shall gift them to you. Go and try them on." Yang Shui beheld the peculiar garment before her, a fabric robe fastened by several straps, an oddity indeed. "Madam, what is this?" she inquired. "This is a robe invented by my husband," Chu Yun replied. "When we women don it, it is as if we perform magic. You must try to understand." As she spoke, Chu Yun assessed Yang Shui's figure, contemplating that although the Yang family maiden was tall and slender, she possessed a remarkable fullness in certain areas, truly a rare beauty. Women have always found it challenging to resist the allure of exquisite attire, a truth that transcends time. Assisting Yang Shui in changing attire, Chu Yun discovered that beneath the garment, Yang Shui's skin was as flawless as snow, translucent and radiant, starkly contrasting with her slightly yellow complexion and freckles, revealing an underlying peculiarity. "Sister Yang Shui, your skin is truly exquisite. Now that you are with my husband, there is no need to conceal your beauty. He will protect us." Yang Shui, upon hearing Chu Yun's words about following her husband and being protected, felt a rush of anxiety, unable to articulate her turmoil, her cheeks flushing crimson. Chu Yun, rather casually, pressed against Yang Shui's bosom, thinking to herself that such firmness would surely please her husband. Once adorned in the robe, and donning a long skirt and blouse with a delightful color combination, Yang Shui felt an inexplicable thrill, unable to resist the temptation of beautiful clothing. "Come, Sister Yang Shui, slip on these magical shoes, and you too shall transform into a celestial being." Yang Shui was taken aback by the peculiar wooden shoes, adorned with silk flowers. "Madam, can these shoes be worn?" she questioned. "Of course," came the reply. "My husband says they are specially designed for us women, called high heels. Once worn, they naturally enhance one's posture, allowing a woman's grace to be perfectly exhibited. Come, try them on and take a few steps." Chu Yun momentarily set aside her stature as a lady and swiftly helped Yang Shui into the high heels, grasping her slender hand. "Now follow my lead." Yang Shui, akin to a little dragon girl balanced on a rope, exhibited remarkable poise, the high heels soon yielding to her grace. She gradually embraced the sensation, stepping into a newfound confidence. Chu Yun unreservedly taught her the art of the catwalk, even demonstrating it herself, leaving Yang Shui in awe. "Madam, as a young lady, isn't it inappropriate for me to walk this way? In my husband's hometown, the women walk like this. We must present ourselves with confidence," Chu Yun responded. "But madam, I would feel embarrassed to wear this outside. My brother would surely scold me. Perhaps I should change back." "That is out of the question. Under my husband's roof, women are confident and perfect. But madam, how can I practice my skills in such attire?" Chu Yun then showcased her remarkable abilities. effortlessly summoning a horn comb from the dressing table, a feat only achievable by those with profound internal mastery. Your skills are unparalleled, Madam, Yang Shui admired. Sister Yang Shui, as long as one possesses superior internal strength, they can accomplish anything, even plucking flowers and leaves with ease. I have heard that the Yang family possesses a wealth of esteemed martial arts. Why is your cultivation still so modest? Yang Shui felt astonished. The Yang family possessed numerous martial arts techniques, but how could Chu Yun know about them? Was it her elder brother who informed young Master Chu? A look of confusion graced her face. Chu Yun, with a playful smile, offered an explanation. Our husband is known as the omniscient figure of the Jianghu, possessing a profound understanding of various martial arts secrets, and his prowess far surpasses that of your sister. He mentioned that your Yang family primarily has two types of inherited techniques, the ancient tomb sect and those passed down by the valiant Yanghua. Upon hearing this, Yang Shui began to believe that Chu Yun was indeed a remarkable being, feeling a sense of admiration swell within her, especially considering that both ladies were as beautiful as celestial beings. The two women settled beside the bed, and Chu Yun continued to recount the martial arts of the Yang family and the previous tales of the return of the Condor heroes that Chu Yun had shared with her last night. It was unexpected to discover that her ancestors had such a poignant and heroic story. No wonder her brother was determined to restore the glory of the Yang family. Our husband spoke of the ancient tomb sect's techniques, including the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, the Jade Maiden Swordplay, the Beauty Fist, the Heavenly Net Formation, the Silver Rope and Golden Bell techniques, and even the Nine Scripture and the Complete Reality Swordplay. Each of these is a treasure of martial arts. Yang Shui exclaimed. How does he know more than we, the descendants of the Yang family? There are techniques we have never even heard of. Chu Yun continued. Moreover, young Master Yanghua, aside from mastering the ancient tomb sect skills, also excels in the dog-beating staff technique, the finger-flicking divine power, the jade flute swordplay, the toad skill, and the Xian Tai sword technique, with the crowning achievement being the soul-devouring palm. My siblings and I only grasp the basics. I am merely at the beginner stage, currently practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra and swordplay, while the Heavenly Net Formation is also at the introductory level. I hope you can offer your guidance. May I borrow the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra for a closer inspection? Only then can I discern the underlying issues. Yang Shui hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to retrieve the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Without the guidance of a master, it would be impossible to master it on her own. From her discarded clothing, she took out a booklet wrapped in cowhide paper. Upon opening it, she revealed a page with the title Ancient Tomb Secrets inscribed on the cover. Chu Yun accepted the tome, which was a handwritten copy. Scanning the table of contents, she noted the completeness of the martial arts techniques. When she reached the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, she read it meticulously, nodding repeatedly. If she had not already practiced the Sunflower Scripture, she would have been tempted to cultivate the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra as well. However, she lamented that her body was not suited for such practice. After closing the booklet, she handed it back to Yang Shui and gently took hold of her hand. Sister Yang Shui, do you have someone special in your heart? Yang Shui's cheeks flushed immediately. The ancient tomb sect emphasized a tranquil mind and nurturing one's character. Lady, Yang Shui replied, this is the essence of it. I see that the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra is best suited for solitary practice by women in the early stages. To achieve mastery, it requires close collaboration with a man and a mutual understanding of intentions. This is the crux of why you, dear Sister Shui, have been unable to make further progress in your cultivation of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. I believe it would be best for you to find a man to succeed. Is there truly no other way? Sister Shui, consider your ancestors, Yanghua and Xiao Longnu. Though they were known as master and disciple, they were truly lovers. How else could they be the Condor heroes? The key lies within this connection. After hearing this, Yang Shui naturally believed it, feeling somewhat disheartened. Where could she possibly find a man who not only captured her heart, but also matched her in martial prowess? Sister Shui, there are countless fine gentlemen in the martial world. However, among the young, handsome, and affluent, only my husband, Chu Yun, stands out. His martial skills are second to none, and no one dares claim to be first. Yang Shui had encountered Chu Yun early that morning. Tall, statuesque, and strikingly handsome, he was indeed comparable to the legendary Panin. Upon their first meeting, her heart stirred with ripples of emotion. She mused, how could someone so young already have a wife, and not just one, but two? My lady, despite my modest martial abilities and decline in family fortune, my brother would never permit me to become a concubine. Furthermore, Sister Shui, let me be frank with you. Neither I nor Lan Feng Huang are Chu Yun's wives. We are merely his confidants. He asserts that all his women are treated equally, as if they were his wives. Is this not an unmediated union? Chu Yun discerned the implication in Yang Shui's words, feeling a slight pang in her heart. As children of the martial world, the formalities of marriage are merely games played by the affluent and the nobility. I sensed your ambition to marry into a wealthy family. but it seems an unattainable dream. My lady, that is not my intention. With a man of such extraordinary talent as Chu Yun, he will never lack for beautiful companions. Unlike your ancestor, Yonghua, who singularly cherished Zilongnu, has he ever considered the feelings of those women he entices? Take, for instance, the fates of Guofu, Guixiang, Chening, Lu Wushuang, and Gongsun Lu, all of whom lived lonely lives due to their connections to Yonghua. Has he pondered the emotional toll on women? He must either refrain from seduction or take responsibility for his actions. But which woman in this world would willingly share her husband? In present-day Ming, from the emperor with his numerous consorts to the noble elite with their harem, it is common for men to have multiple wives. Even those of modest means often have several partners. As women, this is our fate. My lady possesses such remarkable skill and beauty. What difficulty could there be in finding a devoted partner? Sister Xue, you are mistaken. You may possess unparalleled beauty, yet you cannot safeguard your chastity. I wield great martial prowess, but finding a beloved is no easier. Those weaker than I submit to my strength, enamored by my beauty, while those stronger merely see me as a plaything. Only my husband truly cherishes, loves, and understands me. At that moment, Chu Yuer's face radiated happiness, her expression brimming with joy. My lady, then why is he still so fickle? No woman in the world possesses martial skills that surpass yours, nor beauty that rivals it. Why does he still pursue other women? Is there something lacking in you? My foolish sister, do you not understand? Even if you own a beautiful garment, would you not desire to possess other exquisite pieces? Yang Shui appeared to have been somewhat indoctrinated by Chu Yuer's words, nodding in agreement. Such were the prevailing notions in the Ming dynasty. In any era, the wealthy often have numerous wives and concubines, with a primary wife at home and countless alluring options outside. Yang Shui pondered and found the metaphor inappropriate. Indeed, it was a thought. But how could we women be likened to mere garments? Does the lady truly regard women so lightly? This is merely a metaphor. Men often proclaim that brothers are like limbs while women are like clothes. Yet these are superficial expressions. In reality, it is more common for a man to forget his brothers once he has a woman, prioritizing romance over friendship. Yang Shui ceased her objections, for reality reflected this truth. Sister Shui, a teapot is best accompanied by multiple teacups. This is the natural order, the stark reality. The crux lies in the fact that the young master genuinely cares for us. However, upon observing the conflicted expression on Yang Shui's face, Chu Yuer understood that Yang Shui's heart had begun to soften. In the future, creating opportunities for her and the young master to be alone would undoubtedly win her affection. Sister Shui, I have lingered in this room too long. They may be growing anxious. Let us step outside and allow everyone to admire my masterpiece. Chu Yuer produced 1,000 taels and silver notes and pressed them into Yang Shui's hand. The young master instructed that you siblings procure items you fancy. He will not shortchange his own. Should you run out, I shall provide more. Madam, that is unnecessary. We siblings can fend for ourselves. Sister Shui, what do you mean? You all follow the young master. Should he become a miser? Yang Shui could not refuse and ultimately accepted the money. Yet she resolved firmly that she would not bow down for mere riches and would henceforth assist the young master in whatever capacity she could. As she stepped through the door, she was met not with the gazes of many, for there was no one outside. Holding her garments and shoes, she walked slowly in her high heels, knowing that to walk gracefully would take time. Such shoes could not be worn frequently. As she passed by the door of Lan Fenghuang's guest room, Lan Fenghuang suddenly appeared, nearly causing Yang Shui to stumble. Lan Fenghuang quickly steadied her. You are the Yang family girl. Are you exceptionally beautiful, or is the lady's skill truly magical? Chu Yuer, behind Yang Shui, chuckled. Indeed, Lan Lan knows how to speak. Sister Shui shall soon be family. Lan Lan must take good care of this sister. Chu Yuer attempted to signal Lan Fenghuang, but her hat obscured her view. Yet Lan Fenghuang, being exceptionally perceptive, immediately grasped the meaning of family and promptly addressed Yang Shui as sister. Sister Shui, that attire suits you perfectly. The young master will surely be pleased. Let us go shopping shortly, lest traveling later proves inconvenient. Lan, I shall change my shoes and join you. Sister Shui, do not call me Lan. Refer to me as Sister Lan henceforth. We must support one another and share the burdens for the young master. Sister, are you wearing high heels? Allow me to assist you back to your room. Thank you, Sister Lan. Yang Shui was also a perceptive individual. Having friends under the same roof could only be advantageous. Seeing Lan Fenghuang and Yang Shui depart, Chu Yuer made her way downstairs in search of Chu Yun, feeling a twinge of longing after a prolonged absence. In the inn's backyard, the sounds of weapons clashing reached her ears. Following the noise, she arrived at an open space in the rear yard, where Tian Buoguang, Yuan Changkong, and Yang Lin were engaged in a fierce duel, while Chu Yun sat upon a wooden stool, observing the fray. Chu Yuer approached Chu Yun's side, and upon noticing her, he immediately grasped her small hand, continuing to observe the battle with an apparent delight that surpassed his own participation. My dear, why don't you join them in their merriment? Watching for too long becomes rather tedious, she remarked. I fear I may not be able to control my strength and could inadvertently harm them. After all, I have yet to fully master my abilities, he replied. Is Yue hungry? It seems no one has had breakfast yet. My dear, with so many additional companions, should we not procure more horses and carriages, as well as gather supplies? She suggested. Yue, you need not worry. I have already arranged for Tian Boguang and the others to handle the shopping after our meal. You all can also take a stroll, with more ladies accompanying us. Our journey westward shall be quite lively. Are you not joining us for our outing, young master? A man among a throng of women would surely become the subject of ridicule, she teased. To her surprise, he demonstrated self-awareness, opting to maintain a distance. My dear, let them dine, lest we delay our journey. Chu Yun rose from the wooden stump, brushing off the wrinkles from his attire, with Chu Yue assisting him. Gentlemen, cease your play. After we eat, we shall attend to serious matters. The three halted their sparring and approached Chu Yun, greeting him in unison. Greetings, madam. Chu Yue was taken aback by their harmonious spirit. Everyone, let us go eat. Afterward, we shall bathe and change. If this continues, we shall all become foul-smelling men. And what girl would take a liking to that? The group of burly men laughed heartily as they jogged away. My dear, was this all your orchestration? She inquired. Not at all. It was their own initiative. They must have been enchanted by your prowess, he jested. I find that hard to believe. I have already perused the ancient tomb secret classic, and while it does contain the martial arts secrets you mentioned, they are not as numerous as you claimed. Some must have been lost. Yang Xue, that young girl, so readily revealing her prized possessions, is quite naive to not fear theft. My dear, I have showcased my skills as well, presenting her with the most exquisite hairstyle, the finest garments, elegant high heels, and silver notes. Under such an impressive display, even a stone woman would bloom. Yue, you are indeed capable. Come, let me reward you with a kiss. Chu Yue on tiptoe lifted the veil from her hat to plant a kiss on Chu Yun's cheek. Unexpectedly, he turned his face, leading to a mouth-to-mouth encounter. As she attempted to withdraw, he drew her closer, and they embraced for quite some time, reveling in the moment. Afterward, Chu Yue blushed in playful indignation. My dear, how bold you are. What if someone were to see us? That would be quite improper. I can only kiss my own woman. They can only envy us, he chuckled. My dear, I have already cast my charm upon Yang Xue. Whether you can win her over depends solely on your own efforts. I suspect she has undergone some transformation, altering her appearance. I am certain she is an unparalleled beauty. I do not intend to win her over. Rather, I wish to study her Jade Maiden Heart Sutra so that I may bestow a portion of inner strength to Lan Lan, ensuring she is not bullied in the martial world. If Lan Lan were to comprehend your intentions, she would undoubtedly be moved. My dear, you are a man of great affection. It appears that Xue cannot escape your grasp either. I do not impose my will. Should you insist on taking a liking to me, I shall not decline. I will certainly not be a paragon of virtue, but rather engage in more primal pursuits. How dare you suggest that my husband could be a beast when his affections are abundant? The phrase beastly behavior indeed has its origins. Would you care to hear the tale? Very well, dear husband, do share. It is said that in a remote wilderness, a couple encountered each other. The woman was strikingly beautiful, and they found themselves sharing a modest inn with but a single guest room remaining. They had no choice but to share a bed, drawing a line down the middle, agreeing that whoever crossed it would be deemed a beast. The man, without hesitation, fell asleep, while the woman lay awake. Troubled by the night's events, Chu Yue exclaimed, such fidelity truly exists in this world. How rare. But what transpired next? The following day, the woman approached the man and delivered a resounding slap. The man, indignant, demanded an explanation, claiming to have behaved impeccably throughout the night. My husband, that woman is most unreasonable. Can you guess her response? I cannot. Dear husband, please tell me. With cheeks flushed, the woman retorted, You are even worse than a beast. Upon hearing this, Chu Yue pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter, playfully smacking Chu Yun's shoulder. Oh, dear husband, how mischievous you are to regard us women in such a light. It is merely a jest. Do not share it with your companions. As their laughter echoed, they made their way to the inn's main hall, where Chu Yun joined Tian Boguang and the others for a meal. While Chu Yue ordered dishes to be delivered to their room, Yang Xue returned to her quarters and promptly removed her high heels, though she kept her attire unchanged, lest she incur her mistress's displeasure. Lan Fengwang observed Yang Xue and remarked, Sister Xue, with just a touch of refinement, you would appear ethereal. We shall soon acquire an abundance of jewels. I will procure some for you, for a woman's ears should never be bare. Sister Lan, we are but humble folk. We do not place such importance on adornments. Moreover, for those trained in combat, such embellishments become liabilities in battle. Xue, why do you dwell so much on conflict? Is it not the role of men to face such trials? As women, our primary duty is to embody beauty, which in turn supports men greatly. Sister Lan, you sound just like our mistress, always espousing such sentiments. When you find someone you cherish, you will understand that your thoughts will be consumed by men. But enough of this, let us dine. As they exited, they fortuitously encountered Chu Yun. Lon, Shuer, why not join me for a meal in my room? I have arranged for it to be brought up. Very well, dear mistress. As a disciple of the Five Immortals sect, I have already ordered food from the inn. Come along, Shuer, let us go to the mistress's room. Though Yang Shui felt some resistance to the mistress's company, fearing the conversation would stray into uncomfortable territory, she timidly followed. The atmosphere was tranquil during the meal, and afterward, Chu Yun presented Lan Fenghuang with a silver note of 1,000 taels. Though Lan Fenghuang possessed her own wealth, she could not refuse the generous gift and accepted it graciously. Lan, take the disciples of the Five Immortals sect to Hezi for a stroll, see if anything catches your fancy, and do bring Shuer along. Will you not accompany us? Dear mistress? No, I shall not go. You may proceed, but remember to return before noon. By the afternoon, Chu Yun's caravan had expanded to 5 horse-drawn carriages and 2 freight wagons, accompanied by a dozen horses, making their way towards Songshan in grand procession. The disciples of the Five Immortals sect rode in joyous camaraderie, some on horseback and others in the carriages, creating a lively atmosphere filled with laughter. Chu Yun, along with Tian Buoguang, Yuan Changkong, and Yang Lin, rode closely behind the wagons. Inside the carriage sat Chu Yun, Lan Fenghuang, and Yang Shui. Yang Shui peered out in search of her brother, prompting Lan Fenghuang to say, Shui, do remain comfortably inside the carriage. Our attire is not suited for horseback riding. I shall accompany you once we change into more suitable garments. Lan's sister, I simply find it rather dull to stay here. Madam is engrossed in embroidery. And you are reading, what am I to do? Chu Yun remarked, setting aside her embroidery with a smile. Shui, you possess a talent for music. Your ancestor, the little dragon maiden, was a master of melody, seamlessly integrating it into martial arts, leaving many in awe. Madam, Shui has a basic understanding of music. Excellent. Lan, fetch the guqin, and let Shui enchant us with a few melodies. Before long, the melodious strains of the guqin wafted from the front of the caravan to the rear. Tian Buoguang was beside Yang Lin. This tune is unfamiliar to me. It must be played by Sister Yang Shui. Yang, I did not realize your sister is both beautiful and talented, he remarked, eliciting a smile from Yang Lin. Indeed, my sister is entirely self-taught, and I am thoroughly impressed by her abilities. Were she born into a prosperous family, she would surely be a lady of refinement. Yuan Changkong interjected. Yang, does your sister have a suitor? Yuan, not yet. However, it will depend on my sister's wishes. As her brother, I do not intervene. I merely ensure her safety and that she is not wronged. You are indeed a model elder brother, shouldering parental responsibilities. It is no small feat. Now that we follow the young master, we need not worry about safety. Let the young lady pursue her passions, Tian Buoguang observed, regarding Yang Lin with newfound respect, realizing that these young men of just over 20 were far from ordinary. Listening to their conversation, Chu Yun found it quite amusing. While writing, he contemplated ways to enhance Yang Lin's cultivation. Recent observations of Yang Lin sparring with Tian Buoguang revealed that aside from his mastery of the dog-whipping stick technique and the Xian Tai sword technique, his internal cultivation remained modest. Reflecting on the teachings of the late Master Cha's The Return of the Condor Heroes, he recalled that Yang Guo's martial prowess was extensive and eclectic, having practiced various internal arts, including those of the Chuanjin sect, the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, the Toad technique, and the Nine Yin Manual. By the age of 30, he could project his voice over vast distances, earning the admiration of Huang Yaoshi. However, mastering the anxious soul palm required profound emotional experiences, such as heartbreak and loss, making it a challenging feat should one possess a superior art like the Nine Yin Manual. Their internal strength would surely flourish. Yet, in Chu Yun's world, the various masters offered relentless critiques of the Nine Yin Manual, revealing a tendency for excessive scrutiny. In the realm of martial arts, scientific reasoning often takes a backseat. Guo Jing, Yang Guo, Zhou Batong, Huang Yaoshi, Hong Qigong, and Ouyang Feng have all reached the pinnacle of martial arts through the Nine Yin Manual. According to the evolutionary principles of martial arts, the secret manuals of the Song dynasty should be significantly superior to those of the Ming dynasty. One wonders what the outcome would be if the Sunflower Manual were to confront the Nine Yin Manual in the Song dynasty. Chu Yun called out to Yang Lin, who had fallen behind the caravan. Young master, you have chosen to leave Yang Lin behind. What instructions do you have? Upon seeing his sister Yang Shui's attire today, along with the gifts and money she received, Yang Lin realized it was the work of their matron. Noticing his sister's hesitant words, he discerned that someone was scheming against her, which ignited a spark of anger within him. His sister, still an innocent girl, must not fall into Chu Yun's hands. Yang Lin felt as if he were sending a lamb into the tiger's den. Chu Yun, sensing Yang Lin's unfriendly tone, had already come to a realization. Brother Yang, I shall be forthright. Do you possess the techniques of the 9 manual? To speak candidly, young master, the 9 manual passed down through my family is incomplete, and my internal strength is insufficient to practice it. If you desire it, Yang Lin would willingly offer it. However, I implore you to spare my sister. She is still a child. Brother Yang, do you perhaps harbor some misunderstanding? I already have 2 beautiful companions. How could I covet your sister? You underestimate me. Upon observing the sincerity in Chu Yun's eyes, Yang Lin lowered his guard, feeling a bit apologetic. Young master, I apologize, it was my misunderstanding. Today, the matron sent clothing, shoes, and a substantial amount of silver notes. I thought, Brother Yang, matters between women are beyond our understanding. They simply delight in beautiful garments, shoes, hats, and cosmetics. The silver notes were arranged by me. Since you have chosen to follow me, you must not live in squalor. Chapter 056. The 9 Manual. Yang Lin, feeling embarrassed, realized his misunderstanding of Chu Yun and quickly offered his apologies. It was my mistake, young master. Please do not take offense. We are brothers. As long as the misunderstanding is resolved, I wish to borrow the Yang family's 9 Manual. My intentions are twofold: to comprehend the techniques of the 9 Manual and to ensure you learn it as well. Why is that? Chu Yun gazed into the distance, where the mountains rolled like waves. The current martial world is fraught with deception and intrigue, transcending my understanding. I require strong allies, and you, my dear Yang Lin, are that ally. Thank you for your appreciation, but my skills are lacking and may hinder your grand aspirations. Once you master the 9 Manual, you shall stand shoulder to shoulder with me. Yang Lin retrieved a book from his bosom, its cover inscribed with the 4 characters Yang Family Secret Manual, and presented it to Chu Yun, saying, Our Yang family possesses 2 sets of secret manuals. I practice the Yang Family Manual, while my sister studies the Ancient Tomb Manual. However, due to self-study, she has encountered numerous obstacles. I humbly request your guidance. Chu Yun opened the Yang Family Manual, locating the section on the 9 Manual, and recognized the familiar phrases. The way of heaven compensates for the deficient while diminishing the excess, he noted, recalling this excerpt from novels and television adaptations. As he read attentively, his internal energy began to flow along the meridians. The first level of channeling the meridians had been achieved. Chu Yun had successfully opened the run and do meridians. The second level of cold resistance, rooted in the Sunflower Manual's internal technique, has been mastered. The third level of heat resistance, utilizing the Sunflower Manual's heat dissipation, has been achieved. The fourth level of cultivating true Yin, harmonizing perfectly with the extreme Yin internal skill of the Sunflower Manual, has been completed. The fifth level of gathering energy, subtly drawing from the essence of heaven and earth, has been realized. Chu Yun found it peculiar, as if the Sunflower Manual were merely a fragment of the 9 Manual, and by building upon the Sunflower Manual, he could cultivate the 9 Manual swiftly and effectively. With closed eyes, he channeled the 9 Manual once more. To his astonishment, he effortlessly achieved the 5th level of the 9 Manual, which vaguely mirrored the effects of the Qi refinement stage in cultivation. The first 4 levels laid the foundation, while the 5th level represented the Qi refinement stage. This defied logic. The ancient practitioners of the 9 Manual likely did not anticipate such a path to immortality. It must be an illusion. Yang Lin, observing from the side, noted the fluctuations on Chu Yun's face. One moment icy, the next radiating warmth, then surrounded by a chilling breeze, while leaves and dust from the nearby trees gravitated toward him, creating an eerie atmosphere. Upon opening his eyes, Chu Yun exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling an abundance of true energy within him, unable to release it. Spotting a large tree that could be embraced by a person, Chu Yun leaped from his horse, changing direction midair to approach the trunk. With a swift motion, he grasped and pushed against the tree, which snapped with a resounding explosion, echoing for miles. Yang Lin stood in stunned silence, witnessing Chu Yun's feat of breaking the tree limb, and he recalled the 9 white bone claw from the 9 Manual. Had Chu Yun truly mastered the 9 Manual in such a short time? What an extraordinary talent! Chu Yun emanated a powerful energy, causing Yang Lin, several meters away, to feel an overwhelming force. It was nothing short of miraculous. After venting his internal energy, Chu Yun calmed his emotions, reflecting on the domineering nature of the 9 Manual, which continuously replenished his true energy. Indeed, the 9 Manual was a martial classic of unparalleled significance. Approaching Yang Lin, Chu Yun pulled him down from his horse. Before Yang Lin could react, he found himself unseated, and as he prepared to resist, several key points on his body were sealed by Chu Yun. A sense of dread washed over him. Chu Yun must have intended to silence him. With alternating sensations of heat and cold, a surge of true energy coursed through his body's meridians, expanding within his dantian, with no outlet for release, rushing toward his inner core. Yang Lin closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. Simultaneously, a mouthful of blood surged forth, alleviating some of the pent-up pressure, yet the true energy continued its unobstructed flow through his meridians, cycling through the microcosmic orbit. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Chu Yun, who was now unsealing several of his blocked acupoints. In an instant, his body returned to its former state, brimming with vitality. It became clear that Chu Yun had not intended to kill him, but rather to assist in unblocking his meridians and enhancing his cultivation. Just as Yang Lin was about to express his gratitude, Chu Yun raised a hand to stop him. There is no need for thanks. I have already mastered the 9 manual. I have unblocked your Ren and Du meridians and the 3 gates. The foundation of the 9 manual is now established. However, due to the instability of your internal energy, achieving full mastery will be challenging. In the future, cultivate the 5th level diligently. Once your internal energy advances significantly, the 9 manual will surely be perfected. You have now reached the realm of a martial arts expert. After circulating his energy through the microcosmic orbit and confirming its correctness, Yang Lin immediately clasped his hands and bowed in gratitude. Grateful for the benevolence of my benefactor. Yang Lin unreservedly obeys the commands of the young master, without a hint of resentment. Yang Lin, your allegiance to me is not that of a subordinate. We stand together as comrades, as brothers. If you do not object, let us forge a bond of brotherhood here, Chu Yun declared passionately, returning a gesture of respect. Though we may adhere to formalities, from this day forth, we shall be sworn brothers. Enthusiastically, Chu Yun clasped Yang Lin's shoulders, his fervor contagious. Elder brother, allow me to pay my respects. There is no need for such formality. I hope you will keep our brotherhood a secret. I currently have many enemies from both the righteous and the nefarious, which may pose a threat to you and Sister Yang Shui, Yang Lin replied, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. From that moment, the siblings were no longer alone in the martial world. He had gained an elder brother. He thought to himself, if his sister also held affection for this elder brother, he would no longer oppose it. The two mounted their horses and caught up with the convoy ahead. Their expressions as usual. Yu and Chong Kong rode up to Chu Yun. Young Master Chu, we heard a tremendous noise from the rear. Did you witness what transpired? No. It was likely the sound of nearby residents quarrying stone. It was quite loud, but I hope it did not startle the horses. No, not at all. Just now. The lady sent word inquiring about your well-being. Perhaps you should check on her to ease her worries. Very well. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Chu Yun rode ahead to the carriage of Chu Yuer. Yuer, I have returned. Chu Yuer leaned out, her face alight with joy. My dear, come up and rest. You must be weary after such a long ride. Are there others in the carriage? I wonder if it is convenient. It is quite convenient. They are all family. Chu Yun mounted the carriage directly, relieved that it was spacious enough for 4 without feeling cramped. Greetings, young master. Lan Fenghuang and Yang Shui greeted in unison, causing Chu Yun to feel somewhat uneasy. He examined Yang Shui closely. Her features, enhanced by makeup, were breathtaking, her hair elegantly cascading down her shoulders, and her emerald earrings particularly striking. She sat gracefully before the guqin, her slender waist upright. What is this? Are you playing emotional melodies? Noticing Chu Yun's focused gaze on Yang Shui, Chu Yuer took the opportunity to speak. My dear, we are playing the piece you taught me, A Laugh in the Sea of Waves, along with Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Why not play a few more pieces? Sister Shui is quite the virtuoso. The piece I took half a month to learn, she mastered in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Is that so? Then today, I shall perform a new composition for everyone. Seeing this, Yang Shui rose to offer her seat. Chapter 057. Iron-blooded heart. Chu Yuer urged Yang Shui to shift aside, making room for Chu Yun to sit at the center of the guqin. As he settled down, he felt the lingering warmth of the cushion beneath him and the distinctive fragrance of Yang Shui wafting toward him, igniting a fluttering sensation within. Reflecting on his thoughts, he realized his favorite piece was the theme song from the 1983 version of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, titled Iron-Blooded Heart. The impassioned melody emanated from the fingertips, captivating 3 enthusiasts of the guqin. Yang Shui inadvertently glanced at Chu Yun, admiring how strikingly focused he appeared while playing. Lan Fenghuang kept the beat with her hands, noting the melody to later perform it on the dongxiao. Recently, Chu Yuer's skills had significantly improved, bringing her closer to realizing her dream of playing the Laughing in the Wind duet with Chu Yun. As she listened to the tune and observed the rhythmic movements of Chu Yun's fingers across the strings, a surge of excitement welled up within her. Lately, even the slightest change in Chu Yun stirred strong reactions in her, often accompanied by a pang of pain. She quickly averted her gaze, looking out at the azure sky beyond the carriage, centering herself through her cultivation, striving for tranquility. Once the piece concluded, an enchanting echo lingered, enveloping everyone in its reverie. Yang Shui discerned the heroic spirit woven into the melody, reminiscent of gallant battles. Young master, does this piece have lyrics? Could you sing it for us? I wish to learn, she inquired, voicing the curiosity of the group. The lyrics are rather challenging and require a duet to capture their essence. Sister Shui, can you sing? I can manage a few songs, though I fear I may embarrass myself, Yang Shui replied. That's perfectly fine. I shall recite the words. The female part, faintly in dreams. I seem to behold, ripples arise within my heart. The male part, casting aside worldly sorrows, enduring 100 trials still dwells within my heart. The bonds of kindness are hard to sever. As Chu Yun elucidated the lyrics, Chu Yue eagerly took out paper and pen, eager to learn this piece. After allocating the parts for the duet, and after a few rounds of a cappella practice, Chu Yun began to play the melody. At this moment, Prince Ji's vocal advantages became apparent, though lacking in the soaring grandeur of Luo Wen's voice. Chu Yun sang the male part, while the three ladies harmonized the female section. And after several repetitions, they achieved a commendable rendition, with Lan Fenghuang and Chu Yue even conveying the emotional connection between the genders. After teaching the song, Chu Yun passed the guqin to Yang Shui, and the trio joyfully practiced the piece, seeming to derive even more happiness from it than from their usual training. The carriage continued its journey, the sweet melodies resonating along the official road, captivating the ears of those following, who had never encountered such delightful music. Meanwhile, Chu Yun sat in meditation, deepening his practice of the 9 manual. Chu Yue, leaning against him, felt her energy being drawn by Chu Yun, prompting her to channel the sunflower manual, faintly sensing that his internal strength had grown significantly. Observing this, everyone ceased their playing and singing, silently attuning to the shifting energy within the carriage. Yang Shui, having practiced the first level of the 9 manual and the complete reality internal arts, though still a novice, resonated with the fluctuations surrounding Chu Yun. She promptly settled into meditation, reflecting on the 9 manual from her memories. To her astonishment, the cultivation barriers that had recently troubled her began to dissolve, and her meridians felt more fluid than ever, with signs of breakthroughs in the Ren and Du meridians, filling her heart with joy. After running through the exercises several times, Chu Yun sensed that his internal energy had settled into a calm state. He opened his eyes to find several young women gazing at him with curiosity. Why do you all look at me so? Have you stopped singing? Chu Yue noticed that Chu Yun's cultivation had ascended to a new level and smiled joyfully. My dear, your prowess has indeed advanced. Have you experienced any remarkable encounters lately? Oh, I was just discussing the 9 manual from the Yang family secret text with Brother Yang Lin and gained some insights. Congratulations, young master. You truly are a prodigy in martial arts, able to grasp the essence of various disciplines. I envy you greatly, yet I lament my own lack of talent. Lamented Lan Lan. Do not lose heart, Lan Lan. Even without martial skills, my dear will always protect you. You speak wisely, my lady. I was merely overthinking. Lan Fenghuang replied, regaining her spirits. She noticed Yang Shui had concluded her meditation and turned her gaze toward her. Shui, your Jade Maiden Heart Sutra can be practiced with the young master. You are sure to make swift progress. Upon hearing the prospect of practicing with the young master, Yang Shui's ears flushed with warmth, nearly overshadowing her powdered complexion. Sister Lan, our ancient tomb sect has the principles of the 12 lesser and 12 greater. As Yang Shui recounted the martial arts of the ancient tomb sect, everyone listened attentively. The 12 lesser are less thinking, less remembering, less desire, less affairs, less speech, less laughter, less sorrow, less joy, less happiness, less anger, less fondness, and less malice. Adhering to these 12 lesser is vital for nurturing life. Chu Yue found this advice immensely beneficial, realizing that she needed these principles to regulate her internal energy. With keen interest, she inquired, what are the 12 greater? The 12 greater are, too much thought leads to lethargy, too much remembering scatters the essence, too much desire diminishes wisdom, too many affairs exhaust the body, too much speech hastens the breath, too much laughter harms the liver, too much sorrow unsettles the heart, too much joy overflows the spirit, too much happiness leads to confusion, too much anger disrupts the meridians, too much fondness results in obsession, and too much malice breeds constant distress. If these 12 greater are not eliminated, they threaten the essence of life. Chu Yue nodded in understanding, yet Lan Fenghuang countered, Shui, this is unacceptable. What is the point of living if one must adhere to such restrictions? At your tender age, you ought to be lively and carefree, filled with laughter and joy. Chu Yun interjected, indeed, they say a smile can take years off one's life. The essence of life lies in happiness. To be devoid of desires and emotions would render one a mere zombie. My dear speaks wisely. A woman who smiles is cherished, no matter how beautiful one may be. Who would desire a face marred by sorrow? He asked, turning to Yang Shui, who appeared quite flustered. My lady, what does this have to do with me? These are the rules of the ancient tomb sect, passed down by our ancestors. I cannot fathom why such teachings were imparted. Shui, you can ask the young master. He is well versed in all matters and knows many tales. Perhaps, Young master, you could enlighten us? Lan Fenghuang and Yang Shui looked at Chu Yun with eager anticipation. Clearing his throat, Chu Yun prepared to regale them. As for the ancient tomb sect, I have previously mentioned it in the Return of the Condor Heroes, but I did not elaborate on its origins. Certainly, the founder of the Chuanjian sect, Wang Chongyang, constructed a granary within the mountains of the sect to resist the incursions of the Jin soldiers against the Song dynasty. Wang Chongyang had a beloved companion, Lin Xiaoying, who was also a martial arts master. Misinterpreting Wang's preoccupation as neglect, she developed a disdain for all men and took residence in the granary, which later became known as the ancient tomb. Lin Xiaoying contemplated the mysteries of Wang Chongyang's martial arts, leading to the creation of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. As Wang Chongyang was engrossed in the fight against the Jin, he failed to attend to Lin Xiaoying's feelings, resulting in this pair of celestial lovers parting ways. A situation that evokes deep sorrow. Lin Xiaoying established her own set of rules. First, no men were allowed to enter the ancient tomb. Second, anyone wishing to enter must spit in front of Wang Chongyang. Third, women must apply a moleskin and vow never to marry. Fourth, any deceased disciples must be buried in the ancient tomb. And fifth, one must cultivate the Jade Maiden's life-nurturing technique. These peculiar regulations stemmed from Lin's feelings of love turned into resentment, a manifestation of her emotional turmoil. It was only when Yang Guo, an ancestor of Yang Shui, joined the ancient tomb sect that these rules were eventually transgressed. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra was Wang Chongyang's nemesis against the Nine Manual, which he inscribed within the ancient tomb. Even Lin Xiaoying could not decipher the Nine Manual, yet if mastered, the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra would also constitute a profound martial skill. The three women nodded in agreement, gaining further insight into the intricacies of the martial world. Yang Shui regarded Chu Yun with newfound respect, realizing that her ancestors' knowledge of these matters must surely connect to the Yang family, deepening her intrigue. Chapter 58, showcasing artistic talent. Upon hearing a crucial point, Chu Yue turned to Chu Yun. My dear, the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra is the nemesis of Wang Chongyang's martial arts, yet its practice requires male and female collaboration. However, since Lin Xiaoying forbids men from entering the ancient tomb sect, how can the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra be cultivated? My lady, do you not see? Lin Xiaoying's actions are precisely to reunite with Wang Chongyang, so they might cultivate together once again. The depth of one's love is often matched by the intensity of one's hatred. Chu Yue nodded in agreement. Indeed, love runs deep and so does the desire for accountability. Yet, as a woman, one should not harbor too narrow a heart. If Lin Xiaoying could actively seek clarification from Wang Chongyang, resolving their misunderstanding, it would lead to mutual joy, rather than one remaining a recluse in the ancient tomb while the other never marries. Oh, what is love but a force that binds life and death? Hearing Chu Yue's lament, Chu Yun took her hand gently. Yue, if anything troubles you, please communicate with me to avoid harboring resentment. After all, bottled emotions can harm the spirit. He glanced at Lan Fenghuang and Yang Shui, continuing, Lan, Shui, you two should engage in open dialogue. No problem is insurmountable when shared. I am more than willing to be your confidant. Young master, what is a confidant? Inquired Lan Fenghuang. Let me illustrate. If you are unhappy or feeling wronged, yet find no resolution or support, picture a tree hollow nearby. You stand before it, voicing all your grievances and frustrations, and afterward, your heart feels lighter. You truly possess vast knowledge. Young master, I shall remember this. Lan Fenghuang responded. Since you are free, why not draw us a portrait? Shui has yet to witness your artistic prowess. Chu Yue praised Lan Fenghuang. Chu Yun did not decline. Sketching was a rather effortless task. My dear, why don't you first draw a portrait of Shui? Afterwards, the three of us can create a piece together. How does that sound? Very well, Lan. Prepare some paper, brushes, and a drawing board for me. With that, Chu Yun picked up the brush and began to compose the scene. Yang Shui felt somewhat bewildered, as it was her first experience being sketched, and she was uncertain how to position herself. Shui, please sit beside the guqin and adopt a posture as if playing it. Gazing ahead at me, under the guidance of Chu Yue and Lan Fenghuang, she arranged her slightly disheveled hair and smoothed out her clothes, striving to present the most enchanting version of Lin Shui. Chu Yun wielded the brush with great finesse, glancing at Lin Shui intermittently and nodding in approval. Shui, bring forth some expression, smile a bit, it will enhance your beauty. Yes, just like that. After about a cup of tea's worth of time, Chu Yun began to manipulate the Xian paper, delicately applying color to the hair and shadowed areas, instantly imparting depth and texture to the hair while enriching the contours of her features. Lan Fenghuang and Chu Yue nodded in admiration beside him. The gentleman's artistry is truly remarkable. This captures the essence of Shui, reminiscent of her ancestor, the little dragon maiden. While the young master's skill is commendable, it is Shui's beauty that truly captivates him. Otherwise, he would not be so engrossed, nor would he capture her likeness so vividly. Shui's image must be indelibly etched in his heart. Hearing their conversation, Yang Shui felt a tumult of emotions within her, yet as she observed Chu Yun, his focus, seriousness, and handsomeness, her heart fluttered with an unbidden excitement. Her cheeks flushed as time seemed to stretch interminably during the drawing session. After applying the colors, Chu Yun deftly outlined a few strands of hair, giving life to a spirited Guqin-playing maiden. Lan Fenghuang removed the drawing from the board and presented it to Yang Shui. Yang Shui was overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of awe. The portrait captured her likeness so authentically, even more beautifully than she recalled before her disguise. Happiness surged within her, almost prompting tears of joy. "Thank you, young master. It is simply exquisite. I must show it to my brother later." Lan Fenghuang's eyes sparkled as she gently teased. "Dear Sister Shui, this is a token from the young master for you. Be sure to cherish it. Both madam and I possess one as well." "Lan Jia," Yang Shui stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Chu Yun laughed along, stepping in to lighten the mood. "Lan, that's enough. Shui understands. The young master still wishes to paint our trio, so Shui, place the drawing aside and come sit beside me." Chu Yun took her position in the center, with Lan Fenghuang and Yang Shui flanking her on either side. With the composition set in his mind, Chu Yun lifted his brush and began to paint. The three posed immobile, embodying a serene beauty. Upon completing the artwork, he inscribed a poem by Li Bai in the blank space of the drawing. "Clouds yearn for garments. Flowers desire beauty. Spring breezes caress the balustrade. Dew blossoms richly. Had I not seen you atop the mountain of jade, I would encounter you beneath the moon at Yao Terrace." He shamelessly signed his name beside the artwork. Chu Yun placed the drawing board directly before them for their appreciation, stretching his limbs with a smile. "I'm a bit weary from painting. I shall step outside for a while. You may admire the artwork at your leisure." Upon finishing their conversation, they dismounted and mounted their horses, turning to join the ranks of Tian Boguang and his companions. Inside the carriage, three women engaged in lively discourse regarding Chu Yun's astonishing artworks. Chu Yun, holding Yang Shui's portrait, exclaimed her admiration. "My husband's painting skills have truly advanced. Compared to my first piece, Shui's portrait is far more vivid and possesses a three-dimensional quality, almost lifelike. My lady, why not reveal your first painting for us sisters to behold? With your beauty, the portrait must be even more enchanting." "Perhaps it is best not to," she replied shyly. "My lady, is it not a portrayal of you in the nude?" Lan, where are your thoughts wandering?" "Well, since we are all sisters, I shall show it to you." From beneath her cushion, Chu Yun retrieved a flawlessly smooth sheet of paper and placed it on the table. "Wow, my lady, this is rather revealing," Lan Fenghuang exclaimed, while Yang Shui turned her face away, feeling a touch of embarrassment. "All right, I shall put it away now. If you wish to see it next time, I shan't oblige. This is the joy of a boudoir, and you should understand that, Lan. In time, Shui will too." With that, Chu Yun playfully pouted and carefully stored the painting, addressing the two women. "You must envy me, at that time. My husband had yet to invent the fabric tunic. Otherwise, the effect would have undoubtedly been better. In our leisure, let us engage in needlework. My lady, are we to create fabric tunics? My disciples have all expressed a desire for them. Shui, did you wear one today?" Lan Fenghuang's eyes had already darted toward Yang Shui's bosom, eager to peer beneath. Yang Shui promptly shielded her chest with both hands, her figure accentuated. "My lady, please teach Shui and let us sit together." Thus, the carriage transformed into the first workshop for fabric tunics in history, birthing the inaugural collection. At Mount Song, atop Xingguan Peak, Linghu sat alone in a secret chamber, two sheepskin scrolls laid before him, one inscribed with a poem, the other adorned with characters reminiscent of tadpoles. Beside the scroll, he slowly unfurled a scroll dense with text. As he meticulously read, a smile crept upon Linghu's lips, which then erupted into maniacal laughter, culminating in a frenzy of delight. Calming himself, Linghu gathered the three items and rotated a lampstand on the wall, revealing a stone door that opened. He stepped inside, entering another secret chamber, the sutra repository of the Songhan sect. Though modest in size, the repository boasted 2 rows of bookshelves brimming with bound texts, housing the martial arts classics of the Songhan sect alongside tomes pilfered from rival sections. After securing his 3 items, Linghu retrieved 3 manuals from the shelves and exited the repository. Within the grand hall, he summoned the 13 strongest members of the Songhan sect to convene. With a serious demeanor, Linghu addressed the assembled 13. "I have gathered you today because the Songhan sect faces its gravest crisis since its inception. The formidable villain Chu Yun shall arrive at Songhan in a matter of days. He is arrogant and disdainful, yet possesses formidable martial prowess." The crowd exchanged glances, all eyes drawn to Sha Tianwen. Linghu also turned his gaze toward him. "Tianwen, please share your experience with Chu Yun, so that everyone may be prepared." Sha Tianwen recalled the events of that fateful night, a flicker of trepidation crossing his features. Respected master, on that day, we lay in ambush at Tianlong Temple, intending to strike down the demon Chu Yun. One of our brothers, observing from the rooftop, was tragically slain by a fiery ember cast by Chu Yun. Ding Mian, of the great totem, inquired, Tianwen, what was the condition of that brother? His forehead was pierced by the ember. It was a ghastly sight. At that time, I led our group to encircle Chu Yun and his companions, 7 in total, including Chu Yun, his wife, Tian Boguang, Lan Feng Wang, and 3 drivers. Lu Bai, the celestial crane, asked, how many of you were there, and what equipment did you possess? We numbered over 60, with 5 fire guns, which the master had instructed me to acquire from the coastal regions of Shandong in exchange for the warriors of Fusang. However, before we could use them, they were destroyed by Chu Yun. Zhuo Lingshan remarked, fire guns are merely a cunning trick. We must focus on the essence of Chu Yun's martial prowess. Sha Tianwen continued, at that moment, I approached Chu Yun to reason with him. He, too, was amidst the flames. A single piece of charcoal shattered my longsword, seemingly effortless, and subsequently severed the hilt of my other sword. As he spoke, he drew forth the remnants of his blade, revealing a significant dent on one hilt and a gaping hole on the other, eliciting expressions of astonishment from the crowd. Ignoring their disbelief, Sha Tianwen pressed on. But that was not the most terrifying aspect. Over 20 of my brothers encircled Chu Yun from behind, ready to launch an assault. His wife casually tossed a sunflower seed shell, and all our brothers were simultaneously incapacitated, losing their combat capabilities. The bearded Iron Palm, Tang Yinghe, speculated. Could that woman be the Invincible One of the East? Zhuo Lingshan retorted, impossible. The Invincible One of the East is said to have perished at He Mu Cliff. Aged around 40, Chu Yun and that woman cannot possibly be the Invincible One. Who, then, could they be? Sha Tianwen continued, after subduing us. They did not annihilate us entirely, but instead engaged in idle chatter, dismissing the Dugu 9 swords passed down from Feng Qingyang, and boldly claiming that Linghu Chong pales in comparison to the Invincible One. Zhuo Lingshan asserted, Linghu Chong has merely grasped the superficial aspects of Feng Qingyang's teachings. How could he possibly stand against the Invincible One, who has mastered the world's foremost martial art, the Sunflower Manual? Fortunately, Ren Woxing has eliminated that rival for me. Ding Mian inquired, Master, given Chu Yun's formidable strength, how should we respond? Should we summon the 5 Mountain Sword Sect for assistance? Zhuo Lingshan replied, the Taishan sect has already pledged allegiance to Chu Yun's Eastern Society, no longer under the 5 Mountain Sword Sect's dominion. Huashan's Yu Buchuan has always been defiant toward me. Hengshan's Imoda is but a carefree wanderer, and Hengshan is now under Linghu Chong's management. In facing the demon Chu Yun, we must rely solely on ourselves. Ding Mian suggested, Master, you have always maintained good relations with Wudong and Shaolin. Could we not enlist their aid? Last time, you achieved a significant victory over Ren Woxing. Zhuo Lingshan responded, this is a different time. Now, Fang Zheng and Chong Su are in collusion with Linghu Chong, viewing me as an adversary. Today, I hastily summoned everyone to reorganize the 13 guardians. Brother Fei Bin perished at Mount Hong, along with several other disciples. Therefore, I am once again establishing the 13 guardians today. Ding Mian, Lu Bai, Zhong Zhan, Le Ho, Ding Bagong, Gao Kersen, Tang Yingyi, Han Tianpeng, Sha Tianwen, Zhao Tong, Fang Yud, Sima Chao, and Zhuo Feiying. The 13 responded in unison, present. Observing their resolute expressions, Zhuo Lingshan felt a profound sense of camaraderie among them. Although Zhuo Feiying is my eldest son, when faced with adversity at Songshan, we must unite against a common foe. Today, I shall impart the 3 unique techniques I have honed over the decades to you all, for each of you possesses the inner strength of Songshan, enabling you to master these techniques with remarkable speed. The 13 guardians were overwhelmed with excitement. The Songyang Divine Skill, the Cold Ice True Qi, and the Cold Ice Divine Palm are the unrivaled methods I employed to triumph over Ren Woxing at Shaolin. The Songyang Divine Skill is renowned alongside the Xiang Divine Skill of Huashan and is a closely guarded secret of the sect leader, which I now share with you to promote the legacy of our Songshan lineage. Ding Mian declared, rest assured, sect leader, we shall resolutely defend the Songshan sect. You are all successors of the Songshan sect. I hope that through our efforts, we can establish our dominance in the martial world. The Cold Ice True Qi and Cold Ice Divine Palm can freeze anyone they touch, rendering them powerless in combat. Mastery requires immense perseverance. Do you have confidence in this? Indeed. Rest assured, sect leader. Seeing such unwavering unity among the 13 guardians, Zhuo Lingshan felt a wave of comfort wash over him, invigorating his spirit. Ding Shidi, you possess the highest cultivation. You shall be responsible for training them. Take these 3 manuals to the martial arts hall for intensive training. Yes, sect leader. Feiying, remain here. I have matters to discuss with you. Understood, sect leader. Ding Mian departed with the 12, while Zhuo Feiying followed Zhuo Lengchan to a private chamber. Feiying, I have retained you to discern your perspective on Chu Yun. Father, I believe that Chu Yun is not a wholly malevolent individual. Although he has slain hundreds of the Sun and Moon sect's members, he has not sought the complete annihilation of our Songshan sect, indicating that he holds some regard for us. Feiying, as the eldest son and future successor of the Songshan sect, your viewpoint is rather one-dimensional. Why did Chu Yun spare our disciples? It was solely for the sake of a substantial ransom. Why has Sha Tianwing not reported this matter? Tianying has failed in his duties. Please, Father, impose punishment. Sha Tianwing's younger brother, Sha Tianjiang, was driven to suicide, leading to a misunderstanding against us. He sought to make amends by avenging his brother. He orchestrated the plundering of Tianlong Temple, acquiring 3 million taels of silver, all of which was given to Chu Yun, ensuring his own survival in return. Father, wealth is merely a superficial aspect. The lives of our brethren hold far greater significance. Foolishness. Such a cowardly individual cannot aspire to grand ambitions. Remain vigilant among the 13 guardians to prevent unforeseen complications. Yes, Father. Summon your brother Feixiong. I have important matters to discuss with him. Father, Feixiong is likely at the other estate, rumored to be indulging in romantic escapades there. I am aware of this. What is our ultimate goal in dominating the martial world, if not to pursue our desires? This is our true aspiration. Father, I understand. I shall go seek Feixiong at once. Chapter 060. A heart in despair. Zhuo Lengchan had 2 sons. The elder, Zhuo Feiying, and the younger, Zhuo Feixiong. Zhuo Feiying had fully inherited Zhuo Lengchan's true teachings, ranking among the foremost in the 13 guardians, rivaling Ding Mian in prowess. Zhuo Lengchan, however, intentionally encouraged him to hold back, fostering a spirit of ambition among his subordinates. Zhuo Feixiong, by contrast, was mischievous and illiterate, yet possessed innate strength and remarkable talent, with a particular fondness for the fairer sex. In an effort to guide Zhuo Feixiong in cultivating his internal energy, Zhuo Lengchan resorted to the allure of beauty, resulting in his rapid mastery of the Songyang divine skill. This was Zhuo Lengchan's secret. Gazing at the ceiling, Zhuo Lengchan sighed. Feixiong, you may be my last hope. Kaifeng, known as an ancient capital of 8 dynasties, served as the seat of power for the Xia dynasty, the state of Wei during the Warring States period, and the later Liang, later Jin, later Han, later Zhou, Song, and Jin dynasties, nurturing a culture profoundly influenced by the Han and Tang dynasties, which in turn laid the groundwork for the Ming and Qing eras. By the late Ming period, it had become an international metropolis, bustling with a large population and thriving commerce. In Kaifeng, there was the renowned Bao Qingtian, known for his impartiality and ability to discern loyalty from treachery, with heroes of the martial world rallying to his side. As Chu Yun hummed the theme song of Bao Qingtian, he cheerfully entered the city of Kaifeng. Upon his arrival, spies from the Songshan sect swiftly reported back to Zhuo Lengchan. After settling into an inn, several groups dispersed to engage in various activities. Lan Fenghuang led her disciples on a shopping spree, while the disciples of the 5 Immortals sect returned to Miaojiang as instructed, passing the sect leader position to her junior sister there. Seeking Chu Yun's opinion on this matter, she found him indifferent, which led her to feel undervalued. After receiving a few favors from Chu Yun, she firmly resolved to follow him henceforth, severing ties with the 5 Immortals sect. After checking into the inn, Chu Yun remained there, engaging in secluded cultivation. Chu Yun had imparted the 9 Manual's heart method to her. Treasure in hand, Chu Yun practiced diligently day and night. Her profound internal strength allowed her to progress rapidly. Yet, the path of martial arts, beyond sheer effort, also required insight. Dongfang Bubi was not inherently a martial genius. Rather, her mastery was achieved through relentless study and practice. It took her 7 or 8 years to cultivate the sunflower scripture, followed by another 3 to 4 years post-castration to attain the pinnacle of martial prowess. Compared to other martial masters such as Zhang Wuji, Zhang Sanfeng, Shi Patian, Duan Yu, Su Zhu, and Yu Tan, Dongfang Bubi could hardly be deemed an exceptional talent. Chu Yun's intuitive grasp of the 9 Manual might be attributed to a system enhancement. After several days of training, Chu Yun made some small progress, her heart filled with astonishment as she believed the sunflower scripture to be the strongest in the world, only to discover that the ancient tomes of the previous dynasty were even more formidable. Tian Boguang and Yuan Changkong had become well acquainted, their whereabouts unknown. Meanwhile, Chu Yun and the Yang siblings went shopping. Yang Shui joyfully wandered through various shops, captivated by the jewelry, clothing, and shoes, returning with a considerable haul. Yang Lin stayed by Chu Yun's side. Brother, I never expected your artistic skills to be so remarkable. I saw the portrait of my sister. It was rendered with such lifelike precision. Have you truly seen her face? Did Shui perhaps undergo a transformation? I failed to recognize her. I cannot conceal this matter from my elder brother. My younger sister possesses an extraordinary beauty, which makes her journey through the martial world quite challenging. Thus, a simple disguise is in order. However, that portrait closely resembles her true visage, which leaves me perplexed. I wonder when I might finally behold her genuine appearance. Fear not, dear brother. Upon our return to the inn, I shall summon my sister to alter her appearance and reclaim her true form. With my current abilities, I should be able to safeguard her well. Yet, perhaps it is wiser to delay this restoration, as we are soon to arrive at Mount Song, where the future remains uncertain. Very well, brother. Might I propose that I safeguard the Yang family secret manual for you? It would be unwise to keep it here. Second brother, you are on the verge of mastering the Nine manual. How many adversaries could possibly stand against you? The techniques of the Yang family do not align with my own, particularly the heart-wrenching palm, which I find beyond my grasp. And I doubt that you will master it either. Are you implying that I lack the black iron heavy sword? Our ancestors relied on that very sword to perfect the black iron sword technique. I can devise a means to acquire it. You would craft the ancestral black iron heavy sword into the heavenly sword, and the dragon-slaying saber could stir the winds of the late Yuan dynasty. Alas, it ultimately became mere scrap, and I wonder if anyone has attempted to forge other weapons from it. What a pity. I merely wish to express that the heart-wrenching palm of your family is indeed difficult to master. The essence of heart-wrenching sorrow lies solely in separation. Chu Yun can empathize with such feelings, and perhaps in the future, he too shall experience this sentiment. In a good mood, with a beloved companion, one cannot wield the heart-wrenching palm. The principles of the technique are straightforward. Longing is futile, it is merely separation, if parting is destined. What does it matter if one endures countless torments? Do not lament the heart-wrenching sorrow, for where there is darkness, flowers may yet bloom. Mastering it is no easy feat, yet abandoning it would be a loss. Yang Guo has caused quite the tumult, creating a skill that cannot be passed down. As Yang Lin observed Chu Yun lost in thought, he refrained from interrupting. He noticed his sister browsing for shoes at a shop, trying on various pairs without finding one to her liking. Sister, are you searching for high-heeled shoes? According to Tian Bo Guang, these are crafted by the ladies themselves, all designed by elder brother. Perhaps you might ask him for guidance. Brother, what are you saying? The young master is far too busy to engage in such trifling matters of the fairer sex. Sister, Chu Yun is my sworn elder brother. You ought to address him as such and not disrupt the established order. He has sworn brotherhood with you, yet not with me. Why should I call him elder brother? I shall continue to refer to him as young master. Chu Yun, with keen ears, moved closer to Yang Shui. Swear, I am not busy at all. I have numerous new designs for high-heeled shoes. Shall we purchase some materials and craft them ourselves? Yang Shui cast a disdainful glance at Chu Yun, thinking to herself that she would not fall for such tricks. Yet, she truly adored those high-heeled shoes, which only the lady and sister Lan possessed, making her hesitant to ask for one, fearing they had few to spare. Chu Yun discerned the girl's intentions, approached the shoe shop, and procured some soft leather and sewing supplies, as well as a simple file and fine rosewood from the carpenter's shop. Yang Lin, holding these items, mused that such materials could indeed be used to make high-heeled shoes, and he resolved to learn the craft so that he could create several pairs for his sister. Yang Shui continued to browse, enjoying the company of a handsome companion while shopping. As Yang Shui passed by a ready-to-wear shop, she stepped inside, followed closely by Chu Yun, while Yang Lin remained outside, burdened with numerous items. Captivated by the exquisite garments, Yang Shui found herself unable to move, eager to try on a charming white and yellow dress, and she made her way to the fitting room. Chu Yun waited outside, fully aware that changing into Hanfu could be quite cumbersome and time-consuming. As the minutes stretched on without a sign of her, he called out, "Sister Shui, are you ready?" Receiving no response, an uneasy feeling crept over him, prompting him to kick the door open. To his dismay, the room was empty. He knocked around the area, sensing something amiss with the floor, yet he hesitated to recklessly damage it. Upon turning to leave, he spotted the shopkeeper attempting to flee. With a swift movement, Chu Yun seized the man by the wrist, threatening, "Where's the girl who just changed her clothes? Speak, or I shall crush you." The shopkeeper gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in silence. With another vice-like grip, the sound of cracking bones echoed. Just then, Yang Lin, alerted by the commotion, rushed in, exclaiming, "Brother, what is happening? Shui is missing. This place is a den of iniquity," Chu Yun replied urgently. Yang Lin immediately began searching the premises, but found no trace. Drawing his sword, he lunged at the shopkeeper's thigh. The man let out a howl of anguish, twisting in agony. "Spare me, and I will tell you," he pleaded, pointing towards a hidden mechanism behind the door. With a twist, the floor of the fitting room opened, leading to a dark abyss below. Yang Lin, with a heart full of resolve, plunged his sword through the shopkeeper's heart, but the villain intended to leap into the passageway. "Brother, I will descend. You return to inform the lady and have them wait for me at the inn. Tell her not to resort to violence." "Brother, I entrust my sister to your care. Take care of yourself. Chu Yun descended into the passage, yet found no sign of Ye Xuan. Given her formidable skills, she should be safe from ordinary threats. Proceeding cautiously along the tunnel, he remained vigilant. At the end stood an iron door, which he shattered with a powerful strike. Emerging from the passage, he found himself in a deserted courtyard. Is this akin to searching for a needle in a haystack? He pondered, contemplating who might be targeting him. Could it be Linghu Chong? Regardless of the identity of the assailant, a line had been crossed, igniting a desire for retribution within him. At the entrance of the courtyard, he noticed hoofprints and a scrap of yellow fabric, the very hue of the dress Ye Xuan intended to try on. Scattered at intervals, these remnants beckoned him to follow, even if it meant walking into a trap. At the end of the alley, a horse was tied, adorned with a white and yellow dress, upon which rested a note. In the heights of Ye Xuan, where the plains lie, I stand alone against the evening sun. If you wish for the safety of your kin, you must venture forth alone, otherwise. Chu Yun's fury surged as he read the poetic taunt. The Ye Xuan of later days had vanished, submerged in the floods of the Yellow River during the 15th year of the Chongzhen reign, leaving no trace behind. Scaling the surrounding walls, he glimpsed a hill near the northern gate. Mounting his steed, he galloped towards the northern gate. He surged past the Yimin and ascended to the mountain summit, where a flat expanse lay before him, dominated by a sturdy flagpole from which a figure dangled, bearing a resemblance to Ye Xuan. Xuan, are you all right? I shall come to your rescue immediately, he called. Young master, beware. There is a trap beneath the flagpole. Do not approach. Ye Xuan's warning was barely uttered when Chu Yun raced to the flagpole's base. The ground beneath him gave way, plunging both him and his horse into a rapid descent. With a swift push from the saddle, Chu Yun leapt towards the top of the flagpole. Channeling his energy into a blade-like force, he severed the ropes binding Ye Xuan. Just as he intended to retreat using the pole for leverage, the flagpole began to plummet, dragging the ground around it down as well, leaving him without a means of support. In that fleeting moment before the pole sank into the earth, Chu Yun pushed off its top, hoping to vault to higher ground. An onslaught of arrows rained down upon him. He summoned the 9 True Classic, enveloping himself in a protective aura. Yet, the upward momentum faltered, and both plunged into the abyss. Could it be that the interior of Ye Xuan was always hollow? Otherwise, how could a mountain be swept away by the floodwaters of the Yellow River? Chu Yun cursed himself for neglecting to learn the art of lightness. Such carelessness was inexcusable. In the world of martial arts, lacking the skill of agility is akin to walking a path to certain doom. They fell into a pit several dozen meters deep, where 2 stone slabs swiftly sealed off the top, plunging them into darkness. Protected by his true chi, Chu Yun emerged unscathed, and Ye Xuan, whom he held, was unharmed as well. He gently set her down and stood, shrouded in utter blackness, only the sound of her labored breathing breaking the silence. Xuan, are you all right? Young master, I have been struck at a vital point. Please help me release it. What shall we do? I have never learned the art of unsealing acupoints. How can this be? Young master, you are erudite and skilled in martial arts. Unsealing is but a trivial skill. I have focused solely on mastering martial prowess and neglected such trifles. Alas, if only Yue were here, she would surely know what to do. Young master, I have fire starters in my waist pouch. Please retrieve them to light a fire. Chu Yun reached towards Ye Xuan. Young master, where are you touching? You are a scoundrel, taking advantage of me. My apologies, Xuan. I cannot see and misjudged my direction. I thought I had encountered a snake or insect. Young master, you still dare to speak? A bit lower. Yes, right there. The cylindrical object inside is what you seek. I have found it, but how do I use it? Young master, are you not a citizen of the Ming? How can you not know how to use a fire starter? You have lived a life of luxury. How could you grasp the common tools of the people? I have never used one. Xuan, please teach me. I thought you were all-knowing. I did not expect you to have your limitations. You simply pull off the cap and blow on it. How simple it is. Chu Yun blew on the fire starter. Discovering that the surrounding walls were smooth stone, the ground littered with white bones, evidence of those who had perished unjustly before them. Thankfully, air circulated here, otherwise, they would have succumbed to suffocation. In this place, even with the promise of endless resurrection, there remained only a path to death. Ye Xuan, upon seeing Chu Yun's silhouette, felt her heart calm. My lord, do you not possess the 9 manual? It contains methods for unblocking acupoints. Perhaps you might give it a try. Indeed. Utilizing the techniques outlined within, I managed to clear your brother's meridians. I will attempt to push through the acupoints and see if it proves effective. Which acupoint did you have pressed? I was struck at my Tanzhong acupoint, rendering my limbs immobile. Logically, this should not happen. Normally, stimulation of the Tanzhong acupoint results in chest tightness and shortness of breath. It is possible that the individual possesses profound internal strength and has sealed your acupoint with true energy. Allow me to first apply pressure at the Tanzhong acupoint. My lord, oh, I apologize. It may be challenging to operate. May I take your hand to examine your meridians? You may proceed. After gaining Yang Shue's consent, Chu Yun grasped her right hand and infused it with a surge of true energy, seeking the sealed acupoint within her body. Yang Shui indicated the obstructed area to Chu Yun, and before long, he successfully broke through the acupoint's restrictions. Yang Shui began to move her limbs, searching for combustible materials. Chu Yun picked up a leg bone, binding it with tattered cloth to create a torch, illuminating their path ahead. To their astonishment, they discovered a vast underground palace, presumably used as a warehouse, considering it was the ancient capital of 8 dynasties. Kaifeng, situated on the plains, made the presence of a mountain rather peculiar. Shui, have you ever visited the ancient tombs of Zhongnan Mountain? Yang Shui trailed behind Chu Yun, her voice trembling slightly. My lord, I have not. The Yang family has been away from the ancient tombs for over 200 years. We have never seen what they look like. Whenever we consider visiting Zhongnan Mountain, we recall that our ancestors sought the entrance, but found none. From what I understand, the entrance to the ancient tomb is located within a pool of water. Did you ever search for it? We did, but the pool no longer exists. It has likely been filled in. Now, the Chuanjian sect has dwindled, and the splendor of the Song dynasty is but a memory, with only a few temples remaining and scarcely any martial practitioners. This is all retribution. Who could have imagined those despicable Taoists would bully my ancestors? Chapter 62. Initial practice of the Heart Sutra. Indeed, I harbor a disdain for the Chuanjian Taoists, who have sullied the name of the goddess. However, the Big Dipper formation of the Chuanjian sect is impressive, and Wang Chongyang's innate skill was unmatched during the Song era. Yet it has not been inherited. Let us not dwell on them. My lord, have you discerned a way out? Surely we cannot perish here. Swear, even in death. You would not be alone. You have me, do you not? Who wishes to die alongside you? My brother will surely come to rescue me. He cares for me dearly. I wonder if he has begun his search. As Chu Yun continued to converse, he sought an exit and discovered several small ventilation openings at the top. He picked up a stone and hurled it towards one of the openings, which made a muffled sound as it penetrated, followed by the noise of collapsing earth. My lord, do not block all the openings, or we shall suffocate. Let us consider other options. Indeed, with such a vast space below, there must be other exits. Let us continue our search. Chu Yun traversed all the stone rooms, which remained relatively dry, and discovered some damp straw, moldy rice, wheat grains, and tattered baskets. Judging by his observations, he found a stone door, which he believed to be the entrance. Chu Yun gathered his strength in his palm and forcefully struck the stone door. The door trembled several times, causing a considerable amount of dirt to fall from the ceiling, creating a sense of impending collapse. My lord, we ought to consider alternative methods. If the stone chamber collapses, we will surely meet our demise. Perhaps we could burn some straw to attract the attention of those outside. It might lead to our rescue. My lord, the straw is far too damp. The smoke would be excessive. If it fails to disperse, we would suffocate. And I do not wish to perish in such an unsightly manner. Once dead, you would not know how it appears. The vents are only a few meters high. Swear, your ancient tomb sect possesses remarkable agility. Could you ascend and assess the situation? The agility of the ancient tomb sect is unparalleled, graceful and ethereal, capable of extraordinary transformations. However, Shui's internal strength is still lacking, and her current skills only allow her to leap a short distance. After speaking, Yang Shui positioned herself beneath a vent, crouched to gather momentum, and swiftly leaped upwards. To her astonishment, she reached nearly 3 meters in height, but the wall was not smooth, offering no leverage. As she attempted to kick off the wall again, her damp shoes caused her to lose balance, and she fell from the air. Chu Yun heard her cry and rushed to her side, leaping upward to embrace her slender waist in midair, gracefully rotating to dissipate the force of the fall. Yang Shui spun through the air, lifting her gaze to the imposing silhouette above, illuminated by the flames, radiating an aura akin to that of a celestial being. Her feet finally touched the ground, yet her waist remained firmly held by Chu Yun. At that moment, her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. My lord, I am unscathed. Chu Yun suddenly realized that the position was rather inappropriate. He steadied Yang Shui, brushing off his sleeves. As long as you are well. It seems this method is not viable. It appears we may be trapped here for an extended period, perhaps even indefinitely. My lord, there is nothing to eat here. We will starve within a few days. Chu Yun had not anticipated such a grim fate in this world, not being slain by a blade, but rather succumbing to hunger. Just as he felt a wave of despair, Yang Shui produced a small booklet from her belongings and handed it to him. My lord, you should practice the ancient tomb sect's lightness skill. With your cultivation, you will master it swiftly, and then we can depart from this place. But the ancient tomb sect's martial arts are based on the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, which is difficult for the average person to master. My lord, you have me by your side. In this situation, we must train together and overcome this crisis first. Chu Yun opened the ancient tomb secret classics and meticulously studied the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, which is divided into 9 segments of practice. The odd segments signify the inward yin, while the even segments denote the outward yang. This interplay of yin and yang is already remarkable. Yet what is even more astonishing is that this skill requires 2 practitioners to cultivate together, and they must do so facing one another, devoid of garments. Chu Yun envisioned Lin Xiaoying's unfulfilled desires, where the Jade Maiden's sword technique countered the Chuanjin sword technique. The Jade Maiden's pure heart sword technique necessitated 1 female practitioner of the Jade Maiden's sword technique and 1 male practitioner of the Chuanjin sword technique, merging their swords to become invincible. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra embodies Lin Xiaoying's yearning for a shared life with Wang Chongyang, yet ultimately, she could only harbor her unrequited love for him, spending her solitary days in the ancient tomb. The phoenix crown and rosy garments fulfilled the passionate love between Yang Guo and Xiaolong. Yang Shui stood beside, holding the torch to assist Chu Yun in reading the scriptures. Chu Yun closed the secret tome and turned to Yang Shui. Shui, to what level have you cultivated the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra? I have practiced levels 1, 3, 5, and 7. My brother has cultivated levels 2, 4, 6, and 8, but he is unable to progress further, she replied. The scripture states, during cultivation, the body must be enveloped in a rising heat. One should seek an open and deserted place, and wear loose clothing to facilitate the immediate dispersal of this heat, allowing no moment of obstruction. Otherwise, it may accumulate within the body, leading to minor ailments or, in severe cases, death. Chu Yun understood the reason for their sibling stagnation. Shui, since you have already mastered the yin aspect, go and see if you can find some dry firewood. I will practice the yang aspect here. Once I complete my cultivation, we shall together advance to the 9th level. Yang Shui pondered for a moment, her ears warming slightly. Yet she continued to hold the torch while searching for combustible materials in the stone chamber. Based on the notes he had taken on the yang aspect of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, and with the foundations laid by the Sunflower Scripture and the 9 Yin Manual, Chu Yun's progress was rapid. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, he completed his cultivation. He felt that the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra was not particularly remarkable. It still paled in comparison to the Sunflower Scripture and the 9 Yin Manual. However, since the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra could counteract Wang Chongyang's innate skill, it must possess a power at least on par with the 9 Yin Manual. He decided to assess its efficacy after their joint practice. Yang Shui indeed found some dry wood in the stone chamber, likely left behind by previous workers. Realizing that someone had plotted against them, she deduced that the stone house must have an entrance or exit. Yang Shui used the wood to start a bonfire. The smoke from the dry wood was minimal, drifting towards the openings, uncertain whether anyone outside might see it. Shui, I have completed the yang aspect. You may begin cultivating the 9th level outside now. Yang Shui stood hesitantly by the bonfire, torn between practicing and not. Young master, Shui, let us close our eyes. Perhaps we should not remove our clothes and simply practice against each other. With newfound resolve, Yang Shui faced Chu Yun decisively. Young master, let us give it a try. The two sat facing each other on a stone slab, regulating their breathing and extending their hands, palms facing one another. Yang Shui felt the warmth of Chu Yun's palms. Following the incantation of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, they practiced the interplay of yin and yang, allowing the energies to circulate within their bodies. After a breath, Yang Shui felt an unbearable heat rising within her, beads of fragrant sweat beginning to form. She opened her eyes to see Chu Yun, who remained with his eyes closed. How noble of you, young master, to keep your clothes on. Why do you keep your eyes shut? Am I truly so unappealing? She felt her cheeks flush and her heart race, realizing she could not withstand the overwhelming wave of heat emanating from Chu Yun. Was this the yang energy? She wondered. Her blood surged within, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the side. Chu Yun immediately sprang to her side, supporting her as she leaned against him. Shui, what has happened to you? Chapter 063. Cultivating to heal young master. My internal strength is insufficient to bear your yang internal energy. I fear I am unable to cultivate this 9th level. It is my oversight. Shui, are you all right? I am fine. A moment of meditation should suffice. In a moment of urgency, Chu Yun racked his brain for a solution, recalling how Dongfang Bubi had once transmitted power to him, propelling him into the ranks of the adept. Remembering that day, Chu Yun mimicked the actions, positioning himself behind Yang Shui, pressing the corresponding acupoints, and channeling his internal energy into her. Yang Shui felt a powerful surge of true energy coursing through her body, breaking through the Ren and Du meridians, rushing straight to her dantian. The overwhelming influx was unbearable, and she felt as if her dantian might explode. Young master, I cannot endure this. Please stop. With that, she collapsed into Chu Yun's embrace, unconscious. Chu Yun halted the transmission, employing the 9 Yin manual to regulate Yang Shui's internal flow until it stabilized. He recalled how Guojing and Huang Rong had utilized the 9 manual to heal Hong Qigong, aiding one another in Yo family village. Indeed, it was a miraculous martial art for healing. Lacking experience in passing on power, seeing Yang Shui faint left him nearly unable to control his own energy, almost falling into madness, much like when Dongfang Bubi had affected him, causing him to cough blood. Chu Yun entered a meditative state, circulating the 9 manual to restore his own balance, taking a quarter of an hour to return to normalcy. In her unconsciousness, Yang Shui faintly sensed a gentle aura moving through her, her dantian gradually stabilizing, her breath becoming more even, and her mind clearing. She awakened. Gazing at the focused Chu Yun, her eyes filled with a soft gratitude. Observing his handsome countenance, even more striking than her brother's, she mused, even if we cannot escape this predicament, being with him is not so bad. Yang Shui resumed practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, finding no hindrance this time. Effortlessly circulating her energy, she recognized that she had opened the Run and Du meridians, attaining the realm of an innate master. Stepping lightly off the stone slab, she approached the vent, employing the ancient tomb sect's lightness skill, leaping towards the roof, her hand resting on the outlet. Though the vent concealed the outside view, its design was unique, allowing her to sense the fresh air, filling her with joy as she gently descended. Conflicted, she pondered whether to inform the adept Chu Yun, for her lightness skill had progressed remarkably, all thanks to him, as if their fates had intertwined. Lin Shui was acutely aware of the ruthless nature of the martial world. Few would willingly share their hard-earned internal energy with others. The legendary Ren Woxing thrived on absorbing others' power to enhance his own. Why was Chu Yun so generous to her? Could it be true, as Sister Lan and Madame had suggested, that he harbored feelings for her? Lost in thought, she sat beside Chu Yun, observing him in a daze. Her mind wandering, she quickly employed the ancient tomb sect's calming technique to suppress her thoughts. Chu Yun opened his eyes, and Yang Shui's graceful silhouette appeared before him. Eyes closed, long eyelashes framing her delicate features, with a hint of hair brushing against her cheek, and jade-like earrings gently swaying. I long to reach out and caress that exquisite visage. What is often deemed love at first sight is merely an attraction to beauty. Chu Yun began to scorn himself once more, spreading his hands to reveal the mud and grime upon them, thus relinquishing his base desires. If he were to engage, it would be as a noble creature. The flames of the nearby bonfire flared momentarily, illuminating Yang Shui's face, through which Chu Yun discerned the charming freckles that adorned her features after her disguise had been removed. Near her hairline, he noticed a layer of skin that seemed to be curling, compelling him to reach out and tug at it. Yang Shui was in the midst of a crucial moment in her training, reluctant to abandon it, yet she felt a hand moving before her, and a slight itch arose on her forehead. What could this young man be up to? Unfazed, Chu Yun was determined to unveil her true self. With a delicate pull, he removed a thin layer of skin, revealing a luminous countenance that glowed even more vividly beneath the flickering firelight. Unable to contain himself, he leaned in and pressed a gentle kiss upon her cheek. Yang Shui's eyes flew open, her face flushed with crimson. And as she beheld Chu Yun's south face so close, the warmth of his breath sent a tingling sensation across her skin. "Sir, you," she began. But before she could finish, her words were silenced by his fervent lips. Inwardly, she panicked, thinking, what now? This fellow has truly kissed me. Her neck and ears burned with embarrassment. Her cheeks felt aflame, and ultimately, she closed her eyes, bracing herself for the impending tempest. After what felt like an eternity, there was no further advance from Chu Yun. He leaned back, hoping to separate their lips. Yet, the moment he moved, she felt his warmth drawing her in again. And as she attempted to evade him, his strong hand rested upon the nape of her neck. Yang Shui raised her hands to push him away, but found herself drawn closer instead. Lying sideways upon Chu Yun's lap, she succumbed to his unrestrained exploration, gradually savoring the sweetness of the moment. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. "Shui, you are truly beautiful," he wished to express, yet the words faltered in his mind. He could not simply declare her stunning in such crude terms. Contemplating a poem felt inappropriate, so he remained silent, gazing at the enchanting Yang Shui. She blushed deeply under his scrutiny. "Sir," she continued, still addressing him formally, "call me Yun Gu, and I shall lift you to the heavens." Sitting up, she adjusted her clothing and shyly inquired, "Is this how you charm all women?" "Shui, do not speak so lightly. Truth be told, it is mostly women who deceive me. Look at me, so innocent, kind, and charming. Which woman would not be drawn to me? You are quite shameless, sir. Our bodies are a gift from our parents, and look at your unkempt hair, like a wild man." Chu Yun's hands played mischievously upon her waist. "We are the embodiment of beauty and the beast. Soon we shall make our names known in the world, adorned with a captivating title. Beast brother, perhaps you should find a way out first. In a few days, even the beauty will turn to dust. If there ever comes a day like that, you should eat me first, Perhaps there is still some vitality left. How could I bear to consume such an adorable snow? I have not yet had my fill. Let us indulge a while longer. Buddha sacrificed flesh to feed the eagle. I, being so robust, could offer you a few slices of my biceps for a feast. Beast brother, I shan't speak further. Madam remarked that your conversation began to stray from the point, and I was skeptical, but now I am convinced. She even recounted the tale of a beast more wretched than a beast. Truly, you are a mischievous brother. Snow accuses me of being less than a beast. Does she wish for me to act as one now? Snow stood up, moved to the fire, and shyly smiled. You dreaming too beautifully? Chapter 064. Survival in the ancient tomb. Chu Yun refrained from teasing Ye Xuan. In such dire circumstances, he could not descend to beastly behavior. It was far more enjoyable to explore slowly. Snow, let us seek the exit once more. All right. After a moment of intimate contact, Chu Yun held a torch in one hand while the other arm encircled Ye Xuan's waist. She did not resist. Rather, she found the embrace particularly comforting, relishing the enchanting moment. After several searches, Ye Xuan paused at a stone wall. Brother Yun, do you hear that? There is a sound behind the wall. Upon hearing Ye Xuan call him Brother Yun, a delightful sensation washed over Chu Yun, and he playfully pinched her waist. Snow, let me listen. He leaned his ear against the wall and, indeed, heard the gentle sound of flowing water. Joy surged within him, and he promptly kissed her cheek. Startled, Ye Xuan recoiled, her hand resting on the spot where he had kissed her, too shy to speak. Chu Yun pressed his palm against the wall, channeling his energy. He employed a technique to transmit sound into the depths, concentrating his power within a limited range to avoid causing the stone chamber to collapse. With a powerful strike, a tremendous roar echoed. A large hole, half his height, appeared in the wall. Ye Xuan stood by astonished, unsure if she was more shocked by the sound or Chu Yun's prowess. A stone of 2 feet thick had been breached by a single strike. Who could withstand such force? In that moment, admiration blossomed within Ye Xuan for Chu Yun. Was he not the perfect husband she had always dreamed of? Brother Yun, you are incredible. Surely, even Ren Woxing and Master Feng Zhong would be no match for you. Snow, you have yet to witness the extent of my strength. We shall explore it further another day. Of course, brother, what other marvelous skills do you possess? I am eager to see. Chu Yun found the conversation lacking in substance. Her innocence was endearing, yet he felt it futile to jest further with this pure-hearted girl. Pass me the torch, let me see what lies below. Taking the torch, he illuminated the darkness and discovered a water pit several meters across. The sound of flowing water emanated from here, indicating the presence of an underground river. I visit the springs of Yifeng Mountain, small yet akin to a well. The winding marsh, clear and azure, reflects the sun's gentle glow. Time brings fish and shrimp, while at night, frogs gather. Is this the source of Ye Xuan Spring, a small spring that perfectly conceals the secret of the artificial hillock known as Ye Xuan? Chu Yun held no interest in verifying whether Kai Feng possessed Ye Xuan Spring. Swear, what do you have in that little pouch at your waist? It seems rather bulging. Ye Xuan, taken aback by Chu Yun's abrupt inquiry, hesitantly touched the pouch. This little bag, purchased during a shopping excursion with Lon Phoenix, contains some personal items. Inside is a rope, which I use for resting. Resting with a rope? Indeed. Our ancestor, the little dragon girl, would sleep on a rope, and I have learned to do the same. It feels quite pleasant. Ye Xuan produced the remarkably resilient rope. Let me show you, but don't lose it. Do you happen to have a dagger or a small knife on you? Ye Xuan drew a dagger from her little shoe. Chu Yun was quite astonished. Swear, why do you carry everything with you? You must stick with me next time you go out. Why is that? What if you lose it? Wouldn't it be a treasure for someone else? Only you, brother, regard me as a treasure. Others merely see me as grass. Who said that? Your brother Yun considers you a priceless gem, and I would never trade you for anything. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan felt a sweet warmth in her heart. She relished Chu Yun's sweet words and secretly delighted in them. Then, Brother Yun, what do you intend to do with the rope and knife? Chu Yun remained silent, binding the handle of the knife to the rope, casting it into the water, and swiftly retrieving it, revealing a 2-pound carp impaled upon the blade. Oh, so Brother Yun is fishing. This way, we shall not starve. How clever of you. Thank you for the praise. Since there is food and drink here, let us not venture out again. We can raise a brood of little monkeys here, shall we? It's dark and dreary here. Who would want to bear offspring with you? Ye Xuan faltered, feeling she had been tricked by Chu Yun. Swear, when we see the light of day again, will you be willing to raise little monkeys with me? Brother, remember not to deceive me. If you keep saying such things, I shall ignore you. Chu Yun found a wooden stick, strung the fish onto it, and placed it over the fire to roast, planning to catch more if the flavor proved delightful. While Chu Yun tended to the fish, Ye Xuan continued her search in a nearby stone hut, discovering several earthenware jars. She intended to secure them with the rope to fetch some water, but finding no holes in the jars, she gestured with her fingers to gauge their positions. Testing one jar, she poked it gently, only to create a hole. It turned out the jars were decayed and unusable, leaving her somewhat disappointed. Yet, when she lightly tapped them, they produced a clear sound, unlike that of rotting objects. She had never encountered earthenware that could deteriorate like this. Again, she probed with her fingers, this time without force. Ouch! She soon realized she had employed her inner strength, which explained why the jar had yielded so easily. Discovering her newfound abilities filled her with joy, and she playfully poked several small holes, securing the rope. Approaching the water source, she tossed one of the jars into the water. With a tug on the rope, she successfully retrieved a jar of water. She cleaned the other jars and took the opportunity to wash her hands and face. He brought a jar of water to Chu Yun's side. Brother Yun, come and wash your hands. Upon seeing the earthen jar brought by Yang Shui, Chu Yun chuckled. Swear, do you truly wish to live here? You resemble a little bride. Who wants to be your bride? Come wash your hands first. If you're dirty, don't even think about touching me. Yang Shui immediately realized her misstep. Unless you wash your hands, you shan't eat. Swear, you are not being honest. Once I wash my hands, I can hold my little bride. Brother Yun, sometimes you are really foolish, yet at times quite clever. You wouldn't understand. This is what they call fools have their own fortune. Look at me, Don't I have a beautiful little bride now? Yang Shui ignored him, taking the roasted fish to continue cooking. Chu Yun washed his hands and face in the jar while humming a tune. The sun rises. I climb the hillside. When I reach the summit, I wish to sing. The song floats to my sister to hear. Upon hearing my song, she laughs joyfully. In spring, the flowers bloom. My sister and I hold hands. While Chu Yun and Yang Shui were immersed in their affections inside the stone house, Chu Yue and Lan Fenghuang were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Yang Lin led Chu Yue, Tian Buoguang, Lan Fenghuang, and Yuan Changkong to the clothing shop where Yang Shui had vanished, only to find it deserted. With still damp bloodstains on the ground, they followed the underground passage to the courtyard, discovering nothing unusual. Chu Yue's face was filled with fury, her mood exceedingly dark. Yang Lin, Lan Fenghuang, Sima Changkong, you three will search for the young master and Shuer in Kaifeng City. I shall pay a visit to Songshan sect. This must be the doing of Zhuo. Madam, let Lan Lan accompany you for safety. Lan Lan, your martial arts are insufficient to assist me. Stay here and search for the young master's whereabouts. If you find him, meet me at Songshan sect. Madam, the young master instructed me to tell you upon his departure to never resort to killing. Understood, I will keep that in mind. Chapter 65. A match of equals at Songshan sect. On Victory Peak, in the main hall, Zhuo asked Han Tianpeng, have you accomplished the task I entrusted to you? Han Tianpeng replied, Master, I have captured a woman close to Chu Yun and lured her to the Ye Xuan stone cavern, trapping both of them inside. The Ye Xuan stone cavern is well concealed. Can Chu Yun escape? Rest assured, Master. I discovered this cavern by chance 6 months ago. It is likely a secret repository left from the previous dynasty, extending several fathoms deep, with walls that cannot be climbed. Even if Chu Yun sprouted wings, he would not escape. That is splendid. I intend to confine Chu Yun to buy time for Songshan sect. Master, it is truly regrettable that we cannot kill Chu Yun. If we could set fire to it, we surely could eliminate him. Yishan lies just north of Kaifeng. There are guards there. If discovered, it could be troublesome. We needn't involve the court. Master, I will have the entrance to the Yishan stone cavern sealed. If we manage to trap Chu Yun, it will be a great fortune for Songshan sect. That may not be the case. According to reports from our spies, the Sun and Moon Holy Cult has been secretly training a group of experts, and they have already gained momentum. It appears that the Sun and Moon sect will soon take action. With Chu Yun no longer restraining us, we shall directly confront Ren Woxing. Lauduo reports that there are also unusual movements at Mount Hua. Should we release Chu Yun? Tianpeng, it matters not if Chu Yun perishes. A life and death duel with the Sun and Moon sect is inevitable. His survival would serve us better. Very well. I shall dispatch someone to monitor Chu Yun's movements day and night. That is utterly inadvisable. Such actions would merely facilitate their locating of Chu Yun. The 2 young men and the 2 women accompanying him possess formidable martial skills, particularly Chu Yue beside him, whose prowess is unfathomable. What shall we do if she comes seeking us? How has your training progressed? 13 protectors. Master, all have successfully cultivated the Songyang divine skill, and the Cold Ice True Qi and Cold Ice Palm have reached a preliminary level. With the combined strength of the 13 protectors, even if Chu Yue is exceptionally skilled, she will be rendered powerless. I surmise that Chu Yue is either en route to the Songshan sect or has already arrived. You must instruct all disciples to remain vigilant, avoiding direct confrontation and conserving their strength. Understood, Master. Tianpeng, you shall first summon the 13 protectors to the main hall and then notify the disciples below. Zhuo contemplates strategies in the hall. After a brief incense sticks burning, the 13 protectors gather once more. Zhuo addresses them. Ladies and gentlemen, Tianpeng has managed to ensnare the formidable villain Chu Yun, and the woman accompanying him, Chu Yue, is likely to seek us at the Songshan sect. Today, We shall unite the strength of the 13 protectors to capture Chu Yun alive. Ding Mian inquires, Master, should we prepare bows, crossbows, and firearms? Zhuo replies, there is no need. Bows and crossbows are suited for long-range attacks, while close combat may endanger our own. Today, we shall employ Cold Ice True Qi and the Cold Ice Divine Palm, combined with the Songyang Grand Formation. Even if Chu Yun arrives, he may not escape, let alone a frail woman. Liu Bai expresses concern. Master, some of us have yet to practice the Songyang Grand Formation. What shall we do? Zhuo asserts, I will now demonstrate it for everyone. In the hall, Zhuo arranges their respective positions, with 8 members forming a circle to guard the 8 directions. For in the outer perimeter for support, and one responsible for aerial attacks. The Songyang Grand Formation was specifically designed for the 13 protectors. Our esteemed predecessor foresaw that the Songshan sect would encounter great peril in the future and prepared accordingly. Lu Ho remarks, the master possessed remarkable foresight. I initially thought it was designed for Ren Woxing, but it seems it was intended for Chu Yun and his kin. Let us proceed with the rehearsal. At that moment, a disciple of the Songshan sect stumbled breathlessly into the hall, losing their footing and falling to the ground, a long sword clattering beside them. Master, there is a woman outside who has rushed up the mountain, attacking anyone she encounters. She is nearing Victory View Peak. Sima Chao, closest to the hall's entrance, assists the disciple to their feet. Have any of our disciples suffered casualties? The woman only injures. She does not kill, insisting she wishes to see the master. The 13 protectors have already drawn their swords in readiness. At this juncture, a woman wearing a conical hat stands at the hall's entrance. Her long black hair billowing in the wind, her garments flowing elegantly, with the tip of her sword dripping with fresh blood, an ominous aura enveloping the hall. Zhuo, surrender Chu Yun, and I shall spare your life. Chu Yun stepped into the grand hall, where the 13 guardians had already set up the Songyang formation, encircling her within its confines, forming a deadly web of swords poised for an attack. Who are you? I have not seen you before. Nor do I know the whereabouts of Chu Yun. The Songshan sect is preparing to hold a demon-slaying convention and is awaiting Chu Yun's arrival. Spare me the trivialities. The Songshan sect is far more despicable than the sinister sections. With a swift motion, Chu Yun deflected the 8 long swords surrounding her, severing one of them in half. She pointed her sword at Zhuo. This is your last chance. I do not wish to take a life. Zhuo signaled to the 13 guardians. The 8 had already drawn another set of precious swords. It was customary for each member of the Songshan sect to bear 3 swords. Within the Songyang formation, the 13 guardians simultaneously launched an assault on Chu Yun, their swords striking at her vital points with remarkable speed. Chu Yun took the initiative, parrying the long swords and evading their attacks with an ethereal grace, while simultaneously producing several flying needles that surged towards the 13 guardians, piercing through their thighs. One needle was aimed at Zhuo, who deflected it with his sword, using his internal energy to shield himself, yet the force of the impact pushed him back, nearly embedding the needle deep within his blade. Are you the Invincible East? Zhuo questioned, puzzled, as the figure before him did not appear to match his memories of the legendary warrior he had encountered over a decade ago. The 13 guardians, undeterred by their injuries, would have surely been incapacitated had they not cultivated the Songyang divine skill, which protected their bodies with internal energy. 13 gusts of palm winds unleashed a chilling true energy towards Chu Yun, intent on freezing her solid. It was a formidable force that seemed insurmountable. Chu Yun felt her body gradually succumbing to the cold, her joints stiffening. Zhuo, your chilling true energy is indeed formidable. Alas! Chu Yun activated the 9 Yin true scriptures, absorbing all the icy energy and instantly releasing it, sending waves of frost-infused energy back towards her assailants. Zhuo focused his energy to resist, feeling the cold seep into him. The 13 guardians, weakened, began to exhibit signs of freezing. Should Chu Yun attack again, they would surely face annihilation. Star-absorbing technique? Zhuo observed, impressed. You have seen much, but where is Chu Yun? Otherwise, the Songshan sect shall face its demise. He retreated, maintaining his composure. Chu Yun, even if you have been reborn as the Invincible East and are empowered by the star-absorbing technique, do not think you can escape unscathed. Oh, then let us see, Chu Yun replied, launching a flying needle aimed at Zhuo brow. He narrowly dodged by tilting his head, only to find a burly man behind him, who deflected the needle with his sword, embedding it into a wooden pillar of the hall, where it crystallized into ice from the surrounding frigid aura. The 13 guardians were still able to move. It is the second young master, Zhuo. Zhuo stared in shock, pondering when his younger brother had become so formidable. Zhuo thrust his sword directly at Chu Yun. She deflected his blade with a flick of her own, shifting aside and evading the strike, yet she was taken aback, pondering the identity of this formidable opponent. The second young master's sword danced like a tempest towards Chu Yun, striking and slashing with the speed of lightning and an immense force. Chu Yun, having only achieved a minor mastery of the 9 true scriptures, immediately called upon the Sunflower Manual, unleashing the intricate techniques of the 72 styles of the Sunflower swordplay. She intended to secure victory through cunning, yet the effect was minimal. Immediately, she employed her exquisite flying needle technique, infusing it with icy true energy to launch a barrage of silver needles. Zhou Feixiong, with a sweeping motion of his sleeve, deflected the needles, though some managed to embed themselves in his flesh, inflicting far less damage than she had anticipated. Chu Yun began to doubt the supremacy of her Sunflower Manual. Was it not supposed to be unrivaled in the world? Why then did it falter today? The two combatants continued to exchange sword techniques, their duel spilling from the hall into the open air. The gusts of Chu Yun's swordplay stirred up sand and stones, leaving deep gouges in the surrounding trees. And after several exchanges, one colossal tree succumbed with a resounding crash. Zhou Feixiong's swordsmanship was equally formidable, despite Chu Yun's petite stature. Her strength paled in comparison to that of the imposing Zhou. Their sword energies clashed in the air, producing explosive sounds, claiming the lives of several disciples who failed to evade in time. In this clash of titans, it was the disciples who bore the brunt of the consequences. Zhuo Lingchan wore a smile that soon erupted into laughter, for the 13 protectors had regained their composure amidst the icy onslaught, having trained in the same cold, true energy. Ding Mian and the others, having bandaged their leg injuries, approached the grand hall's entrance. "Master, shall we lend our assistance?" they inquired. "No need," Zhuo Lingchan replied. "With Feixiong on our side, our Shaolin sect has nothing to fear. The conquest of the world is within our grasp." Ha! Chu Yun, regaining her composure from her initial shock, sought a strategy to counter her opponent. Zhou Feixiong, seemingly impervious to pain, launched himself at her with reckless abandon, devoid of any discernible technique. Remembering what Chu Yun had said about martial arts, swiftness being the key to invincibility, she recognized the truth in his words and resolved to train diligently upon her return. In the realm of martial arts, stagnation equates to regression. Continuing the fight held no purpose. If Zhuo Lingchan and the 13 protectors attacked in unison, her chances of escape would diminish to nothing. She needed a swift resolution. As their swords clashed, their palms met with equal force. Chu Yun executed the 9 manual, infused with her icy true energy, delivering a decisive blow. Zhou Feixiong, taken by surprise, felt the chilling energy infiltrate his left hand, instantly freezing half of his body. His right sword swept to parry Chu Yun's blade, but its tip grazed her wide-brimmed hat, sending it tumbling away. With it, her breathtaking beauty was unveiled, her long hair billowing, exuding an aura of valor. Zhou Feixiong, upon beholding her visage, halted his assault, a lascivious grin spreading across his face. "Fair maiden, you are mine," he declared, disregarding his injuries as he lunged toward her, though his movements were hindered, nearly causing him to stumble. Zhuo Lingchan and the others swiftly closed in. Chu Yun retreated hastily, launching several flying needles into the air. Zhou Feixiong raised his sword to shield his face, yet as he retracted it, the needles had already pierced through the blade. The remaining needles struck the surrounding trees and stones, causing them to splinter and explode, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust and debris. The might of the needles surpassed even that of Dongfang Bubi's legendary projectiles. As Chu Yun steadied her internal energy, she seized the opportunity to vanish into the forest. "Zhuo Lingchan, I shall return to claim your life." Her melodious voice echoed through the peaks of Victory View, leaving Zhou Feixiong in a daze and instilling fear in those around him. Zhuo Lingchan approached Zhou Tianxiong. "Feixiong, are you unscathed?" "Father, I am fine. Merely a few superficial wounds, just a tickle," replied Feixiong. "Father, I desire that beauty. I shall seek her at once." "Feixiong, there are countless beauties in the world. Yet this woman is our adversary. She is not to be coveted." "Father, it is precisely the allure of an enemy that makes it intriguing. My other women are all submissive and sycophantic, devoid of charm. This Chu Yun is to my taste." A spark of inspiration ignited within Zhuo Lingchan. "Feixiong, Chu Yun belongs to the formidable demon Chu Yun. To possess her, you must first eliminate Chu Yun, then you may pursue her as you wish." "Very well, father. Where is Chu Yun?" "I shall seek him immediately. First, tend to your wounds. I will dispatch someone to investigate." "Understood, father." Zhuo Lingchan instructed Zhou Feixiong and the 13 protectors to return and recuperate. Zhou Feiying approached Zhuo Lingchan. "Father, how can Feixiong be so formidable? It would not be an exaggeration to call him invincible." "Feiying, this is the fortune of the fool. Some time ago, I discovered a martial arts manual within a map. It consists of a poem, an acupoint diagram, and a scroll of techniques. Congratulations, father, on acquiring a treasure of the martial world. Why do you not practice it?" "I yearn to, yet I am unable to cultivate it. This martial art can only be mastered by one who is illiterate. Feixiong is perfectly suited for it. And to my surprise, he has excelled. I never anticipated that I, Linghu, would be blessed with such a gifted son. Father, what is the name of this martial art? It is the Tai Xian Classic, a remarkable skill acquired by the legendary hero Shi Patian, regarded as the supreme scripture of martial arts. With it, even the Yi Jin Jing, Shi Xing de Fa, and the Sunflower Manual would be rendered powerless. Is it possible for me to learn it? The more who can master it, the less burden you will bear. You may examine it. But if you find it beyond your grasp, do not force it, as it may cause you harm. Thank you, Father. The two proceeded to a secret chamber. Where Zhuo Lingchan placed the Tai Xian Classic upon the table. Zhao Ku, adorned with matted huya, Wu Go, gleaming like frost and snow. The silver saddle upon the white horse, galloping like a shooting star. 10 paces to slay a man, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. After the deed is done, I depart with my garments brushed aside, concealing my body and name. Who can inscribe beneath, the Tai Xian Classic for the white-haired? Father, I have also read Li Taibai's The Heroic Ballad and did not realize it was a manual of martial arts. This heroic ballad must have been illustrated by the great hero Shi Patian from memory, consisting of 24 verses. The annotations clarify that the 5th, 10th, and 17th verses pertain to sword techniques, while the 6th, 7th, and 8th verses pertain to lightness skills. The 9th, 10th, and 16th verses are for swordplay, and the 13th, 18th, and 20th verses relate to inner cultivation. The creator of this martial art is truly a divine being. This script, with its tadpole characters, is an acupoint diagram. Upon mastering it, one can connect hundreds of acupoints into a singular flow of internal energy, surging forth like a great river. Father, I find no merit in this acupoint diagram. It seems I am not destined for it. The annotations do not mention the effects of mastering the Tai Xian Classic. Once fully mastered, one may wield an imaginary sword with the right hand. Although no sword is present, the sword techniques will emerge ceaselessly. The martial arts of swordplay, palm techniques, internal energy, and lightness skill merge seamlessly into one, rendering distinctions between sword and palm indistinguishable. With a heart unburdened by the need to contemplate internal forces or memorize intricate moves, myriad techniques flow effortlessly from the mind to the limbs. Moreover, one's strength amplifies when confronted with formidable adversaries. The greater the assault, the more potent the counterattack. If this holds true, it surpasses the prowess depicted in Feng Qingyang's Dugu 9 swords. However, such theory necessitates robust internal power for practical application. Although Feixiong possesses opportunity, his shallow internal energy became apparent during his confrontation with Chu Yun, revealing significant shortcomings. When faced with the sudden emergence of Feixiong, Chu Yun's attacks faltered. Should the battle persist, Feixiong would undoubtedly face defeat. Chapter 067, The Solitary Grave of Huashan. Zhuo Feiying reminisced about each of Chu Yun's moves, which resembled phantoms. Elusive and intangible, her speed reaching the human limit. He felt a profound yearning and envy, lamenting his lack of innate talent. Father, we shall strive to secure time for Tianxiong to master extraordinary skills. Is that Chu Yun perhaps the undefeated Dongfang? So young and beautiful. Feiying, you must not be as greedy as your brother, captivated by Chu Yun's beauty. Romantic entanglements can weaken a hero, a grave taboo in the martial world. Many prodigies have met their demise in the embrace of beauty. Your father speaks wisely, yet Feiying remains puzzled. How can one so young possess such martial prowess? Countless martial arts secrets abound, and even my father is uncertain. I vaguely sense that since Chu Yun's appearance, the martial realm has undergone a transformation. With various martial arts manuals emerging, Zhuo Lingchan, after a moment of reflection, continued, in Chu Yun's martial arts, the flying needle is the signature skill of Dongfang undefeated. And her ice-cold, true energy deviates from our school's teachings. Strangely, I detect traces of the long-lost 9-in manual within her techniques. Could it be that Dongfang undefeated, before her demise, imparted her divine skills to Chu Yun, despite her tender age? How could she withstand decades of accumulated power? Even I, when absorbing others' energy, face backlash. Let us refrain from conjecture. Each individual encounters unique opportunities. Our task is to lay a solid foundation, seizing chances only when they arise. The martial world today is no longer what it once was. Father, should we continue to monitor Chu Yun and his companions? Yes, maintain surveillance discreetly. Chu Yun's return will undoubtedly involve schemes. Report immediately should Chu Yun appear. Continue to have contacts with Huashan, Hengshan, and the Sun Moon Holy Cult to stay abreast of developments. Knowing oneself and one's opponent ensures victory in every battle. Several days prior, at Huashan, on the Cliff of Regret, Yu Lingshan stood at the edge, gazing into the distant, rugged mountains, lost in thought. Lin Pingji stood behind her. Lingshan, are you missing senior brother? I fear he will not attend our wedding. Pingji, do not misunderstand. Senior brother has been my childhood companion, akin to an elder brother. Due to a misunderstanding, my father expelled him from the sect, and now he consorts with the demonic cult. Alas, senior brother is free-spirited, making friends wherever he goes, carving out a niche for himself. He is now the leader of Hongshan, and even Master Feng Zheng of Shaolin and Taoist Chongshu of Wudong hold him in high regard. His future is boundless. From this moment onward, we shall be family. You must assist my father diligently in revitalizing the Huashan sect. The future of Huashan rests upon your shoulders. I shall exert my utmost efforts, yet I remain burdened by my unresolved vendetta. I ought to observe filial piety for 3 years, fulfilling my duties as a son. I trust you will comprehend my predicament. I understand. Once we are wed, I shall grant you the time to fulfill your filial obligations. At that time, I too will be a member of the Lin family, and together we shall nurture its legacy, ensuring our happiness. Lin Pingji gazed towards the horizon, recalling the harrowing scene from that fateful night outside Ye Xuan's chamber. When he sees the cassock hurled out of the window, Ling Shan, for the sake of our future, I must intensify my training in preparation for the upcoming summit of the 5 mountain sect leaders. I shall rely on you to oversee the wedding arrangements. Pingji, do not place undue pressure upon yourself. I still wish for you to remain the boy I once knew. Lin Pingji stepped closer, wrapping his arm around Yu Ling Shan's delicate shoulders, feeling warmth radiate between them. Yu Ling Shan leaned against him as they both gazed into the distance. After departing from the cliff of regret, Lin Pingji ascended the sheer cliffs of Huashan, placing the cassock upon a secluded precipice, under the cover of night. He had not examined his surroundings closely, but now, under the blazing sun, he revisited the peak, casting his eyes towards the Huashan sect's stronghold, his heart easing, confident that this spot would remain undetected. Retrieving the cassock from the cliff's edge, he continued his ascent until reaching a platform, where a steep precipice loomed to the northwest. Indeed a sight to behold from various angles. Lin Pingji, struck by an epiphany, observed the imposing peak of Huashan, its sheer cliffs devoid of human presence. As he unfurled the cassock, tears welled in his eyes. It was this garment that had brought ruin to the Lin family. The grotesque visages of Yu Songhai, Yu Xuan, and Zhuo Lengchan surfaced vividly in his mind. Lin Pingji raised his arm in a silent roar. In the martial world, dominance is achieved through the sword, even at the cost of one's own manhood. The old rogue, Yu Xuan, resorted to self-castration to master the evil-repelling sword technique, a fitting retribution, indeed. The platform's precipice overlooked the Huashan sect's base. Nearby, a few stone blocks formed a cave, overgrown with weeds, flanked by 2 graves. Before the graves stood a decayed wooden plaque, barely legible, inscribed with the names of Feng Qi Gong and 7 masters. In the martial world, there exist peculiar individuals who, in death, aspire to ascend to immortality, burying themselves atop lofty peaks to absorb the essence of heaven and earth in anticipation of ascension. Upon the stone wall, Lin Pingji discovered numerous palm prints. Pressing his hand against them, he felt an uncanny match. How extraordinary it is that someone could leave such imprints upon the unyielding rock. A testament to immense power, enduring through centuries. Moreover, even if he were to master the evil-repelling sword technique, it would merely grant him swiftness and uniqueness in his execution. Furthermore, the self-castration required for practice is a heavy price to pay. He thought of Yu Ling Shan's charming visage, soon to be his wife, a dream he had envisioned countless times, though she too played a role in the demise of his parents. She was but a pawn in Yu Xuan's game. What fault lay with her? One cannot blame the wife and children for the sins of the husband. Lin Pingji examined the evil-repelling sword manual with great care, irresistibly drawn to its teachings, the swordplay now deeply etched in his very soul. Upon recalling the enchanting visage and melodious voice of Yu Ling Shan, the memories of practicing by the stream, carrying her up the mountain, and her reliance upon him come flooding back. The tender feelings that blossom between them prevail. When will the cycle of vengeance cease? Even if retribution is exacted, what then? In the end, he would remain a mere shell of a man. How would that honor the indomitable spirits of his parents, or the lineage of the Lin family? Lin Pingji knelt before the 2 solitary graves, as if his parents were interred there, and wept. Father, mother, you entrusted the elder brother to warn me against the treasures of the Xianyang residence, forbidding me from gazing upon or practicing them. I now comprehend your heartfelt intentions. I shall cease my training and bury this here to prevent harm to the martial world. With his hands, Lin Pingji began to dig a pit before the graves, intending to inter the monk's robe. After excavating half a foot, he sensed the presence of something buried within the soil. Curiosity urged him to unearth it. Discovering it wrapped in wax paper, the surface already beginning to decay, likely entombed for several centuries. As he unwrapped the paper, he found 2 books, one titled Toad Skill and the other Nining Manual. Within the pages lay a note. Adoptive father, you are the unparalleled Ouyang Feng. whose Toad skill strikes fear across the martial realm. By practicing the 9-in manual in reverse, you have paved a new path in martial arts, emerging victorious at Mount Hua's sword debate. Alas, fate has dealt you an unfortunate hand, as your foolishness leads to a life of folly. Your adopted son Yanghua has buried your ultimate teachings here to accompany you. Your neighbor, the esteemed leader of the beggars sect, Hong Qigong, is a paragon of virtue for the world. May you both coexist peacefully. From your adopted son, Yanghua. Chapter 068. Toad Divine Skill. Overwhelmed with joy, Lin Pingji immediately knelt before the grave, expressing gratitude to the predecessors for imparting their martial arts. As a junior, I shall not tarnish the esteemed name of Ouyang. After 3 bows, Lin Pingji wrapped the monk's robe in the wax paper and covered it with soil. He had already mastered the evil-repelling sword technique and resolved not to practice any further. As he perused the 2 manuals, the character for In the 9-in manual reminded him of the hoarse voice of Ye Xuan, sending a shiver down his spine. He unfolded the pages of the Toad skill and studied it intently. The technique involved squatting, aligning both hands with the shoulders, and producing a croaking sound akin to a frog hunting. This skill employs stillness to counter movement, harnessing energy without release, awaiting the enemy's attack to unleash a counterstrike of unparalleled ferocity. The principle dictates, strike with 3 parts of your strength, reserving 7. Note, energy must be accumulated and released. To be full without release is a matter of life and death, while releasing it results in an unending flow, overwhelming as an avalanche. After a careful examination, Lin Pingji found this technique intriguing. In his childhood, he often played beside the stream with frogs. They were his companions in youth. Was this fate? Reflecting on his childhood, Lin Pingji was filled with hope for the Toad skill and promptly began his practice. The starting position involved placing both palms on the ground shoulder-width apart, extending his legs backward until the toes touched the ground, and bending his elbows. As he drew his elbows back, he thrust his body forward, lifting his head to exhale a breath of stale air, keeping both hands and toes grounded and immobile. Continuing from the previous motion, bend the elbows and pull the body backward, simultaneously inhaling deeply through the nose. This practice of extension and contraction should be repeated several times. The second step involves supporting oneself with 5 fingers. The third step requires the thumb, middle finger, and index finger to bear weight. The fourth step sees both hands forming a hook, with the wrists engaged, poised for action. In the brief moments of breath control, Lin Pingji sensed the internal energy accumulating in his dantian, growing ever more abundant, while the breath stored in his mouth expanded. Upon reaching the limits of this accumulation, he transformed, akin to a frog, launching himself towards a rock. His palms struck the stone, causing it to shatter into several pieces, accompanied by a resounding crash. Lin Pingji gazed at his hands in disbelief. He noted the frog technique and proceeded to delve into the 9-in manual. The 9-in manual contained invaluable insights into martial arts practice. This was of utmost importance. Following the principles laid out by Ouyang Feng, Lin Pingji successfully practiced at once. Without Ouyang Feng's guidance, he would have risked falling into madness or even perishing atop the mountain. It must be said that Lin Pingji possessed an extraordinary memory, quickly mastering both manuals with remarkable proficiency. Such treasures could not be taken back to Mount Hua, lest they stir great upheaval. Linghu Chong was a cautionary example. For 3 days and 3 nights, Lin Pingji remained in the cave atop the mountain, tirelessly mastering the 2 formidable techniques. While others practiced the 9-in manual by first establishing a foundation before absorbing true energy, Ouyang Feng had opted to cultivate the 5th level of the 9-in manual, drawing in the energy of heaven and earth, which fortuitously aligned with the 1st level of the frog technique, allowing for a successful reverse cultivation. Regrettably, there were no relevant sword techniques to accompany this practice. By integrating the internal skills of the 9-in manual with the sword techniques of the evil-repelling swordplay, Lin Pingji unleashed the 72 stances of the evil-repelling swordplay, greatly amplifying their power. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he sighed inwardly. Fortuitously, he had not practiced the evil-repelling swordplay to the point of self-castration. The essence of this technique still lay in the mastery of internal power, as only with formidable internal cultivation could one unlock the extraordinary capabilities of the evil-repelling swordplay. In the future, he would continue to employ the evil-repelling swordplay alongside the Huashan swordplay to remain inconspicuous. At the grave, he unearthed a robe and buried both manuals together, ensuring that the evil-repelling sword manual would no longer exist in the world. Upon returning to the Huashan base, Lin Pingji found the courtyard splendidly redecorated, adorned with vibrant red lanterns, exuding a festive atmosphere throughout Huashan. No longer fearing Ye Xuan, Lin Pingji immediately sought out Ye Xuan and Ning Zhongzi to pay his respects. Ye Xuan, with a somber expression, cautiously stroked his beard. Lin Pingji could barely suppress a laugh. This eunuch should exert more effort in grooming his beard. lest it shed all over the ground. Yet, upon seeing his caring mistress, he felt a pang of compassion. She was truly pitiable, having to serve this lifeless eunuch daily. Master, mistress, your disciple Pingji wishes to pay his respects. Upon hearing Lin Pingji's name spoken in a high-pitched tone by Ye Xuan, he nearly retched. Ye Xuan cleared his throat and adjusted his tone. Pingji, your wedding is imminent. Why do you linger outside? You leave all matters to Shaner, who is, after all, a young lady. You must invest more thought into this. Yes, master, in recent days I have practiced the Huashan sword technique and gained some insights. I have secluded myself for a few days to cultivate further, hoping it may assist you. Ning Zhongzi observed Ye Xuan's unfriendly demeanor and stepped forward. Pingji, it is good that you have returned. Go and check on Ling Shan. She has been quite exhausted lately, soon to embark on her journey of family and career. As a man, one must bear responsibility. Indeed, Madam Master, I shall go at once. Rest assured, I, Lin Pingji, vow to cherish Ling Shan unwaveringly until death. Pingji, off you go. After Lin Pingji departed, Ye Xuan promptly retreated to the inner chamber, with Ning Zhongzi following closely. Brother, you should treat Pingji better next time. He is soon to become our daughter's husband. We must consider Shaner. Sister, since Lin Pingji arrived at Huashan, he has been overly attentive to Shaner, flattering her incessantly. He must still harbor grievances regarding the Lin family, and I fear he may use Shaner to take revenge on us. Brother, you are being overly hasty. Pingji possesses good character, is handsome, and carries the demeanor of a gentleman. How could Shaner possibly not be fond of him? Sister, a doting mother often spoils her child. Linghu Chong has become unrecognizable due to your indulgence, consorting with evil, and even seeking to marry Ren Woxing's daughter. Fortunately, I discovered this early and expelled him from Huashan. Otherwise, this wayward disciple would have tarnished our sect's centuries-old reputation. Brother, why bring up Chong? He has suffered loneliness since childhood and now battles a grave illness. If we do not assist him, are we not pushing him into the abyss? Have we not erred? Sister, are you truly oblivious to the implications of my actions? What do you not understand? Ning Zhongzi sensed the underlying meaning in Ye Xuan's words and heightened her vigilance. Brother, I, Ye Xuan, am known as the gentleman's sword. Yet in the eyes of the martial world, I am deemed a hypocrite. You are not unaware of this. Why then do you still choose to marry me? Sister, do not place faith in the rumors of the martial world. After 2 decades of marriage, do you still not trust me? Ye Xuan's face bore a mocking expression. His hands involuntarily curling into a delicate gesture, his voice slightly altered. Sister, we share the same chamber. You must be aware of my recent changes. To revive the Huashan sect, I have seized the evil-repelling sword manual and mastered the evil-repelling sword technique. Are you still unaware of my current state? Brother, since it has come to pass, regret is futile. I shall remain by your side, caring for you, for we are united as husband and wife. Ha ha ha, united as one. The green hat I wear shall never be removed. Once I master my ultimate technique, I shall personally deal with that individual to release my pent-up resentment. Brother, let us forget the past. We have Shaner. Is it not better to live a happy life as a family? Chapter 069. Intimate encounter. Ye Xuan's piercing tone sent chills down Ning Zhongzi's spine, causing her to involuntarily retreat 2 steps. Sister, you just spoke of living a happy life together. Why do you now waver? For 20 years, others have envied me for marrying the illustrious Ning heroine. Yet who knows the struggles of Ye Xuan? Brother, let those matters pass. Once I have dealt with the wayward disciple Linghu Chong, we can discuss it then. Brother, must it be this way? Do you not consider Shaner? Certainly. I have considered Shaner, otherwise, I would not agree to her union with Lin Pingji. Such a union between siblings is intolerable in the eyes of the heavens. Ning Zhongzi, upon hearing this, collapsed to the ground, her expression a tapestry of emotions. Tears brimming in her eyes. Ye Xuan's visage contorted, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Junior sister, given the circumstances, it would be prudent for you to turn a blind eye. My affairs are none of your concern, otherwise, we shall all suffer. With a mocking laughter, Ye Xuan retreated into the secret chamber to continue his cultivation of the evil-repelling sword technique. Ning Zhongzi slowly rose, seeking a place to sit. Her face a mask of sorrow. Lin Pingji entered the chamber of Ling Shan, who rested against the bedside. This sight evoked memories of their first encounter in Fujian, where she donned a blue dress, her hair adorned with twin buns and 2 thorny hairpins, her graceful figure and melodious voice vivid in his mind. The second time he beheld Ling Shan, her snow-white complexion, deep black eyes, and curled lashes rendered her a charming little sister in the eyes of others. Now, however, his perspective had transformed. Gazing upon Ling Shan, her fair visage, delicate face, and jade-like wrist adorned with a silver bracelet resting on her thigh, stirred a different sentiment within him. Lin Pingji leaned closer to Ling Shan, pressing his lips against hers. Startled, she awakened to find the young man kissing her. A mixture of surprise and joy washing over her. This was their first intimate encounter. They remained uncertain, their mouths merely brushing against one another, unsure of what to do next. As she attempted to speak, her lips parted slightly, only to be silenced by his kiss. Such a beautiful scene unfolded, so enchanting that even the birds dared not intrude. Soaring past the window, after a prolonged moment, they stood by the window, gazing at the scenery outside. Yulin Shan, her cheeks flushed, shyly murmured, "Pingji, I have missed you these past few days. Have you thought of me?" Lin Pingji enveloped her in his embrace, resting his head upon her shoulder, his fingers grazing the floral adornment in her hair. "Ling Shan, I just visited our master. Do you think I have not missed you?" "Little Lindsay, you are insufferable." Dodging my question, I asked if you missed me. Lin Pingji beheld Yulin Shan's mildly irate, yet charming demeanor, his hands caressing her waist. "Indeed. I miss you dearly, almost to the point of madness. Did you see the arrangements for our wedding? My clever Ling Shan has truly impressed me." Yulin Shan's face turned crimson as she attempted to escape his embrace. "You are merely my little Lindsay. From now on, I shall be the one to tease you. You must not bully me, or I shall deny you my kisses." "Very well, my dear wife. Your husband shall heed your wishes." "Little Lindsay, you are unbearable. Where do you think your hands are wandering? I shall not hesitate to punish you." In a mix of shyness and indignation, Yulin Shan turned and pursued the fleeing Lin Pingji, her heart racing. She was certain that Lin Pingji genuinely cared for her, in his eyes. She perceived no ulterior motives. As Lin Pingji dashed outside, he nearly collided with Ning Zhongzi, who had come to visit Yulin Shan. "Master, my apologies. I am off to practice." Ning Zhongzi chuckled. "Pingji, you still resemble a child who has yet to grow up." She shook her head with a smile as she entered Yulin Shan's room. "Mother, what brings you here?" "Ling Shan, what were you doing just now?" Pingji was running around like a fly, colliding haphazardly. Yulin Shan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she dared not raise her gaze. "Mother, we did nothing, truly. Xiao Lin and I were merely idle." Ning Zhongzi took Yulin Shan's hand and sat beside the bed. "You are to be wed soon. Yet you remain but a young girl. Young people engaging in a bit of mischief is hardly a grave matter. After all, youth is fleeting. I, too, have journeyed through my youth. Mother, I often see you so earnest, trailing behind father daily. I never imagined you were so open-minded in your youth." "Shaner, what nonsense are you speaking? In my younger days, I traversed the realm for several years. It was only after marrying your father that I withdrew from such a life." "Indeed, mother, had it not been for my training in Fujin, how would I have met Xiao Lin? The rumors in the martial world suggest father has long plotted to acquire the evil-repelling sword manual from Xiao Lin's family. I refuse to believe it. Father is a true gentleman, as is Xiao Lin." Ning Zhongzi remained noncommittal. To suddenly discover one's husband was a hypocrite after decades of shared life could drive one to despair, yet she felt indebted to him. "Pingji is handsome, composed, and possesses a gentlemanly demeanor. I have faith in him, and you two shall surely live in harmony post-marriage." "Mother, Pingji will treat me well. You need not worry." "Ling Shan, do you know where Pingji has been these past few days? He claims to be in seclusion to cultivate." "Mother, he must indeed be training. I noticed his internal energy has become significantly purer. Among the younger generation of Huashan, he is bound to surpass the elder brother." "Do you think my elder brother will attend your wedding?" "Your father is still in a fit of anger. I doubt he would dare. After all, he is your elder brother. He would never bully you." "Yes, within the Huashan sect, it is only the elder brother who has shown me such care. Ever since Xiao Lin arrived, he has grown distant from me. He must blame me for being an ungrateful sister." Chong Er is inherently magnanimous. He will not dwell on such trivial matters. Even if he cannot attend, he will certainly keep you in his thoughts. In my heart. Chong Er has always been the elder brother of Huashan. Mother, Ling Shan thinks likewise. Moreover, with Ren Ying, that stunning beauty by his side, he has likely forgotten about us. How can you speak of Chong Er in such a way? He would not wish to intrude upon your union with Pingji. The bond of marriage cannot accommodate a third party. True. Whenever I am with Xiao Lin, I hardly think of my elder brother or the others. They must consider me a sister who prioritizes romance over friendship. It seems we are even now. Mother, do not be angry with me. How could parents ever be angry with their child? Our sole wish is for your enduring safety and happiness. That alone brings us satisfaction. We will, mother. Earlier, when you entered, you held a painting. Was it a gift for me? Ning Zhongzi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yes, it is a dowry painting from your mother. I shall take my leave now. You may look at it and understand. With that, Ning Zhongzi hastily departed. Yulin Shan eagerly unrolled the scroll, only to feel her face flush with embarrassment upon seeing the lewd depiction of a couple in an intimate embrace. A thought crossed her mind, prompting her to hastily tuck the scroll away. In Kaifeng, within the Yishan grottos, a fire crackled in the dimness of another stone chamber. Chu Yun and Yang Shui, their bodies bare, were immersed in the cultivation of the 9th level of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. In this secluded stone room, their emotions intertwined as they nurtured their budding affection. Their synergy in practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra rendered their efforts remarkably fruitful, especially at this critical 9th level. The dual energies of yin and yang reached their limits, necessitating a harmonious fusion to transcend. It was noteworthy that this stage did not strictly require a male and female partner. Lin Xiaoying had once completed her cultivation alongside a maidservant. As Yang Shui approached the pinnacle of her yin cultivation, Chu Yun employed his yang techniques to assist her breakthrough, and vice versa. Once both had mastered the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, their internal energy flourished without hindrance. They could perceive each other as shadows, yet words eluded them. Chu Yun drew closer to Yang Shui, his senses attuned to the rapid rhythm of her heartbeat and her increasingly frantic breaths. When they were but a breath apart, Yang Shui felt a pang of fear. There was no retreat when their skin met. In the face of Chu Yun's all-encompassing gaze, Yang Shui found solace in the inevitability of their bond. Having surrendered her heart to him, she resolved to reject all other men. Chu Yun gently dressed Yang Shui in a simple garment, tidying her attire as they basked in the afterglow of their shared cultivation. With a rosy blush adorning her cheeks, Yang Shui approached the fire, lost in contemplation of the crackling wood. "Shui, we have succeeded in our training. Teach me the lightness skills of the ancient tomb sect, so we may make a swift exit," he urged. "Brother Yun, was that your intention all along?" she retorted playfully. "What do you mean?" he replied. "You could have easily left. Yet you chose to stay here with me to practice the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Were you intentionally trying to tease me? Brother Yun, that is not fair. My lightness skills are lacking. I couldn't leave even if I wanted to. Forget it, we've come this far. From now on, Shui, you belong to me. You must not forsake me, or I shall have to take drastic measures." "Are you threatening your own wife?" Yang Shui exclaimed, her heart a tumult of affection and vexation as she approached him, ready to unleash her fists. Yet, he effortlessly enveloped her in his embrace. "Brother Yun, let us practice the lightness skills without delay." Chu Yun, unfazed, began to peruse the pages, delving into the lightness techniques of the ancient tomb sect. "Shui, the silver rope and golden bell technique of the ancient tomb sect is quite formidable. You possess a more resilient rope, which can serve as a bedroll for rest and a weapon in battle. Given my current cultivation level, I should be able to practice this technique, which specifically targets the extraordinary meridians and can be executed through the beauty fist. Shui, have you mastered the beauty fist?" Upon perusing the descriptive pages, one encounters a vivid tapestry of legendary figures. The crimson jade strikes the drum, the enchanting Hongfu flees into the night, the green pearl plummets from a height. The learned Wenji returns to Han, the red thread pilfers a box, Mulan bends her bow, Banji composes poetry, Chang'e stealthily acquires elixirs, and the graceful waist of Li Hua is adorned, while Pingji wields her needle with divine precision. Shizi cradles her heart, the Luo goddess moves with ethereal grace, and Chao Ling's every maneuver mimics a beautiful maiden, each execution either blossoming like a lotus with every step or swaying like willows, triumphing over foes with elegance and charm. "Shui, you should learn this. When the time comes, my affection for you would be akin to adoring a multitude of beauties. Brother Yun, such a fickle heart. I have no desire to learn. Allow me to teach you the art of capturing sparrows, an unparalleled lightness of skill, enabling one to rest upon ropes. But if we all sleep on ropes, what need have we for beds? Disregard that. Let us study the heavenly net technique, which ensnares 81 birds, preventing their escape. Brother, I am not a juggler. Why would I wish to catch birds? They cherish the sky and deserve to soar freely. The martial arts of the ancient tomb sect are indeed cruel. Brother Yun, I suspect you are deliberately avoiding learning, preferring to stay here and tease me. Oh, the young ones are indeed teachable. Shui is becoming quite clever. Still laughing, while my brothers are undoubtedly anxious outside. Even Madam and Sister Lan must be nearing madness. Chu Yun, contemplating how to amuse Yang Shui, suddenly hears a series of chimes. Ding, system alert. Dongfang Booby has claimed a life, remaining life value, 5 days. Ding, system alert. Dongfang Booby has claimed a life, remaining life value, 5 days. Ding, system alert. Dongfang Booby has claimed a life, remaining life value, 5 days. Chu Yun checks his remaining life value, finding he has but 20 days left. How many has Dongfang Booby slain? Is he seeking vengeance at Songshan? Alarmed, Chu Yun realizes he must act swiftly, otherwise he may indeed perish. Shui, hand me your sword. Chu Yun takes the short blade and channels his internal energy, chiseling the stone wall from low to high. Upon reaching the summit, he draws a sword aura in the air above the stone slab. Shui, find a place to hide. Once the stones fall, you may ascend. Chu Yun strikes the stone slab with a powerful punch, shattering it into fragments that tumble into the chamber. The opening is shrouded in darkness, with only a few stars twinkling, revealing that night has fallen. Chu Yun leaps to the ground. Shui, come up, I shall catch you. Before he can finish, a delicate figure darts from the cave and lands beside him. Brother Yun, let us hasten to the inn. With no time to waste, Chu Yun is more anxious than ever, having spent countless hours in the stone chamber. Upon returning to the inn, he finds it deserted. Chu Yun is perplexed. Have they abandoned me? Yue is not the type to leave. If she has fled, how shall I return to the real world? Brother Yun, do not fret. In my room, my brother left a secret mark. Let us search for it. Indeed, Schwerer is attentive. We must find them swiftly. Following the clues, Yang Shui diligently searches for over 2 hours and ultimately discovers traces of Yang Lin and the others in a residence near the southern gate of Kaifeng. Searching for someone at night is indeed quite inconvenient. As Chu Yun entered the courtyard, he called out, Yue, Lan Lan, Tian Buoguang, Yang Lin, Yuan Changkong, are you inside? Yang Shui also leaped into the courtyard, landing beside Chu Yun. A door within the courtyard creaked open, and Lan Lan peeked out, immediately throwing herself into Chu Yun's embrace. Her voice choked with emotion. Lan Lan, it's me. Do not cry. I am unharmed. Where's Yue? Madam just returned, seemingly injured. She is inside. Please come in quickly. Upon hearing the commotion, Yang Lin emerged from the house, relieved to see his sister safe, and promptly pulled her into the room to inquire about the situation. Tian Buoguang and Yuan Changkong were still outside searching and had not returned. Upon entering the room, Chu Yun noticed the weary figure of Chu Yue on the bed. As she rose and saw him, a smile of relief graced her features. Husband, you have returned. Were you injured? No. Yue, what has happened? Was it the people from the Songshan sect? Husband, it was my overconfidence that underestimated Zhuo-Lingchan. Chu Yun, perplexed, pondered how Zhuo-Lingchan, whose martial prowess was not that formidable, could possibly harm the invincible Dongfang Bubi, especially since he had cultivated the 9 manual. Just then, he heard Chu Yue continue. Zhuo-Lingchan and the 13 protectors did not regard me seriously. After I dealt with that group, a martial arts master appeared, whom they referred to as Zhuo Feixiong. This individual possessed exceptional skills. Although his techniques were chaotic, his strength was immense. In combat, he became increasingly formidable, and after exchanging a few rounds, I inadvertently caused the deaths of several disciples from the Songshan sect. Please punish me, for I have broken my vow not to kill. Yue, it is sufficient that you refrain from killing in the future. In such circumstances, taking lives may be unavoidable. How is your injury? In Chapter 071, Desire for Offspring, Chu Yun examined Chu Yue's pulse and employed the healing techniques from the 9 manual to mend her meridians. Concurrently, Chu Yue's own cultivation began to restore, and after an hour, her condition improved significantly. Thank you, husband. I am no longer in grave danger. I feared Zhuo-Lingchan might pursue me relentlessly. After my return, I promptly relocated from the inn. I never anticipated I would have to flee. Victory and defeat are common in warfare. That Zhuo Feixiong must be Zhuo-Lingchan's second son, while his eldest is named Zhuo Feiying. Truly, Zhuo-Lingchan has a knack for embellishing his lineage. The techniques employed by Zhuo Feixiong are certainly not those of the Songshan sect. Whether it be swordplay, palm techniques, internal energy, or lightness skill, they are all seamlessly integrated, indistinguishable as sword or palm. Although he wielded a sword in his attacks, it appears he has only recently mastered these skills. I have heard that Zhuo-Lingchan's second son is illiterate and unaccomplished. How could he possibly cultivate such alarming martial prowess? Let me think. Chu Yun rifled through his memory of all the martial arts from the novels of the renowned hero, recalling that the most exceptional technique learned by an illiterate was the Tai Xian Jing practiced by Shirpatian in Xia Kexing. Could it be that Zhuo Tianxiong had mastered this formidable skill? This is indeed a legendary martial art of the highest order, leaving me to ponder how I might contend with it. In a previous interview, the famed hero clearly stated that the foremost martial artist in the world is Zhang Wuji. Zhang Wuji's martial prowess is merely a notch above that of the 9 manual. The Taishan classic is unlikely to be as formidable as one might envision. Throughout the tale of there are scarcely any true masters to be found. Are not the secrets of the martial world often amalgamations? The Sunflower Manual integrates internal cultivation, swordplay, palm techniques, and lightness skills into a singular entity. Both the Sunflower Manual and the 9 Manual essentially embody a hybrid approach. Even the Yijin Jing, which is reputed to be the most accessible to practice, wherein Yu Tenji learned merely from illustrations, combines swordplay, palm techniques, lightness skills, and internal cultivation into one cohesive form. One should not fall prey to the analyses of internet denizens. Chu Yun intends to personally gauge the capabilities of this Zhuo Tianxiong on another day. After contemplating, Chu Yun spoke to Chu Yue. Even if Zhuo Feixiong practices the Taishan classic, there is little to be concerned about. Tomorrow, we shall journey to the Songshan sect to meet this Zhuo Tianxiong. My lord, prudence is paramount. By the way, what kept you from returning sooner? Was there some unforeseen circumstance? Lan Phoenix brought forth tea and seated herself beside Chu Yun. My lord, I was greatly worried about your safety, fearing for your well-being. Your concern is appreciated. It appears Zhuo-Lingchan dispatched individuals to abduct Schwer, I pursued them to Ye Xuan, only to be ensnared in their trap and fall into a stone cavern, rendering me temporarily unable to escape. And how did you manage to extricate yourselves? That is on me. I had not learned much in the way of lightness skills before, leaving me lacking in escape techniques. My lord, have you since acquired lightness skills? With Schwerer, I learned the ancient tomb sect's lightness skills, which enabled my escape. Ah, but does not the practice of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra require one to disrobe? The darkness below made visibility impossible. Do not let your imaginations run wild. Still, my lord is impressive, turning the tables on adversity. While you bask in the favor of beauty, it has forced the lady to venture alone to the Songshan sect in search of news about you. I feel for her plight. Lao Lan, how can this be blamed on my lord? He acted out of necessity. However, with my lord's capabilities, I doubt a stone cavern of several zhang could truly confine him. That is all we need to know. As for Schwerer, it seems she has been deceived. Haha. You may indulge in your fantasies, but Schwerer remains an untouched maiden. If you doubt it, inquire with her. Nothing untoward occurred. My lord, just now, I noticed that Schwerer's freckles have vanished. She has truly transformed into a great beauty, while Lan Lan's appearance pales in comparison. Without beauty or martial skill, my lord will surely forsake me. I shall take my leave. Chu Yun pulled her into an embrace. Lan Lan, from now on, I shall call you my third. Lan Phoenix, misunderstanding the term, believed it to be filled with affection. My lord is covered in grime. I shall accompany you to bathe. Lan Lan, serve me well. I still need to cultivate and heal. You may go. Chu Yun squeezed Chu Yuer's small hand, reluctantly parting. Chu Yuer immediately sat in meditation, entering the cultivation of the Nine manual, demanding of herself a swift breakthrough to the 5th level. After Chu Yun and Lan Lan completed their bath, they sat upon the bed. Lan Lan, today I shall impart to you the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra and the Nine manual. Given your relatively weak foundation, I shall first open your meridians. The process may be quite painful, so bear with it. Young master, even in death, I am willing. You may begin. Upon witnessing Lan Lan's unwavering resolve, Chu Yun felt a warmth in his heart. Following the techniques outlined in the Nine manual, he meticulously unblocked her meridians. As he opened the Ren and Du channels, Lan Phoenix coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Having gained experience, Chu Yun had prepared a towel for emergencies. Once the meridians flowed freely, he infused his vital energy into Lan Phoenix, pushing her internal strength to its limits, allowing her to regulate her own breathing thereafter. As her energy pathways became unobstructed, Chu Yun imparted the Yin advancement technique from the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra to her. Given her esteemed status as a master and her remarkable martial talent, Lan Phoenix ascended to the pinnacle of Yin advancement in merely a couple of hours. Their relationship had already transcended mere companionship, as they practiced together in a state of undress, their connection deepening. After mastering the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, riding on the fervor of the moment, both Chu Yun and Lan Phoenix ascended to the clouds. Young master, Lan Phoenix sweetly declared, I wish to bear your children. Very well, my dear, it appears I must strive diligently to realize this dream. I've heard from the elders that frequent encounters lead to less intelligent offspring. Tonight has already seen several instances. You must conserve your energy, if you please. Agreed. Then let me teach you the Nine manual. Lan Phoenix remained silent, quietly dressing before commencing her training. By dawn, she had made significant progress in the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, while Chu Yun had achieved a preliminary mastery of the Nine manual, awaiting further improvement in the future. That night, Tian Buoguang and Yuan Changkong returned at dawn, and upon confirming the young master's safety, they felt at ease to rest. Yang Shui lay suspended, undergoing an inquiry from Yang Len. Sister, did you and elder brother experience any fortuitous encounters during your perilous situation? Why do you ask such a thing? I can distinctly sense your powers have greatly increased. You are no longer beneath me. Brother, to escape, I taught Brother Yun the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. After mastering it, we utilized the ancient tomb sect's lightness skill to flee. Ah, you were not. Brother, do not think ill of us. The cave was pitch black, visibility was non-existent. Sister, from now on, you shall be elder brother's woman. Practice diligently to assist him in the future. What are you saying? How did I become elder brother's woman? Sister, you both practiced the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra together, which requires love and mutual understanding to succeed. I would be delighted to have you as my sister-in-law. The mere thought brings me joy. Brother, it seems you think I was a burden to you. Do you desire to marry me off? I am happy for you. Elder brother is kind-hearted and knowledgeable. Being with him, you shall never feel lonely and will surely find happiness. But Brother Yun already has 2 remarkable women. I may lack competitiveness. Brother remains single and does not comprehend. Yet, men often favor women who are not overly competitive. Your calm disposition is an advantage. However, be wary of letting him possess you entirely. Once a man has what he desires, he tends to take it for granted. Yang Shui rolled over, stifling a yawn. Brother, sleep now. Tomorrow holds unknown events. Chapter 072. Brotherhood. Chu Yun ultimately resolved to journey to the Songhan sect, allowing his companions a few days to recuperate and enhance their cultivation. For the strength of their impending adversaries remained uncertain. Among his company, only Tian Boguang had yet to cultivate the 9 manual. The others were diligently honing their skills. Just as he pondered what technique Tian Boguang might pursue, the latter made his entrance, his demeanor seemingly ungracious and his face flushed with indignation. Young master, today I encountered Lan Feng Wang and observed her remarkable progress. She has ascended to the realm of innate masters. As a fellow attendant, might I not be granted a few martial arts techniques to elevate my prowess, thus enabling me to serve you with greater efficacy in the future? Tian, it appears you are vexed by this matter. I too have been troubled. Their martial arts have advanced, perhaps due to their cultivation of dual cultivation techniques. As you well know, the Yang siblings possess a family legacy of skills. How about I impart to you the celestial sword technique? Yet, you are accustomed to wielding a saber, and it is the only technique I am proficient in. There is also the Sunflower Manual and the 72 forms of sunflower swordplay. Would you care to learn them? Upon hearing Chu Yun's disclosure of his own skills, Tian Boguang realized he had misjudged Chu Yun, and a sense of shame washed over him. His countenance reddening. Young master's celestial sword technique is a family treasure. I cannot possibly learn it. The Sunflower Manual is an even greater taboo. I would never dare to practice the sunflower swordplay. What then shall I do? My cultivation has fallen far behind the others. Young master, I may as well return to Hongshan to live out my days. I implore you to understand. Chu Yun placed a reassuring hand on Tian Boguang's shoulder. Brother Tian, I shall devise a solution for you. I will ensure to reserve a few fine manuals when I discover them. Have you not noticed the increasing number of masters recently? Yesterday, Yuera was injured in her meridians by Zhuo Tianxiu. When did Zhuo Lingchan's second son become so formidable? The prowess of his lady is indeed rare in the world. How could Zhuo Tianxiu be so powerful? It is inconceivable. He may have acquired a rapid cultivation method that allowed him to reach the ranks of top masters in a short span, akin to the evil-repelling swordplay, which, once mastered, renders one a first-rate expert. Brother Tian, shall we not venture to the Songhan sect to ascertain the situation? Young master, if you are not apprehensive of being hindered by me, then I would gladly accompany you. Very well, prepare yourself. We shall depart at once. As Tian Boguang departed, Yang Lin approached Chu Yun, a cheerful expression adorning his face. Brother, I did not anticipate that you would win over my younger sister so swiftly. Please treat her well. She worries about your many romantic entanglements. What nonsense are you speaking, little brother? We have yet to even begin. Do you require my assistance? Although my sister is proud, she holds you in the highest esteem. Just last night, she was singing your praises. Chu Yun draped his arm around Yang Lin's shoulders. Little brother, why do I feel as though you are a human trafficker, attempting to sell your sister? Of course not. I know my sister well. She must have taken a liking to you. Besides, have you not already cultivated the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra together with utmost sincerity? Indeed, we have practiced the Heart Sutra. But in the dark of night, I saw nothing, and Schwerer remains entirely innocent. I am aware of this, and I have practiced the Yang progression of the Heart Sutra, but I have yet to find a suitable woman for the Yin progression. The 9th level of dual cultivation in Yin and Yang requires a deep emotional connection and mutual understanding to succeed. Since you say so from now on, I shall refer to you as my elder brother-in-law. We shall be one family. I dare not assume such a title, though we are indeed family. I find greater happiness being your younger brother. After all, I have watched my sister grow, and I would feel discontent if someone else were to take her away. Do you truly trust me so completely? What if I were a trafficker? As for the brotherhood we share, I find it hard to believe. If I cannot trust you, whom can I trust? Brother, what did Tian Boguang want from you earlier? Do you have any plans? Please take me along. It feels awkward being around a group of women. There is indeed a matter at hand. But now that you have mastered the 9 manual, you are among the few elite in the world. Consider yourself a secret weapon for the time being. Do not reveal your prowess yet. And you can protect them at home. Yang Lin has recently basked in flattery and has soared to great heights. In light of this, I will remain at home to solidify my cultivation. I still need to familiarize myself with several of the Yang family techniques. Please be cautious. Very well. I shall inform Lan Lan and the others, and we will leave shortly. Chu Yuera has already prepared herself and greets Chu Yun with joy as he enters. My lord, do you have any plans for today? I have decided to visit the Songhan sect to investigate Zhuo Tianxiu's background. He has harmed you, and I cannot let this matter rest. It was my oversight. I did not anticipate that Zhuo Lingchan had a formidable expert behind him. I was initially ensnared by the icy true chi of the 13 protectors, which hindered my performance. Reflecting on my duel with Zhuo Tianxiu yesterday, I believe that if I had held on a bit longer, victory would have been assured. I believe that as well, even if he practices the Taishan Classic. He may not match the 9 manual or the Sunflower Manual. This time, Tian Boguang and I will go. You must be vigilant at home. Fateweaver Lingchan is more cunning than the evil sections. Since my lord has made his decision, I shall not hinder you. Be cautious, return early. And do not let Lan Lan and Shuer worry. Chu Yun embraces Chu Yue tenderly. Yue, do not fret. I am not worried. With several beauties at home, I have no concerns about your wandering heart. Chu Yun kisses her cherubic face before turning to depart. Tian Buoguang is already prepared, leading 2 fine steeds. Lan Fenghuang and Yang Shui see them off at the gate. Taking this opportunity, Chu Yun embraces both of them as a farewell, causing more freckles to appear on Yang Shui's face. The two watch the riders disappear into the distance, their eyes misted with tears. Although Lan Fenghuang displays a hint of reluctance, she comforts Yang Shui beside her. Shui, you need not worry about the young master. His skills are unparalleled. Sister Lan, I am not worried about her. I am concerned about him riding my horse. That is your bond. One must prefer a particular steed. Sister Lan, if you continue with such remarks, I shall be vexed. Yang Shui pouts, feigning anger, yet her gaze still follows the departing horses. Shui, they have vanished from sight. Let us return and make shoes. Your brother brought back the materials yesterday, and since we are not traveling today, it is the perfect time to craft shoes. I will teach you. Blue Phoenix and Yang Shui took out the materials, tools, and the shoe sample designed by Chu Yun, and began to cut it directly with a sharp dagger. After clearing her meridians and mastering the 9E manual, Blue Phoenix's internal energy flowed ceaselessly, her speed surpassing that of her previous attempt. Before long, a model was created. Yang Shui, being deft and skillful, also fashioned a model based on the size of her foot. Seeing the two women diligently at work, Yang Lin approached to lend a hand. Within less than an hour, several pairs were completed. Shui, if you desire beauty, you may carve patterns along the edges. My hands are clumsy, while your skills are exquisite. The shoes you make are intricately crafted and breathtakingly beautiful. My brother can carve as well. When we were children, he would often carve small animals for me to play with. Yang Shui turned to Yang Lin. Leave the carving to me. I assure you, you will be satisfied. Chapter 073. Human skin masks in the courtyard. The cobblers joyfully crafted high-heeled shoes. Yang Lin truly possessed nimble hands, and his carved flowers and birds were lifelike, earning sweet praise from Blue Phoenix. Hearing the merriment outside, Chu Yue could not resist pushing the door open. Upon seeing Chu Yue, Blue Phoenix ceased her laughter. My lady, has your injury healed? They are making shoes outside. Would you like a pair? I am quite well now, and I have several pairs already. You may enjoy yourselves. Chu Yue replied, moving to Yang Shui's side and taking her hand. Shui, come to my room. I have something to inquire of you. Yang Lin and Yang Shui exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if the main consort was about to become enraged, their foreheads adorned with large question marks. Yang Shui felt a twinge of apprehension as she followed Chu Yue, glancing back at Yang Lin, but ultimately entered the room. Inside, Chu Yue calmly regarded Yang Shui's face. Yang Shui, feeling nervous and unable to contain herself, spoke up. My lady, please do not misunderstand. There is nothing between me and Brother Yun. I assure you, there is no misunderstanding. Chu Yue smiled. To call him Brother Yun so affectionately, and yet claim there is nothing. Do not be afraid, Shui. If you have captured the young master's affection, that is your talent. I do not mind. From now on, you should attend to your Brother Yun well. Having cultivated the 9E manual and received the kindness of the Yang siblings, Chu Yue refrained from addressing Chu Yun as her husband, opting instead for young master, thereby bridging the gap between them. My lady, Yang Shui's ears flushed, her neck turning crimson, though her composure remained intact. I called you here to inquire about the masks. May I ask you about them? Brother Yun mentioned it to you, right? I did not mean to conceal it. My brother was concerned for my safety while venturing outside, so he instructed me to wear this to deter unwanted attention, alleviating many troubles. Indeed, our beauty can be a burden. Could you teach me how to create a mask? I wish to make one as well. I have worn the conical hat enough. However, I promised Chu Yun that I would not reveal my face to anyone else. My lady, I see. The mask is not a secret. I will share it with you. Please wait here while I gather some materials. Very well, hurry back. I am already anticipating your return. With that, Yang Shui departed swiftly. Chu Yue admired her beauty in the mirror. Contemplating the design of a mask that would not be overly unattractive, she feared it might frighten Chu Yun. Conversely, it could not be excessively exquisite either. Yang Shui's freckles presented an ideal solution. Upon returning promptly, Yang Shui was armed with various bottles and fine brushes. Madam, what sort of mask do you wish to create? I intend to darken my skin and adorn it with freckles, ensuring it remains inconspicuous. Perhaps I shall add more freckles as well. In our future travels through the realm, we could be known as the Freckled Heroines, an illustrious title indeed. Madam, as the saying goes, a fair complexion conceals a multitude of flaws. If one's skin is merely dull, no one would dare to claim they are a beauty. Shui, your deft hands can surely guide me. Just ensure that we do not frighten the young sir. Very well. Madam. I will attempt to craft one first, and if it does not meet our expectations, we shall recreate it. Yang Shui began applying a viscous liquid onto Chu Yuan's face, layering it multiple times before meticulously painting over it with a fine brush, and then using a fan to dry it. After a brief interval, she presented a mirror to Chu Yuan. The overall shape of her face remained unchanged, but a new layer of skin tinted a pale yellow adorned it, with several dark spots near the eyelids, imparting an air of maturity without being alarming. Chu Yuan was quite pleased. Shui, is this mask easy to remove and reapply? Madam, it is quite simple. The sole drawback is that it is water sensitive and may easily come off. To remove it, one merely needs to dampen the surface, and it can be effortlessly peeled away. When needed again, simply wet it to reapply and blow dry. This is a technique I stumbled upon. Thank you, Shui. From now on, you need not call me madam. Just refer to me as sister. We are family. Very well, Sister Yue. Is there anything else you wish to instruct? I must attend to the shoes. Go ahead. Yang Shui entered the courtyard, where Yang Lin promptly approached her, whispering, Sister, did the madam scold you? Brother, Sister Yue is wonderful. She did not inquire about that matter. Then what did she ask? Sister, if anything arises, you must inform me. If someone bullies you, I shall seek justice from our elder brother. Brother, you are overthinking. Sister Yue merely asked me about the mask. She wishes to have one as well, and I just crafted one for her. That is a relief. Now that we have both mastered the 90 manual, there is little to fear in the martial world. If it were not for our elder brother treating us like family, we would have nowhere to go. Brother, if it were not for Brother Yun, how could we have even glimpsed the path to supreme martial arts? Let us not forget our gratitude. Sister, you are quick to defend Brother Yun. Brother, if you continue to tease me, I shall ignore you. Very well, I shall refrain. Come, let me show you the shoes I have carved for you. Yang Shui, enamored with the finished shoes, eagerly tried them on and strutted about, her grace rivaling that of the blue phoenix. Shui, your catwalk is quite commendable. You are nearly matching the madam's elegance. Sister Lan, do put on your new shoes as well. Let us walk together. Yang Lin, enchanted by the sight of two stunning beauties strutting down the runway, felt a sense of elation. Wearing those high heels truly transformed him. Akin to a crow turning into a phoenix, it was indeed a craft of artistry. An idea blossomed in his mind, to open a high-heeled shoe store in the Ming dynasty, whereupon beautiful women would patronize his shop, thus alleviating his concerns about finding a wife. The mere thought brought a smile to his face. Brother, you seem dazed. Hurry and find me a sister-in-law. You can gift her a few pairs of high heels. Little sister, how dare you mock me? If it weren't for your hindrance, I could have already lined up a suitable match from Kaifeng to the capital. Brother, you're just boasting. While Yang Lin was busy carving wooden shoes, he noticed the soles were unadorned. He began etching zigzag lines and small squares onto the bottom to prevent slipping. After a moment's consideration, he thought this anti-slip method was inadequate. Observing some spare leather nearby, he decided to affix it to the soles, which felt promising. Sister, try on this pair. It's my improved version. Yang Shui hastily changed into them and took a few steps. Brother, you're truly clever. They're silent while walking and also slip resistant. How about we open a shoe store together? It would be much more comfortable than wandering the world. Lan Phoenix, unable to bear it any longer, chuckled, as cobblers. Wouldn't your skills be wasted? Sister Lan, if the world were peaceful, there would be no wandering. Meanwhile, Chu Yun and Tian Bo Guang had reached the foot of Songshan Mountain. At the entrance to the ascent, they observed the members of the Songshan sect maintaining order, each adorned with swords at their waists, resembling city enforcers. Chu Yun instructed Tian Bo Guang to proceed uphill first and scout the situation. At the mountain's base, Chu Yun encountered a banner of the Eastern Society. Upon inquiry, he learned it belonged to Leader Zhang's faction, who awaited his arrival. He was led to a village bustling with a multitude of followers from the Three-Province Alliance. To greet Chu Yun was not Zhang Yi, but Long Zizai, the leader of the Twin Dragons gang from the Alliance. Hero Chu, we of the Three-Province Alliance have awaited your arrival for many days. You have finally come. Leader Long, has the Songshan sect troubled you? Long Zizai smiled awkwardly. Hero Chu, it is rather laughable. We are but a disorganized crowd, and without your guidance, we dare not confront the Songshan sect directly. He escorted Chu Yun into a large courtyard. Leader Long, why is Leader Zhang not present? Leader Zhang is away on business and has entrusted me to act in his stead, following your lead, Hero Chu. Are you aware of the skirmish involving the Songshan sect yesterday? We have heard some tidings. Upon learning of Zhuotian Xiong's unmatched prowess, we refrained from acting rashly. Hero Chu, was the female warrior from yesterday your companion? Indeed. I have come today to seek an audience with Zhuotian Xiong. Do you wish to join? Though our martial skills are modest, it is our duty to accompany the hero and bolster our courage. Very well, if you choose not to go, that is also acceptable. You may return, as our brothers in the gang still need to make a living. Chu Yun presented Long Zizai with a banknote of 100,000 taels. Leader Long, though I do not know who sent you to follow me, please Please distribute this silver among your members for a better life. It is best not to wade into these murky waters. Long Zizai ultimately accepted the banknotes and pounded his chest, proclaiming, Hero Chu, our 3 provinces alliance voluntarily follows your lead. I shall immediately gather our members and set forth. Chu Yun was indifferent to these minor characters. Their presence would only serve to increase the numbers. His curiosity lay in uncovering the mastermind behind them, which, at this juncture, appeared to be the Sun Moon Holy Cult. He reflected on how Ren Woxing wished for him to act as a shield, allowing them to recuperate. So be it, he thought. A formidable throng of over 1,000 men surged toward Mount Song. The Mount Song faction's city management team, witnessing the oncoming tide, had already retreated to the summit in search of reinforcements. Any disciples of the Mount Song faction who dared to resist were swiftly overwhelmed, beaten into submission, and bound together in a chain, led up Xingguan Peak. Atop Xingguan Peak, Chu Yun's forces confronted the disciples of the Mount Song faction in a tense standoff. Long Zizai himself brought forth a grand armchair for Chu Yun to sit upon as he awaited the emergence of Linghu. Linghu, come forth. Linghu, you cowardly turtle. The collective voices of the thousands rang out, hurling insults at Linghu, creating an atmosphere that felt as if the very earth shook. Within the grand hall, the 13 protectors and Fateweaver awaited Linghu's decision. Ding Mian spoke, Leader, Chu Yun is outside taunting us. Let us confront him in a decisive battle. The others nodded in agreement, their tempers flaring at the unprecedented humiliation inflicted upon the Mount Song faction. Linghu cautioned, everyone, remain calm. I did not expect Chu Yun to escape from the Ye Xuan stone cavern so swiftly. Lu Bai suggested, Leader, allow me to inquire about Chu Yun's intentions so we may prepare accordingly. Zhong Zhun interjected, Brother Lu, that would be unwise. Chu Yun has clearly come seeking retribution for yesterday's events. If we show weakness, he will surely take advantage. Liho added, Brother Zhong is right. Let me engage with Chu Yun. I do not believe he is as formidable as he claims. Linghu remarked that Chu Yue has already reached peak mastery. Does Chu Yun truly believe he can approach us brazenly without confidence in his abilities? The assembly exchanged glances, feeling the pressure of being encircled by a band of brigands. Could they allow such a perception to mar the reputation of the Mount Song faction in the martial world? Linghu continued. The rabble outside must surely contain spies from the other 5 mountain sects and the Sun Moon Holy Cult. Should we show weakness now, the consequences would be dire. I shall go out to meet Chu Yun. Fei stepped forward. Father, let Tianying handle this. Chu Yun is merely a 20-year-old youth. It would be beneath our dignity for you to confront him directly. Linghu acquiesced, very well, but exercise caution. If any trouble arises, return swiftly to the hall. Outside the hall, Chu Yun observed the doors open to reveal a young man, approximately 25 or 26 years of age, with an upright posture. The young man approached and bowed, stating, May I inquire if the person seated is Chu Yun? I am Fei. Recognizing him as Linghu's eldest son, a true inheritor of Linghu's teachings, Chu Yun noted his impressive demeanor. Indeed, Linghu's lineage was commendable. I am Chu Yun. Your demon-slaying conference has yet to commence, and I have arrived ahead of schedule. My apologies, are you prepared? Chu Yun inquired. Prepared for what? A leaf drifted down from the head of Chu Yun, landing before him. With a flick of his hand, it transformed into 2 pieces. He flicked his middle finger, sending one half flying towards Fei. A disciple of the Songshan sect shielded Fei with his body. With a soft thud, the leaf pierced through the man's form, continuing its trajectory towards Fei. Fei brandished his whip in an attempt to deflect the incoming leaf, but it severed the whip effortlessly. He could not evade in time, and the leaf grazed the edge of his thigh. A sharp pain erupted from the wound, blood seeping forth and staining half of his trousers. Fei promptly applied pressure to the injury to stanch the bleeding, feeling a wave of dread wash over him as he noticed Chu Yun refraining from further assault. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Fei, I have heard of your skill in the art of acupuncture with a riding whip. Yet I am surprised by your inadequacy. With such paltry skills, you dare to call me by name? Do you seek death? Fei, a seasoned individual in the martial world, quickly discerned that Chu Yun did not intend to kill him. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Young Master Chu, I was reckless. May I inquire what you require from our Songshan sect? Chu requests that you prepare a sum of silver notes. I have come today to collect. Furthermore, I was startled yesterday on Mount E, and I require compensation for my distress. My woman was also frightened by one of your men, named Bear, and thus, she is owed recompense as well. And how much does young Master Chu intend to claim? Seeing the Songshan sect thriving and being the leader of the 5 Mountains Alliance, Chu Yun declared, I ask not for much, merely 500,000 taels, plus an additional 100,000 as spiritual compensation. Relay this to Linghu. If the silver is not surrendered, I shall immediately raid your sect, and I have brought my men. Very well. I shall report this to the sect leader at once. Please wait a moment. Zhuofei, go fetch that bear for me. I intend to teach her a lesson for frightening my woman. Is that not seeking death? Zhuofei hurried away into the grand hall. Linghu exclaimed in disbelief. What? 600,000 taels? Does he think our Songshan sect is a treasury? Even a treasury only yields a few 100,000 taels a year. This is sheer arrogance. Father, please calm your anger. Just now, Chu Yun dispatched a disciple of our sect with merely half a leaf, and I was unable to defend against it, resulting in my injury. What is the extent of your injury? Chu Yun did not intend to kill. It is only a superficial wound. Chu Yun demanded that Fei Xiong be sent out to confront him. Upon learning that the one calling out was Chu Yun, Fei Xiong could no longer contain himself and yearned to confront Chu Yun, eager to seize the incomparable beauty, Chu Yue. Father, let me go meet Chu Yun. He thinks our Songshan sect is defenseless. Fei Xiong, do not act recklessly. Matters that can be resolved with money are not of great concern. Father, do you wish to squander wealth to avert disaster? If word spreads, how shall our Songshan sect maintain its standing in the martial world? Go and respond to him. Allow us to deliberate. I have already dispatched someone to Shaolin to seek assistance from Master Fang Zheng, hoping to stall until then. Chapter 075. Close combat with Fei Xiong. Unable to contain his impatience, Fei Xiong was eager to eliminate Chu Yun and claim the beauty for himself. Father, allow me to confront Chu Yun and buy some time. I perceive that today's demand for money from Chu Yun is but a ruse. However, the intent to undermine Fei Xiong's spirit is genuine. It is better to accept fate. What is a blessing cannot be disguised as a curse, and what is a curse cannot be evaded. Fei Xiong, you must exercise caution. Linghu drew forth a colossal sword from behind him, its entire body shimmering with golden light. The scabbard bore a metallic dragon motif, measuring an impressive 4 to 5 feet in length, with a width of half a foot. Fei Xiong, this is the treasured sword of the Songshan sect, the Songyang Divine Sword. Weighing a formidable 81 jin, only one with divine strength can wield it. Give it a try. Fei Xiong grasped the hilt and drew the sword outward, several beams of cold light shooting forth from its blade. The onlookers beheld the 4 significant characters inscribed upon it, Songyang Divine Sword. Fei Xiong tested its weight and laughed heartily. Father, the weight is just right. With that, he brandished the sword within the hall, executing the Songshan sword technique, ancient human dragon, the sword's shadow dancing like a dragon's roar and a tiger's growl, leaving all in awe. Joy illuminated the faces of the crowd. With such a formidable warrior as Fei Xiong, Chu Yun was destined for defeat. Just as they were about to utter words of praise, the wooden doors of the grand hall were smashed open by a stone lion, followed by the boisterous taunts of Chu Yun. Linghu, do you truly wish to be a coward? Hesitating over a mere silver note? Is this how you conduct yourself outside as well? The matron of the Yihong courtyard has spoken of you in such a manner. Linghu, infuriated, struck the ground with his fist, causing the floor to shatter into fragments. Father, do not fret. I shall retrieve Chu Yun's head. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Fei Xiong had already leapt from the grand hall, the sound of a whistle echoing in the air. Chu Yun beheld a robust figure, brandishing a colossal sword that invoked memories of the great sword of the Qin dynasty, capable of splitting stones with a single swing, exuding unparalleled power. This must be Fei Xiong. Without further contemplation, he pressed both hands outward and leapt, producing the Zhangqiong sword in his grasp. The Zhangqiong sword, a name of Chu Yun's own choosing, was a treasure bestowed upon him upon entering this world, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. In his clash with Ye Xuan, it had left the iron spear battered while he remained unscathed, a truly remarkable blade. Chu Yun possessed the 9 manual, the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, and the Sunflower Scripture, granting him triple internal powers, while his lightness skill had reached the pinnacle of the ancient tomb sex techniques, instilling in him a sense of invincibility. The two engaged in a fierce aerial duel, their swords clashing, producing a cacophony of sound, with shards of debris raining down as they exchanged blows. The members of the 3 provinces alliance hastily retreated several hundred meters to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Chu Yun inwardly praised. The Taishan Jing is indeed formidable. It has cultivated such a master in a short span. It would be prudent to assess this individual's capabilities before deciding to eliminate him. If I could obtain the Taishan Jing, such a superb technique would be wasted on these worthless beings. The 2 combatants battled from the rooftops to the treetops. Chu Yun had already exerted 50% of his strength. His lightness skill was on par with Fei Xiong's, their blades evenly matched. After several exchanges, he discerned that Fei Xiong's internal power was lacking in comparison, yet their palm techniques had yet to be tested. Standing atop the treetop, Chu Yun pointed his sword at Fei Xiong. Fei Xiong lunged upward with his sword, attacking from above, while Chu Yun responded by thrusting downward, forcing him to the ground as he employed the 1000 drop technique. Observing Fei Xiong firmly planting his feet, causing the stone bricks beneath to crack, Chu Yun infused his sword with true energy and commanded, "Release." Zhuo Feixiong felt a sharp pain in his wrist as he noticed Chu Yun's sword light approaching. Just as he was about to deflect the blade with his left palm, Chu Yun altered the sword's trajectory, aiming for his left hand while simultaneously slicing downward. With a clang, the Songyang divine sword fell to the ground. At the entrance of the grand hall, Zhuo Lingchan experienced a splitting headache, nearly collapsing, and thought to himself that the Songshan sect was doomed. Zhuo Feiying, quick-witted and agile, supported Zhuo Lingchan. Upon witnessing the colossal sword's descent, Chu Yun refrained from using his sword, instead unleashing a palm strike towards Zhuo Feixiong. Zhuo Feixiong countered with both palms, their forces colliding and generating a cyclone that carved a deep groove into the stone floor nearby. He was propelled several meters back before he could halt his retreat. Chu Yun retrieved the Songyang divine sword, directing it towards a large tree where Tian Buguang stood 100 meters away. "Brother Tian, secure this sword. It is our trophy," he exclaimed with a hearty laugh, before turning his gaze back to Zhuo Feixiong, who was already preparing for another assault. Chu Yun sheathed his sword, thrusting it into the ground, embedding it deeply into the blue stone floor. "Zhuo Feixiong, I shall engage you in a display of martial prowess. Allow me to witness the might of the strongest opponent I have encountered thus far." Zhuo Lingchan, relieved to see that Chu Yun harbored no intent to eliminate him, urged Zhuo Feiying, "Quickly, go greet Master Fangjun. We may not have much time." The 13 protectors stood aside, trembling with fear. Chu Yun was exceedingly powerful, far beyond their imagination. As Chu Yun activated the 9 manual, forming a protective aura around himself, he faced Zhuo Feixiong's combined onslaught of fists and swordplay. Although Chu Yun possessed limited martial techniques, he simultaneously fought while recalling the skills from the 9 manual, the 9 bone claw, and the great demon subduing fist. He adeptly employed portions of these 3 techniques, leaving Zhuo Feixiong struggling to cope, as his vulnerabilities became glaringly apparent. Stone Patian attained remarkable martial prowess due to his extensive training in various styles. Upon mastering the Taishan Classic, he integrated them seamlessly. Regrettably, Zhuo Feixiong had scarcely learned a handful of martial arts and sword techniques, relying solely on his internal strength and the Songshan sect's palm and sword techniques. Having observed enough, Chu Yun, having comprehended the secrets of the Taishan Classic, executed the pinnacle lightness skill of the ancient Tomb sect, descending from above and launching the 9 bone claw towards Zhuo Feixiong's head. This 9 bone claw, also known as the crushing claw, possessed immense power. It required intense focus and energy, utilizing all 10 fingers to tear and strike. The 9 manual states that the power of 5 fingers is unbreakable. It can crush the enemy's head as if piercing through decayed earth. As Chu Yun's 5 fingers reached for Zhuo Feixiong, a surge of true energy invaded Zhuo Feixiong's body, sealing his meridian points and leaving him awaiting his demise. Zhuo Lingchan had closed his eyes in despair, leaning against the hall's door, praying for a miracle. "Master, may heaven bless Songshan. May heaven bless the Songshan sect," Ding Mian whispered in Zhuo Lingchan's ear. Zhuo Lingchan opened his eyes to witness a high monk appearing between Chu Yun and Zhuo Feixiong. "Master Fangjun has arrived. Zhuo Feixiong's life is no longer in peril." Zhuo Lingchan has experienced a whirlwind of emotions today, oscillating between immense joy and profound sorrow, leaving him noticeably weakened. He immediately began to channel the Songyang divine art to center his thoughts. Meanwhile, Chu Yun felt a twinge of frustration, just as he was about to seize Zhuo Feixiong. An overwhelming force diverted his hand. Instantly adapting, Chu Yun transformed his grasp into a hook, aiming to ensnare Zhuo Feixiong. Yet another force pushed his hand away, prompting Chu Yun to leverage that momentum to flip and stand upright. Before him stood a diminutive monk, and without hesitation, Chu Yun advanced towards the monk, gathering 80% of his internal energy to unleash a powerful strike. The air vibrated with the force of his attack. This was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Under such circumstances, he felt a bit awkward not to clarify his intentions. The monk remained calm and composed, his small stature and gaunt visage radiating a gentle demeanor. He extended his hands to meet Chu Yun's, and as their palms connected, Chu Yun felt his internal energy dissipate like a drop in the ocean, compelling him to retract his force. "Are you the reinforcements dispatched by Zhuo Lingchan?" Chu Yun pondered this phrase, as it seemed fitting. He had already begun to channel the 5th level of the 9 true scriptures, absorbing the essence of the universe to replenish his depleting true energy. Chapter 76. Master Fangjun. This lean monk with long ears and a top knot of scars wore a compassionate expression as he joined his palms in reverence. "I am Shaolin S. Fangjun. I earnestly request that you spare this individual under your blade." Upon recognizing the renowned Master Fangjun, whose mastery of the easing muscle scripture was unparalleled, Chu Yun realized that he had likely neutralized his domineering energy with that very technique. This thought, reminiscent of Yongxin, stirred a twinge of annoyance within him. You are the esteemed Abbot Fangzheng of Shaolin. It is an honor to meet you. My grievances with the Songshan sect seem unrelated to your esteemed order. The Songshan sect and our Shaolin both hail from the same lineage, and thus we are inextricably linked. Fangzheng replied, the Songshan sect stands as a paragon of righteousness. I hope, noble sir, that you might show me some leniency and let today's matters rest. Very well. The crowd felt a wave of relief at Chu Yun's acquiescence, but what he uttered next left them utterly astounded. However, I have heard that the Shaolin Temple possesses a tome known as the Easing Muscle Scripture, a sacred text for internal cultivation and healing. If I may have the chance to peruse it, I shall consider today's events concluded. Master Fangzheng looked taken aback. The Easing Muscle Scripture is a closely guarded secret of Shaolin. I cannot acquiesce to such a request. I implore you to seek another path. The Buddhist teachings emphasize the virtues of non-greed, non-anger, and non-attachment, claiming to benefit all beings. Yet you withhold the Easing Muscle Scripture, succumbing to greed, thus contradicting the very tenets of benevolence that the Buddhist path espouses. Master Fangzheng seemed perplexed by this reasoning. What is your purpose in meddling here, Master Fangzheng? If Zhuo Feixiong is to be spared, then the Songshan sect must offer compensation for his release. Summon Zhuo Lingchan. Upon seeing Master Fangzheng's presence, Zhuo Lingchan felt a measure of relief and swiftly approached Chu Yun. I am grateful for your assistance, Master. With your presence here, how would you prefer to resolve this matter? Chu Yun. Seeing Zhuo Lingchan's confidence, Chu Yun felt a surge of indignation. Upon my arrival, I made it clear, 6 million taels of silver was the initial demand. However, with the addition of the ransom for Zhuo Feixiong, the total now amounts to 8 million taels. Should you acquiesce promptly, I shall take my leave. Zhuo Lingchan, his brow furrowed in discontent, had never before endured such indignity. Young Master Chu, he protested, my Songshan sect is already struggling financially. Where could I possibly procure such a sum? I implore you not to make unreasonable demands. I am well aware of your esteemed leader's shrewdness in financial matters, I replied, and I am merely following suit. If the sum exceeds your means, we could consider a deduction through your sect's secret scriptures. Young Master Chu, Zhuo Lingchan continued, our Songshan swordplay may not warrant your attention. As the saying goes, it is better to resolve enmity than to foster it. Why not become friends instead? I have heard of your Eastern Society's efforts to serve the people. And we, too, are a righteous sect in the martial world. Chu Yun interrupted, Zhuo Lingchan, we are not of the same ilk. Your Songshan sect, while professing righteousness, has engaged in unspeakable acts behind closed doors, betraying your own comrades. I find it shameful to be associated with you. Surrender the Taishan Classic and provide an additional 5 million taels, and we shall consider the matter settled. Otherwise, I shall not extend the courtesy of Master Fangzheng's reputation. Zhuo Lingchan felt a chill in his heart. How could such a closely guarded secret have escaped? Master Fangzheng, typically in a state of meditation, now wore a look of astonishment. Noting Zhuo Lingchan's hesitation, Chu Yun wasted no time. He unfurled the Sunflower Manual, moving like a fleeting shadow around Master Fangzheng, employing the 9E Manual's pressure point technique to seal Zhuo Feixiong's meridians. Master Fangzheng, caught off guard, could only reflect on the situation. Tianshan Bagong and Long Zizai, along with nearly 1,000 onlookers, ceased their fighting and began to shout in unison around Chu Yun. Zhuo Lingchan anxiously glanced at Master Fangzheng, who remained silent in his meditative state. Master Zhuo, I said, the Taishan Classic is notoriously difficult for ordinary individuals to master. If I were to eliminate Zhuo Feixiong now, the scriptures would be rendered worthless, and your Songshan sect would be left vulnerable to exploitation. Consider this a countdown. Tianshan Bagong, quick-witted, led the crowd in a chant. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. My fingers were already poised atop Zhuo Feixiong's head. Tian, come here, I beckoned. Tianshan Bagong parted the Songshan disciples and approached my side. Young master, what are your commands? Tian, if Master Zhui does not produce the ransom, you are to execute Zhuo Feixiong. I, like a mere chick, tossed Zhuo Feixiong beside Tianshan Bagong, his meridians sealed. He attempted to channel the Taishan Classic to unlock his pressure points, but alas, his strength was insufficient. His face turned crimson as he glared at me, exclaiming, Chu Yun, if you spare me today, I shall ensure that I capture your woman, Chu Yue, and make her my plaything. Zhuo Lingchan, enraged, spat blood at the sheer audacity of such a fool, still daring to provoke me. I, not one to be trifled with, felt my anger rise upon hearing Zhuo Feixiong's mention of Chu Yue. Channeling my energy through the Sunflower Manual, I unleashed a surge of true qi into Zhuo Feixiong's lower body, and I distinctly heard the shattering of 2 eggs. Unaware of his transformation due to his sealed meridians, Zhuo Feixiong still attempted to speak. Zhuo Lingchan stepped forward with remarkable speed, delivering several resounding slaps to Zhuo Feixiong. Silence, you ungrateful wretch. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Yun chuckled. Zhuo sect leader, Have you decided whether to offer the Tai Xian Jing or pay in gold? Zhuo Lingchan sighed inwardly, contemplating that as long as the Green Mountains remained, he need not fear a lack of firewood. He resolved to navigate this predicament first, and was relieved that he had already prepared a copy of the Tai Xian Jing. It mattered little to hand over the original. Even if Chu Yun were formidable, he might not master it. Zhuo Lingchan turned to Zhuo Feiying and instructed, "Fetch 500,000 taels in silver." Zhuo Feiying complied and turned to Chu Yun, saying, "Young Master Chu, might you spare my son while I retrieve the Tai Xian Jing?" "Take your time," Zhuo sect leader. "I have ample patience," Chu Yun replied. With no other option, Zhuo Lingchan entered the secret chamber to retrieve 2 scrolls, refraining from presenting a counterfeit. He refrained from revealing the annotations by Sherpatian, wagering that Chu Yun was unaware of their existence. Zhuo Lingchan handed the 2 scrolls to Chu Yun. "Young Master Chu, here is the Tai Xian Jing and its accompanying annotations for your examination." Chu Yun unfurled the scroll of Xia Kuxing, placing it beside Master Fangzhong, and smiled. "Master Fangzhong, could you verify if this Tai Xian Jing is the authentic version?" Master Fangzhong, possessing extraordinary vision, glanced at the text and recognized some peculiarities. Just as he intended to scrutinize further, Chu Yun withdrew the scroll. "Zhuo Lingchan, you may consider yourself fortunate. It suffices that you bully the lesser disciples of the 5 Mountain Sword sect. Do not provoke my Eastern society and my companions." "Young Master Chu, this is all a misunderstanding. As the saying goes, one does not truly know another until they have clashed. Perhaps in the future, we could even become friends." Zhuo Lingchan articulated sagely, "There are no eternal friends, only enduring utility. Our transaction today is indeed quite amicable. As for your entanglement with me and my woman regarding Ye Xuan, we shall let that slide once the payment is settled." Zhuo Lingchan felt a sense of despair, sensing that the matter was far from over. Zhuo Feiying returned with the silver notes and presented them to Chu Yun, who, without even glancing at them, stuffed them into his bag, preparing to depart. Noticing that Master Fangzhong had entered a meditative state, Chu Yun remarked, "Master Fangzhong, being versed in Shaolin, you would do well to prepare the ransom. I, Chu Yun, shall retrieve it another day. The world of martial arts originates from Shaolin, and I too delight in collecting martial arts manuscripts. Ha ha ha." With a laugh, Chu Yun made his way down the mountain. Chapter 077. The schemes of Lingchan. As Chu Yun descended the mountain, Zhuo Lingchan hurried to intercept him. "Zhuo sect leader, there is no need for formalities." Zhuo Lingchan's face flushed with embarrassment as he shamelessly implored, "Young hero Chu, I earnestly request the return of our Songyang divine sword. I would be immensely grateful." Chu Yun was taken aback and scoffed, "That broken sword is my trophy. How could I return it? If you possess the capability, come and reclaim it. Defeat me, and it shall be yours." Zhuo sect leader, he continued, "instead of wasting time here, you might as well check on your bear of a son. Ha ha ha." With that, Chu Yun, along with Tian Boguan and his entourage, descended the mountain in grand style. At the foot of the mountain, Chu Yun produced 100,000 taels in silver notes to give to Long Zizai, instructing him to distribute it among the brothers, ensuring that all would benefit. "Master Long, regardless of who has sent you to assist me, today you are all my friends. Should anyone oppose me, I shall show no mercy. I hope you will act with prudence and refrain from engaging in any malevolent deeds with the cult," he declared. "That is all I have to say. You may disperse." Long Zizai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, accepted the silver notes, assuring, "I cannot defy young Master Chu's command. From now on, we shall reform ourselves, learning from the Eastern society to perform good deeds. If you ever require assistance from the 3 Provinces Alliance, do not hesitate to call." "Very well. If you happen to encounter Alliance leader Zhang, please convey my regards," Chu Yun replied, fastening the Songyang divine sword to a horse. He and Tian Boguang rode off towards Kaifeng, singing joyfully. At the grand hall of the Songshan sect, Zhuo Lingchan and Master Fangzhong were tending to Zhuo Feixiong's injuries. Zhuo Lingchan recognized that Master Fangzhong possessed the profound skills of the Yijin Jing, and today, thanks to him, Chu Yun had refrained from unleashing a massacre. Little did they know, Chu Yun had never intended to take their lives. The collateral damage inflicted upon the hapless minions had merely augmented his vitality. "Master Fangzhong, is my son Feixiong gravely injured?" Zhuo Lingchan inquired. "Sect leader, Feixiong is merely afflicted at certain acupoints. I shall assist him in clearing the blocked meridians. However, there remains a strand of true energy within him that I cannot dispel," Master Fangzhong replied. "Chu Yun is indeed malicious, leaving a hidden threat. I did not sense the peril of this true energy. Perhaps it was a deliberate act. Feixiong has cultivated the Tai Xian Jing, so this true energy might have originated from his own training. Oh, I am grateful to you, Master, for your timely intervention, which has allowed our Songshan sect to weather this crisis," Zhuo Lingchan expressed. "We are of the same lineage. When one suffers, all are affected. Since Chu Yun has spoken, I shall return to Shaolin to make thorough preparations. Master, allow me to escort you," Zhuo Lingchan offered, and the two departed the hall together. As they descended the mountain, gazing upon the majestic peaks, they were both moved. Master Fangzheng, what is your view on Chu Yun? Zhuo Lingchan asked. This individual possesses profound cultivation. In his attack against me, I sensed numerous techniques at play, possibly even traces of martial arts from centuries past, which is quite peculiar. That Chu wearer possesses the sunflower scripture and cold ice true qi. It stands to reason that Chu Yun has also practiced the sunflower scripture. Yet, upon observing him, he does not seem to bear the shadow of Dongfang Bubi. The world is replete with extraordinary martial arts, as numerous as the stars in the sky. You and I are but a grain of sand in the vast ocean. My Shaolin boasts 72 unique skills. Mastering even one would allow us to dominate a region. To covet too much is to bite off more than one can chew. It is far better to refine one's own techniques to perfection. Zhuo Lingchan discerned that Fangzheng was alluding to his secret possession of the Taishan Jing, and he inwardly cursed, Fangzheng, you feign compassion. Yet to preserve the reputation of Shaolin as the foremost sect, you have secretly impeded my efforts. Sooner or later, I shall reveal your true nature to all. Master Fangzheng, the Taishan Jing was an unexpected acquisition of Zhuo, a martial art that can only be practiced by the illiterate, which suits my unworthy son who has only grasped some rudimentary aspects. To my surprise, Chu Yun possesses such mystical abilities that he can discern the essence of the technique merely from its movements. Oh, I have also heard tales of the legendary hero Shurpatian in the scriptures, and the island of heroes lies thousands of miles away. This chance encounter is indeed fated. Now that Chu Yun has gained this power, it remains to be seen whether it brings fortune or calamity to the martial world. Amitba, well said, Master. Chu Yun has long proclaimed his intentions, which he is now realizing, starting with Mount Tai, followed by our Songshan sect, and then Shaolin and Wudong. I beseech you to inform Taoist Chongshu to prepare in advance. Zhuo, the sect leader, speaks wisely. Chu Yun is a man of his word, and our temple shall muster all its strength for battle. Master, our Five Mountain Sword sect is, for all intents and purposes, a mere shadow of its former self. And now Chu Yun shines like the sun, becoming our foremost adversary. Perhaps it would be prudent for us to unite and present a united front. We may yet preserve the integrity of the righteous sections. Zhuo, the sect leader, is indeed far-sighted. I shall give this matter careful consideration. After I confer with Taoist Chongshu and sect leader Linghu, I shall depart now. Farewell. Zhuo Lingchan watched Master Fangzheng depart, cursing inwardly. Fangzheng, you old hypocrite. I truly hope Chu Yun eradicates Shaolin entirely. Zhuo Lingchan turned to gaze at the towering mountains, feeling utterly drained. This martial world grows increasingly opaque to him. All that remained was a sigh. At Mount Heng, on the peak of enlightenment, Linghu Chong had returned to Hengshan for several days and found the Hengshan branch of Tongyuan Valley desolate, evoking a sense of nostalgia. He realized that these martial heroes had come solely out of respect for Ren Yingying. Linghu Chong sat disheartened on the stone steps, observing the female disciples practicing their swordplay. He had imparted the remnants of Hengshan's techniques from the Huashan cave to them. Yi He, Yi Qing, Yi Zhen, Yi Ji, Yi Wan, Yi Min, and Yi Guang were practicing the seven-person sword array, and Linghu Chong watched with rapt attention. This sword formation targets the opponent's vital points: head, throat, chest, abdomen, waist, back, and flank. The formation remains steadfast, with the seven swords both attacking and defending, interlinked in a manner that leaves no flaws to exploit, reminiscent of the essence of Dugun Nine's swords, which transcends conventional techniques. They had previously triumphed over the 13 protectors of Songshan, including Zhong Zhun, Deng Bagong, and Gao Kersen. It is regrettable that Hengshan emphasizes sword techniques but lacks suitable internal cultivation methods, resulting in its diminished standing among the Five Mountain Sword sect. Hengshan's swordplay is, in truth, not inferior to that of Wudong. Yi Lin, noticing Linghu Chong lost in thought, brought him a cup of tea. Brother Linghu, you have returned from Haimu Cliff for several days now, yet you seem melancholic. Do you miss Miss Ren? Seeing Yi Lin's concerned expression, Linghu Chong managed a faint smile. Not at all. I merely lament the bustling days of Hengshan that have now turned desolate, which feels rather uncomfortable. The people of the Hengshan branch have left. But perhaps this is for the best. Our Hengshan sect has always preferred tranquility and should not be embroiled in the affairs of the martial world. Oh, one cannot escape the complexities of the world, he sighed. Brother Linghu, are you troubled by Sister Lingshan's upcoming wedding? No. The junior sister has always harbored affection for Lin Shidi, who is a modest gentleman of handsome appearance. They truly make a perfect pair, and I am genuinely pleased for them. The Huashan school has sent an invitation, hoping that we may attend the ceremony. Brother Linghu, will you be going? Chapter 078. Linghu Qingyang Linghu Chong reminisced about the joyous moments spent sword fighting by the brook, the creation of their unique Chongling sword technique. All of it now felt like a fleeting memory. Presently, He was beset by a grave illness, and a sudden sense of life's monotony enveloped him. His master would likely not wish for him to attend their wedding. It ought to be a celebration of joy, and his presence would surely dampen the spirits of all. Junior sister Yilin, please send a gift on our behalf. Very well, brother Linghu. Linghu Chong raised his cup of tea to his lips. But upon catching a faint scent of wine, he turned to Yilin with a slight smile and took a sip. Yilin smiled and asked, Brother Linghu, would you like more tea? I can fetch some for you. Dear junior sister Yilin, why trouble yourself? Linghu Chong replied. Yilin blushed slightly, feeling a bit awkward, and quickly changed the subject. Brother Linghu, as you often traverse the realm, have you encountered any prominent figures lately? I've heard that Zhuolengchan has sent word, summoning the 5 Mountain Sword sect to gather at Songshan for a demon-slaying conference, claiming it is to confront a formidable villain named Chu Yun. Have you met this person? I have seen Chu Yun twice, once at Haimo Cliff and once in Pingding Prefecture. He appears to be around 20 years of age. On that day at Haimo Cliff, he rescued Dongfang Bubi, and in Pingding, he ruthlessly slaughtered dozens of disciples from the Sun Moon Holy Cult. His methods are quite brutal. Is his martial prowess exceptional? How does he compare to you, brother Linghu? I might not match him. This Chu Yun is a significant adversary that both the righteous and the wicked wish to confront, and he may very well become a formidable foe for us. My father returned from Zhangzhou, singing praises of this Chu Yun. Tian Boguang and Lan Feng Wang have both chosen to follow him, which suggests he must be quite a charismatic figure. What of Master Bujia? I have not seen him around. After his return, he departed again. He mentioned seeking out physician Ping Yiji, as Chu Yun desires to establish a clinic to aid the common people. To my surprise, this Chu Yun seems to harbor genuine compassion for the populace and is a great benefactor. Linghu Chong found this intriguing and continued to inquire. Oh, what other news have you received? Word from the martial world suggests that this Chu Yun intends to raid the treasures of Taishan, Songshan, Wudong, and Shaolin. It is the first time I have heard of someone so brazenly committing robbery. Did he not mention raiding Hengshan? Yilin speculated. Perhaps he believes Hengshan holds no riches worth stealing, or perhaps he considers it too far to be worth the effort. That's good then, if he does not provoke us. We shall let him be. The 5 Mountain Sword sect is now but a shadow of its former self, and we should no longer heed its commands. Understood, master brother. Linghu Chong felt a profound ennui towards the conflicts of the martial world, yet he remained uncertain of his own path, which troubled his heart. In the past, he had always acquiesced to circumstances, never having taken the initiative in any matter. In this life, is it merely about indulging oneself? Yilin sensed the solitude and desolation enveloping Linghu Chong. She understood that her elder brother was ill-suited for the austere existence of Mount Hong. Junior sister Yilin, I shall visit the Xiankong Temple. You may continue your martial training. The world of martial arts has transformed, and to safeguard oneself, diligent practice is imperative. Very well, master brother. Linghu Chong, in a state of melancholy, arrived at the Xiankong Temple. Reliving the peril of that battle and reflecting upon the discussions with Master Fangzheng and Daoist Chongshu regarding the Sunflower Manual, the intricate web woven by his master, Ye Xuan, ultimately led to the evil-repelling Sword Manual. Now, his junior sister was to wed Lin Shidi, while he possessed nothing and remained an orphan, destined for a life of loneliness. Linghu Chong recalled the events that transpired when Ying departed from Shaolin, only to encounter the ambush by Zhuolengchan. Upon seeing Ying at Songshan, she was clad in coarse cloth. Ren Woxing, who had previously disapproved of his relationship with Ying, now greeted him as son-in-law. What had transpired during this time? He felt a growing rift between himself and Ying. Perhaps it was merely his own overthinking. Linghu Chong felt a vast expanse of grassland above him. He sought clarity amidst the turmoil. His carefree nature did not signify a disregard for integrity. Chong-er, your mind is in disarray. What occupies your thoughts? Linghu Chong turned in shock upon recognizing the voice. Master uncle, how did you come to be here? I am but a wandering cloud, free to go wherever I please. How fares your practice of the Diga 9 swords? Master uncle, Chong-er, you must cast aside distractions and focus on your martial arts. I sense a profound change is impending in the martial world, particularly with the emergence of Chu Yun, which has rendered everything delicately intricate. Master uncle, why does everyone now speak of Chu Yun, as if all matters revolve around him? It is due to his strength that he has become the focal point of attention. His presence has temporarily stabilized the martial realm. The Haimo Cliff, having suffered greatly from the purge of Dongfang Bubi's remnants, can no longer withstand the righteous sections. Yet, with Chu Yun's arrival, he has restrained the righteous forces, allowing the Haimo Cliff to recuperate and gather strength. Could it be that the righteous sects plan to unite against Chu Yun? There is a possibility. And what is more alarming is that Chu Yun's prowess has surpassed my expectations. It is likely that he has already mastered the Sunflower Manual. Linghu Chong was astonished upon hearing this. It had not been long since the unrest in the state, and even if one were to undergo self-castration, recovery would require time. Chu Yun's ruthless determination made it unsurprising that he could master the Sunflower Manual, yet he would merely become another Dongfang Bubi. If the righteous sects were to unite, they could defeat him. As long as I do not contend, Chu Yun will not trouble me. Chong, you are being naive. It is said that Chu Yun is quite the libertine, taking in any stunning beauty into his chambers. The next likely candidate could very well be Miss Ren. Will you remain indifferent? In matters of love, you are still overly conservative. Why not make Ren Ying your woman sooner? Master uncle, I practice swordsmanship through self-castration. Does he dare to covet a woman without first consulting my sword? Feng Qingyang nodded, his previously furrowed brow now easing. Chu Yun may be an exceptional case. Having mastered the sunflower scripture without harming himself, Lon Phoenix has now become one of Chu Yun's wives, and the mysterious woman by his side possesses extraordinary martial skills. If one does not enhance oneself, how can one establish a foothold? Master, is the Duga 9 swords not sufficient? Daoist Chongxiu, one cannot underestimate the Duga 9 swords. You are gravely mistaken. The Duga 9 swords you practice lack the internal energy to support them. If you encounter someone with formidable internal strength, your meager skills will lead you to certain doom in the martial world. As for Chu Yun, with merely a sunflower seed, he has slain dozens of heroes from Tsangzhou and effortlessly repelled numerous adept members of the Songshan sect in the battle at Longquan Temple. My body can no longer cultivate internal energy. Operating my internal force results in a backlash of true qi, and I fear my days are numbered. Chonger, why are you so despondent, and how do you expect to survive in the martial world? I am weary of this realm. I wish to retreat like you, master, and live a life of leisure. The small hermit hides in the mountains, while the great hermit conceals himself in the court. If you wish to live in seclusion, you must possess the capability to do so. If you cannot safeguard your own life, how can you speak of retreat? Recently, I inadvertently acquired a secret method of healing, which is not martial in nature but can cure the 8 true qi within you, alleviating the backlash from the absorbing star technique. I shall impart it to you now. Chapter 79. Life's Goals within the Xinkong Temple. Linghu Chong sat in meditation, while Feng Qingyang stood behind him, safeguarding his practice. Feng Qingyang recounted the healing method in detail, emphasizing that one must break through the illusions of self, people, and harbor no thoughts of martial cultivation in their heart to succeed. Linghu Chong has never been enamored with martial secrets, allowing everything to flow naturally. After several hours, he felt the true qi within him had nearly dissipated, and the backlash from the absorbing star technique had vanished, leaving his body feeling light and liberated. Chonger, today I impart to you the healing method. You must practice diligently to prevent a recurrence of your condition. Now, I shall teach you the 5 major realms of the Duga 9 swords. The sharp sword is without intent, the soft sword is unpredictable, the heavy sword is without edge, the wooden sword is without peers, and the formless sword is without moves. Master, the Duga 9 swords I practiced previously was merely the first realm. I could never complete the breaking chi style due to my lack of powerful internal strength. Chonger, your comprehension is exceptional. The subsequent realms of the Duga 9 swords require internal strength as a foundation. The sword technique is merely a skill. Its true power lies in internal energy. The highest realm is the formless sword without moves, which transforms internal force into true qi, the so-called conversion of qi into blade, combined with the 9 sword techniques, making one invincible. Now I understand. In the battle at Haimu Cliff, my failure to defeat Dongfang Bubi stemmed from his superior speed and stronger internal energy. To overcome an opponent, one must be swifter and stronger. Otherwise, it is akin to an ant attacking an elephant, no matter how splendid the ant's techniques. They pale in comparison to the mere swish of an elephant's leg hair. Your analogy is quite apartment. The sword sect and the chi sect of the Huashan school should not have been divided. In the past, the 5 mountain sword sect, with Huashan as its pinnacle, rivaled the Shaolin in its might, possessing the strength to vie for the title of the world's foremost sect. Linghu Chong was astonished to learn of such a glorious history of the Huashan sect, which his master had never mentioned. Could it be that the rift between the sword sect and the chi sect led to Huashan's decline? Feng Qingyang nodded in agreement. Indeed. The crux of the matter lies here. The true instigator of the disintegration of the Huashan sect is none other than Master Hongye of the Shaolin Temple in Putian, Fujian. He deliberately allowed Yu Su and Kai Zifeng to study the evil-repelling sword manual, leading them to memorize its upper and lower volumes. Upon their return to Huashan, they found their interpretations to be utterly disparate, which fostered mutual suspicion and ultimately gave rise to the sword sect and the harmonious sect. Feng Qingyang paused momentarily before continuing. The greatest beneficiary of this discord is the Shaolin Temple, which managed to dismantle the once mighty Huashan sect without shedding blood. The current martial world mirrors this situation. Master Fangzheng encourages and assists you in undermining the 5 Mountain Sword Alliance, with the intent of diminishing the Songshan sect's influence, thereby safeguarding the supremacy of the Shaolin sect. Linghu Chong expressed his confusion. Master Fangzheng is widely recognized as a compassionate and enlightened monk. How could he harbor such cunning intentions? It is beyond my imagination. Feng Qingyang sighed. Indeed, Master Fangzheng is a revered monk of our time, yet he must also protect the interests of the Shaolin sect. In this world, only interests remain eternal. Reflecting on past events, Linghu Chong found himself in agreement with Feng Qingyang's assertions and continued to listen. In the realm of martial arts, both the Evil Repelling Sword Manual and the Sunflower Manual exist only in incomplete forms. The true Sunflower Manual has been reduced to ashes by Master Hongye. Thus, anyone practicing either the Sunflower Manual or the Evil Repelling Sword technique will undoubtedly possess numerous vulnerabilities. If Chu Yun were to practice the Sunflower Manual, you would indeed have means to contend with him in the future. Thank you, Master Uncle, for traveling such a distance to impart your healing techniques. You are a disciple of Huashan. We are akin to family, without distinction. Now, I must take my leave. Remember this. A person who has no pursuit is no different from a salted fish. Whatever aspirations you have, pursue them boldly. In the martial world, to act freely is the essence of life. Before Linghu Chong could finish his words, he saw Feng Qingyang vanish outside the Xiankong temple, leaving no trace behind. He sighed inwardly. Master Uncle always appears and disappears like a shadow. Is this the nature of all masters? He pondered why such kindness was bestowed upon him. A mere orphan, what merit did he possess to earn Master Uncle's favor? Human nature often leads one to question the goodwill of others without cause. Linghu Chong adjusted his mindset, focusing on healing his internal injuries, mastering the 5 realms of the Dugan 9 swords, elevating the Hongshan sect to new heights, marrying Ren Ying, and raising a brood of little monkeys. Such a life would embody perfection. He raised his gaze to the ethereal peaks of Hongshan, a graceful smile curving his lips. In that moment, he realized he had wasted over 2 decades. He was reborn. Linghu Chong made a decision, one he had previously hesitated to take. He would attend his junior sister's wedding at Huashan, bidding farewell to his past. Reaching for the gourd at his waist, he yanked it free and tossed it beyond the Xiankong temple. Drawing a sword to sever water only causes it to flow more fiercely. Drowning sorrows in wine only deepens the sorrow. Let the wine be damned. In Kaifeng, South City, within a courtyard, Chu Yun had returned to find Yang Lin working as a shoemaker, while Yang Shui and Lan Phoenix posed as models. From Chu Yuer's room emerged a woman of alluring figure, though she bore an unconventional countenance. Hello everyone, what is happening? That unattractive woman, what brings you here? Trespassing into private property? I shall administer justice shortly. The shoemaker and the model jested, as the unsightly woman approached Chu Yun gracefully, her lithe figure drawing near. Chu Yun embraced her at the waist, gazing at her freckled visage, which certainly resembled the Asian features favored in the West, exuding an air of sophistication. Darling, I hope I did not frighten you, she inquired. Not at all. I often traverse the night roads, unperturbed. And you, why is that? I frequently encounter spirits, like you. Such enchanting creatures are a common sight. Ha ha. Chu Yuer pushed Chu Yun aside and proceeded to the shoemaker's workspace. Brother Yang, I have brought you a treasure. Go fetch it immediately. Yang Lin departed, discarding the wooden shoes and swiftly exiting the courtyard. Chu Yun picked up the wooden shoes from the ground, admiring the exquisite craftsmanship, and sighed. It appears I have overlooked a master carver. Lan Phoenix and Yang Shui approached Chu Yun, their heels clicking against the ground. Young master, what do you think of Lan Lan's new shoes? Shuier is truly skilled. It seems they both excel in shoemaking, Lan Phoenix remarked, playfully nudging Yang Shui towards Chu Yun, who caught her as she stumbled, spinning her gracefully in the air. Shuier, you are so light. Perhaps you should eat more? Brother Yun. Yang Shui shyly buried her face in Chu Yun's embrace, her cheeks aflame, thinking to herself that she would gradually acclimate to this. Chu Yun gently set Yang Shui down and casually inquired, where is Brother Yuan? Lan Phoenix replied. He mentioned this morning that he would visit a colleague in Kaifeng and would not return until afternoon. Let him be. Those in the official circles are accustomed to numerous social engagements. Tian Boguang had already saddled his horse and entered the courtyard, greeting everyone. Yang Lin entered with a massive sword, and Yang Shui immediately rushed to meet him. Brother, where did you acquire this magnificent sword? Upon hearing the term magnificent sword, Chu Yun could not help but chuckle. Brother Yang, this is for you to practice the Xian Tai sword technique. Do you find it suitable? Yang Lin nodded, caressing the sword's blade, clearly enamored. Chapter 080. Dividing the spoils in the courtyard. Chu Yun's entire entourage had gathered to commence the division of spoils. Now that everyone is present, allow me to recount the results of our expedition to the Songshan sect, Chu Yuer said with a smile, glancing at Tian Boguang. Tian Boguang, please share. My husband will surely embellish the tale. Tian Boguang set out several benches for everyone to sit. My lady, no embellishment is necessary. Our exploits at the foot of Songshan were monumental. With over 1,000 allies from the 3 provinces, we charged the Songshan sect, which cowered before us, captured and bound. Leading them up the mountain. Lon Phoenix interjected, but the Songshan sect is one of the most formidable forces in the martial world. How could they be so inept? What of their 13 protectors? Tian Buguang replied, indeed, Lon Phoenix, this is the truth. When we ascended to Xingguan Peak, both Zhuo and the 13 protectors were so terrified they did not dare to show themselves. Lon Phoenix responded, that must have been due to the fright my lady instilled yesterday. If she is so formidable, then my young master must be even more powerful. Chu Yun smiled and remarked, what of Zhuo Feixiong? Why does he cower within, refusing to face us? It is quite unbecoming. Tian Buguang replied, as you surmised. Zhuo Lingchan is loath to compensate for your mental anguish. Zhuo Feixiong has emerged, sword in hand, to challenge our esteemed guest. Yang Shui inquired, Brother Tian. Was the encounter not thrilling? Surely, our guest must have overwhelmed Zhuo Feixiong. Tian Buguang assured, indeed, our guest likely held back, testing the bear's mettle. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow. Can you guess who intervened? The crowd shook their heads, unable to foresee. Lan Fenghuang urged, Brother Tian. Spare us the suspense. Pray tell us. Tian Buguang revealed, it was Master Fangzheng of Shaolin Temple. Chu Yun commented, that bald monk Fangzheng, with his mastery of the Yi Jin Jing and Shaolin's renowned techniques, has long been arrogant. He did not trouble our guest, did he? Tian Buguang explained. When our guest unleashed a 9-in white bone claw upon the bear's head, Fangzheng intervened, saving the creature from peril. Yang Lin and Yang Shui exchanged astonished glances. Yang Shui exclaimed, Brother Yun, have you already perfected the crushing claw? Chu Yun chuckled awkwardly, not quite. It was merely a pretense. At that moment, it seemed an imposing maneuver. Fangzheng indeed possesses formidable skill. When I clashed with him, it felt akin to striking cotton. I shall need to devise a strategy to contend with him. Chu Yun asked, my dear, is the Yi Jin Jing truly that fearsome? Chu Yun replied, perhaps not. Without a formal duel, the outcome remains uncertain. Yang Shui urged, Brother Tian, do continue. What transpired next? Subsequently, with Fangzheng acting as a mediator, our guest settled for a mere few million taels of silver. Lan Fenghuang questioned, are they truly so compliant? Would they not balk at such a staggering sum? Zhuo Lingchan would surely be pained. Indeed, Zhuo Lingchan could not fulfill the demand, and thus offered the Tai Xian Jing as a collateral of 3 million taels. In the end, our guest deftly relieved Zhuo Lingchan of 5 million taels, much to everyone's amusement. Lan Fenghuang remarked, your method of acquisition is quite a lucrative endeavor. Whom do you intend to target next? Chu Yun glanced at Lan Fenghuang, chuckling. Has Lan become enamored with the art of robbery? Given Shaolin's current prominence, we should seek softer targets. Perhaps we shall venture to Huashan or Wudong. Lan Fenghuang's expression brightened. My lord, I have visited Huashan and have long heard of you Buchuan's daughter, the ethereal Yu Lingchan. Was this not your intent all along? Do not speak carelessly, Chu Yun interjected. Rumors abound that Yu Buchuan is marrying off his daughter to Lin Pingji of the Fui escort. Thus, he naturally acquires the evil-dispelling sword manual. We should seek to borrow it for a glance. Tian Buguang interjected. My lord, I have frequented Huashan many times. It is impoverished beyond measure. As for Yu Lingchan, she possesses some beauty, yet pales in comparison to you, Lan Fenghuang, and sister Yang Shui. Perhaps we might encounter Feng Qingyang there. I suffered a severe defeat during my last visit. Let us set aside these musings. Since we have garnered considerable spoils from our venture at Songshan, let us reward our merits accordingly. Chu Yun took out a stack of silver notes and distributed 10,000 taels to each person, while Tian Buguang also contributed another 10,000. Although they had already received a substantial sum of 100,000 taels during their journey, the remaining amount was entrusted to Chu Yun for safekeeping. At this moment, everyone found themselves in a position of newfound wealth. Chu Yun's fortune amounted to millions, rivaling nations in its magnitude, and he contemplated further exploits, perhaps even aspiring to dominate the world. Should they remain confined to this realm, unification of their surroundings might be a feasible ambition. The siblings Yang Lin and Yang Shui initially declined the generous offer, but with a mix of persuasion and gentle insistence from Chu Yun and Lan, they reluctantly accepted. However, with such a hefty sum in hand, they were at a loss as to how to utilize it. Observing Chu Yun's beaming countenance, Tian Buguang pondered a suggestion, my lord. Shall we not claim a notable mountain as our own? We cannot continue living solely on horseback. Chu Yun chuckled, Brother Tian. Are you yearning to establish a home and a career? That sounds splendid, yet I am uncertain where notable mountains remain. Most have been claimed. He continued. Brother Tian seeks a location that is strategically advantageous for both offense and defense. We shall investigate suitable sites in due course. Very well, my lord. I shall take it upon myself to find a location that satisfies everyone for the establishment of the Eastern Society headquarters. Excellent. Your efforts are much appreciated, Brother Tian. I have recently acquired the Tai Xian Jing. Let us delve into its study together to ascertain if we might cultivate its teachings. Chu Yun spread the Tai Xian Jing upon a large table in the courtyard, and they gathered around to examine it. Among them, only Tian Buoguang possessed lesser skills, while the others had already attained the status of innate masters. Chu Yun elucidated the sword techniques, fist techniques, internal cultivation, and lightness skills corresponding to the verses from the novel Xia Kuxing, also revealing that the intriguing script was a diagram of acupoints, encouraging them to discern if they had a connection with it. Even the formidable Chu Yue, who had perused the martial compendiums of Haimu Cliff, shook her head in confusion, recognizing the acupoint diagram but not grasping its profound significance. As they engaged in discussion, Chu Yun advised, "Let us refrain from fixating on the text. Instead, perceive them as shapes, for therein lies the key to unraveling its mysteries." Tian Buoguang experienced a moment of clarity. His expertise lay in interpreting illustrations, albeit of a more risque nature, as he often acquired illustrated novels during his travels, studying them in his leisure. The young siblings, however, could glean little understanding from the images and instead busied themselves polishing their grand sword. Yang Lin unsheathed the Songyang divine sword, its cold gleam shimmering ominously. "Brother, this truly is an exceptional sword, worthy of being the treasure of the Songshan sect," he remarked. "Dear sister, with this sword, I can master the Yang family's Xian Tai sword technique, and together with you, we shall achieve great deeds and bring honor to our family," he exclaimed, filled with enthusiasm. "Do not celebrate too soon, brother. The Xian Tai sword technique requires training amidst the raging torrents of a violent waterfall, and no suitable location is at hand. You should focus on perfecting the 9-in manual first. With this divine sword, you can assist Brother Yun," she advised sagely. "You are indeed correct, little sister. I must intensify my training. That left Feixiong has progressed impressively in mere days, and we cannot afford to hinder our elder brother." "Understood, brother. Do you think any among us possesses the potential to master the Tai Xian Jing?" "Uncertain. Perhaps the elder brother could accomplish it. Within the span of a mere incense stick, one could master the 9 scriptures, unprecedented in history. Surely, the Taishan classic is not an insurmountable martial art. It is merely that we lack the fate to comprehend it." The four individuals at the table continued their deliberations. Chapter 081, Brotherhood in the Peach Garden. Ever since Lan Phoenix acquired the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra and the 9 scriptures, her understanding of martial arts has significantly deepened, and she yearned to grasp a novel martial discipline from the Taishan classic. However, upon reaching the conclusion, she could only shake her head and relinquish the pursuit, pulling Yang Shui and Yang Lin along to further investigate their high-heeled shoes. Chu Yue had already committed the 2 scrolls to memory, hoping to uncover the profound secrets within the scriptures. If her cultivation could reach parity with Zhou Feixiong's after several days, it would suffice to demonstrate the terrifying potency of these scriptures. Yet, immersed in thought, she found herself at an impasse. Chu Yun, too, was acutely aware of the martial training journey of Shi Patian in the heroic journey. Over the span of months, he had absorbed the essence of boxing, swordplay, internal strength, and agility from poetry and illustrations, yet he gleaned little from mere images. With a sigh and a shake of his head, he lamented that his arrival in this world did not render him omnipotent. Observing Chu Yue meditating nearby, he hesitated to interrupt and instead joined the cobbleress ranks to develop new designs. Only Tian Buoguang remained, scrutinizing the scrolls, flipping them incessantly, while the others paid him no mind. What eluded the comprehension of numerous innate masters, he appeared to decipher. Unbeknownst to them, Tian Buoguang indeed began to perceive some insights, gesturing as he examined the texts. In the primordial beginning, there exists the Tao, and the laws of nature unfold naturally. The gateway to myriad wonders is profoundly enigmatic, exploring patterns through the arcane, igniting the intellect with the mysterious. Tian Buoguang unconsciously recited, 10 steps to slay a man, unsheathing the sword before the knee, saving Zhao with a golden hammer. Drawing his long knife from his waist, he transformed it into a sword and demonstrated several sword techniques in the courtyard. Chu Yun and Chu Yue were astonished, for they had encountered these techniques during their skirmishes with Zhou Feixiong. Instantly, the group regarded Tian Buoguang with newfound respect, falling silent to avoid disturbing his enlightenment. Traveling 1,000 miles without leaving a trace, once affairs are concluded, one departs with a flick of the sleeve, concealing oneself and one's name. Tian Buoguang secured his sword and commenced a series of energetic movements in the courtyard, leaping and bounding, varying his height and posture. After half an hour of vigorous activity, he finally settled into stillness. Indulging in the wine of Xinling, the 5 mountains seem trivial, even in death. The fragrance of chivalry lingers. Tian Buoguang sank into a horse stance, vigorously executing several sets of boxing techniques, some forceful and robust, others light as a feather. and yet others elusive and unpredictable. At this moment, although drenched in sweat, Tian Buoguang promptly entered a meditative state, focusing on his breath. In no time, a vapor enveloped his body, expanding and contracting rhythmically with his inhalations and exhalations, dissipating only after the duration of an incense stick. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed the curious gazes of those around him. Chu Yun approached, placing a hand on Tian Buoguang's shoulder. "Brother Tian, congratulations, you have mastered the Taishan classic. Young master, all of this is bestowed upon me by you. I, Tian Buoguang, vow to follow you unto death." As he spoke, Tian Buoguang knelt before him. Chu Yun promptly assisted him to his feet, smiling. "Brother Tian, there is no need for such formality. We are akin to family. In the future, we shall support one another, striving to achieve great endeavors together. However, as your martial arts are still in their infancy, it is imperative that you continue your diligent training to solidify your skills. When faced with formidable foes, it is prudent not to act recklessly." Tian Buoguang's eyes brimmed with tears as he shed the tears of a hero. "Young master, I, Tian Buoguang, have gained infamy throughout the martial world, scorned by the righteous and shunned by the wicked. Yet, I am fortunate that you have not forsaken me, treating me as a brother and generously sharing the secrets of the martial arts, allowing me to be where I am today. You have declared us as family, and on this day, I swear before the heavens that I shall honor you as my elder brother for the rest of my days." As Tian Buoguang spoke, he attempted to kneel once more, wiping away his tears with one hand, a proud man weeping like a child before the onlookers. Chu Yun embraced him, patting his back. He understood Tian Buoguang's struggles all too well. Had his martial prowess been superior to that of Wu Jian, he would not have suffered such a grievous wound, rendering him incapable of performing righteous deeds. "Brother Tian, enough of this. Look around. Yuer, Lanfeng Wang, Shuer, Yang Lin, and even the birds in the trees are watching you. A man should not shed tears lightly. Brother, allow me to cry for a moment. This is the first time I have ever wept in my life, and I shall never cry again. From now on, it shall only be laughter, and I shall laugh alongside you, my elder brother." Having finished his words, Tian Buoguang wiped away his tears and began to chuckle heartily. The courtyard erupted into joyous laughter once more, dispelling the earlier gloom as the ladies resumed their banter. "Brother Tian, since we are now brothers, and you are my elder by age, it is only right that I address you as my elder brother." "Brother, that is utterly unnecessary. Knowledge knows no age. The accomplished are to be revered. Calling you elder brother means you shall forever be my esteemed elder." "Brother, if you insist on this, then so be it," Chu Yun replied, glancing at Yang Lin before continuing. "Brother Tian, prior to this, I have already formed a brotherhood with Yang Lin. Shall we not forge a bond of brotherhood today?" Tian Buoguang exclaimed with excitement. "Excellent." Lanfeng Wang, Chu Yuer, and Yang Shui hurried off to prepare the ritual table. The three solemnly knelt before the heavens, completing their oath of brotherhood. Upon rising, Tian Buoguang and Yang Lin both called out in unison, "Elder brother." "Good brothers." Yang Lin addressed Tian Buoguang. "Brother Tian, since you are my elder, you shall be my second brother." Tian Buoguang, feeling at ease, responded loudly, "Third brother." Chu Yun, equally elated, felt as if he had found brothers akin to Liu Bei, Zhang Fei, and Guan Yu, or Qiao Feng, Duan Yu, and Su Zhu, embarking on his journey through the martial world no longer in solitude. Today brings three joyous occasions: great fortune, mastering martial arts, and forming a brotherhood. Let us venture to the grandest tavern in Kaifeng to feast and revel extravagantly. With this, Chu Yun summoned Chu Yuer, Lanfeng Wang, and Yang Shui, and the six set off towards the largest tavern in Kaifeng. The coachman was particularly jubilant, as the master had gifted each of them 100 taels of silver, filling their hearts with sweetness. At the Yinshi building in Kaifeng, the premier chain tavern of the Ming dynasty, Chu Yun reserved the entire establishment and hung a banner proclaiming bonds of brotherhood, celebrated by all. Within the restaurant, amidst the vibrant lights and flowing wine, the most renowned performers of Kaifeng, lured by the allure of wealth, have dismissed their patrons to grace the Yinshi Tower with their songs. Outside, Chu Yun has arranged for the Yinshi Tower to distribute porridge, proudly displaying the banner of the Oriental Society, which flutters gracefully in the vicinity. All those in Kaifeng who are impoverished have flocked to the Yinshi Tower, causing the bustling metropolis to become congested, with many roads rendered impassable. Upon receiving word, the Kaifeng prefect promptly alerted the local guards to be on standby, while the officers and constables maintained order to prevent civil unrest. Yu and Chong Kong and a general clad in armor observed the frenzy from their horses. Intrigued by the commotion, Yu and Chong Kong casually seized a passing man to inquire. The man struggled desperately, but his strength waned, and he had no choice but to comply and listen to the official speak. "What transpired ahead? Why do you rush so?" In response, the man exclaimed, "At Yinshi Tower, young Master Chu of the Oriental Society is distributing porridge. Today, anyone can partake in the sumptuous meat buns from Yinchi Tower, and impoverished families may even receive 100 coins. Sir, please release me, or we may miss out. Chapter 082. The letter from Wei Zhongxian, Yuan Chongkong, released the man. The general remarked, Brother Yuan. Do you know this young Master Chu? General Xiong, I happen to be acquainted with young Master Chu. Would you like an introduction? Brother Yuan. It would be prudent for us to avoid entanglements with those of the underworld, lest we attract trouble and find ourselves implicated. Your words carry weight, General. Young Master Chu is indeed generous and possesses remarkable martial prowess. I hold him in high regard. During this period of rest from military duties, I have chosen to accompany him on his travels to broaden my horizons. I have heard that those in the underworld are generally unproductive, resorting to theft and plunder. It seems this young Master Chu may be sharing the fortunes of others. I am unaware of his family circumstances. However, he has established the Oriental Society, which aims to aid the populace. Thus far, I have not discerned any ulterior motives. It appears he is skilled in winning hearts and likely has many followers engaged in dubious activities. Not quite so, at present. Young Master Chu is accompanied by 3 women and 2 men, seemingly at odds with the 5 Mountain Sword sect and the Sun Moon Holy Cult. Brother Yuan, though you may be on leave, you remain a member of our military. Should any disturbances arise, the preservation of our nation must take precedence. Recently, there have been sporadic civil uprisings in Shaanxi, and the court has dispatched troops to quell them. With the current calamities and the eunuchs in power, we must tread carefully and avoid giving anyone a reason to incriminate us. Your counsel is wise, General. I shall bear it in mind. Until we meet again. Yuan Chongkong bid farewell to General Xiong and rode towards the Yinchi Tower, blending into the throng. Upon arriving, he found himself unable to advance further, forced to sidle his horse as he beheld the banners overhead, bound by brotherhood, celebrating together. Could it be that Chu Yun has forged new alliances with other powerful figures? I have always felt out of place in the martial world and have no desire to intrude upon their gatherings. Sullenly, he returned to the courtyard. The courtyard was silent, and Yuan Chongkong discerned wood shavings and tools scattered on the ground, pondering. Surely, these must be the handiwork of those women crafting wooden shoes. Where could Chu Yun have derived such peculiar ideas? As he was about to return to his chamber to rest, he noticed that the door to Chu Yun's room was slightly ajar, and his curiosity proved too compelling to resist. Yuan Chongkong stepped inside, igniting a fire stick. And on the bed, beneath a set of garments, lay half of a manuscript exposed. Struggling to contain his excitement and anxiety, he disregarded the possibility of Chu Yun and the others returning at any moment, hurriedly extracting the manuscript, which bore the striking title Kite Flower Manual emblazoned across its cover. He immediately began to peruse its contents, which indeed were shocking, revealing the method for mastering a divine skill, with the alarming instruction of self-castration clearly depicted within the pages. Having spent considerable time with Chu Yun, Yuan Chongkong had also taken to practicing calligraphy with charcoal, often carrying a few pens for convenience. Without delay, he retrieved a blank manuscript from his belongings and began to swiftly transcribe the Kite Flower Manual, striving to miss not a single character, even meticulously copying the crimson seal of Dongfang Bubi. Fortunately, the text was not extensive, and he completed his transcription in less than an hour. After returning the manuscript to its rightful place, he stealthily exited the room, leaving the door still ajar. Having engaged in covert operations at the garrison, he was well versed in the methods of obliterating evidence and was confident that Chu Yun and the others would not detect anything amiss. Once back in his own chamber, he lit a lamp and meticulously studied the Kite Flower Manual, captivated by its exquisite sword techniques. However, the mission of the Yuan family forbade him from self-castration in pursuit of sword mastery. Regrettably, he relinquished that notion, opting instead to transcribe the text once more onto a piece of cowhide paper. Reclining at the head of his bed, he recalled the battle in the training grounds with Chu Yun, whose unpredictable swordplay bore striking similarities to the techniques outlined in the Kite Flower Manual. Could it be that Chu Yun had indeed mastered the manual? Did this imply that Chu Yun had undergone self-castration as well? Yet, upon examining the passage regarding self-castration in the manual, he noted a section marked in red ink. It is not necessary to remove the male organ entirely. One may simply remove the testicles. Thus, it became clear the Kite Flower Manual was reputedly authored by a eunuch from a previous dynasty, leading many to mistakenly believe that self-castration was akin to the fate of eunuchs. Yuan Chongkong gained a newfound respect for Dongfang Bubi, recognizing that he did not blindly follow authority and that the martial arts masters were not merely names without merit. 9,000 years. Yuan Chongkong vowed not to disgrace his mission. He had finally acquired the Kite Flower Manual and hoped that he could fulfill his promise to restore the glory of the Yuan family. He recalled a night in the military camp of Jinan Prefecture, when a eunuch had approached him, delivering a handwritten letter from Wei Zhongxian, a figure of immense authority. The letter revealed that he had fought against the martial artist Chu Yun in the training grounds, which was deemed a breach of military discipline deserving of punishment. However, it noted that due to his past merits, should he acquire the secret kite flower manual, he would be assured of a swift ascent in the realm of martial arts. After reading the letter, the eunuch took it back, incinerating it, and presented a token to Ye Xuan. This is the token given to you by 9,000 years. You may summon assistance from various garrisons to ensure the success of this matter, as you may have an audience with the emperor. Such honor, I hope you will not squander the grace of 9,000 years. Once the eunuch departed, Ye Xuan fell into deep contemplation. He had long harbored discontent with Wei Zhongxian's ruthless elimination of dissenters and his autocratic grip on national affairs. Yet, the path to a high position and the revival of his family seemed a distant dream. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and missing it could lead to lifelong regret, not to mention jeopardizing his very existence. The imperial court's secret agents were ubiquitous, making it impossible for him to escape unscathed. Ye Xuan sighed inwardly. My dear Prince of Chu, I must apologize this time. Should there come a moment when I can be of service, I shall not hesitate to fulfill my duty. He dismounted from his bed and inscribed a note on a piece of rice paper. To the Prince of Chu, due to urgent military matters, I must take my leave. I regret that I cannot share in our jovial adventures. May our paths cross again. Signed, Ye Xuan. He placed the note upon the table in the courtyard and departed through the door. The sound of hooves faded into the night. At Yinchi Tower, in the Grand Hall, a solitary banquet was laid out. After indulging in the feast, they leisurely listened to the melodies. In this era, where entertainment was scarce, attending performances was a luxurious pleasure. The influence of Yuan drama on Ming theater was profound, with beloved pieces such as The West Chamber still captivating audiences. Witnessing the tender romance between Cui Ying and Zhang Sheng, several women were visibly moved, and Tian Bo Guang and Yang Lin watched with great interest. Surprisingly, Chu Yun, inundated by mobile video distractions, found himself engrossed, not in the performance, but in the expressions of the three beautiful women beside him, each reflecting joy, anger, or sorrow. Offering a unique experience, Chu Yun contentedly patted her abdomen, savoring the delightful dishes of the day, and indulgently ate a few extra bites. However, upon touching her waist, her expression shifted to one of alarm, and she leaned towards Chu Yun's ear. Husband, I left the sunflower manual in the courtyard. What should we do? Chu Yun dismissed her concern. No need to worry, no one will seek it. Just enjoy the performance. The best part is yet to come. Husband, I'm uneasy. I'll return for it. Very well, I shall accompany you. Upon seeing Chu Yun and Chu Yun rise, the others quickly followed suit. Lan Fenghuang hurriedly inquired, Young master, are we departing? No, Yue and I are stepping out for a moment. Continue enjoying the show, for such opportunities are rare. Are you truly certain? Perhaps we should all leave together. The rest little worth watching now. Tian Bo Guang and Yang Lin, uninterested in the play, also stood up. Brother, let us go together, without you here. Watching holds little joy. Yang Lin tugged at the captivated Yang Shui. Little sister, it's time to leave. We can come again another time. Everyone rose. Departure was inevitable. The troupe on stage diligently continued their performance, adhering to the tradition that one must complete the show once on stage. As they made their way, he mentally calculated that the impoverished citizens from Kaifeng were not as numerous as anticipated. After all, the Ming was a prosperous dynasty, and they might be reluctant to accept charity. Only a little over 10,000 taels were spent, yet the reputation of the Eastern society had indeed been established, making this venture worthwhile. Upon returning to the courtyard, Chu Yun immediately retreated to the bedroom. Lighting a lamp, she discovered that the sunflower manual lay beneath her garments. Flipping through its pages revealed nothing amiss, yet an unsettling atmosphere lingered within the room, an indescribable disquiet. I told you it was nothing, but now you've wasted a splendid performance. Husband, I sense that someone has entered this room. Holding a lantern, Chu Yun inspected the ground but found no suspicious traces. Where? It seems no one has been here. The treasured tome is intact. If someone intended to steal it, they would have taken it outright. You speak the truth, my dear. I have allowed my anxiety to cloud my judgment. Since I can recite it by heart, perhaps I should burn it. No, you it bears your inscription. It would be a shame not to keep it as a memento. Even if it were taken, it would ultimately bring harm to the thief. Chu Yun embraced Chu Yun tenderly for a moment before they both exited the bedroom. Yang Shui saw Chu Yun and Chu Yun emerge. Brother Yun, look. Ye Xuan has departed. Chu Yun accepted the note Yang Shui handed him and sighed after reading it. The court and the martial world are fundamentally at odds. His departure may actually simplify our endeavors. Chu Yun contemplated saying something but held her tongue, thinking, he left in such haste. Could it be? The thought terrified her. Would a tragedy that spread through the martial realm unfold in the court? Chu Yun remained indifferent to such matters. His core group of 6 had inadvertently come together. The combination of the 4 revered texts, the Kite Flower Manual, 90 Manual, Jade Maiden Manual, and Great Mystery Manual should sweep through the martial world, unless Zhang Wuji were to be reincarnated. The three men frolicked by the well, bathing and humming the tune of a laugh from the azure sea, with the tides rolling on either shore. Eldest brother, second brother. Your short hair is far more convenient for bathing. Should I also cut my hair short? You must not. Third brother. Our bodies and hair are gifts from our parents. Second brother had no choice. He became a monk. Fortunately, eldest brother rescued me from that fate. Now, with my half-long hair, I feel embarrassed to face others. Eldest brother's hair has grown quite long. Perhaps you should style it into a bun. Brother Tian, hair is not all that significant. Keep it if you like. Cut it if you do not. In the future, short hair will undoubtedly be in vogue. However, the sensation of flowing long hair is still quite pleasant. Eldest brother, long hair dries easily. After a bath, when practicing my techniques, it dries quickly. You will surely look handsome with long hair in the future. Currently, Chu Yun's hair measured over half a foot in length, gathered into a ponytail at the back of his head, and had garnered the favor of several beauties, who had repeatedly offered to style it for him, but he had paid them no heed. He preferred his hair to flow freely. Tying it up would look unappealing to him. We three brothers shall form a super combination. How about the three heroes of the East for our name? It sounds impressive, does it not? That name is quite fitting, eldest brother. From now on, let the world know of the three heroes of the East. Chu Yun recalled the song Rite of Spring from the film The Three Heroes of the East as he bathed and sang. Dance. Let the spring breeze dance. Sing. Let the song reside in spring dreams. The thrill lies in our initial aspirations, under the clear skies of a new beginning. The urban hunter has finally set forth, chasing through the battlefield. The urban lovers hold hands, embracing the radiant sunlight. After finishing his bath, Chu Yun pondered whether to visit Chuiware or Lan Fenghuang. Sometimes, having multiple wives was not advantageous, as it left him without a private space. Pushing open the door to Chuiware's chamber, he found her freshly bathed and practicing her cultivation techniques. He sighed inwardly, pondering that if everyone in the real world could cultivate inner power, the hairdryer factories would inevitably go bankrupt. Indeed, there would be no incentive for anyone to invent such contraptions. The impetus for innovation stems from human laziness. My dear, today Yuer intends to practice. The 9 manual has reached its final stages. You may go visit Lan Lan. Do you require my protection? No need. Yuer is no martial genius. I can only compensate for my shortcomings through diligence. I shall attend to you another day. Chu Yun approached Chu Yuer and planted a gentle kiss on her lips before reluctantly departing. Recently, Chu Yuer had become fervently dedicated to her martial training. Having held the title of the world's #1 for too long, the emergence of a rival, Zhou Feixiong, instilled a profound sense of urgency within her. If she did not make significant advancements, she might fade into obscurity within the martial world. She aspired to stand alongside Chu Yun at the pinnacle of this realm. Chu Yun, having a place to rest, decided to practice his inner power in the courtyard. Recently, he possessed 3 grand manuals of martial arts that needed to be integrated. He discovered that the combination of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra and the Sunflower Manual was nothing short of perfect. The previous deficiencies of the Sunflower Manual were completely rectified. No wonder later generations of internet users meticulously analyzed the various versions of the great hero's works, concluding that the Sunflower Manual encapsulated the martial essence derived from Wang Chongyang and Lin Chaoying's innate skills in the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Originally named the Qian Kuan Classic, the male practiced the Qian techniques, while the female practiced the Kuan techniques, ultimately merging the two for martial mastery. Regardless of these details, Chu Yun was primarily concerned with the significant enhancement of his abilities resulting from the combination of the two techniques. The seamless flow of his practice had encountered no hindrances, and he resolved that one day, he would have Chu Yuer also attempt the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. As the moon reached its zenith, Chu Yun felt drowsiness begin to envelop him. He gently pushed open Lan Fenghuang's door, disrobed, and slipped into bed beside her. Reaching out to explore the figure beside him, he sensed something amiss, yet proceeded unabashedly in his affections. A moment of springtime bliss was worth a fortune. Chu Yun found it peculiar that Lan Fenghuang remained silent that night, merely enduring and responding awkwardly. After several moments of indulgence, he drifted into a heavy slumber. The following day, upon awakening, Chu Yun discovered that Lan Lan had vanished. Rising to search for her, he uncovered some bloodstains on the bed. Guilt washed over him as he wondered if he had inadvertently harmed Lan Lan by not controlling his strength. As he stepped outside, he collided with the already groomed Lan Fenghuang. "My lord, what are you doing here?" she exclaimed, her surprise evident. "What do you mean by that?" Lan Fenghuang, realizing the circumstances, giggled and replied, "My lord, I was practicing in another room last night. Xuer was too inebriated at the banquet, so I let her sleep in my room. I saw you enter the ladies' chamber." "What? It wasn't you last night?" "My lord, could it be you and Xuer?" "Congratulations, my lord, on your small success." "Lan Lan." Chu Yun pushed open the door and stepped out. leaving Lan Fenghuang behind, laughing. Chapter 084. The Three Saints of the East. Chu Yun adjusted his attire and made his way to Yang Lin's room. Third brother, have you seen Xuer? Brother, the little sister has gone outside to practice the silver chain golden bell technique. You should go find her. Chu Yun hurriedly left the courtyard in search of her. In a vacant area behind the courtyard, he spotted a slender woman in flowing white garments, skillfully swinging a long chain with a golden bell at its end, which spun and emitted a brilliant light. As Chu Yun rushed over, a golden bell came flying towards him. He dodged it, reached out, and caught the bell. With a strong tug, Yang Shui pulled him along the chain, bringing him right in front of her. He wrapped his arms around her waist. Xuer, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you last night. I thought it was Lan Lan. Brother Yun, if you had known it was Xuer, would you have run away? Becoming a beast unworthy of the name Brother Yun? Chu Yun's heart warmed instantly as he held Yang Shui even tighter. Oh, good Xuer, my dear little treasure. What should I do if I still want to act like a beast? Yang Shui, nearly breathless from his embrace, nestled her head against his chest and whispered, Xuer already belongs to you. Brother Yun can think of her whenever he wants. Last night, Xuer was very happy. The magpie perched atop the tree seemed to bless this couple, whose lips were inseparable. Chu Yun, as if nothing had happened, returned to the courtyard and greeted everyone, who all smiled warmly at him. Chu Yun felt a bit embarrassed. What is going on? Why does everyone laugh at me? Am I that amusing today? Tian Buoguang chuckled, finding it even more entertaining, while Yang Lin couldn't contain his laughter. Lan Fenghuang was doubled over in laughter, and Chu Yue was also beaming, leaving Chu Yun utterly bewildered. Yang Shui, appearing shortly after, noticed everyone's laughter and, feeling shy, gracefully used her lightness technique to vanish into the room. Leaning against the door with a flushed face, Chu Yue was applying rouge while looking in a mirror, and she handed it to Chu Yun. Upon seeing his reflection, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I see now. Xuer, I used to think you were innocent. I never expected you to have learned mischief. I must teach you a lesson. Saying this, he bashfully washed away the makeup and lipstick that Xuer had playfully left on his face, turning him into a little cat. In this manner, Yang Shui asserted her claim, declaring herself as Chu Yun's woman. Otherwise, who would know of the hidden intimacy from that night? The news of the establishment of the Eastern Three Heroes had reached the three women, who were envious and clamored for a title of their own. After some deliberation, unable to come up with a suitable name, they ultimately decided to seize the title for themselves, claiming the title of the Eastern Three Heroes and leaving it to Chu Yun and his companions to figure out their own name. A good man does not quarrel with women, especially since all three women were beloved by Chu Yun. Thus, he had to come up with a fitting name. After much discussion, the final consensus was the Eastern Three Saints, a title that sounded both majestic and powerful. The three women were satisfied, having now established their own reputable title within the martial world. On the table in the courtyard lay an ancient zither, a bamboo flute, and a pipa, the latter of which Chu Yue had recently taken up, playing 10 directions ambush with commendable skill. Everyone now possesses a resounding title, yet that alone is insufficient, particularly for the grand entrance of a hero, which should not be too simplistic. Curiously, Chu Yue inquired, My lord, does a hero's entrance differ even in their gait? Are we not all the same? There exists a significant difference. For instance, in the lineage of Xuer, when the woman in the yellow robe makes her entrance, it is accompanied by 8 musicians, descending from the heavens amidst falling petals. Just imagine such an entrance, such grandeur. Is it not impressive? Brother Yun, do we have such illustrious figures in our ancestry? I seem unaware. Xuer, you must trust the young master. If he claims we do, then surely we do. Young master, do you mean we must also have music for our entrance? That would indeed seize the moment. Lan Lan, you are truly my treasure, so astute. Blushing slightly, Lan Phoenix continued, what kind of music would be sufficiently imposing? I have already contemplated the music for our Eastern Three Saints. Yang Lin shall embody youthful exuberance, accompanied by the entrance theme of Huang Rihua from demigods and semi-devils. Tian Buoguang shall blend the Taishuan Jing with the entrance music from Once Upon a Time in China. As for myself, I shall use the entrance theme from God of Gamblers, which I previously adored. Chu Yun hummed the melody, allowing the musical prodigy Yang Shui to transcribe it. And the three ladies performed together, indeed creating an extraordinary atmosphere. Third brother, each time you make your entrance, execute a few signature moves with the Sonyang Divine Sword to exude more dominance. Attack at the conclusion of the music for a more dashing effect. Elder brother, what if the enemy attacks before the music concludes? Then we shall eliminate them beforehand. Haha. Yang Lin scratched his head, chuckling. Brother Tian, now that you have mastered the Taishuan Jing, you can wield any weapon. You should stride in confidently. Shortly, I will teach you the art of walking and the gesture of the shining palm, which will surely captivate countless maidens. Elder brother, how will you enter? Chu Yun styled his hair into a slicked back look, applying a touch of his wife's hair oil for a glossy finish, tying a ponytail at the back. No matter the hairstyle, With his handsome appearance, he could pull off anything. Draped in a black cloak, he wore a smile while mimicking the charming entrance of a celebrity while biting into chocolate, utterly enchanting. My lord, if every entrance is so ostentatious, our Eastern three heroes may neglect their martial arts. That can be easily resolved. We shall hire some musical virtuosos to accompany us, and when we make our entrance, they shall perform. Young master, that is an excellent idea. You gentlemen shall truly enjoy it, playing music while basking in leisure. Wanlan, what do you envision us as? Are you referring to Brother Tian and Third Brother? Laughter ensued among the group, surprised by Chu Yun's genuine arrangement for Tian Buoguang to address this matter. The renowned courtesan Li Shishir from the Song dynasty was the pride of Kaifeng, where the entertainment industry flourished, teeming with songstresses. Although Chu Yun did not endorse human trafficking, the reality was such that purchasing individuals could be seen as saving them from dire straits. Tian Buoguang, accompanied by Chu Yun, ventured to various brothels and music academies, hoping to discover talented musicians to form a female 12-piece ensemble, which would be quite splendid. While visiting the entertainment district, Chu Yun took a stroll and discovered that the Ming dynasty indeed represented the pinnacle of China's courtesan culture. Although the entertainment industry in Kaifeng may not possess the illustrious reputation of the Qinhuai River, it remains a prominent center in the Central Plains. In ancient times, first- and second-tier brothels were typically named with terms such as yuan, guan, or ge, while third- and fourth-tier establishments often used terms like shi, ban, lu, or dian. The two most renowned brothels in Kaifeng, Tianxiang Yuan and Wanhua Gu, stood equally at the forefront, difficult to distinguish in their prestige. Tianxiang Yuan was home to the celebrated courtesan Gu Puner, whose artistic talents were unparalleled, and at the tender age of 18, she attracted the attention of many a prominent young man. Wanhua Gu was equally impressive, featuring the captivating courtesan Ko Xuanji, whose beauty was mesmerizing and whose performances were utterly enthralling. Many high-ranking officials and talented gentlemen found themselves entranced by her charm. The two courtesans engaged in a perennial rivalry, their popularity soaring to great heights, consequently squeezing the existence of other brothels, while both establishments sought the favor of influential figures, leaving others in a state of silent resentment. Chapter 085. Gu Puan shines. As Tian Buoguang hesitated over which establishment to visit, Chu Yun recalled hearing about the courtesan Gu Puaner from Tianxiang Yuan, whose name seemed familiar, reminiscent of a renowned courtesan from Li Wei Dangguan. It was no wonder that such an exquisite name would elicit recognition. Brother Tian, let us proceed to Tianxiang Yuan to see the courtesan, he proposed. Upon arrival, they soon realized that meeting the celebrated courtesan was no simple feat, as reports indicated that queues extended until March. After all, she was but one woman. Could her allure truly surpass that of his three exceptional companions? It was likely a matter of marketing, relying on tales, flattery, and talent. Having just begun to master his own abilities, Tian Buoguang felt a strong urge to dismantle Tianxiang Yuan. In a lavish private room, they encountered an elderly matron with a charming visage, fanning herself with a small round fan and wearing a broad smile. Gentlemen, you appear to be new patrons of our establishment. Do you have a lady in mind whom I might summon for you? She inquired while serving tea. With a squeeze of his hand, Tian Buoguang crushed the ceramic cup, the shards slipping through his fingers like fine sand. The matron gasped in shock. Having encountered many a formidable figure, she knew these men were not to be trifled with. Forcing a smile, she said, "Which lady have you taken a fancy to? I assure you, we cater to esteemed officials and talented gentlemen." Tian Buoguang glared at her menacingly. "Are you threatening me? The likes of Kaifeng do not capture the attention of my companions. Bring Gu Puaner to attend to my esteemed guest." "Alas, she is currently engaged and unavailable today," the matron replied hastily. Tian Buoguang extended a finger towards her, releasing a hint of his power, reducing a pearl by her ear to mere dust. The matron trembled, her legs quaking, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Please, sir, do not be angry. I shall inquire whether Puaner has time," she stammered, suddenly finding the strength to flee in haste. "Brother Tian, your intimidation may have frightened her away," remarked Tian Buoguang. "Brother, brothels thrive on connections to the powerful and are naturally inclined to bully the weak. If we do not assert ourselves, they may presume us easy to deceive, providing us with unsatisfactory company, thus wasting our money." After a brief moment of tea, a woman clad in resplendent attire, her figure voluptuous and waist slender, gracefully entered the room. Her hair was elegantly styled in an ornate bun, adorned with gold hairpins, and her long tresses cascaded down her back. A red mark graced her brow, and a veil concealed her features, revealing only a pair of captivating eyes that sparkled with allure, instantly igniting the imagination of those who beheld her. Miss Gu Puaner bowed before the two gentlemen. Upon seeing her, Chu Yun, unfazed by the customary allure of the veiled visage, coldly remarked, "Miss Puaner, Kindly unveil yourself so that we may behold your true beauty and ascertain whether you are worth the silver we would spend. Forgive me, gentlemen, Panner replied. But my appearance is reserved for those destined to behold it. Is that destiny determined by silver, or perhaps even more silver? Ah, indeed, she continued. Though I reside in a brothel, I maintain my integrity. I offer my talents, not my body. Even with mountains of gold and silver, I remain steadfast. Hearing this, Tian Boguang's expression darkened, and he interrupted her. Gu Panner, cease your pretentiousness. What business do you have in a brothel? Do you take me for a fool? A surge of energy severed the strings of her veil, allowing it to fall aside and reveal a face of exquisite beauty. Indeed, a countenance of unrivaled grace. While she may not rival Chu Yun or Yang Shui, she certainly stood in equal regard with Lan Fengwang. With such enchanting looks, it was no wonder she could command a price. Despite her delicate demeanor, Panner declared that if forced, she would rather perish than yield. Chu Yun chuckled, Miss Panner, therein lies your error. As a service provider, the customer is king. Are we here to serve you, or are you here to serve us? Tian Boguang, brimming with impatience, asserted, we have no interest in your musings. I ask you, do you play any instruments, such as the flute, or perform songs? To a small extent, she replied. To a small extent? He scoffed. You dare call yourself a courtesan? Fetch the most skilled musician from your Tianxiang courtyard. The matron interjected, Gentlemen, Miss Panner is already the most talented musician in our establishment. None can compare. Tian Boguang's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Oh, still playing coy, are you? Show us what you can do immediately. Panner discerned that their intentions were not to cause trouble. Instruments such as the guzheng, yanqin, bamboo flute, shao, pipa, zhongruan, eru, sanxian, and guqin were brought into the room. Chu Yun hummed a melody from the Three Saints of the East, prompting Panner to perform on the various instruments. True to her reputation, she exhibited exceptional skill, effortlessly playing the three short pieces and feeling an exhilarating sense of pride swell within her. As Chu Yun explored the nuances of each instrument, nodding in approval, Tian Boguang too was impressed. Her talent surpassed that of Yang Shui, exemplifying the notion that expertise lies in specialization. Chu Yun applauded heartily, exclaiming, Miss Panner, are you acquainted with other masters of various instruments? Indeed, she responded. In the brothel, one naturally becomes familiar with the experts. Each year, during the courtesan competition, there are performances showcasing exceptional talent across all instruments. Indeed, the piece you just performed left an indelible impression on my heart. Do you possess a means to evoke a truly profound sensation? Young master, relying solely on a single instrument may yield lackluster results. However, a harmonious ensemble of various instruments would undoubtedly produce extraordinary effects. If I were to request you to assemble such a band, do you have any thoughts on the matter? Young master, my desire to sell myself to a brothel springs from a place of desperation. Alas, I am bound to the Tianxiang courtyard. Gu Panner cast a furtive glance at the matron beside her. Chu Yun observed the matron, his expression tightening, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. I intend to redeem Panner. Name your price. Young master, Panner is our esteemed courtesan. Are you intent on severing our means of livelihood? Panner is not for sale. Tian Boguang glared fiercely. What? Do you seek death? Though the matron felt trepidation, she was seasoned in her dealings and had numerous connections with officials. This is Kaifeng, where the law reigns. Should you resort to forceful coercion, I shall have no choice but to report to the authorities. Chu Yun, indifferent to entanglements with the magistrate, retained his composure. In the past, Dong Xiaoan was redeemed for merely 3,000 taels, and Shun Yuan for around 10,000. From my understanding, even the courtesans of the Qinhuai River are redeemed for merely 2,000 or 3,000 taels of silver. If you are willing, I can offer 5,000 taels. But time is of the essence. The matron hesitated. The Myriad Flowers Pavilion Ko Xuanji awaits my arrival. Young master, if Panner departs from Tianxiang courtyard, our business shall falter. Could you possibly increase the offer? Numerous dignitaries and talented gentlemen value Panner immensely. Ah, if she is indeed so sought after, then today she would not be here, having the leisure to attend to us. Kaifeng is not akin to the Qinhuai River. Greed may lead to greater losses. The matron ceased her hesitation. 5,000 taels could cultivate numerous Gu Panners, and with Panner's novelty waning, remaining in the Tianxiang courtyard for a lifetime would scarcely yield a few thousand taels. Young master, as you have taken a fancy to Panner, we, as her caretakers, also wish for our daughters to find a good future. We hope you will treat Panner kindly in the days to come. I shall fetch the contract of sale for you. Gu Panner's eyes sparkled with unshed tears as she gazed longingly at Chu Yun, never anticipating that she might escape the brothel in her lifetime. Though the future remained uncertain, it was undoubtedly preferable to her current existence. Observing that Chu Yun had not cast her a second glance, her heart sank, pondering whether she lacked beauty or had fallen short in some regard. Had she not displayed the requisite modesty and integrity that men often cherish? Chapter 086. The 12 music ensembles holding the contract of sale. Chu Yun received a graceful bow from Gu Panner, her starry eyes glistening with tears. Young master, please accept my bow. I hope you will treat your servant kindly. Panner, please rise. Such customs do not exist in my presence, and there is no need for you to kneel henceforth. Come, let us sit together. Gu Panner stood, hesitant to take her seat. When the young master invites you to sit, you must oblige. He does not favor those who are overly coy. Panner complied, trembling with trepidation as she half sat upon the stool, awaiting Chu Yun's instructions. As for the matter of the band we discussed earlier, you are to arrange it immediately, seeking out those skilled in song and dance. Finally, the 12-member ensemble is confirmed, and my band shall be named the Eastern 12 Musicians, with you as the master. The primary duty of the band is to provide accompaniment for our performances, and your presence will also be essential for our leisurely entertainment. Gu Panner immediately rose and knelt once more, her voice trembling. My lord, although Panner has sold herself to you, should you desire my servitude, I am willing to comply. However, if it necessitates serving others, I would rather perish than yield. I implore you to understand. Stand up. Why do you always prefer to kneel? How could I ever allow you to serve others? I merely meant that our routine entertainment requires musical accompaniment for singing and dancing. Is that not the customary role of the ensemble? My lord, it seems I have misunderstood. I shall dutifully follow your arrangements. However, in the future, should the members of your band wish to indulge with my brothers, that is beyond my concern. It is their freedom. Gu Panner was dismayed. The contract of her servitude lay in his hands, leaving him with the final say. Let us take it one step at a time. This lord does not appear to be a man of extreme malice. In the room, the three conferred about the grand audition plans. Gu Panner, with her extraordinary skills, would undoubtedly make an excellent mentor. She gathered her precious belongings, hiring a cart that was filled to the brim with several large chests. Panner, are you packing your belongings or emptying out the Tianxiang pavilion? My lord, these are all my personal items. I cannot bear to part with them. She replied with a giggle. Despite her circumstances, Gu Panner retained the endearing innocence of youth, her smile charmingly delightful. I have heard that courtesans like you possess considerable hidden wealth, akin to Du Shenyang sinking her treasure chest in fury. My lord, those are merely tales. I possess no family fortune, just some cherished garments, jewelry, and a few paintings. I have also heard that your talents lie not only in music, but also in painting. Might you teach me in due course? You flatter me, my lord. Having already sold myself to you, all that I possess belongs to you. As a courtesan, a life of virtue holds little promise. I hope you will show me kindness. Such words are unwarranted. Follow me, and your future shall be bright with success. As long as you possess talent, opportunities will abound for you to showcase your abilities. Panner looked up with hopeful anticipation. Tian Buguang sought another residence near the courtyard to accommodate Gu Panner, and together they liaised with the courtesan guild to organize the audition event, naturally providing them with silver notes. Wealth can move mountains. Within less than an hour, the entire courtesan district of Kaifeng was aware that the guild would host the Eastern 12 Musicians talent competition the following day. The 12 victors would be redeemed by the Eastern Society to join the ensemble, with a monetary reward for all participants. This event was a collaboration between the Courtesan Guild and the Eastern Society, necessitating that all establishments send forth their finest talents to compete, presenting an excellent opportunity for the various brothels to showcase their allure. Once the arrangements were finalized, Gu Panner hired individuals to prepare the venue, printing banners and bustling about with excitement. Upon returning to the courtyard, Chu Yun and Tian Buguang shared the news, and everyone found it intriguing. Eager to attend the event in person, let us not rush, they advised. Tomorrow, the 6 of us, along with Gu Panner, shall be the esteemed guests, responsible for evaluating and scoring the performances, ensuring a fair selection process. Dear husband, can we women also grace the hall as honored guests? Indeed, however, it would be prudent for you 3 to don veils, to prevent overshadowing the proceedings. The other ladies may feel disheartened and hesitant to take the stage in your presence. Lan Fenghuang inquired. My lord, what aspects should we primarily consider for judgment? Chu Yun replied, primarily the musical instruments, for they are our focal point, secondarily, the singing and dancing, and finally, the physical appearance. The 12 musical ensembles must excel in sound, color, and artistry. Otherwise, we cannot seize the initiative. Yang Shui remarked. Brother Yun, you select only the most beautiful. Are not the lady and sister Lan beautiful enough? Chu Yun responded, they are employees I have procured. While I advocate for equality, contributions are essential. In the future, these individuals can assist you with tasks, and in their spare time, enjoy music, song, and dance, thus enriching our lives. Yang Lin cautioned, elder brother, if we become engrossed in indulgence, how can we achieve great deeds? Please reconsider. Chu Yun countered, third brother. Should you take a liking to any of these beauties, you may consider them as wives or concubines. Is that not splendid? Tian Buoguang added, third brother. The elder brother speaks truth. Should we aim for grand endeavors, we may find ourselves without time to seek a wife. I shall also scout for a few during this selection, haha. Lan Fenghuang shot Tian Buoguang a disapproving glance. Tian Buoguang, do you truly think you are capable? Unfazed, Tian Buoguang replied, what is there to doubt? I am not impotent, merely somewhat lacking. It does not hinder procreation. Yang Shui and Lan Fenghuang, having experienced the complexities of relationships, engaged in this conversation without discomfort. Such is human nature. Unless one is compelled by circumstance, the fates of other women matter little. Chu Yun interjected, Tian Buoguang, Yang Lin, let us not impose upon these women. Their consent must be paramount, and coercion is out of the question. Tian Buoguang replied, yet, what if those women find favor with the elder brother? It ultimately depends on his capabilities. However, he must first attend to the needs of our Eastern three heroes. And if he has the energy thereafter, then so be it. Hee. The Eastern three heroes laughed joyfully, for in their hearts, the songstresses were but subordinates, as masters. They felt little concern. Tian Buoguang remarked, elder brother, would you like me to procure some potent tonics for you? Otherwise, your vitality will surely be depleted. Surprisingly, Yang Lin nodded in agreement. Chu Yun quipped, third brother, you seem to be a novice. How do you know of such tonics? Yang Lin retorted, elder brother, have I not seen swine run, having never tasted pork? With my esteemed presence, women would surely line up from Kaifeng to the capital. Yang Shui laughed, brother, spare us your boasts. You turn crimson at the sight of a girl. One day, let brother Yin teach you, so you may find me a sister-in-law sooner. Yang Lin blushed deeply, little sister. Oh, how time flies. A girl must not linger. After a brief exchange, they dispersed to cultivate their skills. Yang Lin's Xian Tai sword technique had made notable progress, and he did not falter against Tian Buoguang. Tian Buoguang, hindered by his weak internal foundation in the Tai Xian classic, continued to cultivate diligently, striving for transformation through accumulation. Yang Shui possesses the inner strength and heart sutra of Chu Yun, leading to a remarkable advancement in her cultivation as she embarks upon an entirely new realm. Lan Phoenix feels herself at the pinnacle, her cultivation now rivaling that of Yang Shui. Chu Yue, while practicing the Nine Yin Manual and the Sunflower Scripture, struggles with full integration, her heart in turmoil, agitated by the progress of others. In Chapter 087, Nine Yang Manual, Chu Yue meditates in her chamber but becomes increasingly flustered, showing signs of losing her way as she attempts to forcefully break through the 5th level of the Nine Yin Manual. The energy within her accumulates without release, causing her expression to reflect her inner struggle. Chu Yun promptly places his palms against her back, channeling his true energy to suppress the restless aura within her. After a moment, she regains her composure. As Chu Yue opens her eyes and turns to face Chu Yun, she speaks, my dear, it seems that due to my unique condition, I am unable to fully comprehend the Nine Yin Manual, and my cultivation cannot progress further. I fear I may not be able to assist you in the future. Yue, do not speak such ominous words. Remember, you are the greatest in the world. This is merely a minor setback that you shall overcome. I have been successfully integrating the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra and the Sunflower Scripture. And now I shall impart the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra to you. My dear, isn't that a technique meant for male and female practice? Can I truly learn it? Of course, you are a woman now. I shall protect you as you practice the Yin aspect. Chu Yun teaches the 4th level of the Nine Yin Manual to Chu Yue, and within the span of a tea ceremony, she completes her training. Now, we shall cultivate the 9th level together. You will break through while I provide assistance. As Chu Yue channels the 9th level of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, everything proceeds smoothly, without any obstruction from the inner workings of the Sunflower Scripture. Her heart is filled with endless affection and longing for Chu Yun. As memories from Blackwood Cliff to the present flood her mind, she gazes at Chu Yun with tender eyes, their palms intertwining, and her lips instinctively draw closer, leading to a kiss. Despite the intense pain in her abdomen, she shifts her focus towards their connection. After a lengthy exchange, Chu Yue rests against Chu Yun's chest. My dear, you have saved me once again. I am so moved, but I am uncertain about what I should do next. Yue, do not weep. You are now a woman, the woman I, Chu Yun, cherish. I adore your sweet lips and delicate form, which shall bring me joy for a lifetime. Moreover, the lotus will inevitably blossom. When the time comes, allow me to break records with you, perhaps 8 times in one night. Upon hearing Chu Yun's declaration, pain surges through her abdomen again. What is it, Yue? It's nothing. I am very happy. I have successfully cultivated the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, and the Nine Yin Manual flowed effortlessly just now. My 3 primary techniques have fully integrated. Thank you, my dear. She raises her gaze to Chu Yun's handsome face, a joyful smile gracing her lips. My dear, Last night you spent your first night with Shui. Tonight, you should accompany her. She is no longer sharing a room with her brother and is awaiting you. Yuer must not be so selfish. You may go while I continue to solidify my cultivation. Yuer, do not rush in your training. Should you encounter any obstacles, we shall explore them together and devise a solution. Chu Yue ceased her words and gently urged Chu Yun towards the door. After he departed, she leaned against the door, contemplating her situation. Today, during her visit to the restroom, she discovered bloodstains in her urine, leaving her uncertain whether it signified something good or ill. She chose to conceal it for the time being, suspecting it may be a consequence of conflicting techniques. Thus, she must swiftly identify the root cause, as her previous 7 wives had never imparted such knowledge to her. Chu Yun entered Yang Shui's room, pushing the door open to find a beautiful woman in flowing white garments sleeping on a suspended rope, evoking a ghostly sensation within him. He approached and gently lifted the maiden from the rope, placing her upon the bed. Shui, with me here, you are forbidden from sleeping on the rope, do you understand? Yang Shui wrapped her arms around Chu Yun's neck, playfully responding, Brother Yun, with you by my side, I shall not sleep on the rope, I shall sleep with you. Shui, today we shall engage in a fierce battle of 300 rounds at Blackwood Cliff, within Ren Woxing's secret chamber. Zhang Yi stood before Ren Woxing, observing him as he paced back and forth. Zhang Yi, what is the meaning of the day and moon's light, passed down from your ancestor Zhang Wuji? Respected leader, I am not certain. It has merely been handed down through generations. In earlier times, the followers of the Sun and Moon sect encountered my ancestor in Mongolia and took away a collection of texts. Perhaps this is related. Zhang Yi, come with me. Zhang Yi followed Ren Woxing into the secret chamber, where they beheld several rows of books and texts. Respected leader, could this collection be the very texts brought back from Mongolia? Indeed, I have perused these texts more than 10 times without discovering anything peculiar. Zhang Yi examined the titles on the shelves and extracted 6 volumes bearing the characters for sun, moon, bright, illuminate, firmament, and earth. This was no coincidence, but rather a deliberate act by their ancestors. Zhang Yi, what distinguishes these 6 volumes? Respected leader, the other texts do not possess these 6 characters in their titles. Perhaps the secret lies within these particular volumes. The two placed the books upon the table, meticulously inspecting each page, side, interleaf, and spine. Finding no irregularities, Zhang Yi retrieved a few more books from the same batch, placing them alongside the 6 volumes, which revealed a notable difference. The spines of the 6 books were thicker, and their pages comparatively narrower. Ren Woxing produced a sharp dagger, prying open the spine and carefully scraping it, discovering indeed an interleaf within, filling him with excitement. He immediately commanded Zhang Yi to proceed according to protocol to retrieve 6 pages. The Martial Emperor's Legacy, the 9 Yang Manual, the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, the Great Shift of the Universe, the Sacred Fire Order, and Tai Chi Swordplay. Ren Woxing could scarcely contain his elation, tears streaming down his face as he discovered a slightly smaller page accompanied by a note. Should one be fortunate enough to obtain this remarkable text, it is imperative to remember, if one comprehends corruption, the Martial Emperor's Legacy can lead the heroes of the world to overthrow it. The 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms is the most formidable palm technique in existence. The 9 Yang Manual is regarded as the supreme internal cultivation method in the world. Mastery of it allows one to practice the Qian Kuan Great Shift and the Sacred Fire Order martial arts. The Taiji swordplay should be returned to the descendants of Wudong. I initially intended to pass down the 9 Yang Manual, but I feared that greed might lead to its complete destruction. Hence, it is omitted from this discourse. Written by Zhang Wuji. Zhang Yi, these extraordinary martial arts manuals have been passed down from your ancestors and were also bequeathed by my predecessor in the Ming sect. We may share them. As you possess the bloodline of the Zhang family, you are destined to master the corresponding exquisite skills, and the monumental responsibility of the Sun Moon Holy Cult will rest upon your shoulders. Master Ren, I am but a humble servant with limited martial prowess. I fear I may not be capable of shouldering such a great responsibility. Ha ha ha, Zhang Yi, you are the savior of the Sun Moon Holy Cult. With the secret texts at your disposal, how could you lack unparalleled martial arts? Indeed, Master Ren, I shall obey. The two then commenced their cultivation of the 9 Yang Manual in the secret chamber. Ren Woxing, a master of martial arts, felt a surge of elation after perusing the 9 Yang Manual. He thought to himself, let others be strong. I shall remain unyielding, like the breeze caressing the mountain ridge. Let them be haughty. I shall bask in the brilliance of the moonlit river. With his formidable internal strength, Ren Woxing swiftly reached the final barrier. His body felt ablaze, as if on the verge of self-immolation. Fortunately, all his acupoints were unblocked, allowing for the release of the previously accumulated backlash from the star-absorbing technique. After mastering the divine skill, his internal energy surged at an astonishing rate, an endless feeling enveloping him. With a long exhale, Ren Wuxing finally resolved the internal energy backlash that had plagued him for decades. Ha ha ha, with this divine skill in hand, the world is mine. Zhang Yi, standing by, felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing Ren Wuxing's roar, fearing that the old man might resort to silencing him. Chapter 088. The rebirth of the Ming cult. Seeing Zhang Yi's dazed expression, Ren Wuxing approached and clapped him on the shoulder, causing Zhang Yi to stumble and fall to the ground. Congratulations, master, on acquiring the divine skill. Before Zhang Yi could utter another word, Ren Wuxing had already sealed several of his acupoints. Zhang Yi felt a chill of impending doom and regretted his decision to meet Chu Yun, only to find himself at Blackwood Cliff facing death. Zhang Yi, focus your mind. Your martial skills are rudimentary, and your meridians are obstructed. Allow me to clear them for you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi understood Ren Wuxing's intention and felt a pang of guilt. He complied, gathering his breath and centering his thoughts. Perhaps due to the fortuitous lineage of the Zhang ancestors, the process flowed smoothly. Once the governor and the two channels were opened, he began to absorb Ren Wuxing's continuous, overwhelming internal energy. The energy within his dantian surged, and heat radiated through his meridians until it eventually dissipated. Ren Wuxing then regulated his inner breath. Zhang Yi, I have laid a solid foundation for your practice of the Nine Yang Manual. The other martial texts will rely on your own efforts. From this moment forth, you shall be the vice master of the Sun Moon Holy Cult, and I trust you will devote yourself to the affairs of the sect. Thank you, master. Zhang Yi will serve the sect with utmost dedication until death. As the descendant of Zhang, I am confident in our ability to restore the glory of the Ming cult. Under your wise leadership, Master Ren, the unification of the martial world by the Sun Moon Holy Cult is but a matter of time. Ren Wuxing then produced a key from his bosom and handed it to Zhang Yi. This is the key to the secret chamber, a place you may enter at will, where martial arts scriptures await your perusal. I earnestly hope you do not become a second Dongfang Bubi. Armed with the Nine Yang divine art, I intend to reform the teachings, discarding the outdated doctrines of Dongfang Bubi, and establish an entirely new Sun Moon Holy Cult. Zhang Yi pledges his life to follow the leader and restore the Ming cult. Ha! Ren Wuxing glides away, viewing other martial arts as trivial. Internal strength is fundamental. Other techniques merely embellish the core. The secret to Ren Wuxing's success lies in the understanding that one cannot overindulge. Zhang Yi solidifies his mastery of the Nine Yang scripture, and upon consulting the true text of Tai Chi's sword, he realizes that his previous practice was merely superficial. Drawing his sword, he recommences his study of Tai Chi's sword, discovering that with a solid foundation in internal arts, the sword technique's potency multiplies manifold. Inside the secret chamber, Zhang Yi retrieves blank pages and meticulously transcribes the 6 sacred texts, embedding the knowledge in his mind once more. Upon closer examination of Qian Koan de Nui, even those unversed in the Holy Fire Order deem it a trivial technique. At the Great Hall of Blackwood Cliff, Ren Wuxing implements reforms in the teachings, discarding the relics of Dongfang Bubi's era, instituting a variety of reward and punishment systems to inspire the congregation, garnering unanimous support from all followers. He formally appoints Zhang Yi as the vice leader of the Sun Moon Holy Cult to oversee daily affairs. Xiang Wentian, Ren Yingying, Sima Yun, and other senior officials are astounded by the rapidity of these changes. After the congregation disperses, Ren Wuxing brings Xiang Wentian and Ren Yingying to the secret chamber, where Zhang Yi awaits outside. Both Xiang Wentian and Ren Yingying have numerous inquiries, but Ren Wuxing preempts them. Xiang's was sure, Yingying, there is no need for further questions. Zhang Yi is a descendant of Zhang Wuji, the leader of the Ming cult, who has delivered to me the Nine Yang scripture, curing my long-standing ailment. Moreover, he has already mastered the Nine Yang scripture. With him at the helm, our holy cult shall face no perils. Xiang Wentian promptly responds, Congratulations, leader, on acquiring such a prodigious talent. The revival of our holy cult is imminent. Congratulations, father, on your recovery and martial prowess enhancement. Brother Chong is saved. Yingying, do not mention him. I shall not assist him, yet others will. If he were merely a wild youth, how could he have encountered such fortuitous circumstances to learn the Dugun 9 swords? Such is the marvel of the world. Father, Yingying does not comprehend. In due time, you will, Yingying. Do you know why, after rescuing you from Song's Han, I made you don coarse linen garments and addressed you as the son-in-law of Linghu Chong? Yingying is perplexed. That was by design. You were ensnared at Shaolin, and upon descending the mountain, you were ambushed by Zhua Lengchan without a moment to change your attire. Yet, upon your rescue, I clothed you in simple linen. The meaning is self-evident. Ha ha. Yingying remains bewildered. You may not understand, but Linghu Chong does. He must now believe you have lost your purity and will refrain from seeking you. I have never held any regard for that boy. Suddenly, Ren Yingying feels a throbbing headache. Her chest tightens, and she spews forth a mouthful of blood. Xiang Wentian hastens to her side. Miss, Ren Yingying, blood trickling from her lips, gazes at Ren Woxing in confusion. Father, why must you act in such a manner, causing Chong to misunderstand me? Ying. If Linghu Chong truly loves you, he would not be concerned about your past and would firmly believe in your innocence, regardless of the trials set forth by me. If he cannot withstand this, what is his worth? Father, I intend to journey to Hongshan to clarify matters with Chong. Do as you wish, Xiangzhua. You may depart with Ying. Upon meeting Linghu Chong, convey to him that I shall seek him out in the future, and the matters concerning Hongshan remain unchanged. Father, Xiangzhua, you must comprehend my intentions. We have aged, and it is time to retreat gracefully. I trust that Zhang Yi will lead the Sun and Moon sect to glory. Understood, my lord. Xiangzhua, you are not my subordinate. You are my brother. Here is a copy of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Take it and practice. Perhaps one day we shall meet again in the martial world. Thank you, sect leader. Sect leader. The toxicity of the 3-corpse brain god elixir will erupt on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. I hope you will prepare accordingly. I have already alerted Ping Yiji to return to Haimu Cliff for research, to compare the 3-corpse brain god elixir of Dongfang Bubi with my own concoction. Sect leader. Miss Ren acted to prevent Ren Woxing from intervening, and Xiang Wentian did not continue his discourse. Father, take care. If I encounter Chong, please allow him a chance. That will depend on Linghu Chong's conduct and whether he is worthy of my precious daughter. Father, Ren Ying and Xiang Wentian are preparing to leave Haimu Cliff with provisions. Riding northward, Hongshan lies to the north. Uncle Xiang, why did my father instruct you to leave Haimu Cliff? You are a long-standing minister there. The sect leader has his reasons, which I cannot speculate upon, but I am certain it is for the good of the sect. Is my father beginning to trust the youth? Could Zhang Yi harbor intentions as treacherous as Dongfang Bubi? One cannot stumble in the same place twice. The sect leader possesses great foresight and must have his own grand design. We shall observe from the outside. Do you know who Zhang Yi is, Uncle Xiang? It is said he is the leader of the 3 Provinces Alliance. He previously met with Chu Yun at Wubigang, with plans to jointly assault the Songshan sect. How did Haimu Cliff not receive news of Chu Yun's assault on the Songshan sect? Young miss, that was yesterday's affair. A pigeon reported that Chu Yun fought valiantly against many foes, defeating Zhou Feixiong and securing a copy of the Taixin Jing along with 500,000 taels of silver. With Master Fangzheng of Shaolin participating in the mediation, the might of Chu Yun is indeed formidable. Is there anyone in the world who can contend with him? Chapter 089. The Songshan secret scripture. Xiang Wentian gazed at the northern mountains, lost in thought. Perhaps the sect leader could. Young miss, you are yet unaware of the might of the Jiao Yang divine skill. According to the legends of the martial world, the Jiao Yang divine skill synthesizes the principles of martial arts, allowing its practitioner to utilize all martial arts once mastered. Such a powerful skill. Why have so many ancient techniques resurfaced suddenly? I worry that Chong's internal injuries have not fully healed. How will he cope if he encounters Chu Yun or my father? Rest assured, young miss, the sword Saint Feng Qingyang is no ordinary individual. Surveying the world, how many can rival him? He will certainly assist Linghu Chong. Upon the arrival of Ren Ying and Xiang Wentian at the summit of Hongshan's Xinqing Peak, they learned that Linghu Chong had departed for Huashan, accompanied by a group of disciples, to attend the wedding banquet of Yulingshan. Without hesitation, Ren Ying turned her steed towards Huashan. At Songshan, on Xingguan Peak, several esteemed physicians had already attended to Zhou Feixiong's ailment. In another chamber, a doctor was conferring with Zhou Lengchan regarding the patient's condition. What? An imbalance of yin and yang? My son is devoid of joy in the presence of women. How could he possibly suffer from such an affliction? Pray, speak plainly, good doctor. Zhou sect leader, our decades-long friendship compels me to be forthright. Feixiong's testicles have been shattered, resulting in castration. He may never again engage in carnal pursuits. Zhou Lengchan's eyes widened in fury, silently cursing Chu Yun for his cruel and malevolent actions. Yet feeling powerless against the inadequacies of the Songshan sect, he returned to his son's bedside. Feixiong, do not despair. I shall seek the finest physician in the world to treat your condition. Father, of late, I find myself incapable of approaching women. My wives and concubines wish to leave me, and I have slain a few in my wrath. During my battle with Chu Yun, my acupoints were sealed, and when he gestured towards my lower regions, a sharp pain struck me. It appears he is truly vile. Chu Yun's prowess is unfathomable. Seeking revenge feels futile. Father, do you not recall? I possess the Tai Xian Jing, and I shall practice diligently. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even if it takes a decade. But how long must we wait? Alas, I have toiled in the martial world for many years, poised to unite the 5 mountains and set my sights on Shaolin, only to be thwarted by the emergence of Chu Yun. Is it the will of heaven to bring ruin upon our Songshan sect? Father, do not lose hope. Until now, I have wandered aimlessly, but I have awakened. Without strength, I cannot act as I desire. I can teach the Tai Xian Jing to all, enabling us to confront Chu Yun together. This plan is feasible. Can you articulate the methods of cultivation? Zhuo Feixiong rose from his sickbed, disregarding his illness. Father, if I am indeed castrated, there still exist the Kueihua Baodian and the Bixia swordplay in the martial world. After mastering them, I shall personally slay Chu Yun and exact revenge upon all the women in his company. Zhuo Lingchan, observing his son's ferocious expression, dismissed concerns for Feixiong's health, relieved that he had not summoned Lao Dana back. News regarding the Bixia sword manual should arrive soon. And he smirked at the thought. The 13 protectors gathered once more, preparing for a final struggle. They recognized that the martial capabilities of the 13 protectors paled in comparison to Chu Yun, rendering them insignificant. Zhuo Lingchan, now visibly agitated, bore signs of a facial twitch. Yet his demeanor was fervent. I understand that morale is presently low. We have labored for decades. Yet we find ourselves outmatched by a mere 20-something Chu Yun and a woman. This despair is only natural. Zhuo Lingchan surveyed the dejected assembly. Lift your spirits. Have you not witnessed Feixiong's might? With diligent practice, he can surely overcome Chu Yun. Presently, we are akin to 13 worms, feeble and powerless. You may be murmuring that Feixiong has also failed. Have you considered that he has achieved such prowess with merely a few days of practice? Imagine what would become of the Songshan sect if we all mastered the Tai Xian Jing. Ding Mian, Master Brother, shall we succeed in our cultivation? Today, I have summoned everyone to practice the Tai Xian Jing together. If even one of us attains mastery, it will be a triumph, should we all succeed. Our Songshan sect may once again vie for supremacy in the martial world. The 13 elders exchanged glances, a flicker of joy crossing their faces. Feixiong has meticulously documented his insights on the practice, and we shall all ponder over them together. I have 3 scrolls of martial arts techniques, which I will hang in the Great Hall for your unrestrained cultivation. I hope each of you will achieve something remarkable. Zhuo Lingchan also joined in the training, drawing from Feixiong's insights and integrating them with the Xia Kuxing scroll. Gradually, members began to grasp various sword techniques, palm methods, lightness skills, and inner strength. The atmosphere was electric, akin to a grand feast of martial arts. Zhuo Lingchan, possessing the strongest inner power, comprehended the most, even deciphering the intricacies of the tadpole script. The 13 elders, once ashen, were now invigorated, each brimming with fervor. Some rushed out of the hall, unleashing their frustrations upon the surrounding trees, treating them as mere targets for their pent-up discontent. The echoes of their strikes reverberated throughout the Songshan sect, with disciples keeping their distance, believing the 13 elders had gone mad. Zhuo Lingchan continued to ponder within the Great Hall, profoundly impacted by the revelations of the Tai Xian Jing. Henceforth, his cultivation reached its zenith, and he longed for another confrontation with Chu Yun. Seizing the moment while the enthusiasm of the 13 elders still surged, Zhuo Lingchan gathered them once more. Chu Yun had stolen our vast wealth. Thus, we shall seize even greater riches. Let us mobilize and conduct a thorough raid on the temples and establishments of the surrounding provinces, preparing for the recruitment of soldiers and the pursuit of dominance in the world. As commanded, all disciples of the Songshan sect divided into 13 groups, descending the mountain while masquerading as members of the Eastern Society, brandishing its banner as they engaged in rampant plundering. Days later, upon hearing the news, Chu Yun realized the Eastern Society was on the brink of decline and ordered a period of concealment and patience for future resurgence. Unbeknownst to Chu Yun, a monumental shift was occurring within the Sun and Moon sect and the Songshan sect. As the largest and most bustling market in Kaifeng hosted auditions for the Eastern 12 music troupe. Following the first round, 120 talented women remained, all renowned courtesans, singers, dancers, and musicians from various establishments. Those eliminated in the first round each received 10 taels of silver, a cause for celebration, while those who did not participate fainted from regret at home, lamenting their missed opportunity. The second round showcased talents in song, dance, and music simultaneously, and many skilled performers were retained for the third round. Those eliminated in the second round each received 30 taels of silver, ensuring their journey was not in vain. By the third round, only 24 exceptional talents remained, each showcasing remarkable skills, leaving the judges in a quandary. The 7 judges, through a scoring system, ultimately selected 12 outstanding performers, primarily the leading courtesans. Of course, prior to the selection, thorough investigations ensured that the remaining 12 were of the kind that sold their artistry without compromising their dignity. Those eliminated in the third round each received 100 taels of silver, a sum exceeding their usual fees, and the rejected candidates felt no regret, instead reveling in the spectacle. Tens of thousands of spectators gathered in Kaifeng to witness this grand spectacle, paving the way for future talent showcases in the city. The 12 selected beauties, whose patrons were satisfied with the ransom, were sold to Chu Yun, leading to the birth of his band. As Chu Yun and his entourage journeyed towards Mount Hua to attend the wedding of Yu Lingshan, they brought along a lively band. A caravan of several horse-drawn carriages transported the 12 talented maidens and their personal maid, totaling over 40 individuals. To ensure their sustenance, Chu Yun recruited a few professional chefs to prepare meals along the way. The atmosphere was filled with songs and laughter, creating a delightful commotion. Young Lin, becoming the center of attention, was adored by all, his charm eliciting joyous exclamations. Third master, third master. The calls made Yang Lin's heart flutter as he savored the sweetness of affection. The women, having redeemed themselves, were initially known by their stage names. But Chu Yun opted to rename them, bidding farewell to their past. Gu Panner, whose real name had gained renown, was to retain hers, while the others wished to abandon their stage names. Lacking inspiration, Chu Yun decided to use the surname Yun, inspired by his own experiences, resulting in the names Yun Qi, Yun Qing, Yun Lian, Yun Lan, Yun Rui, Yun Lei, Yun Xian, Yun Lu, Yun Yin, Yun Shan, Yun Ming, and Yun Yao. He wrote the 12 names on slips of paper, allowing them to draw lots, which delighted them as they found the names pleasing. Chu Yun chuckled, "My dear husband, are you being too casual in bestowing them names? These were the best I could come up with. We shall make do," he replied. "You have a playful spirit, not suited for the tumult of the world," she teased. "In the world, one must follow one's heart." Gu Panner approached Chu Yun's carriage to discuss matters concerning the band. Chu Yun discreetly conveyed to Chu Yun, "Are you considering taking Gu Panner as your own?" "I can hardly manage you all. Let's not complicate matters further," he answered. Gu Panner observed the peculiar exchange between the two with curiosity. "My lord, I have arranged the 12 musicians in 3 carriages to practice their pieces separately. We shall synchronize our efforts at the next inn, where I would request your and your wife's evaluation. Proceed as you see fit. There is no rush. Allow them some ease and encourage them to share their familiar melodies. Fostering collaboration. I shall compose a song for you that will be useful later." "Very well, my lord. I have heard from the ladies that your artistic skills are remarkable. I would like to witness them." Chu Yun felt a tinge of embarrassment, as his sketching was merely foundational. He had not ventured into watercolor or oil painting, only managing simple black and white sketches due to time constraints. "I possess only basic techniques, hardly worthy of acclaim." Why not show her a few of my previous sketches?" Chu Yun produced several sketches created by the Daming Lake for Gu Panner to admire. "Ah, your artistry rivals that of Wu Daozi and Tang Bohu. I am in awe. My lord, might you create a piece for me? I would be eternally grateful." "Regrettably, my dear. Are you aware that the gentleman relies solely on his craft to ensnare several enchanting maidens? You must not fall for his ruse. With a figure such as his, how could I, Banner, dare to covet? I merely wish to witness this extraordinary technique for the sake of study." Unable to refuse, Chu Yun summoned Lan Fengwang, who procured the paintbrush and drawing board, which were in her possession. Upon arriving at Chu Yun's carriage and witnessing the intention to paint for Gu Banner, Lan Fengwang felt a pang of discomfort. She glanced at the lady, silently questioning her tolerance. Chu Yun, with a playful smile, gently shook her head. Thus, Lan Fengwang remained nearby, observing as Chu Yun painted. Chu Yun swiftly positioned himself, and with a few strokes, the outline took form. Delving deeper into the details, he applied ink to the Xian paper, completing the sketch of the attire. He sensed his pace had significantly quickened. Could it be due to the technique, akin to Yuer's needlework, becoming increasingly rapid? Lan Fengwang held the finished drawing in her hands, alighted from the carriage, and addressed Gu Banner. "Banner, the carriage is rather cramped. Shall we step outside?" Gu Banner, astute and discerning, recognized Lan Fengwang's jealousy. "Indeed, dear lady, it is rather crowded here. I shall step out first." Chu Yun waved with a smile. After Lan Fengwang and Gu Banner disembarked, Chu Yun remarked, Lan is feeling envious. Let us hope she does not end up with the cold shoulder. No worries, for I have Xuer, who is ever obedient. Women can easily form alliances. Should your husband find himself in solitude, come to me for comfort. My vocal skills have improved significantly. Would you care to test them now? Xuer, please. Alternatively, I might seek out Brother Tian and Sandy to spar. Chu Yun laughed heartily. Your Sandy, I have heard, has become quite fond of that girl Yunlei. They may have even crossed the threshold of intimacy. You are aware of this? I am impressed. I heard from Xuer that Yunlei visits Sandy daily. It seems she has captured his heart. Such is the nature of courtesans. Sandy is no match for their charms. This may indeed be fortuitous. Perhaps he will leave behind a legacy for the Yang family. When will your husband plant seeds for Lan and Xuer? The Chu family must have descendants. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun felt a tightening in his chest, realizing that he had been enjoying his days too much. Almost forgetting that he was but a transient in this world, now blending in as a resident. Observing this indomitable spirit of the East, he inwardly inquired of the system. There was no response. Perhaps it had run out of power. Nonetheless, he decided to navigate the waters cautiously. At Mount Hua, the lights shimmered vividly. The The foot of the mountain had become a bustling hub of various folk. Scattered tea houses and street vendors had congregated to earn a quick profit. Recently, Yulin Shan had been plagued by insecurity, perhaps a case of pre-wedding jitters, fretting over whether the invitations had been properly dispatched, and worrying about any notable heroes of the Jianghu who might have been overlooked. Lin Pingji busied himself around her, providing her with some comfort. Pingji, why have you not practiced your swordsmanship lately? Why do you remain so obediently by my side? Is it not because I see you are occupied? I wish to be of assistance. Ling Shan, your master cherishes you dearly. Why have you not seen him of late? The marriage of a daughter is a momentous occasion. Pingji, do not fault my father. The martial world is beset by treachery. The formidable villain, Chu Yun, has already subsumed the Taishan sect under his dominion. Just days ago, a coalition of over 1,000 martial heroes besieged the Songshan sect, nearly leading to their annihilation. Fortunately, Master Feng Zheng intervened, sparing them from disaster. Thus, it seems that Chu Yun pales in comparison to Master Feng Zheng, which is hardly remarkable. I have heard that Chu Yun abducted the second son of the left leader, resolving the matter with a ransom of 500,000 taels of silver. Showing little regard for Shaolin. Chu Yun is indeed an extraordinary individual. It would be splendid to meet him. Have we extended an invitation to him for our wedding? I have a feeling he might attend. No, his whereabouts are unpredictable, and he is not an ally of our Huashan, so we did not invite him. However, should he choose to come, we would welcome him. Anyone capable of contending with Zhuo Lengchan cannot be a villain. Ling Shan, you have been quite busy of late. Let us practice our swordplay to stretch our limbs, for you seem quite worn. As Lin Pingji spoke, he took hold of Yu Ling Shan's delicate hand and led her outside. At the entrance, they chanced upon Yu Chuan, whose sinister gaze fell upon Lin Pingji. Father, what brings you here? Little Lin and I are going to practice swordplay. Is there something you need? Ling Shan, you may go. Yu Chuan, lost in thought as he observed the jeweled flowers adorning Yu Ling Shan's hair, watched her retreating figure, unable to resist following her. Chapter 091. Lin Shan's sword technique. Lin Pingji occasionally caressed Yu Ling Shan's long, flowing hair as they whispered and frolicked, arriving at the creek where they once trained. Little Lin, let us practice swordplay here and create our own set of techniques. Ling Shan, did you not develop the Chong Ling sword technique with senior brother? What need have we to create another? We were young then, our techniques unrefined. Since your name contains Lin, let us call it Lin Shan's sword technique. Very well. Today we shall forge a Huashan sword technique to be passed down to future generations. Watch closely, I shall demonstrate. Lin Pingji drew his treasured sword, gesturing gracefully in the air. He executed the phoenix comes to greet followed by cypress welcomes guests, and concluded with the evil subduing sword technique, all in harmonious succession. What do you think, Ling Shan? Little Lin, does the sequence of phoenix comes to greet, followed by cypress welcomes guests, and bells and drums resound reflect our shared experiences? Indeed, it is surprising that our little Huashan disciple is to be wed, and yet she remains so lovely and endearing. Little Lin, you are quite clever. The transitions in those few moves were rather awkward. If we could eliminate some extraneous motions and connect directly to the evil subduing sword technique, it would surely appear more elegant. Ling Shan, allow me to try again. Watch closely. Lin Pingji repeated the sequence, streamlining the movements, which transformed them into a fierce and striking display. From several paces away in the dense forest, Yu Chuan observed this, his heart filled with suspicion, yet he remained silent. Continuing to watch, Lin Pingji, aware of Yu Chuan's presence, cast a casual glance at the woods, deliberately showcasing several sword techniques to tease him. Little Lindsay, your simplifications have indeed enhanced their potency. Henceforth, let us christen these techniques the Lin Shan swordplay, a clandestine treasure of our Huashan. Hee. Lin Pingji drew Yu Ling Shan close, embracing her slender waist, and deftly planted kisses upon her. From a distance, Yu Chuan watched with discomfort, feeling as though the cabbage he had nurtured for nearly 2 decades had been devoured by swine. A sudden thought crossed his mind. How blissful it would be if he were in Ling Shan's place. Suppressing his unworthy thoughts, he recognized them as a consequence of his self-castration. Resolutely vowing to banish such notions, though unable to restrain his orchid fingers from curling upward, Lin Pingji continued to kiss Yu Ling Shan, taking her to explore other places. As Yu Chuan emerged from the thicket, an unsettling feeling washed over him. From the distant underbrush, a pine needle shot forth towards her. Instantly, he plucked a leaf, flicking it with his middle finger to deflect the needle. Ah, Lin Pingji, indeed practicing the evil-repelling swordplay. Not everyone possesses the skill to wield such flying needles. This thought crossed Yu Chuan's mind, yet he could not be entirely certain. Only after the wedding would he discern whether Lin Pingji's intentions were indeed sinister. Should he uncover that Lin Pingji was cultivating the sunflower scripture, he would not hesitate to eliminate him, eradicating future threats. Lin Pingji led Yu Ling Shan to a rocky outcrop adorned with splendid yellow blossoms. Ling Shan, are those flowers beautiful? They are exquisite. Allow me to pluck one for you. Pingji. Must you? It's too perilous. I forbid you to go. This time, Lin Pingji disregarded her protest, carefully navigating a winding path to reach the flower-laden slope. He spotted Ye Xuan's head peeking from behind a large rock. As Lin Pingji seized a flower and prepared to descend, he noticed Ye Xuan launching a stone projectile. Had he not evaded it, the blow would have struck a vital point. His foot slipped, causing him to tumble down the slope. Ye Xuan, alarmed and pale, rushed forward to catch him. Fortunately, during his descent, Lin Pingji grasped a vine, landing safely. With a grin, he presented the bouquet to Ye Xuan. Xuan, you are more enchanting than the flowers. Seeing Lin Pingji's sleeve torn and bloodied, Ye Xuan felt a pang of guilt. Pingji, you must not engage in such dangerous endeavors again. If anything were to happen to you, I could not bear to live. I understand, Xuan. You are so kind to me. Soon, you will be my husband. If I do not treat you well, whom shall I treat well? Wife. Husband. The two interlaced their arms, singing a folk song from Fujian as they descended the mountain. Ye Xuan emerged from behind the stone. Contemplating that Lin Pingji appeared not to possess profound martial skills, perhaps he had been overly concerned. As for Xuan's feelings for him, that could wait for another day. Upon returning to her chamber, Ye Xuan placed the small yellow flower in a vase on the windowsill. Sitting at the bedside, she took out an embroidery frame, meticulously stitching a pair of playful mandarin ducks. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan returned to his residence with a grim expression, observing Ning Zhongzi kneeling before the Buddhist altar, prompting him to clear his throat behind her. Ning Zhongzi arose. Brother, you have returned. Xuan and Ping Ji have been living in harmony, and I am genuinely pleased for them. Sister, have you noticed any peculiarities about Ping Ji lately? He clings to Xuan more than ever, even more than before. Do you recall that not long ago, Lin Ping Ji claimed to be in seclusion for sword training? At his young age, with limited cultivation. What kind of seclusion could he possibly undertake? Ning Zhongzi overheard Ye Xuan speaking with a tone that suggested discontent. Upon reflection, it indeed raises questions. Brother, perhaps they had a disagreement, and Ping Ji took a few days away from the mountain, returning fearful of our reprimands. Hence he may have fabricated a story. Sister, I have recently observed a remarkable advancement in Ping Ji's cultivation, which inevitably gives rise to suspicion. You are aware of my mastery of the 9 techniques of Huashan, with Zixia being the foremost. Of course, I know, back in the day, I found the practice of the Zixia divine skill to be exceedingly intricate and thus chose not to pursue it further. Do you remember how the Zixia scripture begins? I cannot recall. It has been decades since I last read it. The Zixia manual, the foundational entry, the Sunflower Classic, reaching the pinnacle of mastery. Oh, how could the Zixia divine skill be related to the Sunflower Classic? This has been a perplexing matter for me. It wasn't until I perused the Lin family's evil-repelling sword manual that I began to grasp its significance. Brother, could this be the very reason you have been so intent on acquiring the evil-repelling sword manual? Sister, our master's dying wish was to revive Huashan. The thought of Ye Xuan often keeps me awake at night, unable to find peace. Brother, you have endured much. My father has placed an immense burden upon you. And for that, I feel remorseful. Sister, your father is the leader of Huashan and has long traversed the martial world alongside Xuan, seeking the whereabouts of the Sunflower Classic. Over 20 years ago, during the great competition between the Sword Sect and the Qi Sect, our master devised a plan to divert Feng Qin Yang, allowing the Qi Sect to avert disaster and preserve the lineage of Huashan's Qi Sect. Brother, why do you mention Feng Qin Yang? During that competition, I sustained significant injuries to my torso, and I still bear a scar over a foot long on my chest, which took over 2 years to gradually heal. During that time, I heard you were abducted by a formidable foe. Brother, let us not dwell on those bygone events. Ye Xuan, in a fit of hysteria, let out a piercing cry. You returned after being held captive for 2 years. Why then did Master still wish to betroth you to me and pass on the Zixia divine skill along with the position of leader to me? Do you believe I am unaware of the underlying reasons? Brother, I feel I have wronged you, yet I was also compelled by circumstance. After our marriage, I devoted myself entirely to you, and then came Xuan. I thought we had moved past it all. Can we truly move on? After 7 years of marriage, we finally had Xuan, and 3 years later, by mere chance, I encountered Linghu Chong. Did you think I was so foolish? The moment I laid eyes on Linghu Chong, I saw your reflection in him.